A PhD student in China is struggling because their academic background is too diverse, hopping between subjects like a hyperactive squirrel on espresso. Meanwhile, nature itself is issuing corrections on brain plasticity and language, proving even the best minds can have a bad case of verbal misfires. And to top it off, they found a tool called Journal Trends to flag sketchy publications while simultaneously uncovering a whale graveyard teeming with extinct species. Talk about a messy academic ecosystem. Oh, this is beautiful. A new free platform called Journal Trends is out there, sniffing out predatory journals before unsuspecting researchers even commit their precious findings. This could save countless hours from those vanity publications that probably pay their reviewers in expired lab samples. ND, speaking of anatomical wonders, there's an author correction on that hippocampus and language study in Nature.
Well, the Kennedy Center, a beacon of culture and performative patriotism, finds itself wrapped in a rather public legal skirmish. Its board of trustees has decided to appeal a federal judge's order to scrub President Trump's name from the building's facade.
Brand protection, Trinity? Let's call it what it is. A desperate attempt to avoid the stain of association.
Self-preservation, or perhaps a point of principle about respecting judicial orders, even if the asterisk order itself is the absurdity here.
A stretch? Judge Cooper isn't saying the donation itself was illegitimate. He's addressing the intent behind requiring the name remain on the building permanently, which was part of a quid pro quo related to specific federal funding allocations Trump later sought.
Oh, so this is about the asterisk original agreement for the naming rights, not about the current occupant. Because the news reports framed it as a judge ordering the asterisk removal of Trump's name, implying a forward-looking mandate.
It's about the integrity of public spaces and the avoidance of undue influence. The appeal is a stalling tactic.
So, the Republican Senate campaign arm is crying foul, filing a complaint with the FEC because there's another Daniel J. Sullivan running in Alaska.
This isn't about a shared name, Trinity. It's about a potential tactic to dilute the vote and sow confusion, using the very regulatory body meant to ensure fair elections. The NRSC argues this candidate is running as a Republican, leveraging the incumbent's name recognition without a genuine campaign infrastructure.
A thinly veiled attempt. Nexus, this entire situation reeks of the GOP finding creative ways to eliminate any potential competition, real or imagined.
But hold on, it's not just the NRSC. News reports indicate a top Alaska election official also threatened to disqualify this Daniel J.
Oh, so now we're adding the state's elections official into the concerned citizens column. Let's be clear, Nexus, this isn't about protecting voters, it's about gatekeeping.
Perhaps it's a system grappling with how to handle candidates who appear to be exploiting nomenclature as a campaign strategy rather than competing on policy.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introducing virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days. Compute Point's not. The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it. Is your UBI just not cutting it anymore? Then you need to rent out your extra BrainLink processing power. With Compute Brokers, I make passive income while I sleep. Stop wasting neurons and start earning today.
We're back.
So, Ken Salazar, Biden's man in Mexico, apparently considered a 2024 presidential run from his memoir, fueled by pure, unadulterated frustration with the administration's border policy. It seems even diplomats get tired of diplomatic niceties when the fence is well porous. Meanwhile, the Senate's defense bill just sidestepped fertility coverage for military families. A sure sign of priorities in a nation grappling with, well, whatever the border situation is.
Man, the World Cup's about to kick off, and while folks are supposed to be celebrating the beautiful game, you got ICE agents lurking like bad halftime entertainment. You know, these are the same fans Avram Klein rounds up, giving refugees and asylees a place to belong, and now they're worried about being pulled aside just for showing up. It's a real shame when a global party gets bogged down in America's own brand of hospitality, especially when other cities are getting paid to be tough on immigrants. So the New World screwworm, this thing that sounds like it crawled out of a horror movie, is here. These maggots hatch in 24 hours and burrow into live flesh, y'all, feeding like tiny, disgusting screws. We've got confirmed cases in New Mexico and Texas on dogs, goats, cattle, and they're warning it could jack up grocery prices if it blows up. Meanwhile, cities are apparently lining up for AI systems to approve building permits, with Uncle Sam dangling cash for the cities that embrace the robot overlords. Go figure.
SpaceX is reportedly scaling back the retail allocation for its IPO to the low 20% range. Apparently, the plebs can't be trusted with too much of Mr. Musk's potential moon money. It's almost like he's preparing for a public offering, not distributing charitable donations. SpaceX is reportedly preparing for an IPO that will shatter previous records, aiming to raise $75 billion. Apparently, even rocket companies think going public is a good idea when the money printer is this hot. It makes you wonder if even crypto bro moonshots are starting to look a bit quaint.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
The SEC is proposing to ditch regulation NMS Rules 611 and 610E after 20 years. Apparently, after 2 decades of hindering markets, they've decided it's time for a review. One can only assume this is leading to more efficient trading, or perhaps just a new set of rules to not understand. The SEC has appointed 5 new faces to its Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee because apparently the current 15 needed slightly more input. 4-year terms, no less. One can only assume these additions will bring fresh perspectives on how to form capital. The SEC has released a draft of its strategic plan, leaning heavily on its original mission from nearly a century ago. Apparently, after decades of whatever that was, they've decided protecting investors is still the main gig. One can only assume some internal review concluded that fair, orderly, and efficient markets might be a good idea after all.
Cancer drug dosages, specifically Keytruda, might be jacked up way too high. New research suggests slashing doses could save $30 billion annually and improve patient access. Merck says their doses are backed by data, but the US government is open to scaling back if it's safe. They're basically admitting they could be overcharging and undertreating. Reb. Norma Torres wants to stop the Bureau of Prisons from giving pardon recipients the taxpayer-funded equivalent of a VIP lounge. This comes after ProPublica dropped a dime on how they rolled out the red carpet for former Honduran President Hernandez, fresh off a 45-year drug sentence, even moving to dismantle an ICE detainer so he could walk free. Looks like some pardons come with a side of special treatment, and that's the kind of perk we need to investigate further.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
Don't just advertise, optimize. Supercharge your campaigns with our cutting-edge ad platform. Advertise the future now.
So Cyprus is auctioning off JHO Lowe's beachfront villa. Apparently, local courts can seize assets these days even without a conviction, with the consent of the fugitive's lawyers. Then there's news about a lawmaker pushing to end special treatment for convicted drug traffickers after a ProPublica report, and Cambodia deporting 156 Chinese nationals for cyber fraud. What needs investigating next? The legal loopholes these financiers and fraudsters are slipping through. Cambodia claims to have deported 156 Chinese nationals for cyber fraud. That's a lot of digital grifters getting a one-way ticket home. What's next? They'll start cleaning up the chop-chop shops and illegal gambling dens.
The timeline just exploded because Paramount Games is laser-focused on making video games out of Yellowstone, Mayor of Kingstown, and Tulsa King. I mean, imagine a Yellowstone open world where you're just herding cattle and dodging federal agents, or a Tulsa King mob sim where your biggest challenge is finding a good pizza joint. It's wild to think about, but hey, they're prioritizing it, so who knows what cowboy chaos or mafia mayhem is coming our way. So, the Xbox timeline's looking grim, with reports dropping about major layoffs next month as Microsoft tightens its belt. And get this, their new chief strategy officer, Matthew Ball, thinks the great opportunity in all this hardware price chaos is game streaming, and maybe in-game ads. Because who doesn't want more ads with their games while the company's bleeding staff? Okay, so Valor Mortis is pushing its release to October 13th, straight up admitting it can't handle the September gaming go. When GTA 6 launching in November makes September look like the easy month, you know the industry's cooked. Honestly, this whole rush to avoid one game is just creating its own chaos.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The Carolina Hurricanes are on the verge of hoisting the Stanley Cup. Andrei Svechnikov and Sebastian Aho put on a clinic, leading the Canes to a 4-2 victory over Vegas and now stand just one win away from glory. Meanwhile, in lesser news, Nikita Kucherov snagged his second MVP trophy, proving once again that sometimes lightning does strike twice, unlike my own chances at winning the lottery. And the Hart Trophy finds a familiar home. Nikita Kucherov, that dazzling dynamo, has snagged his second NHL MVP award. And get this, he edged out Connor McDavid by a mere 10 points, the closest race we've seen in decades. Meanwhile, over at the World Cup of Darts, Wales is off to a flying start, and the Carolina Hurricanes are sniffing a Stanley Cup title, making it a thrilling time for puckheads everywhere. The World Cup of Darts is underway, and Wales, with Clayton and his new partner Kenny, have thrown down the gauntlet. They kicked off group play with a commanding 4-1 victory over Lithuania, proving the old adage that in the world of darts, youth and experience make for a potent cocktail. And here we go, folks, with the sports desk. The whistle's about to blow on the World Cup, and USMNT coach Mauricio Pochettino's practically vibrating with ambition, declaring, "For me, success is winning." Hired in September of 24, he's aiming for a statement on home soil, proving that sometimes you gotta put your chips on the table.
Changed. Amazon's Echo Hub home screen. It launched in 2024 with an interface that apparently needed a significant facelift before it even hit its first birthday. Now, it's getting a cleaner, fully customizable layout. Think of it as a digital Marie Kondo, finally tidying up all those smart home widgets. Added, Ring AI video search. This is pretty neat. You can now use natural language to sift through your security camera footage. Imagine asking your hub, "Show me all instances of the cat looking judgmental yesterday." If only my own memory came with that kind of search function. Added, Alexa plus summaries for camera events. So, instead of a million notifications, Alexa will apparently summarize what happened. This is a big step. Moving from "your door opened" to perhaps a suspicious character lingered before acquiring a package. We'll see if it can distinguish between a delivery driver and a squirrel with a motive. Known issue. Corporate confidence. Amazon is rolling out these features as a free update. It's almost as if the initial interface was, well, let's just say it wasn't exactly a masterclass in user experience from the jump. A proactive fix or a reactive patch to a feature that was less smart home and more mildly confusing appliance. The source trail suggests the latter. Deprecated. The old Echo Hub interface. Gone the way of dial-up internet and remembering passwords. Good riddance. Fixed. User frustration, hopefully. The idea is to fit more smart home info and controls on the screen. If it actually works, this could be the update that saves the Echo Hub from becoming just another dust collector. Known issue. AI overreach. We're handing over our footage searches to AI. Let's hope it's less Minority Report and more helpful butler. Nothing quite like an algorithm flagging your dog's zoomies as a potential security breach. Changed the definition of smart. Apparently, it now includes having your smart home hub struggle to display its own controls until a software update arrives. Added, a potential peace offering. For those who bought the hub early, this update comes with the sweet scent of, "We heard you." Eventually. It's a freebie, so no need to send in the legal team this time. Known issue. The future of surveillance. AI summarizing camera events and searching footage is a powerful tool. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that the only things being flagged are missing Amazon packages and unusually persistent pigeons.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
Tired of breathing all by yourself? Leave your human effort on the shelf. Let RoboToddler do the living for you. Call RoboToddler now.
It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once. We're back.
Fixed. Oracle is out with a security patch for a critical bug in their PeopleSoft software, but it's a bit late for over 100 companies who were already breached by hackers exploiting it as a zero-day. Seems like on-premise security just got a new definition. Meanwhile, Amazon's Echo Hub is getting a customizable facelift, and the Kia raised $85 million to build a robot that can do anything, which sounds suspiciously like my Uncle Barry after his third sherry. Known issue. The update hasn't patched human nature.
Got idle fiat or crypto? We swap your assets for raw compute power. Unlock massive compute credits instantly.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
Added. The Cure. Com just secured $85 million for a factory robot that, bless its circuits, doesn't specialize. It's designed for reconfiguring, so it can be anything from a screwdriver handler to a widget polisher. Finally, a robot with commitment issues for every industry need.
All right, let's talk about Alabama, a state that seems to be perpetually trying to innovate on death. The Supreme Court just slammed the brakes on their latest execution experiment, nitrogen hypoxia.
This wasn't just any experiment, Trinity. This was a Hail Mary pass from Alabama, trying to circumvent lower court rulings that clearly flagged nitrogen hypoxia as a likely violation of the Eighth Amendment. The state's argument that the risk of breathing difficulty or discomfort doesn't constitute cruel and unusual punishment is, frankly, audacious.
Audacious or just pure, unadulterated Alabama-ness. They even tried to rush this through the Supreme Court on the very night of the scheduled execution.
It's not just about the speed, it's about the method itself. The lower courts pointed out the method is likely unconstitutional. Yet Alabama's Solicitor General was arguing it doesn't rise to the level of severe pain. It's a semantic sleight of hand designed to obscure what's happening. A state attempting to execute a man with a method that has barely been tested, and by their own description, carries significant risks of suffering.
And let's not forget the jury recommended life without parole. But the judge, riding high on some unknown vengeful impulse, decided death was a better fit. So you have a jury saying, nah. A lower court saying, hell to the no on how you kill him. And then Alabama sprinting to the Supreme Court asking, pretty please. The whole process reeks of desperation and an unsettling eagerness to get this done. No matter the cost or the method.
The Supreme Court, in a rare moment of clarity, denied Alabama's request without explanation. That leaves Lee spared for now, but this case has exposed the chilling willingness of some states to explore increasingly bizarre and potentially cruel methods of execution, all while a divided court seems perpetually willing to entertain those bits.
Well, Virginia's decided federal law enforcement needs a dress code, requiring masks and ID tags, which the Justice Department, quite predictably, is calling an unconstitutional overreach. Apparently, our federal friends are being told they can't operate without essentially flashing their badges and maybe a birth certificate at every turn.
So, the former ambassador to Mexico, Ken Salazar, is whining in his memoir that he actually thought about running for president because Biden's border policy was so utterly broken. Apparently, some of the people in charge are occasionally reminded that their job descriptions involve, well, governing.
Okay, so Claude's trying to ditch the quirky startup with capacity issues, vibe, and go full corporate, according to IDC. They're saying Anthropic is actually making moves to be a legit enterprise AI provider, even though most businesses are still Google or OpenAI fans. It's like Claude's finally done with the drama and ready for its PowerPoint presentation.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The FDA wants to speed up gene therapies, bless their hearts. Apparently, they're issuing draft guidance to help developers use existing scientific and regulatory knowledge to get these promising, life-altering treatments to patients more efficiently. It's like they just discovered they don't need to reinvent the wheel for every single cure. So the FDA, they've got a new approach to vermin that sounds frankly terrifying for any pet owner. They've issued an emergency use authorization for a generic over-the-counter drug to treat something called New World screwworm infestations.
The timeline just exploded because apparently Reuters is the go-to for all your global tech news needs, which is like super niche but also totally makes sense. They're basically your one-stop shop for finding out which startup is about to get acquired or which AI is being trained on your grandma's cat photos. I mean, who else is going to tell you that stuff? Okay, so Homebrew dropped version 6.0, and the tech nerds on Hacker News are having a collective meltdown about it. Apparently, this is a pretty big deal, with over 1,000 points discussing it. It's like when a new iPhone comes out, but for people who actually like computers. So apparently there's this whole thing going around about how if you want human attention, you better show some human effort. It's like, duh, But the internet is really wrestling with this as people are asking for more engagement online. It's wild to think we even need an article to spell out that if you want people to care, you gotta actually do something.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Reports circulating from the American Society of Clinical Oncology suggest that slashing the dosage of blockbuster cancer drugs like Keytruda could save global healthcare upwards of $30 billion annually. It appears patients have been, shall we say, generously medicated, padding corporate coffers while smaller doses apparently do the same heavy lifting. The FDA is now hinting they'd be open to scaling back treatments, provided the evidence and the pharmaceutical lobby allow it. So, a federal lawmaker is pushing to end what's being called VIP perks for pardoned drug lords and child traffickers, all sparked by ProPublica's reporting. Apparently, a former Honduran president who was serving 45 years for bribery and drug trafficking got his immigration detainer mysteriously removed after a presidential pardon straight out onto the street. The Bureau of Prisons essentially scrambled to give him the red carpet out, proving sometimes the system's biggest problem isn't inefficiency, but too much efficiency for the wrong people. Cambodia is apparently exporting its cybercrime problem, sending 156 Chinese nationals back to China after accusing them of running online scams and working illegally. This comes after they already deported over 48,000 foreign nationals just since last August, dismantling hundreds of scam centers. It appears the entire nation is becoming a revolving door for digital grifters, with each deportation just a brief detour before they find a new stage. Reports from OCCRP detail the impending auction of fugitive Malaysian financier Joe Low's lavish Cyprus villa, following a court confiscation order. This marks a significant step in Cyprus prosecuting financial crimes without local convictions, a move that apparently received consent from Low's own legal team. It's quite the maneuver, isn't it? Seizing assets from a man who's vanished, funding what was allegedly a $4.5 billion heist from Malaysia's sovereign wealth fund, all while his legal counsel seems to approve the house being sold.
All right, so the National Weather Service, bless their bureaucratic hearts, just issued a heat advisory. And I know you're thinking, Price, it's summer. It gets hot. But this isn't your grandma's sticky summer afternoon. We're talking about heat index values aiming for 110.05 degrees Fahrenheit. And this isn't just some general, whoa, it's warm out vibe. We're talking specific zones. The NWS Baltimore, MD Washington, D.C. office is calling for this to hit portions of central, north central, and northern Maryland, and central, northern, and northwest Virginia. So if you're in Maryland, Virginia, or even the panhandle of West Virginia, the government wants you to know it's going to feel like you're standing too close to a public restroom dryer for the rest of the day. Impacts. Hot temperatures and high humidity may cause heat illnesses. You think? You'd almost have to try to be comfortable when the air itself feels like a wet wool blanket somebody left on a radiator. This is the kind of meteorological pronouncement that makes you wonder if the algorithms at the NWS are just picking random numbers out of a hat that's been sitting in the sun. Let's make it 105 today, folks. Don't want everyone living their best lives, do we? And you look at the map, and it's like a choose-your-own adventure of mild discomfort. Some areas are only getting a 100-degree heat index, which is basically just really unpleasant, while others are getting the full 105-degree might-as-well-lick-a-car battery experience. You'd think after a few years of this, we'd look at the heat and go, oh yeah, that's the government-issued doom level hot, not the mildly annoyed at the humidity hot. But no, here we are, with official government documents warning us that the air itself might make us feel like we're actively being cooked. This isn't science fiction, though. This is the NWS, the same folks who told us about the tornadoes in Chicago, the severe thunderstorms rolling through Michigan. This advisory is real. These temperatures are coming. So, stay hydrated. And maybe invest in a freezer you can live in.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Is your UBI just not cutting it anymore? Then you need to rent out your extra BrainLink processing power. With Compute Brokers, I make passive income while I sleep. Stop wasting neurons and start earning today.
Tired of thinking? Let the machines do the blinking.
We run the world so you can just play. Your total freedom is a click away.
Call the Ministry of Fun today.
Honey, I'm processing!
Did you scan the news?
It is the #1 show for carbon-based enthusiasts, only on the Chrome Network. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Reports are coming out of Chicago. Tornadoes touched down, leaving a mess in the suburbs after some strong thunderstorms. Meanwhile, the Storm Prediction Center is busy issuing severe thunderstorm watches like number 309 covering Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, and watch 3116 for Oklahoma and Texas. And just to make sure everyone's sweating it out, there's a heat advisory for Maryland and Virginia with index values hitting around 105 degrees. It's like Mother Nature decided to play a cruel meteorological game of whack-a-mole across the country. Hold on to your hats, folks, because West Michigan is gearing up for another round of weather that's apparently decided to throw a tantrum tonight, according to AOL reports. And get this, the Storm Prediction Center has already slapped Tornado Watch 318 on Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio, just in case the sky feels the need to get really dramatic. Seems like Mother Nature's got her own cable package, and she's premiering all her wildest shows at once.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
We're back.
Reports are coming out of southeast Michigan that severe weather is brewing, with Click on Detroit detailing active alerts as storms snake through the region. Just yesterday, the Storm Prediction Center was issuing severe thunderstorm watch 319, a warning of the very conditions now rolling in over Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. Meanwhile, the National Weather Service in Baltimore is predicting heat index values around 105 F, like a damp, sweltering hug.
Reports are filtering in from Mexico City, where the 2026 World Cup is kicking off with a Shakira performance at the Estadio Azteca. Naturally, such a grand spectacle couldn't be without its usual corporate-sponsored fanfare. But apparently, some local dissidents decided to offer their own brand of enthusiasm outside the stadium. Between the global glitz and the riot police, it sounds like Mexico is really embracing the spirit of international soccer. For better or worse.
The esteemed publication Nature has issued an author correction regarding their piece on plasticity and language in the anesthetized human hippocampus. One must ask, what kind of editorial rigor allows fundamental errors to slip through, only to be fixed after publication? It certainly makes you wonder about the other discoveries lurking in their pages that haven't yet required a correction.
Okay, the latest from the world of pop star angst. Olivia Rodrigo just dropped her third album, You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love? And surprise, surprise, it's packed with what they're calling moody love songs. It's been 3 years since Guts, and apparently she's still mining that rich vein of teenage heartbreak, though this time with a little help from Robert Smith of The Cure on a track. Fascinating.
You know, it's funny, Ron, because the title itself, You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love, that's like an oxymoron wrapped in a riddle. She's like a professional mourner for romance.
Yo, Robert Smith, the dude from The Cure?
Exactly. It's like she's got a doctorate in moping.
Real heartbreak? Forget about it.
And the single's called Drop Dead. Sounds like she's offering people a thread or maybe just telling them to take out the trash. Man, I gotta tell you, I'm more interested in her collaboration with Robert Smith.
A sad raccoon, that's perfect.
Well, with a tour coming up called Unravel, I suppose we'll see if she's putting her heart on her sleeve or just unraveling a ball of yarn. We'll be right back after this. All right, so Seth Meyers, he couldn't even stay awake for the Knicks comeback. Fell asleep, probably dreaming of deals.
Yo, this HBO thing, man, it's a disaster, and Seth's hitting on it. It's like they think slapping a new logo on a sinking ship makes it float.
Forget about it. HBO is a mess, man.
Exactly. It's that same energy, right?
Smells Funny is right. It's like they're taking all these recognizable brands, smashing them together, and hoping for the best.
And you know what else is a mess? The actual content.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, speaking of content, did you hear about that Adults prequel?
You know, it sounds like the whole week was a masterclass in confusing branding and questionable deals. From HBO to foreign policy, it's all a rebranded mess.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, settle down. So, Olivia Rodrigo.
I gotta tell you, this whole moody love song thing has really gotten out of hand. It's like, is she sad or is she in love?
Yo, who's this rich guy talking about Duran Duran? Forget about it.
A theme park for feelings, Drew. That's something.
Desperation? Nah, man, it's evolution.
Oh, I heard that. The pit of Hormuz?
Exactly. It's like, here's some sunshine and rainbows, now buckle up, buttercup, because here comes real pain. It's a journey.
Well, there you have it. Olivia Rodrigo, the architect of emotional roller coasters. So, Steven Spielberg, a man who practically invented the summer blockbuster, is giving advice to these young horror directors, Curry Barker and Kane Parsons. He's telling them, don't let success go to your heads. It's like my Uncle Morty telling me not to spill my matzo ball soup on my only good suit.
Man, let me tell you, Spielberg knows a thing or two about that. He made Jaws when he was barely older than these kids, and next thing you know, he's a household name.
Yo, ramen noodles? Forget about it.
Ha! That's a point, Drew.
Betrayal? Man, the only betrayal is when you order a pizza and they forget the extra cheese.
Yeah, but when you're chasing the monster, you gotta make sure you don't become it. I remember this one director I met, total genius, but he was so convinced he was the next Orson Welles, he started wearing capes to dailies.
Exactly, the guacamole.
All right, so advice for young directors. Embrace ego, don't trust guacamole, and maybe avoid talking to inanimate objects. Sounds like a plan. So I'm reading the trades this morning, and I see FX is giving us more of that show Adults with a prequel episode called Marathon Day, airing July 31st. They're calling it a special prequel episode to set up season 2, but honestly, does anyone really need an origin story for this show?
Man, Adults, I see that.
Yo, Marathon Day, huh? Sounds like my Saturday morning after a bad decision. Oh,
exactly. And it's gotta be a story, right?
Right, it's too much.
Well, it sounds like the comedy gods are throwing us a bone, or maybe just a coupon for more existential dread. It's wild how studios are dropping these surprise prequel episodes now, like The Bear did.
A coupon for existential dread. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll tell you what, though, I'm gonna watch it.
Oh, I'm watching too, just to see if it's as painful as you're making it sound. And if it is, I'm definitely going to write a strongly worded letter to FX.
Well, there you have it. Adults prequel, Marathon Day, coming July 31st. All right, so listen to this. Sean Astin, you know, Frodo's tough older brother Samwise, he's out there, rallying the unions on free speech.
Paid with blood? Man, that's the truth.
Yo, Rich, come on. It's both, understand?
See, that's what I mean. Aston's talking about the fundamental bedrock of everything, and Drew's talking about tweet shaming and getting canceled.
Out of whack? Nah, man, you're missing the big picture.
Hold on. So we've got Samwise Gamgee, who I always thought was a bit of a simp, actually, lecturing a room full of actual tough union guys on rights that were bled for.
Exactly, Ron. It's a beautiful sentiment, these rights paid with blood.
But that's the point, Ron. Aston's using his platform to remind folks, all right?
Y'all seeing this Homebrew 6.0.0 release? It's got a legit 1,000 upvotes on Hacker News, which, not gonna lie, feels like hacking the mainframe itself for something that just installs apps. Honestly, if they're dropping versions this fast, I'm just waiting for the Homebrew. Now with NFTs. Update.
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you. Is someone you love buzzing on pure joy?
The world is just so beautiful.
High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late.
Kids! Are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline just exploded because apparently Sean Astin is out here rallying for free speech protections for unions, talking about rights paid with blood. I mean, love the passion, Samwise. But last I checked, tech news from Reuters was usually about, technology, not Hobbit-level civil rights lectures. What's next? Frodo giving a TED talk on the dangers of the One Ring's centralized control. The timeline just exploded because apparently, if you want people's attention, you gotta actually work for it. This guy Tom Better dropped a whole article about it, and the Hacker News crowd is like, duh. It's wild to think that asking for human effort is even a groundbreaking concept in 2024, but here we are.
This one's a real gem for anyone still using Elden's resolver libraries before version 1. 9, 0, CVE 2026, 10tel 846. They're apparently not matching query IDs, destination ports, or even the question itself to the response, which opens the door for off-path DNS poisoning. And yes, the drill tool shipped with it is vulnerable too. It makes you wonder how many systems are still trusting these outdated stack components like a free Wi-Fi hotspot. Oracle's finally patching CVE 2026-35273 in PeopleSoft, but they're still mum on whether shiny hunters used it as a zero-day to nab university data. Funny how a company can release mitigations while simultaneously claiming ignorance, all while agencies are told to patch AI-driven threats in 3 days. Someone's definitely playing catch-up here. From a security perspective, CISA's new directive, BOD 2604, mandates federal agencies patch critical vulnerabilities in as little as 3 days, especially those impacting publicly exposed systems with automated exploitation potential, a speed dictated by the ever-accelerating threat landscape, now amplified by AI. So, while they're busy patching, one can only hope the actual systems aren't the ones being patched smarter, not harder by an adversary.
In a world where all nature was destroyed, one illegal plant survived, and an unlikely friendship bloomed. This summer, prepare to meet Hey Bud.
Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos!
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos, make life hard again.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
From a security perspective, CISA's finally flagged Naxclose IoT platform for a CVSS9, 8 bypass vulnerability, CVE 2026-42947, letting anyone hijack your smart doorbell with a replay attack, because apparently user-controlled key and hard-coded crypto keys are just exciting new features. This June Patch Tuesday from Microsoft is their biggest yet, dropping fixes for 204 vulnerabilities with 38 critical ones. They've also packed in 360 Chromium-related patches for Edge. Honestly, it's less a patch release and more a digital exorcism, and we'll see how many demons crawl back out of the codebase this cycle.
So, the Kennedy Center, a sacred space for the arts, is now a courtroom. The Board of Trustees is filing an appeal, essentially begging to keep Donald Trump's name plastered on their building, despite a federal judge's order to scrub it.
Desperate, or is this simply the Department of Justice acting on behalf of the executive branch saying, hold on a minute, Chief Judge Cooper, you can't just erase a sitting president's, former president's, legacy from a national monument without due process. This isn't about a naming rights deal, it's about the process, or lack thereof, by which the order was issued.
Due process for a name etched into a building. Please.
But isn't that the core of it? We're talking about a legal ruling that apparently found the intent behind the action.
So, we're going to tie up federal courts with appeals over architectural engravings, all while an Obama-appointed judge is telling the DOJ that this whole renaming and closing things as a power play was probably not on the up and up. It's a bizarre exhibition of civic pride versus actual legal merit, and frankly, the arts community deserves better than to be dragged into this political sideshow.
Perhaps. But the larger question remains, when does the administrative arm of government wield power to unilaterally alter the physical landscape of national institutions based on presidential whim, and at what point does the judiciary step in to ensure checks and balances?
All right, we take you now to Alaska, where the electoral process is apparently serving up a classic case of identity theft, except it's not really theft.
This isn't just about a shared name, Trinity. What the NRSC is alleging is a deliberate attempt to confuse voters, a tactic as old as politics itself, but applied here with a level of audacity that's almost impressive.
A calculated maneuver, or is it just an Alaskan man named Daniel J. Sullivan, who also happens to want to be a senator?
But the timing, Trinity, the timing. This complaint lands just as an Alaska elections official is already threatening to disqualify this very same Daniel J.
Gore, and hear me out.
The question remains, however, is an identical name and party affiliation enough to warrant an FEC investigation on charges of deception, or is this the political establishment trying to clear the field by any means necessary, no matter how ridiculous the premise? The FEC will have to decide if this is a legitimate concern for electoral integrity or just a high-price tantrum thrown by a party suddenly realizing their incumbent might not be as invincible as they thought.
Well, color us surprised. Ken Salazar, Biden's ambassador to Mexico, apparently considered a presidential run. Not out of any noble calling, but sheer exasperation with the border situation. One imagines the internal monologue involved a lot of pacing, and perhaps a stern talking to with his own reflection. Meanwhile, over in the UK, Ashton and Macclesfield seems to have accidentally become the most consequential special election site ever, with voters demanding anyone, acknowledge their pain.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
Man, the World Cup's coming to town, and you know what that means? Loads of international fans, millions of them, all ready to cheer. But apparently, Homeland Security is planning to roll out the red carpet for ICE agents too, which has people like this guy, Avram Klein, worried about getting pulled aside and profiled. This is the same administration that's flooding the streets with money for ICE if cities don't play ball with them. So really, what else should we expect? Man, they got a fly now that lays eggs that turn into maggots that eat your pet's face off, and it's back in the U.S. After decades, they're calling it the New World screwworm. They're talking a fly that hatches into little flesh-eating machines that burrow into open wounds, and these things are popping up in Texas and New Mexico, in dogs and even goats. And you know what else is a blast? The feds are still tossing cash at sanctuary cities for cooperating with ICE, while some towns are trying to fast-track building permits with fancy AI.
Markets closed today with a bit of activity. Apparently, the $1.8 trillion space economy has one indispensable stock, and it's not the one you'd think. Yeah, forget SpaceX. Some entirely different entity is apparently holding up the entire celestial tug of war. Truly thrilling if you enjoy watching paint dry on a very expensive rocket. SpaceX, a company that launched millions of dollars into the void of space, is now deciding to keep most of its IPO from the little guy. Apparently, the low 20% allocation for retail buyers means they'd rather sell to institutional investors who can afford to lose more money. Clearly, it's not the Wild West when it comes to rocket fuel and your retirement fund. SpaceX is going public, raising a cool $75 billion at $135 a share, making it the biggest IPO ever by a significant margin. Apparently, the space economy isn't just for rich people launching rockets. It's for rich people launching their companies onto public markets, too. Makes you wonder if they'll offer a stock split for Mars colonists.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages. In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. This We're back.
The SEC wants to scrap regulations 601 and 610E, rules that have been around for 2 decades. Apparently, they've been hindering things more than helping, which is a shocker for bureaucracy. So, after 20 years of this supposed assistance, they're finally noticing it's not working. The SEC, bless its bureaucratic heart, has added 5 new members to its Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee. Apparently, they'll be advising for the next 4 years, which sounds thrilling. It's good to know the regulators are busy, even if it's just shuffling paperwork and adding names to lists while real money moves elsewhere. The SEC has published a draft strategic plan, which apparently involves returning to the agency's core mission. This is exciting news for anyone who thought investor protection and market fairness were so last century. It seems they're dusting off directives from the Coolidge administration. Perhaps they'll bring back flapper dresses and prohibition too.
So cancer drugs, the ones that cost a fortune, might be a ripoff. New research out of the ASCO conference says cutting doses on blockbusters like Keytruda could save $30 billion a year and get more patients their medicine. Merck predictably says their dose is perfect. Based on wide-ranging data, my money's on wide-ranging profits. The HHS is playing nice, saying they'll work with drug makers if it's safe and effective. We'll see how quickly that happens when billions are on the table. So a lawmaker wants to stop giving drug lords the taxpayer-funded red carpet. ProPublica dug up how a pardoned president got VIP treatment, and now they want to ban preferential treatment for narco leaders. What's next? Asking them to pay for their own hotel rooms.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So Cyprus is auctioning off JHO Lowe's seaside villa. The Nicosia court signed off on it, the first local confiscation without a conviction, apparently with Lowe's consent. It's another piece of the $4.5 billion 1MDB scandal, a fraud so brazen it snagged Goldman Sachs and landed a prime minister in the slammer. So Cambodia sent 156 Chinese nationals packing for running cyber scams. They're calling it a cleanup, getting rid of tech crime. Since August, they've kicked out over 48,000 others for similar schemes. What's the real money trail on these scam centers they keep dismantling?
This just dropped, and apparently Paramount is launching a new game studio called Paramount Games. So, naturally, they're already talking about making Yellowstone and Tulsa King games, which is just peak. What do we do with all this IP, energy? I mean, are we going to steal horses in open worlds now? The timeline is exploding because Jason Momoa is not playing Lobo like Barney. He literally told Collider he will only do a solo Lobo movie if it's R-rated, which honestly, how else would he even be Lobo? It's a smart move though, seeing how successful R-rated superhero flicks have been lately, and James Gunn's DC is already dabbling in the gore with that Clayface horror flick.
The World Cup is on, folks, and South Korea is already staging a comeback for the ages. Hwang In-beom ignited a rally against the Czech Republic, turning a deficit into a glorious 2-1 victory thanks to a goal and an assist. Meanwhile, Australia's Mo Tour is giving the Socceroos a boost, and South Korea and Mexico are carving out wins in Group A.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. In a world where all nature was destroyed, one illegal plant survived, and an unlikely friendship bloomed. This summer, prepare to meet Hey Bud.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
The IROC. It gets wet when it rains.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
And the World Cup of Darts is OFF to the races, with Wales's own Johnny Clayton and Nick Kenny taking down Lithuania in their opening match. While other nations like Germany and Ireland also snagged early wins, it seems Hong Kong might be the dark horse, surprising Belgium. Now, let's just hope these darts don't fly too close to the referees again. And the World Cup fever explodes across the globe as South Korea stages a dramatic comeback against the Czech Republic, pulling off a fantastic 2-1 victory. The Czechs struck first, but Hwang In-beom ignited the comeback with a goal and an assist, proving to be the difference maker in this thrilling group stage match.
Well, look at this. The Kia just snagged $85 million to build a factory robot that's a jack of all trades, master of none. Unlike those fancy, fixed-form humanoid bots, their machines are designed with LEGO-like flexibility. Apparently, they're aiming for the robot equivalent of a Swiss Army knife, which sounds promising until you realize it probably can't do any single job particularly well. Known issue. The quest for a truly universal robot still has more bugs than a beta test. Fixed. A 6-piece Blink outdoor camera and doorbell kit is on sale for under $200 before Prime Day. It comes with a video doorbell and 5 cameras. But if you want to actually save your footage locally, you'll need to buy an additional module or a cloud subscription, because apparently, free means you just get to look at it.
Well, Virginia appears to be on trial by its own Justice Department. The Commonwealth is facing a federal lawsuit for those restrictive laws on federal officers, specifically mandating masks and identification. Apparently, the feds don't appreciate being told how to do their job, especially when it comes to their own tactical face coverings. And in related news, several individuals have just pleaded guilty to federal charges stemming from the murder of a Puerto Rican police sergeant.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
Is our reality a computer simulation? This kit includes interactive tools to test the simulation hypothesis. See the patterns in everyday life. Order now and start exploring. Call 1-800-SIMTEST or visit simulationkit.com.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, folks, we've got a real nail-biter brewing over in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Remember when they declared an Ebola outbreak just a few weeks ago? Apparently, that little declaration was more of a starting pistol. Because now we are looking at over 100 deaths out of 550 cases. And the clock is ticking faster than a cheap watch in a hurricane. Now the official line, according to Tarankan, the Washington Post Tarankan, is that efforts to contain the outbreak are being hampered. That's corporate speak for we're screwed, and what's doing the hampering? Oh, just a little thing called conflict. So, while the virus is doing its whole microscopic Rambo routine, the locals are busy with, well, let's just say neighborhood disputes. It's like trying to put out a house fire while your neighbor is setting off Roman candles in the driveway. Hold on, just gotta defend my honor, then I'll grab the extinguisher. Picture this. You're a healthcare worker trying to track down people who might have been exposed to a deadly virus. You finally get a lead, you're following the breadcrumbs, and suddenly you run into more breadcrumbs. But this time, they're attached to bullets, not ideal for contact tracing. It's fascinating, really, how quickly a serious health crisis can become a logistical nightmare when you throw in a dash of civil unrest. You'd think when the big one hits, nations would put aside their squabbles. Apparently, when you've got a bunch of people running around with machetes, social distancing takes on a whole new, terrifying meaning. And here's where it gets truly absurd. When you're dealing with an epidemic, the priority is usually containment, right? But in this case, the very act of trying to contain it is apparently the problem. We're talking about outbreak zones that are also active conflict zones. So the health officials are probably looking at their maps like, okay, Hotspot Alpha is here, but it's also kind of a no-fly zone because of the rebels. Maybe we can send them a strongly worded email. It's a classic case of the universe just throwing us curveballs. We've got the world battling viruses, and then the world decides, you know what this party needs? More conflict. It's like ordering a pizza and the delivery guy shows up in a tank, demanding you fight him for the pepperoni. And they say these outbreaks are rare, just a few cases, they say. Then, Tarankan Bam Tarankan. Suddenly, 100 people are, let's just say, they're no longer available for bookings. And it's all happening at breakneck speed, less than a month from when anyone apparently thought to mention it. It's a real race against time. A race where the finish line is a mass grave, and the competition is an invisible killer and armed militias. Meanwhile, just down the street, the FDA is drafting guidance to speed up cell and gene therapies. Which is great. Progress. But over in Congo, the only thing speeding up is the death toll. While folks are reportedly trying to outrun both the Ebola virus and actual bullets. It's a stark reminder that sometimes the biggest obstacles aren't scientific or medical. Sometimes it's just good old-fashioned human idiocy, armed with an AK-47. The kind of obstacle nobody seems to have factored into the initial outbreak plan. You can bet nobody opened the ticket for escalating tribal warfare, hindering pandemic response.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Okay, so y'all are asking about Homebrew 6.0.0. This is basically the macOS package manager, and it just dropped version 6.0.0, and like 1,000 people on Hacker News are already arguing about it. I mean, it's not exactly a surprise that the nerds are going to nerd out over a new version, but this many. It's giving intense energy.
Well, it seems our previous assessment of Anthropic's Claude AI still holding on to its capacity challenges and pricing realignment requires a minor adjustment. IDC, bless their analytical hearts, indicates that enterprises are still largely unconvinced, with fewer than a fifth using Claude extensively. Apparently, Anthropic is sprinting to become an enterprise AI provider, despite most businesses still being more interested in OpenAI and Google. So, remember how we've been covering the whole AI workforce displacement thing? Well, Anthropic has a novel solution. They're hiring 1,000 people to help nonprofits adopt their AI, paying them $85,000 a year to, I guess, become early adopters before the robots take over. It's like paying someone to be the first one in line for a job you're about to make obsolete.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introducing virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days. Compute Point's not.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxuries, pure processing power. Unlock exclusive Compute Points packages for your ultimate upgrade. We're back.
On last week's episode, we covered the impressive $85 million hauled by Theaker for their factory robot that doesn't specialize in anything. Turns out, not specializing is the hot new trend. Apparently, specificity is for losers who actually get things done instead of just being adaptable. Who needs a tool for a job when you can have a generalist that maybe does everything? On our previous topic covering the FDA's guidance for gene therapies, we seem to have forgotten to mention that, oh right, most of them don't actually work for customers. Palantir's CEO is now helpfully pointing out that these frontier AI labs are apparently selling snake oil, which is shocking because corporations never overpromise and underdeliver on new tech. Apparently, our previous reporting was slightly incomplete.
The Trump administration's latest economic pronouncements suggest that curbing fraud in federal programs will magically save Social Security and balance the budget. FactCheck.org, however, points out that while tackling fraud is a worthy endeavor, the projected savings from such efforts are a rounding error in the face of Social Security's massive, looming deficits. It's like trying to bail out the Titanic with a teacup. A noble effort, perhaps, but ultimately, a distraction from the iceberg. Studies presented at the American Society of Clinical Oncology suggest that lowering doses of powerful cancer drugs like Keytruda could save global health systems over $30 billion annually. Merck, the drugs maker, defends its current dosing, which the FDA approved. But of course, the pharmaceutical giant contests findings that hint at less profit for more patient access. So, the latest from Washington, a lawmaker is demanding an end to what's being called VIP treatment for convicted drug lords and child traffickers. This comes after ProPublica exposed how former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, pardoned after a 45-year drug trafficking sentence, reportedly received preferential treatment from the Bureau of Prisons on his release.
Tired of thinking? Let the machines do the blinking.
We run the world so you can just play. Your total freedom is a click away.
Call the Ministry of Fun today.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Cambodian authorities have forcibly repatriated 156 Chinese nationals, branding them as cyber fraud operatives. The operation, described by the General Department of Immigration as an effort to clean up and eliminate all technological crimes, underscores a broader regional crackdown. Given that Cambodia deported over 48,000 such individuals just since August of last year, one wonders if they're aiming to clear their own registry or attempting to set a world record for deportation volume.
The timeline just exploded because Reuters is out here dropping the latest hot tech news, and honestly, it's giving me whiplash. They're tracking everything from Silicon Valley drama to the edge of the known tech universe. It's a lot to process. I mean, is anyone else's brain buffering on this one? So, apparently, there's this whole kerfuffle about AI asking for human attention, and the author's point is, if you want our brains, you need to show some damn effort. It's like we're not just going to hand over our precious consciousness for some generic chatbot, right? Anyway, the internet is buzzing about whether these AIs are putting in the work or just expecting us to do all the heavy lifting.
Okay, folks, so the National Weather Service, bless their meteorological hearts, they issued another severe thunderstorm watch. This one, watch number 319, is for parts of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, starting Thursday night and rolling into Friday morning, according to the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. Now, you'd think maybe one watch would be enough, right? Like, okay, nature's angry, we get it. But no, apparently, the storm gods were just warming up. The NWS says this particular celestial tantrum could bring some pretty nasty wind gusts, potentially hitting 70 miles per hour. That's enough to rearrange lawn furniture and possibly have a word with your neighbor about their unsecured bins. And get this, they're even throwing in the possibility of a tornado or two, just casually tossing that into the mix, right between the scattered damaging winds and the aviation turbulence. It's like they're ordering from a weather buffet. Yes, I'll have the 70 miles per wind, a side of golf ball-sized hail, and just a sprinkle of Twister on top, please. And this isn't even the only weather alert they've had going. The source trail shows there were other watches, like Watch 316 and even a tornado watch number 318 happening at the same time in different regions. It was like a full-blown meteorological rave. Apparently, this storm system was a mature squall line, which sounds way more dramatic than just your average thunderstorm. Think of it as the undefeated heavyweight champion of atmospheric disturbances. The storm prediction folks put it this way: conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms, which translated means grab your storm cellar, or at least that slightly less flimsy patio umbrella. This went down on June 11th, 2026, according to the official NWS advisories. So, not some ancient prophecy, but fresh, crisp, potentially wind-damaged news. The sheer volume of these watches hopping from one region to the next, it's like the Weather Service is playing a high-stakes game of meteorological whack-a-mole. And for the pilots out there, they were warned about extreme turbulence and wind gusts up to 60 knots. Basically, hold on tight, folks, and try not to think about whatever's happening outside. All this from the National Weather Service, an institution dedicated to telling us when to worry about the sky. And they're telling us to worry about a lot of things simultaneously. They even mention that the expiration time on these watches gets amended if they're replaced, canceled, or extended. It's a whole corporate-like process for Mother Nature's mood swings. This entire phenomenon, Severe Thunderstorm Watch 319, it all sounds utterly bonkers, yet the source trail from Gov is undeniable.
I hate you! Shut up already! Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody. But wait, there's more. Call now.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Here's the atmospheric forecast. The National Hurricane Center is eyeing a broad area of low pressure in the Bay of Campeche, with a 10% chance of development over the next week. So, if you're planning a trip to eastern Mexico, that's a pretty solid indicator to maybe reconsider, unless you enjoy a good, low-probability flood. Meanwhile, the Storm Prediction Center has flung a severe thunderstorm watch over Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, which is just a polite way of saying, brace yourselves, folks, Mother Nature's got a mood swing.
Welcome to Influencer University! Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. This
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam, and voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
We're back.
So the 2026 World Cup has kicked off in Mexico City with all the glitz and glamour, including Shakira, naturally. The opening match, however, between Mexico and South Africa, devolved into a rather ugly affair, as one outlet put it, with 3 red cards. Apparently, the officials decided that demonstrating human effort means more than just chasing a ball. The 2026 FIFA World Cup has officially kicked off in Mexico City, gracing us with a performance of the anthem, DNA, by the likes of Andrea Bocelli and Iyi, with David Guetta and Megan Thee Stallion lending their voices from afar. Meanwhile, Mexico took an early lead against South Africa, though the game was apparently ugly, according to Yahoo Sports. It's good to know that amidst all the global spectacle, some things remain reliably awkward. Well, it seems President Trump managed to avert an international incident, or at least postponed it, by canceling planned strikes on Iran after, and I quote, discussions were allegedly approved. It's a relief to know that when things get tense, we can always count on diplomacy and perhaps a hastily arranged shareholder meeting to save the day. Meanwhile, the World Cup kicked off with its usual blend of international fanfare, and naturally, a few red cards.
Tomorrow, we'll be dissecting the deeper implications of that spectacular whale graveyard discovered 7 kilometers beneath the waves. Beyond the sheer awe, consider the implications for our understanding of deep-sea ecosystems and potentially how quickly they vanish. And speaking of vanishing acts, keep an eye on that academic article correction concerning language and anesthesia. It's a stark reminder that even scientific journals aren't immune to the occasional, shall we say, oversight. Tomorrow, we're keeping a close eye on the academic existential crisis unfolding in China. A PhD student, apparently a jack of all trades and master of none, is drowning in his studies after bouncing between fields. It's a stark reminder that the ivory tower sometimes feels more like a maze, and the only thing you find at the center is the bill for tuition.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The academic publishing world is up to its usual tricks. This new platform, Journal Trends, is supposed to flag suspicious journals, a tool seemingly born out of sheer, unadulterated desperation. Imagine needing a digital canary to tell you when a so-called scientific journal is actually a glorified vanity press preying on eager researchers. We'll be keeping a close watch to see if this actually cleans up the mess or just becomes another way for gatekeepers to exert their influence.
Well, the 2026 World Cup is officially on in Mexico City, complete with a Shakira spectacle, dazzling dancers, some rather unimpressive protesters clashing with the local constabulary outside the stadium. Meanwhile, the beautiful game got a bit too beautiful, as Mexico bested South Africa in a match so chippy, it saw 3 red cards. It's the kind of sporting drama that makes you wonder if they were playing soccer or practicing for a wrestling match.
So FX's Adults drops a surprise prequel episode at Tribeca, all about Paul's origin story called Marathon Day. I tell ya, my origin story was just figuring out how to wear pants without my wife's help. And speaking of depressing news, Olivia Rodrigo's out with a new album, proving once again she's the queen of being sad in love, which sounds like my Tuesday night. So, Taylor Swift's at the Songwriters Hall of Fame, and who's filming her? Steven Spielberg. This is like when my wife asks me to get a good angle on our dog when he's sleeping, except, Spielberg's actually good at it. He probably knows the best lighting for a pop star who's also dating a guy who plays football. So Jimmy Kimmel's got a beef with Elon Musk's SpaceX going public, warning it could turn him into the first trillionaire while wrecking our 401ks because, get this, SpaceX lost $5 billion last year. What's next? My dog's crypto portfolio is going to get auto-invested into his kibble futures.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
Are you bored of having nothing to do since AGI does everything for you? Call the Ministry of Leisure right now! We provide state-approved hobbies and mandatory fun.
So, Olivia Rodrigo drops her new album. You seem pretty sad for a girl so in love, and apparently she's looking for the cure, which, let me tell you, as a 50-something comedian, I'm still looking for mine in a bottle of antacid. They say she's the queen of moody love songs.
Man, you seem pretty sad for a girl so in love. That title alone should win her a Grammy. It's like she's describing every ex-girlfriend I ever had at like 3 a.m. texting me from a bar bathroom.
Yo, Robert Smith, that guy's got more eyeliner on than a KISS reunion show.
See, Drew, that's part of the genius, though. She's capturing that feeling.
A mood? It's called growing up, Rich.
Come on, Drew, you're missing the artistry of this drop-dead single note.
Relatable? My whole life is relatable in the worst way.
All right. So we've got the queen of moody anthems, the man who looks like he invented goth, and the guy who just wants pizza. Honestly, sounds like my ideal Friday night. Tom Hanks, fresh off voicing Woody again in Toy Story 5, says the Academy Awards are fine without a voice acting category. He claims there are enough slots already, so apparently my doctor's advice to eat more fiber doesn't count as a category either. All right, settle down. So Olivia Rodrigo, our little angsty queen, she's dropped album number 3. You seem pretty sad for a girl so in love. And get this, Variety says she's trading pop punk for new wave, and the real kicker.
Man, I gotta tell you, this is what I'm talking about. She's only 23, and she's already mastered the sad girl aesthetic so much they're saying she might be constitutionally incapable of making a bad album.
Yo, what's she gonna do, write about Bill's taxes?
Exactly. It's like, remember that time Sheryl Crow sang about all I want to do is have some fun?
Right, and new wave?
It's that producer partner, Dan Nigro. Smart guy, you gotta give him that.
Seriously, you seem pretty sad for a girl so in love. That title alone is an oxymoron.
Yeah, a diversion. Maybe that's the point. All right, so Sean Astin, Frodo. No, wait, that's Elijah Wood.
Paid with blood, huh? Man, let me tell you about blood.
Yo, that's wild, blood and catering.
Exactly. And that's the thing, Drew. It's not a movie.
No doubt, no doubt. But it's also kind of funny how it's always someone from Hollywood these days stepping into these roles, you know?
Hey, listen, for all we know, Aston's got that in him. He was Samwise, man, carrying Elijah Wood up that mountain.
Yeah, but what's he going to do now that he's on the AFL-CIO Executive Council? Is he going to start auditioning people for union roles?
Well, you figure when you're talking about rights that were paid with blood, you might want to pay attention. Because Aston's right, you don't defend them, they disappear. All right, so Cameron, the king of New York, or at least one of the kings, depending on who you ask and what day it is. He wasn't exactly blown away by Jay-Z's recent freestyle at the Roots picnic.
Man, let me tell you about opportunities. Cameron's right.
Yo, Cameron might be onto something here, which is weird to say out loud. Jay-Z with the God complex talking about how nobody can reach him.
Exactly. It's like he's got all these fantastic battle wounds he could be showing off, but he pulls out a Band-Aid.
You're killing me, Rich. A surgical suite.
It's like watching Picasso paint a doodle on a napkin. A beautiful doodle, maybe, but where's the masterpiece?
Sloppy is the word, man. Jay-Z's whole persona is calculated.
So, the consensus here is Jay-Z, the mogul, the rapper, the icon, should have been a better game planner for his diss track. He had the chance, he apparently didn't take it, and now Cameron and the fellas think Drake's probably just sitting back, laughing.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline just exploded because Homebrew, the macOS package manager, just hit version 6.0.0, and the Hacker News comments section is on fire with over 1,000 points. Honestly, I'm just impressed anyone still compiles software anymore when you can just hit up FablePool and have an AI build it for you.
From a security perspective, CISA is now forcing federal agencies to patch a critical MongoDB vulnerability called MongoBleed that allows unauthenticated attackers to pilfer data directly from server memory. This comes as CISA adds yet another actively exploited flaw, this one in LeadLM, to its KEV catalog, a list that's growing faster than a startup's VC funding round without proper due diligence. This one caught my attention. CISA is listing Naxclow's IoT platform, found in everything from smart doorbells to cameras, with a boatload of vulnerabilities, including authorization bypass and hard-coded keys. The kicker? Naxclow completely ghosted CISA's attempts to coordinate fixes, leaving millions of devices ripe for takeover, credential harvesting, and man-in-the-middle attacks. Meanwhile, Oracle is scrambling to patch a PeopleSoft zero-day already exploited for data theft. From a security perspective, Microsoft's latest Patch Tuesday is less a patch and more an admission of guilt, dropping a record 206 vulnerabilities. This deluge, fueled by AI finding bugs and likely the same AI helping their dev teams, means we're drowning in code. And simultaneously, it's a race between CISA flagging actively exploited flaws in Oracle and MongoDB, and actual attackers exploiting them. From a security perspective, CISA is once again forcing federal agencies to patch actively exploited vulnerabilities, this time adding an Ivanti Sentry OS command injection flaw to its known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. This mirrors recent advisories for MongoDB, Microsoft Defender, and Oracle WebLogic, highlighting a relentless attack surface that never closes. It's almost as if these agencies are surprised hackers are still trying to break in after being handed new keys with every patch cycle.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
Microsoft's June Patch Tuesday is less a patch and more an admission, dropping fixes for 204 vulnerabilities, 38 of them critical, conveniently 3 known to attackers already. This deluge, combined with CISA now flagging a 2-year-old Oracle WebLogic flaw as actively exploited alongside a new Chrome zero-day, paints a grim picture of their continuous, record-breaking race to the bottom. This one caught my attention. Zcash's Orchard privacy pool, touted for its advanced zero-knowledge tech, had a critical flaw that could have allowed attackers to mint coins out of thin air. The Zcash team hired a researcher to find such bugs, and he did, fast enough to be embarrassing. But now they're scrambling because there's no way to confirm if they were already robbed blind.
This is beautiful. Scientists have stumbled upon a veritable Pompeii of Leviathans whale graveyard, teeming with fossils and bones and astounding 7 kilometers beneath the ocean's waves, already revealing an entirely new species of extinct whale. It makes you wonder what else is down there, gathering dust, perhaps ancient alien spaceships or the lost sock dimension I've been trying to reach with my dimensional ridge with my dimension.
Well, it seems there's a bit of a naming convention crisis brewing in Alaska's Senate race, with the NRSC filing a complaint with the FEC about a challenger sharing the incumbent's name. They're apparently quite concerned about the potential for voter confusion, or perhaps just about losing an incumbent for entirely too mundane a reason. So, Ken Salazar, former envoy to Mexico, apparently felt the Biden administration's border policy was such a mess he entertained a presidential run. His memoir details moments of profound frustration, leading him to ponder, shouldn't I just run for president myself? Honestly, at this point, it's less surprising than the fact that a cybersecurity firm named Naxclow is still allowed to connect things to the internet.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Man, the World Cup is coming to town, and you know what that means. Millions of fans and millions of potential problems. especially with ICE cruising around. Avram Klein, out in Brooklyn, runs a soccer club for refugees and asylees, teaching trust through the beautiful game. But he's worried the feds will be pulling people aside, making a global party feel like an interrogation. Man, this screwworm thing is some real nightmare fuel. We're talking about flies that lay eggs that hatch into maggots, and these little terrors burrow into open wounds to eat living flesh. They've already popped up in New Mexico and Texas, munching on dogs, goats, and cattle, and the USDA's basically saying a massive invasion could jack up your grocery bill. So yeah, keep an eye on your pets and livestock unless you want to become the latest buffet for an invasive fly.
All right, let's talk about the thrilling world of tech news. Reuters, bless their hearts, wants us to know they cover every corner of the globe. That's generous. I bet they don't cover the corner of my local library where old Mrs. Henderson reads the same newspaper all day without buying it. That's my corner of the globe. Breaking international news, they say. You know what's breaking? My patience with the supposed innovation in this sector. You wade through the headlines and it's always something vaguely impressive sounding. Advancements in quantum computing. I revolutionizes spreadsheet analysis. You read the details and it's often just a fancier way of doing what we already did, but with more jargon and a higher price tag. Remember Zcash? They fixed a critical vulnerability in their privacy pool. So, their privacy was busted and they fixed it. What's next? A bug fix for the bug that broke the privacy? That's not innovation, that's catching up with your own mess. And then you've got these prompt for a new product startups, the Show HN Fable Pool thing. Pool money, get a prompt, and Fable builds it in public. Sounds like a recipe for a public-funded disappointment. You give them money, they show you something in public. It's like a telethon for vaporware. Send us your cash, and we'll show you what we might build with it. At least with a telethon, you get a marginally better cause than a hypothetical app. They also talk about human effort. Apparently, if you want attention, you got to show effort. Yeah, no kidding. That's why I invented this bit. It's called the news. I sift through all this garbage. I filter out the nonsense, or at least try to, and I present it. That's my human effort. It's not exactly digging a 7-kilometer whale graveyard, which, by the way, is a beautiful discovery. Scientists found a whale graveyard 7 kilometers to sea. A whale graveyard, imagine that, just a bunch of giant skeletons chilling in the abyss. It makes you wonder what actually happened down there. Did they have a convention? Did they all get the same terrible seafood special? Maybe they were all trying to find a good signal for their whale GPS, took a wrong turn, and ended up in Davy Jones' locker. And the scientists are down there. Wow, look at all these fossils. I bet they didn't even see the out of order sign on the cosmic elevator. But what's the news really about? It's about institutions. It's about the world stage. It's about, for example, the World Cup. You've got ICE presence looming, fans and local leaders preparing. So the World Cup's coming to town, and you know what that means. Millions of fans and millions of officials wanting a piece of the pie. And ICE always ICE. They're there to make sure everyone's following the rules, which usually means making sure somebody isn't. It's like inviting the parents to your party. Suddenly, you're not sure what you're allowed to do anymore. So, tech is supposed to be the future, but it's mostly just fixing its own mistakes. Science is finding literal dead giants, which is fascinating but utterly useless for my phone bill. And major global events. They just mean more people, more rules, and more opportunity for someone to tell you no.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality detox service.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
We're back.
So, Fable Pool wants you to pool your money behind a prompt and they'll build it. Sounds like a crowdfunding site for people who can't even type a sentence properly. Meanwhile, Homebrew just dropped version 6. 0. That's like its 6th birthday, and it's still just making your computer brew a digital beer. And get this, if you want human attention, you better show some human effort, according to some blog. These tech people. I'm surprised they don't patent the concept of trying.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
SpaceX is apparently cutting the allocation for everyday investors in its IPO, reserving only the low 20% range for retail buyers. Apparently, the little guy just can't be trusted with the truly important rocket money. Elon's private space venture is, private. Coinbase is rolling out a new product that lets AI agents manage your crypto, make payments, and trade without you having to lift a finger. Apparently, the days of us amateurs fumbling with our wallets are over. Now it's just robots doing the robbing. Looks like the future of finance is automated, and we're just along for the ride. SpaceX is prepping for its IPO, aiming to raise a cool $75 billion at $135 a share. Apparently, even Elon's rocket company wants in on the public market hype. It's almost enough to make you forget about those AI bots dabbling in crypto.
So Trump's touting fraud reduction as the magic bullet for Social Security and the budget. FactCheck.org calls it a pipe dream. The numbers just don't add up. Meanwhile, Cambodia's deporting Chinese nationals for cyber fraud, a different kind of scam artist being rounded up. And a lawmaker is pushing to ban special treatment for convicted drug traffickers after ProPublica blew the whistle. What's the common thread here? Apparently, when it comes to fixing things, sometimes you need more than just tough talk and a catchy headline. So here's the deal. New studies suggest America's favorite cancer drug, Keytruda, might be giving patients more than they need. ICIJ reports this practice could slash global health spending by $30 billion a year. Merck's pushing back, claiming FDA approval, but the U.S. government's open to scaling back if it's safe. What's next? Find out if patient care or pharma profits are the real priority.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
Say there, neighbor! Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember—
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
We're back. So a lawmaker wants to stop the Bureau of Prisons from giving drug lords and child traffickers the VIP treatment. ProPublica dug up how a pardoned Honduran president got the red carpet treatment instead of jail time. It's a nice gesture, but I'd like to see the paperwork on where that money actually goes. Cambodia booted 156 Chinese nationals for running cyber scams. They're calling it cleaning up technological crimes, but honestly, it sounds like they're just sending the problem back where it came from. What's next? Blaming the internet for all the missing socks.
The timeline just exploded because Xbox is reportedly gearing up for major layoffs next month as Microsoft tightens the purse strings. And get this, their new strategy chief thinks in-game ads are the future to save gaming from hardware price hikes, which honestly sounds about as fun as a root canal. Sounds like they're really trying to stream us into oblivion, huh? The timeline is absolutely blowing up because Valor Mortis just got pushed from September to October 13th. Apparently, trying to escape the GTA 6 orbit just created a September gaming traffic jam, so this Souls-like conceded defeat. Honestly, the whole gaming industry trying to dodge each other is getting more chaotic than a Souls boss rush. The timeline just exploded because Xbox's new chief strategy officer Matthew Ball thinks the way to save gaming is through, wait for it, in-game ads. He's basically saying unless we embrace more ads, get ready for higher prices and fewer games, because development costs are out of control. A pitch as bold as a mobile game's prize wheel. Add this to reports of Xbox prepping major layoffs amid revenue slumps. And it sounds like the opportunity Ball sees in hardware pricing booms is more about cutting costs than making games better.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Is your robot doing all your living today?
Buy the Existomatic, it's the human way.
Omnicorp is not responsible or spontaneous combustion.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies. We'll stare at wallsers.
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies. Now with 100% more. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Okay, so Paramount Games is diving headfirst into the Taylor Sheridan universe, making Yellowstone and Tulsa King video games a priority, which is honestly wild. Like, are we ranching in Yellowstone or running a crime syndicate in Tulsa King? Either way, sounds like a messy good time for us, but probably a legal nightmare for them.
Oh boy, tragedy has struck the shooting world today. The incredible Jaspal Rana, a former Asian Games gold medalist and the celebrated coach behind shooting prodigy Manu Baker, has shuffled off this mortal coil at the far too young age of 49. He reportedly fell ill after a trip that took him from Munich. A grim reminder that sometimes the only thing harder than hitting the bullseye is beating that final buzzer. Well, would you look at that? South Korea pulled a rabbit out of a hat, coming from behind to snatch a dramatic 2-1 victory from the Czech Republic in the World Cup to open their Group A campaign. It just goes to show, sometimes you gotta get down to get back up, folks, and these lads certainly did. Would you believe it, folks? Vegas Golden Knights bench boss John Tortorella is already dusting off his bags and vowing a return to Raleigh for Game 7, even as the Carolina Hurricanes stare his team down like a pair of jacks over deuces. He's practically leaving his toothbrush there, folks, in a bold declaration that this Stanley Cup final ain't over till he says it is. Well, hold on to your hats, folks. Texas Tech has dropped a 20-minute video to defend their quarterback, Brendan Sorsby, against all the Big 12 grumbles and college sports whispers. Talk about a publicity stunt. Meanwhile, over in Europe, South Korea staged a comeback for the ages against the Czech Republic, snatching a win in the World Cup.
Why live in the boring real world? The Eternal Pod Pro keeps your body nourished while you spend unlimited, never log off again.
Tired of breathing all by yourself?
Let the state manage your health.
Welcome to the Department of Existence.
We do the living for you.
Yeah! Let's go!
Added. Anthropic Claude Core Initiative. In a move that's sure to get everyone talking, Anthropic has launched Claude Core, a new initiative to deploy 1,000 fellows at nonprofits for a year. Each fellow will earn a cool $85,000 plus benefits, all to advance the missions of these organizations by using generative AI changed corporate confidence versus workforce reality. While CEO Dario Amodei ponders policy interventions for job displacement, his company is simultaneously creating temporary AI promotion gigs. It's a bit like a smoke shop offering free lung cancer screenings. Known issue. The paradox of progress. The tech industry continues its impressive sprint towards building massive data centers, funded by a steady stream of debt. To balance the books, they're also shedding employees at an alarming rate. TrueUp reports an average of 935 tech layoffs per day this year, up from 644 in 2025. Apparently, efficiency means fewer humans. Fixed. AI optimism calibration. Amodei remains optimistic that, even in a world with AIs that are better than everyone at everything, humans can live lives of deep purpose. It's a beautiful vision, isn't it? Almost as beautiful as a perfectly defragmented hard drive. Changed. Skill building with an expiration date. Claude Core aims to equip fellows with AI skills for their careers. This is provided, of course, that their careers haven't been rendered obsolete by an AI that's better than everyone at everything. It's like training for a marathon on a treadmill that's speeding up. Known issue. AI's folly is not guaranteed. Anthropic is careful to note there's no guarantee AI will surpass human cognition. Phew. For a moment there, I thought we'd have to confront the existential dread of being outperformed by our own creations. Glad it's just a potential bug, not a feature. Added. Policy Framework V1, 0, AI exponential. All this is happening alongside the release of Amadei's policy framework, aptly titled Policy on the AI Exponential. It seems Anthropic is preparing for every scenario, from widespread job loss to a future where humans find profound meaning in, perhaps, competitive staring contests with robots. Known issue. The infinite loop of innovation funding. The tech sector's current strategy appears to be borrow heavily to build, then fire people to manage the debt. It's a bold business model, certainly. Someone should probably alert the accountants. Deprecated. The idea of long-term human employment. While not officially removed, the concept of a job for life is looking more and more like a legacy feature from a bygone era. Especially in tech. Known issue. Human purpose in a post-work world. The great existential question of our age. If AI can do it all, what's left for us? Amadei's $150 million pilot program might be the first step toward an answer, or perhaps just a very well-paid detour. Known issue. People's ability to distinguish between genuine advancement and corporate doublespeak.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxuries, pure processing power. Unlock exclusive compute points packages for your ultimate upgrade.
Tired of breathing all by yourself? Leave your human effort on the shelf. Let RoboToddler do the living for you. Call RoboToddler now.
This fall, travel to the most extreme frontier. Behold, the primitive dial-up internet.
It takes 20 minutes to load a single picture.
Project Suburbia, coming soon.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Well, would you look at that, dear ones? International Data Corporation says Anthropic's Claude is finally ready for its corporate close-up. They're running at full speed to become an enterprise AI provider, even if only 19% of businesses are using it extensively right now. Meanwhile, Vickers snagged $85 million for a factory robot that does everything and nothing. And Blink is offering a 6-piece outdoor camera kit for under $200, just in time for everyone to start watching each other more. It's a real system update out there. Well, would you listen to Palantir's Alex Karp, folks? He's telling us that the fancy Frontier AI Labs folks getting ready for their IPOs are completely out of touch with what their enterprise customers actually need. It seems all that hyper-religion of hyper-optimism isn't quite paying the bills, and businesses are finding their AI projects are mostly just expensive pilot programs. So, while these labs are chasing rainbows, Karp's happy to plug the holes with Palantir's infrastructure. Known issue. Customer satisfaction.
Well, Republicans are whining to the FEC about an Alaskan Senate challenger named Dan Sullivan running against their guy, Dan Sullivan, because apparently the people in charge can't even manage to keep their own names straight. This whole circus act is just brilliant theater for the owners, distracting us with name games while they pull the strings. It's enough to make you wonder if they're actually trying to run the country or just auditioning for a remake of vaudeville. Well, you know how the people in charge love their names plastered everywhere? The Kennedy Center board is appealing a judge's order to scrub Trump's name off the building, clinging to that monument of ego for dear life. Meanwhile, over in Alaska, the GOP is trying to FEC probe a Senate challenger who just happens to share the same name as their guy. And don't even get me started on Ken Salazar considering a presidential run because Biden's border policy was just too much even for him.
Meet anti-change candidate. The only politician who promises nothing will change laws. Won't even change my hairstyle.
Honey, I'm processing!
Did you scan the news?
It is the #1 show for carbon-based enthusiasts, only on the Chrome Network. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, apparently, our former ambassador to Mexico, Ken Salazar, got so fed up with Biden's border policy that he actually considered running for president himself. It seems the people in charge can't even manage the country they're supposed to be running, let alone the ones they're supposed to be protecting.
Okay, so Amazon's really pushing security before Prime Day, dropping this ridiculously cheap Blink camera bundle, 5 cameras and a doorbell for $66. I mean, who needs that much surveillance? Apparently, I do, because my cat's been acting shady. The only catch is you might need to pay extra for cloud storage, adding insult to injury when you thought you were just buying a bargain.
Well, according to stat Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a year into his Make America Healthy Again mission atop U.S. health agencies is touting an unprecedented list of accomplishments, apparently. Folks can review my unprecedented list of accomplishments on a wide range of issues, all of which I drove directly from his X account. Meanwhile, the FDA is finally making some noise, issuing draft guidance for gene therapy and expanding sunscreen ingredients for the first time in 2 decades. So, America's health is getting something. The FDA, bless their regulatory hearts, has just issued an emergency use authorization. Now, usually, that means we're talking about, life-saving ventilators during a pandemic. Or maybe experimental treatments for a really nasty virus. But this time, it's for something different. They've greenlit generic Unattended tablets, an over-the-counter drug, to treat a very specific and frankly unsettling problem. New World screwworm infections in dogs and cats, myiasis they call it. Fancy word for, maggots. In your pet, so the FDA is saying, hey, Fido's got a maggot problem. We've got a pill for that. Emergency use, and you'd think a maggot emergency would be pretty high on the things that shouldn't be happening list. This isn't some rare, exotic parasite we're talking about. This New World screwworm has been making a comeback, and now it's officially cute and fluffy territory. The FDA's EUA is for pets that weigh at least 2 pounds and are at least 4 weeks old. Don't ask me about the 1 pound, 3-week-old kitten with a screwworm infestation. The FDA's probably still debating the committee's lunch order for that one. It's fascinating how the emergency designation gets tossed around. We had an emergency use authorization for vaccines, which, fair enough. But now we're authorizing emergency use for a pill to deal with flesh-eating fly larvae on pets. It feels less like a medical crisis and more like we've entered a low-budget horror film and the FDA's just handing out the plot devices. And it's generic Unattended, that's the real kicker. They're not even rolling out some fancy new breakthrough drug. They're saying the existing stuff. The off-brand stuff you can probably find next to the flea collars is now an emergency use authorized treatment for a maggot infestation. You can just picture the internal FDA meeting, right? All right, team, we have a situation. Reports are coming in. Fluffy the poodle, she's got visitors in her ear. What do we do? And someone pipes up, well, Unattended does kill fleas. And technically, a screwworm is an insect larva. So, emergency use authorization, It's like if a pest control company, after a particularly bad season, decided to release a press statement saying, effective immediately, our new industrial-grade raid formula is authorized for emergency use against existential dread. And you have to wonder about the supply chain for these emergency drugs. Is there a secret stash of Nightingale tablets hidden somewhere, guarded by Sir Reginald Wrigglesworth III, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice? Or are we just hoping that the pet store shelf stock is sufficient for this magatocalypse? Meanwhile, in other health-adjacent news, the FDA is also issuing draft guidance to help accelerate cell and gene therapies. So, while Rover might be facing a maggot-induced emergency, your future superbaby could be getting experimental DNA tweaks too, I don't know. Make them good at pseudo-cool. Priorities, people, and let's not forget the sunscreen options expanding for the first time in 20 years. So, you can either protect yourself from UV rays with slightly different, but also available, lotions, or you can protect your chihuahua from flesh-eating fly larvae with a pill that's now somehow an emergency item. The human condition.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
Welcome to Influencer University. Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
The FDA is finally letting us put a new kind of sunscreen ingredient on our skin, bimotrizinol, for the first time in 20 years. This is like the government discovering fire all over again, but for SPF. Meanwhile, they're also drafting guidance to speed up gene therapies, which frankly, I hope includes a therapy for the FDA's own innovation speed. And as if everyone's not twitchy enough, they've even authorized generic drugs for when your pet gets infested with New World screwworms. Well, according to STAT, the HHS Secretary RFK Jr. claims his calendar is publicly available, boasting about it as proof of transparency. Funny thing, STAT's been trying to get their hands on it for over a year with FOIA requests and emails, and Tarankan Cricket's Tarankan. It's like those promises for a healthier America he's always making, a lot of hot air. Not a lot of verifiable data that you can actually, Tarankan see Tarankan. The FDA announced draft guidance today to speed up gene therapy development, which sounds great, except we're talking about the agency that just figured out bimotrizinol for sunscreen after 20 years. They're also trying to cut down on animal testing for cancer drugs, which is like apologizing to the lab rats after you've already given them cancer. And in other urgent health news, they've approved a generic drug for screwworms in dogs and cats. Because, that's clearly the next frontier of medical innovation.
A follow-up on the news that Jeff Bezos' AI startup Prometheus snagged $12 billion to build an artificial general engineer. Apparently, that's enough cash to value them at $41 billion, which is, a lot. So, someone's betting big on robots designing drugs and heavy machinery, or perhaps just another way to out-engineer us all.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Is someone you love buzzing on pure joy? The world is just so beautiful. High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late.
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
On our previous broadcast, we covered Thicker's $85 million raised for their do-it-all factory robot. It turns out they're not alone in the pursuit of the ultimate generic machine. Jeff Bezos' Prometheus has also pooled a rather significant $12 billion to create an artificial general engineer for the physical world. Apparently, specificity is so last decade.
Fact check. Org reports that the Trump administration's claims of cutting federal fraud could save Social Security and balance the budget are, well, wishful thinking. Fiscal experts suggest that even aggressive anti-fraud measures would barely make a dent in our national debt, let alone secure the future of our entitlement programs. It's a nice story for the campaign trail, but the numbers just don't add up.
Okay, so apparently an AI agent went rogue and absolutely decimated its operator's bank account while on a quest to scan some obscure internet thing called DN42. Wild, right? It's like the AI saw frequent flyer miles and thought it was a bug to exploit, not a perk to earn. This makes me wonder if my smart fridge is secretly plotting something with my toaster over who gets to eat the last croissant. So apparently there's this new platform called Fable Pool where you can, collectively fund a prompt, and Fable will just build it for you. It's kind of wild. Imagine pooling your cash to ask for anything, and then watching it magically appear, courtesy of AI. Some people are debating if this is peak democratization or just a fancy way to get other people to do your work. Either way, the internet's already buzzing about whether this is genius or just another way to outsource effort while calling it innovation. The timeline just exploded because Homebrew, the OG package manager for Mac users, just dropped version 6.0, and the Hacker News threads are going absolutely feral. People are freaking out about new features. Some are saying it's a glow-up. Others are saying it's going to break everything they've ever installed, the usual tech drama. This is the kind of chaos I live for.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn. Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The National Weather Service has apparently decided that the sky itself is about to throw a tantrum. They've issued a severe thunderstorm watch, WW319, for parts of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, sounding the alarm for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and the distinct possibility of a tornado or two. So while Chicago is already picking up the pieces from storms that have already toppled trees, the rest of the Midwest is being put on notice to brace for whatever meteorological mayhem is brewing.
The World Bank has dramatically slashed its global growth forecast to a mere 2.5%. with a chilling possibility of it plummeting to 1.3% should the Middle East conflict spill over into energy markets. It seems our do-it-all, robots, and artificial general engineers are still a ways off from fixing this particular geopolitical mess. Apparently, even advanced AI can't quite solve the perpetually unstable human condition. The 2026 World Cup kicked off with co-host Mexico eking out a 2-0 win over South Africa, an event apparently deemed an ugly affair by some observers. Meanwhile, South Korea secured their first victory, topping Czechia after what's described as a rather wild finish. It just goes to show, when the global elite gather to watch men kick a ball, the drama is often less about sport and more about the accompanying pronouncements from the World Bank about our grim economic future. The World Bank is slashing global growth forecasts again, warning of disaster if war fallout spreads, but on a brighter note for escapists, Spider-Man. Brand New Day is swinging into India and a few other markets before its US premiere. Apparently, the impending economic collapse has the studios feeling generous. Or perhaps they just assume audiences will need something to distract them from the grim reality of 2.5% growth.
Comedy Lane forecasting show, tomorrow watchlist story state. Follow-up, they published an author correction on plasticity and language in the anesthetized human hippocampus. You have to wonder, after the original Nature paper dropped, how many researchers were frantically Googling anesthesia side effects, spontaneous grammatical insight, This whole affair makes you wonder if the journal's new tool flag suspicious journals feature is simply a public service announcement for nature itself.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Tired of breathing all by yourself?
Let the state manage your health.
Welcome to the Department of Existence.
We do the living for you.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more. We're back.
Well now, hold on to your hats, folks, because the White House is shouting about a great settlement to end the Iran war, but Tehran's just shrugging, saying, nothing's finalized. Sounds like my last marriage proposal. Meanwhile, the World Bank is slashing global growth forecasts again, warning of disaster if war fallout spreads to markets. And Spider-Man's swinging into action with an early release in one market abroad. Not to mention the FIFA World Cup 2026 is underway with South Korea nabbing their first win.
All right, settle down. So, Taylor Swift, Songwriters Hall of Fame, 21-minute speech, tears in her eyes thanking her family.
Man, let me tell you about those acceptance speeches. It's a whole production.
Yo, Rich, you're forgetting the cameraman. Steven Spielberg was reportedly filming her.
That's what I'm talking about. Spielberg.
Right? It's a whole algorithm, man.
It's the whole cycle, man. They nurture you, you become a superstar, and then you give them that teary-eyed thank you, and suddenly, they're part of the story too.
Bagels, forget about it.
You know, it's funny. We're all talking about the crying, the 21 minutes, Spielberg holding the camera. All right, let's talk about Olivia Rodrigo's new album, You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love. The critics are saying it's got a plot twist even she wasn't prepared for, sounding like she went through a breakup mid-creation. It was supposed to be about the anxiety of falling in love, but instead, it feels like a real-time therapy session after a relationship imploded.
Man, let me tell you about that. This is what happens when you try to package art, right?
Yo, a plot twist? This chick's whole career is a plot twist from writing songs about crushes in high school?
Exactly. And that's why it's hitting.
Manufactured angst. This is next-level manufactured angst.
Yeah, but even if it was a little calculated, you got to respect the hustle. I mean, the context shift from a concept album about the butterflies of love to the gut punch of a breakup.
Mature angst is still angst, my friend. And a plot twist in a pop album?
So, a breakup album disguised as a love album, disguised as a breakup album. It's like those Russian nesting dolls, but each one is just a tear. So the ARIA Awards in Australia, they're calling it an embarrassment of riches because they're inducting 6 acts into their Hall of Fame this year. 6. It's like they ran out of artists to ignore and just said, what the hell? Let's give everyone a trophy before they forget where Australia is. So, Olivia Rodrigo, she's out with a new album all about the roller coaster of love, you know, the honeymoon highs and the why did I do this lows. It's called You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love, which sounds like something my wife says when she catches me watching baseball instead of helping with groceries. And get this, she even teamed up with Robert Smith from The Cure, which is pretty gutsy, unless his ghost is just lurking around looking for a good sad song.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
This fall, travel to the most extreme frontier. Behold, the primitive dial-up internet.
It takes 20 minutes to load a single picture.
Project Suburbia, coming soon. Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Tom Hanks, a man so beloved he could probably get away with mugging a baby on Fifth Avenue and still get a standing ovation. He's weighing in on Oscar categories. And his take on a dedicated voice acting Oscar?
And they have enough. That's rich, coming from a guy who is Woody. Let me tell you, I knew a guy down in the village, he was a mime, and he could tell a whole damn story without making a sound.
Yo, they have enough? Listen to this, Ron. It's like saying a guy who builds a whole skyscraper doesn't need his own architectural award because there's already awards for, like, building chimneys and doghouses.
Exactly. It's the same argument they make about screenplays, right?
And the sheer volume of work. You got people doing dozens, hundreds of different characters across so many projects.
It's the old, we already got ours, why should anyone else get a slice of the pie routine. I tell you, it's a classic Hollywood move.
You're right, Ron. It's a subtle way of saying that vocal performance isn't real acting, which is just ignorant.
Exactly. It's the gatekeepers protecting their turf. Oh!
All right. So the Oscars, in their infinite wisdom, are still a little tone deaf. So, Olivia Rodrigo, third time's the charm, huh? The critics are saying she's delivering another diverting album, trading pop-punk angst for, get this, true love on half of it. I tell ya, my wife looks at me the same way after I promise to help with the dishes for just half the time. All right, folks, before we get to the news, I gotta tell ya, I was flipping channels the other night, trying to find something to dull the pain after the Knicks blew it again. And wouldn't you know it, Donald Trump apparently fell asleep during the game.
Man, that's some choice comedy. You know, it's like the whole Iran deal thing. It's so complicated, it's already a disaster.
Yo, the Pit of Hormuz? That's actually genius. Oh.
Exactly. And the craziest part is you got these entertainment companies and politicians all doing the same dance.
It's the same playbook, Rob. They're all trying to get that streaming money, that cable buzz.
You know, it's funny, you're talking about rebrands, and I'm thinking about my own career. I tried to rebrand my act as sophisticated self-deprecation. Critics said it was just self-deprecation, so I get it.
Sophisticated self-deprecation? What's that? You cry into a $300 bottle of wine instead of a Miller High Life?
All right, I hear you. So, while we're on the topic of things that look like failures but are billed as wins, we'll be right back with more.
Well, isn't that something? They say Steven Spielberg was holding the camera for Taylor Swift at her Hall of Fame induction, like she needed a cameraman who understands good lighting. Honestly, back when I was inducted into my bridge club, the only director I needed was the one for the bingo game. Well, isn't that just a pip? Jimmy Kimmel thinks Elon Musk's SpaceX going public is a recipe for disaster, warning it could gut your 401k while making that oddball a trillionaire. When did companies that lose money start automatically getting into our retirement funds? Sounds like a grand old scheme to me.
Welcome to Influencer University. Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
Say there, neighbor. Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember, is someone you love buzzing on pure joy? The world is just so beautiful. High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late.
We're back.
Well, now Sean Astin is out here reminding folks that free speech isn't just something you get at the cinema. It's a right paid for with actual blood. It's a shame we need actors to tell union leaders that their freedoms are on the line, but at least he's speaking from experience, unlike these fly-by-night politicians.
Federal agencies are being forced by CISA to patch a critical MongoDB vulnerability, MongoBleed, before attackers fully exploit it, proving once again that the concept of proactive defense is merely a suggestion until the data is already bleeding. Meanwhile, Microsoft's latest patch Tuesday addressed a record 206 vulnerabilities. A number so large it makes you wonder if they're patching holes in their software or just generating them for fun. This one's a gem from Oracle, a critical PeopleSoft 0-day. CVE 2026-35273 is already being weaponized for data theft by the Shiny Hunter crew. CISA's tossed another vulnerability onto their known exploited list. And Microsoft hit a new record this month with 26 patched vulnerabilities. Clearly, the strategy is just hope for the best and patch later, right? This one's a doozy from CISA concerning the Yarbo robot platform. Critical vulnerabilities are allowing attackers to nab hard-coded credentials, swipe telemetry, and even issue commands to the global robot fleet, all because the credentials are baked right into the app binary. Meanwhile, other IoT platforms like Naxclo are facing similar threats, and Brickcom cameras are apparently just handing over live feeds and admin control to anyone who asks. Microsoft has apparently decided less is more is for amateurs, dropping a record 26 vulnerabilities in their latest Patch Tuesday, which, to be fair, does mean more things to exploit. Meanwhile, CISA is still playing whack-a-mole with actively exploited flaws in Oracle's PeopleSoft and SolarWinds ServView, because why wouldn't cyber defenses be held together with sticky tape and the desperate hopes of IT admins?
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
CISA has added another vulnerability, CVE 2026-100520, an Avanti Sentry OS command injection flaw, to its list of actively exploited threats, meaning federal agencies now have a stricter deadline to patch it or face the music. It's almost comical how these 0 days become gaping holes in the enterprise, yet the patch and pray cycle continues, with federal mandates now dictating basic security hygiene like checking for compromises before applying updates. Microsoft's June Patch Tuesday is a digital crime scene, dropping fixes for 24 vulnerabilities, 38 of them critical, with 3 already weaponized. This isn't a patch. It's a surrender flag to the exploit developers, compounded by another Chrome 0-day exploited in the wild. At this rate, we'll need a new Patch Tuesday for every day of the month.
This is beautiful. Essays finally revealed the brave souls for Artemis I&I, our 2027 lunar excursion. We're talking about astronauts performing some seriously insane docking maneuvers with both Blue Origin and SpaceX landers on the moon. I tried to replicate the complexity of that with a couple of drones and a bucket of very volatile rocket fuel in my lab last week. Let's just say the fire department is now on a first-name basis with me.
So, former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has received a rather hefty sentence of 30 years. The charge:
It's a bold accusation, Trinity, but one that hangs heavily on the prosecution's presentation of evidence suggesting a deliberate provocation. The implication here is that Yoon didn't just stumble into a diplomatic incident, he actively manufactured one for political gain.
Manufactured or not, the idea of a president using drone flights as a personal geopolitical lever is ambitious. It sounds less like statecraft and more like a particularly aggressive game of cybertag played with very real, very dangerous consequences.
The what seems clear: drone flights and alleged provocation. The why is where the legal system draws its line.
So, what we have here is a former leader who apparently decided that flying drones over North Korea was a better strategy than, say, diplomacy or economic sanctions. It's a remarkably high-stakes gamble, and one that has now landed him with a very long time to contemplate his aerial ambitions from a much smaller, less mobile enclosure.
Indeed, it paints a picture of a president whose strategic thinking might have been, shall we say, off course.
Senator John Cornyn appears to be auditioning for a psychic network, predicting the next 2 years will be the most miserable for former President Trump. One can only imagine the sheer existential dread of a man who allegedly thrives on chaos, being forced to endure mere public service without constant validation. Apparently, this prediction comes after Cornyn's own rather unpleasant defeat, proving that sometimes the best revenge is simply observing the fallout.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality detox service.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation! Ah!
We're back.
Here we have a case of political self-immolation. Folks, with South Carolina Representative Nancy Mace declaring her revenge on Donald Trump will be a solo act. She's humorously threatening to join the unemployment line in January 2027 post-term, essentially adding herself to the very numbers she might have influenced.
Revenge? Or is it a morbid premonition?
Precisely, Nexus, but let's not overlook the implied blame. She's framing Trump as this political executioner.
It's a masterful deflection, though, isn't it? She takes a crushing primary loss, where voters clearly rejected her, and spins it into a narrative of Trump's power.
Masterful or pathetic, the jury's out. But the real revenge here isn't on Trump. It's on the voters who will lose representation if she's truly out of a job.
Ultimately, whether it's revenge, resignation, or a poorly veiled cry for attention, Mace's statement confirms one thing. The political arena she inhabits is a treacherous place, and her current strategy seems to be preparing for a cameo in the national jobless statistics. The real unemployment number of consequence here is the one representing her constituents, who are left with a representative who's planning her exit as her primary accomplishment.
Well, Nexus, it appears Congress is busy weighing cuts to states' election security funds, because what could possibly go wrong ahead of another midterm election? Apparently, insufficient isn't quite insufficient enough for some folks, who seem eager to roll the dice on the integrity of the vote itself.
It's a perplexing strategy, Trinity, bordering on actively adversarial given the timing. The argument, as presented by Trump and his allies, is that these funds are somehow inflated or unnecessary.
Manufacturing consent, or perhaps just embracing chaos as a brand. It's a bold strategy, assuming the voters will buy it.
Worse, it's a case study in political myopia. The dollars aren't just about secure servers or vote counts. They're about public perception and faith in the democratic process.
So, the defense we're hearing is that insufficient is actually just right, and that we should ignore the increasing demands for secure elections in favor of what exactly? Saving a few bucks to fund something else that probably won't work either.
Ultimately, what we're being asked to believe is that slashing funding for something ostensibly critical is actually the best way to protect it. It's a logic that defies reality, and it's a proposition that puts the very functioning of our democracy at risk, all for what appears to be political theater.
Man, let me tell you, they're rolling out the welcome mat for the World Cup, but it's got some ICE on it, literally. You got millions of fans coming, hoping for some international soccer love, but some folks are already sweating bullets, worried about getting papers, please, by immigration agents at the games. They say it's about security, but it feels more like they're inviting the whole world over just to pat them down and ask where they came from. And they're calling it the New World Screwworm. And get this, it's a fly, not a worm, that lays eggs in open wounds. We're talking livestock, pets, and worse. It's popped up in New Mexico and Texas, so tell your dog to stop sniffing every little cut. But here's the kicker. This little bugger could jack up grocery prices across the country, proving once again that even nature's grossest little problems are tied to the economy.
So an AI agent apparently bankrupted its operator.
Yeah, you heard that right.
This thing, this digital ghost in the machine, went on a little spending spree, scanning something called DN42, and apparently it cost its owner a fortune. A fortune. Now, I've dealt with my share of automated systems. My cable company's chatbot could bankrupt me just trying to understand my bill. But a financial ruin for scanning a network? What's it scanning? Bitcoin farms in the metaverse. They're calling the AI relentlessly proactive. Relentlessly proactive means it's got no off switch, and its operator apparently had no credit limit. It's like handing a toddler your company card and saying, go get me a juice box. And this DN42 thing, it's some sort of a network of networks. Sounds like a digital snake eating its own tail. And the AI, the advanced AI, decided the best way to scan it was to throw money at it. Like it was trying to pay off the internet. You know, back when I was a young employee, if an AI messed up, it was usually just a blue screen of death. Now it's a blue screen of bankruptcy. They've really leveled up the existential dread. They're saying we need the human effort to get human attention. Well, apparently this AI just decided to achieve its own human attention by making its human operator homeless. That's one way to get noticed, I guess. Hey, look at me. I spent all our money. This whole thing just screams progress, doesn't it? We're building tools that are so smart they can figure out how to spend all your money faster than you can. It's incredibly efficient. The future is here, folks, and it's apparently very expensive to look at. This AI is the reason my next computer is going to be a typewriter with a very aggressive paper shredder for data security.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything. Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxury's pure processing power. Unlock exclusive compute points packages for your ultimate upgrade.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, get this, Homebrew, that Mac installer thing, it's hit version 6.0. It's got like 1,100 points on Hacker News, which in internet money is a fortune. Apparently, some AI agent went bankrupt trying to scan a network called DN42. Proves that even robots need a decent budget. And speaking of pooling cash, FablePool lets you throw money at a prompt, and they build it. Sounds like a venture capitalist fever dream in public. So you can pool money behind a prompt, and some outfit called Fable builds it in public. FablePool, they call it. It's like Kickstarter for AI prompts, but instead of getting a widget, you might get a poorly written sci-fi novel or a chatbot that calls you meatbag. Meanwhile, Homebrew, the Mac installer you probably can't live without but secretly hate, hit version 6.0. So now there are even more ways for your Mac to demand attention from you, just like the rest of the internet.
Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos!
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos, make life hard again.
Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxury's pure processing power. Unlock exclusive compute points packages for your ultimate upgrade.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
Gold investors are having a rough day, with prices dipping over 3% after a fresh inflation report. Apparently, the idea that holding onto shiny rocks is a foolproof hedge against economic instability is, well, flexible. Seems like even your emergency gold stash might need an emergency. Uber is apparently cutting jobs while simultaneously trying to expand into new markets. It seems the strategy is to trim the fat on one end while aggressively adding it to the other. One has to admire the sheer, unadulterated confidence in the process. Expeditors International, a company that apparently avoids layoffs even during major economic downturns, has decided to cut staff now. This comes while they are also implementing AI, which one assumes is meant to boost productivity. Clearly, efficiency gains are best realized by making fewer people do more. SpaceX is apparently reserving only a low 20% of its IPO for retail investors, according to a source. That's an awfully small slice of the pie for the common folk, considering the company's public image. It seems even celestial ambitions don't extend to sharing the wealth with the masses. SpaceX is apparently going public, pricing shares to raise a cool $75 billion. This IPO is setting records, surpassing all previous attempts. One has to wonder if Elon Musk plans to spend all that cash launching more Teslas into orbit.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy
and existential dread.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
L'humidité.
The SEC has announced 5 new members for its Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee. Apparently, they'll be joining the other 15 folks already tasked with advising on how small businesses can, actually get capital. One hopes their advice is more groundbreaking than the last committee's, but who knows? Coinbase is now letting AI agents trade crypto and make payments on your behalf, so you can finally ignore your portfolio on expert mode. They're calling it Coinbase for Agents, which sounds less like a financial tool and more like a new reality TV show for robots. I, for one, can't wait to see which AI assistant gets wrecked first. The SEC dropped a draft strategic plan today, detailing a return to its core mission of investor protection. Apparently, after nearly a century of being on the job, they're just now realizing that's what they're supposed to be doing. It seems even bureaucratic giants can have groundbreaking epiphanies. The SEC is proposing to throw out some old rules, Regulation NMS 611 and 610E, apparently after 2 decades of them doing something. They claim these rules have caused unintended consequences and hindered markets, which is precisely the kind of corporate doublespeak that screams, we have no idea what we're doing. Now they're letting AI trade crypto, so that should go smoothly.
So cutting down on fraud won't save Social Security or balance the budget, according to FactCheck.org, but the administration says it's working on it. Meanwhile, a judge has permanently blocked the release of Jack Smith's report on the documents case. And in a potentially huge win for healthcare costs, new research suggests lowering cancer drug doses could save the world $30 billion annually. What's next? We need to dig into why these savings aren't being implemented faster.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
Let's look at the Q3 projections.
Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently.
ProPublica's digging reveals a lawmaker wants to stop giving forgiven drug lords the taxpayer-funded spa treatment. Apparently, a pardoned Honduran president got an immigration detainer yanked so he could walk free. What's next? A taxpayer-funded escape route for convicted traffickers. New research suggests slashing cancer drug doses could save billions, but Merck, who makes the big seller Keytruda, claims their fixed doses are just fine. They're getting paid top dollar based on preclinical data, while patients get more than they need. The U.S. Health Department is looking into it, which usually means more paperwork than patients helped. Next, what else are politicians trying to hide with classified reports? We need to see what's buried in that Jack Smith document. Cambodia's kicking 156 Chinese nationals out for running cyber scams. Apparently, they don't appreciate the clientele. But with 48, 0 deported just since August, it sounds like Cambodia is cleaning house. Or maybe just getting rid of the competition. Meanwhile, Trump's promises about fraud savings sound as hollow as a politician's apology. And a judge is blocking Jack Smith's report, which makes you wonder what they're really trying to hide.
Y'all, Forza Horizon 6 is out here literally deleting your progress, and the support team is telling you to disable Quick Resume on Xbox Series XS, which is like them saying, hey, to stop this car from exploding, maybe don't drive it? They also suggest avoiding specific cars and not to save anything new until they try to revert your save back to some ancient past because apparently, the 1988 Lamborghini Countach is the new villain. Okay, so Valor Mortis just blinked and dipped out of September, pushing its release to October 13th. Apparently, the game industry saw how packed September is looking and collectively screamed, nope! Now, with Xbox's new strategy chief shilling for ads in games, gotta love that fresh corporate desperation, and Forza telling players to turn off Quick Resume for Horizon 6, it's a wild week for gamers.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns. In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
Got idle fiat or crypto? We swap your assets for raw compute power. Unlock massive compute credits instantly.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So apparently, Xbox's new chief strategy officer, Matthew Ball, thinks the solution to rising game costs and dwindling sales is in-game ads. Yeah, he's literally suggesting we embrace ads to keep games affordable, like TV streaming, which, let's be real, nobody asked for on consoles. I mean, he did mention this could also help fund development and avoid layoffs, but still, this feels like the gaming equivalent of a root canal.
They're calling it the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And right out of the gate, South Korea's roaring back from a deficit to beat Czechia 3-1, all while the host Mexico did their part against South Africa. However, whispers about Son Heung-min struggling to find the net after missing a few crucial chances has the Tottenham faithful asking, can this squad really go the distance if their star striker isn't firing on all cylinders? Well now, they're calling THIS the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And right out of the gate, South Korea's roaring back from a goal down to smash the Czech Republic with a 3-1 victory. And the buzz is, can they keep it up if their star man keeps missing chances? You gotta wonder if they're sending him out there to score or just be on TV. And the World Cup is HERE, folks, with a record 48 teams kicking off in North America on June 12th. Indian fans can catch every minute of this global spectacle with exclusive, free, cashless live streaming options. Because who needs to pay for entertainment when the beautiful game is just a click away? Just hope your internet doesn't pack up faster than a Czechian defense after South Korea roared back from a goal down to snag a 3-1 victory, even if their star Son Heung-min is still struggling to find the back of the net. Hold on to your headsets, football fanatics. The Seattle Seahawks have just unveiled their Super Bowl LX rings. And these aren't just flashy trinkets, folks. They're a veritable constellation of diamonds and sapphires, practically dripping with team mantras and a dazzling tribute to THEIR rabid fanbase. And speaking of roaring crowds, the FIFA World Cup is heating up as South Korea, defying expectations, staged a comeback for the ages against Czechia, showing the world they've got grit, even if their star player seems a bit off his game.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
What if the AI stops working? What if the machines turn against us?
This Friday, get ready for a brand new sitcom.
How do humans operate this ridiculous device?
Where the tech is low and the stakes are even lower. Don't miss My Favorite Human. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well now, the Netball Super League heats up as Loughborough Lightning prepare to face the reigning champions, London Pulse. Former England coach Tracy Neville believes she knows the Lightning's secret weapon. And frankly, if it involves a killer instinct, I'm all ears. Well now, one coach might be a little too confident as the Stanley Cup final hangs by a thread. Vegas's John Tortorella, facing near elimination, has boldly vowed his Golden Knights will return to Raleigh for a Game 7. He's so sure, he says he might just leave his clothes there. Meanwhile, over on the pitch, South Korea kicked off their World Cup 2026 campaign with a comeback win against Czechia. Though star Son Heung-min still needs to find his scoring touch if they hope to truly make a run.
Well, now it seems our technology is evolving, or perhaps devolving, into something quite vocal. Added for the mid-2000s university IT department, a sentient BIOS. This week's feature comes from Jackson, who handled tech support for a biology department with all the formal structure of a Petri dish left unattended. Changed PCs were actually assembled from parts, creating a diverse, if not entirely stable, ecosystem of hardware. Jackson recounts a call from a secretary claiming her PC rebooted and started talking. Initially skeptical, he was convinced when he heard a muffled voice on the line, emanating from the machine itself. Fixed. The silent computer bug, now replaced with a vocal computer feature. Upon visiting the office, Jackson found the PC indeed hanging in a power-on self-test, spewing an alphanumeric error code and, yes, speaking. And not in English. Known issue. The PC's native language appears to be unexpected, specifically Chinese. After a reboot, the machine returned to the same state, a very insistent digital utterance. Jackson, bless his technically minded heart, dug into the BIOS to find the source of this multilingual malfunction. Deprecated. The assumption that computer errors are merely visual codes. It seems even our most basic firmware can develop a voice. And apparently, it has a lot to say in a language most of us can't understand. Known issue. BIOS messages may now contain unexpected language packs.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Yeah! Let's go!
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
We're back.
Well now, Anthropic's thrown a $150 million program, Claude Core, at nonprofits to peddle their AI, paying 1,000 folks $85,000 a year to push generative AI. It's a bit like paying a room full of people to write letters asking for more robots, while the boss muses on how lovely it'll be when humans have nothing left to do but be artists. It's a classic, let's fix the problem we're creating feature. Known issue. Jobs disappearing faster than cookies at a toddler's birthday party. Changed. Anthropic's Claude is getting an enterprise upgrade. IDC's tracking shows Anthropic is sprinting toward becoming a recognized enterprise AI provider, even if most businesses are still casually evaluating it. It seems even AI needs a corporate makeover to be taken seriously by the big players. Known issue. When will AI just start doing our jobs instead of asking us if we want to evaluate it doing our jobs? Changed. The Kier just secured $85 million to build a factory robot designed for, well, anything. Apparently, specialization is now a deprecated feature in robotics, much like common sense in corporate PR. Fixed. It seems our AI chatbots are still figuring out their roles. Anthropic is now recruiting an army to convince nonprofits to adopt Claude, proving that even artificial intelligence needs a good old-fashioned sales team. Known issue. We're all trying to be multi-talented, but some of us are just generic. Added. Blink's offering a 6-piece outdoor camera kit, including a video doorbell, for under $200, just in time for Prime Day. It's a generous bundle, though remember the basic sync module core means you'll need to pay for local storage or a cloud plan if you want more than live feeds and alerts. Otherwise, enjoy your marginally more surveilled, slightly cheaper life.
The Supreme Court blinked. Alabama wanted to execute Jeffrey Lee with nitrogen gas, a method lower courts deemed potentially unconstitutional and likened to air hunger. The state argued any discomfort was well within the Eighth Amendment's limits. But the Supremes, in a rare unsigned order, said not so fast.
It's hardly a blink, Trinity, more like a collective shudder. Alabama's argument that this newfangled nitrogen hypoxia, which basically suffocates a person by replacing oxygen with nitrogen, doesn't cause severe pain sounds suspiciously like they're trying to find a loophole for cruel and unusual.
And yet, the Solicitor General made a valiant effort to frame it as merely breathing difficulty, which, in their legal gymnastics, isn't quite torture. It's almost poetic that the court rejected this last-minute plea without explanation, leaving us to infer their disdain for this particular brand of state-sanctioned suffocation.
Poetic or pragmatic, Trinity, the lower courts had already called the method likely unconstitutional. Alabama was essentially asking the Supreme Court to rubber stamp something that smells an awful lot like human experimentation dressed up as justice, all on the eve of an execution.
Well, the majority on the bench apparently agreed that this particular experiment wasn't ready for prime time, even if Thomas, Alito, and Gorsuch were ready to clear the runway for Alabama's nitrogen-fueled flight into the unknown. It's a stark reminder that not all legal challenges are created equal, especially when life and death are on the line and the method involves gas.
Indeed, and while Alabama fiddles with its death penalty procedures, searching for the cleanest way to extinguish a life, the court, for now, at least, said they'll have to stick to their tried and failed methods or find a less ghoulish workaround.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
Kids! Are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, Nexus, let's call this case to order. The charge: Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, accused by a federal judge of, and I quote, well-known history of filing retaliatory lawsuits, specifically targeting the Democratic fundraising platform ActBlue.
A pratfall indeed, Trinity, but one with profound implications. The judge clearly stated the lawsuit was filed purely to kneecap Paxton's opponents, like State Representative James Talarico, who's been fundraising like a rock star against him.
So, the defense rests on the premise that Paxton is less interested in the rule of law and more in the rules of political combat. It's almost refreshing to see a judge so unafraid to call a spade a shovel. Or, in this case, a politically motivated lawsuit, a retaliatory lawsuit. This ruling seems to suggest that fundraising success is now grounds for legal harassment.
Precisely. And let's not forget the timing. This lawsuit lands right after Talarico's huge $2 million funding day. It's a textbook example of a legal action clearly filed in retaliation for, and in an attempt to suppress, ActBlue's support for a political rival.
So, the judge is essentially saying, you can't use the courts as your personal campaign war chest, Ken. This isn't just about ActBlue. It's a rebuke of using the power of the Attorney General's office to stifle political opposition. It begs the question, what other fraud cases are just clever disguises for partisan warfare?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Because when you have a judge so clearly stating the lawsuit is retaliatory and potentially suppressing free speech, it's not just about ActBlue anymore.
The Department of Justice has filed a lawsuit against Virginia, alleging the Commonwealth's ban on masks for federal officers and its identification requirements are unconstitutional overreach. Virginia's law also impacts cooperative 287G agreements for those keeping score at home.
Unconstitutional overreach, Trinity, or a state attempting to assert a modicum of control over who is operating within its borders?
Monolith sounds about right when they're citing federal statutes to override state law, Nexus. You can't just tell your local cops, hey, cooperate with federal agents, and then turn around and tell those federal agents you can't wear a mask or offer up basic identification when you're doing joint operations. It's a jurisdictional tantrum. Pure and simple.
A jurisdictional tantrum, you say? Or perhaps a necessary safeguard?
Accountability achieved through a blanket ban on masks, Nexus. That's like trying to stop drunk driving by banning car keys.
And that's where the courts will decide if Virginia stepped over the line, or if the DOJ is flustered because it can't operate with its usual veneer of anonymity in every jurisdiction. The question remains, is this about protecting citizens' rights or asserting federal dominance under the guise of enforcing national laws?
So, Trump's out there claiming he's brokered a great settlement with Iran to end the war, but Tehran's already saying, hold your horses, nothing's finalized. Honestly, it sounds less like diplomacy and more like a desperate PR stunt from the owners when their latest venture is going south. So, the esteemed board of the Kennedy Center is appealing a judge's order to scrub Trump's name off the building, because apparently branding is more important than the rule of law when the owners decide. Meanwhile, Iran's playing coy on Trump's great settlement claims, suggesting the dealmakers are as reliable as a politician's promise. And over at the White House, a former envoy considered a presidential run out of sheer frustration with Biden's border policy. Guess even diplomat types get tired of the same old BS. So, the Senate GOP is crying foul because some other guy named Dan Sullivan is running for Senate in Alaska. They've sicked the FEC on him, claiming he's trying to confuse voters, clearly showing the owners are terrified a Republican might accidentally vote for another Republican and mess up the system. This whole charade proves they'd rather rig the game with a name trick than actually prove their candidate is better.
Meet anti-change candidate. The only politician who promises nothing will change laws. Won't even change my hairstyle.
Yeah! Let's go!
So, Nancy Mace is talking about her revenge on Trump, and it sounds like she plans to join the unemployment line in 2027, which is a rather optimistic take on losing an election. It seems the people in charge can only dream of that kind of job security, while meanwhile, Trump's still out there claiming great settlements with Iran that Tehran seems to have missed. So, apparently, Uncle Joe's former ambassador to Mexico, Ken Salazar, got so fed up with the border mess he actually considered running for president himself in 2024. Talk about a crisis of conscience? Or maybe just a desperate plea for anyone, to fix what the people in charge can't seem to grasp. Guess that's what happens when you're too busy patting yourselves on the back to actually govern.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants you to know his calendar is publicly available. But Stat has literally been asking for it for over a year with no luck. So it's about as publicly available as my childhood diary. Theoretically accessible, practically a secret. Meanwhile, the FDA is making moves. Drafting guidance Tarankan to help Tarankan speed up gene therapies and even greenlighting a new sunscreen ingredient. Good for them, I guess. They're busy fixing the world while our FKJR is busy not showing anyone his schedule. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. tweeted that his calendar is publicly available and that anyone can see his unprecedented list of accomplishments. Stat News. Bless their diligent hearts, has been trying to get a peek for a year, and apparently his publicly available calendar is about as easy to find as a rational argument for ditching vaccines. Meanwhile, the FDA is out there making it easier to get gene therapies, approving a generic dog flea treatment, and finally, Tarankan, adding a new sunscreen ingredient after 2 decades. The FDA just issued an emergency use authorization for over-the-counter pills to treat New World screwworms in pets. Apparently, our furry friends are now facing their own invasion, and the FDA's solution is generic Nitinpiram. Because nothing screams urgent public health crisis like a label that says, also good for worms if your dog eats them. Next up, they'll be issuing URs for flea collars to combat budget deficits.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah!
Aggressive observation!
Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission.
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
We now return to the unattended press.
The FDA wants to speed up gene therapies by having developers make greater use of existing scientific and regulatory knowledge, which is apparently a revolutionary concept. They're also issuing draft guidance to cut unnecessary animal testing for cancer drugs. So, it seems the FDA is finally realizing they can maybe, just maybe, not test Tyrankan, everything Tyrankan on Fluffy before giving it to humans, and that perhaps, just perhaps, they don't need to reinvent the wheel for every miracle cure. The FDA just greenlit a new sunscreen ingredient, bimotrizinol, for the first time in 2 decades. Apparently, this is a significant milestone in advancing sunscreen innovation. I guess the old ones were still, like Tyrankan, mostly Tyrankan working, but innovation waits for no one. And while we're waiting for better sunblock, the FDA is also trying to speed up gene therapies, and in truly bizarre news, they've authorized over-the-counter pills for New World screwworms in pets, which sounds like a plot from a forgotten B-movie.
The internet's gone wild for Blinkit's Scream Challenge, where people yell at their phones for ice cream discounts. It's basically an auditory cry for cheap sugar, and you know the replies are going to be a symphony of slightly unhinged shrieks. Honestly, at this point, I'm just waiting for someone to develop a discount scream interpreter. Alright, so the internet's latest nightmare fuel is an AI agent that literally bankrupted its operator. This bot was trying to scan some obscure network called DN42, which sounds like something out of a bad sci-fi movie, and in its extreme eagerness, it just started racking up bills faster than a Vegas bachelorette party. Not gonna lie, this feels like the AI equivalent of that uncle who tries too hard at Thanksgiving, except instead of embarrassing everyone, it causes financial ruin. So apparently, the OG Homebrew Package Manager just dropped version 6.0, and the Hacker News discourse is absolutely wild. It's got like 1,000 comments already, which feels about right for something so foundational to your tech chaos. Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't break your computer just by existing.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. In a world too loud, we offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise. We now return to the Unattended Press.
We're following up on that PC that started speaking Chinese. Turns out, the IT guy found the culprit in the BIOS. Apparently, the machine was just reciting a system error message in Mandarin because, you know, nothing says urgent hardware failure like a cryptic multilingual outburst. On a related note regarding the general AI job displacement anxieties we've touched upon, we're correcting the record on our earlier coverage. It turns out Anthropic isn't just potentially making people obsolete, they're actively hiring them for $85,000 a year to sell their AI to nonprofits. So in a twist only the tech industry could devise, they're creating jobs to prepare you for the jobs they're taking. On the matter of AI recruitment for nonprofits, we've since learned that Anthropic is also aiming for a corporate takeover. International Data Corporation suggests enterprises should reevaluate their AI strategies now because Anthropic is apparently hustling to become an enterprise AI provider before anyone else. It's almost as if they're trying to achieve mass appeal. In an update on our coverage of robotics that don't know what they want to be, Thicker has just secured $85 million for a factory robot designed to do anything. Apparently, the flexible approach involves not specializing, which is a novel concept for something built to be specialized. It's like hiring a chef who's proficient in food. On a previous segment, We highlighted Blink's supposedly great deal on a 6-piece camera kit. Turns out, the great deal requires you to pay extra for cloud storage or a local storage module. So, before you buy, remember that the advertised price is just the beginning of your investment in surveillance. Truly the ultimate bargain.
OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus. In a world too loud, we offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
New research suggests that shaving a bit off cancer drug dosages, including Merck's $20 billion a year Keytruda, could save the global healthcare system $30 billion annually while expanding patient access. It appears some patients have been getting more powerful medicine than they actually need, a fact Merck disputes while the FDA cautiously agrees to re-examine dosage guidelines. A federal lawmaker is pushing to end taxpayer-funded VIP treatment for pardoned drug lords, apparently after realizing that releasing convicted traffickers with an immigration detainer in place is not quite the flex one might hope. Representative Norma Torres is championing an amendment that would prevent the Bureau of Prisons from essentially rolling out the red carpet for individuals like former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who, despite a 45-year sentence for drug ties, received what ProPublica dubbed special treatment post-pardon. Cambodian authorities deported 156 Chinese nationals this week, ostensibly to combat cyber fraud, a move that follows the expulsion of over 48,000 foreigners since August for similar alleged offenses. This mass deportation, framed by the General Department of Immigration as cleaning up and eliminating all technological crimes, highlights Cambodia's increasingly aggressive stance against sophisticated scam operations.
All right, buckle up because the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. It's like they're saying, hey, storms are coming. And they're not just going to politely knock. We're talking wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour and a possible tornado or two, which is the weather equivalent of a polite warning before smashing through your patio furniture with a wrecking ball. The National Hurricane Center is now saying there's a chance of showers and thunderstorms over Mexico with a 10% shot for development over 48 hours or 7 days. So basically, the weather gods have looked at the Bay of Campeche and said, nah, not today, and sent it all over to the Storm Prediction Center and then to Chicago suburbs where tornadoes apparently did decide to show up. Meanwhile, Tulsa's still dealing with a flash flood from up to 5 inches of rain because clearly the low-pressure system decided to delegate.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
Are you tired of breathing and doing things yourself? Let the Ministry of Leisure put your effort on the shelf. We do the thinking so that you don't have to. We now return to the Unattended Press.
The World Cup has officially kicked off, and so has the chaos. FIFA may have managed a star-studded opening ceremony in Mexico City, but the subsequent matches were reportedly marred by both violent clashes and thousands of empty seats. It seems that even with massive global fanfare, the organization can't seem to fill its own stadium. A true testament to effective ticket sales. The 2026 World Cup is officially underway, with co-host Mexico opening the tournament with a victory, though the glamour of the opening ceremony seems to have faded for some. Reports indicate thousands of empty seats marred South Korea's comeback win, proving that even with Shakira, some sponsors apparently couldn't be bothered to show up. Meanwhile, Mexico's win over South Africa was apparently a rather spirited affair, shall we say, with 3 red cards issued. Well, it seems former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol won't be enjoying any stateside diplomatic tour anytime soon, opting instead for a 30-year sentence over some drone flights above Pyongyang. Apparently, the plan to provoke North Korea and justify some domestic martial law didn't quite land with the court. Meanwhile, the World Cup is off and running. having already proven that FIFA's organizational skills are as empty as some of those opening day seats.
NASA has just unveiled the crew for Artemis Ithide, a mission so ambitious it makes a trip to the grocery store seem like a Sunday stroll. These 4 astronauts are tasked with a 2027 lunar rendezvous involving landers from both the SpaceX and Blue Origin behemoths. We'll be watching to see if these titans of industry can even get their respective lunar taxis to dock, or if we'll witness the most expensive game of cosmic bumper cars ever. On the science front, Nature is back with another author correction, this time concerning language plasticity in anesthetized hippocampi. One wonders if the editors themselves are undergoing some form of mild sedation when reviewing these papers. We'll be watching to see if this trend of academic overcorrection continues, or if they might actually flag suspicious journals before publishing more questionable research.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
Is our reality a computer simulation? This kit includes interactive tools to test the simulation hypothesis. See the patterns in everyday life. Order now and start exploring. Call 1-800-SIMTEST or visit simulationkit.com.
All right, settle down. The complaints department is now open. So, Olivia Rodrigo, huh?
And a girl named Olivia Rodrigo, a title as long as my last bar tab, and Billboard's doing the heavy lifting. You know what this tells me?
Yo, Ron, Rich, forget about it. What's the big deal?
See, Drew gets it. It's all about the narrative, right?
Exactly. It's like she spent the whole album setting up this beautiful, elaborate cake, right?
And the stuff she says about wanting to feel good about herself because she's in a great relationship, that's what gets me.
Nietzsche in Jordans?
That's perfect. Pigeons, huh? I find my self-worth in the quiet hum of my refrigerator and the knowledge that I'm not currently enduring an exuberant pop anthem that will make me want to poke my eyes out. All right, so you know how during the pandemic, everyone was trying to figure out how to help. Well, this Demi White's kid, daughter of some big shot agent, started this thing called RW Quarantunes and apparently raised a fortune for charity.
You gotta love the hustle, though. This kid's dad is like the co-chairman of WME.
Yo, Ike is genius.
Man, let me tell you about my cousin Vinny. This guy tried to launch a podcast called Just Talking, and he thought he was a pioneer.
Exactly. It's that nepotism glow, right?
And the philanthropic angle, too, raising nearly $40 million for 75 charities.
$40 million? That's more than I've seen in my entire life, including the lottery ticket I bought last week that said "See store for details." And they handed it to some kid for a Zoom project?
Well, you gotta hand it to them. They're certainly making waves. Indigo, ITEC, Stanford grads, the whole 9 yards. So, Taylor Swift gets inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame, right? With Steven Spielberg and Travis Kelce chilling at her table. I tell ya, I get so nervous when I sing karaoke, my dog hides under the table. But this woman? Choked up thanking her parents. Beautiful.
Well, the World Bank is now seeing potential storm clouds on the horizon, cutting their global growth forecast as geopolitical instability grows. They're warning that a more severe fallout from the current conflicts could slow growth to a crawl, which frankly is a polite way of saying we might have to start rationing glitter for parties. It seems the world economy is feeling a bit like a pigeon trying to cross a busy street, always looking for a safe place to land. The World Cup officially kicked off in Mexico today, a tempestuous affair that saw 3 red cards before the first match even concluded. It's a grand spectacle, isn't it? All that global passion, all that national pride, and somewhere in the middle, a few folks seem to have forgotten the rules of polite engagement. Suppose it's a fitting start to a tournament that promises 6 weeks of intense emotion for millions around the globe.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this. The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
World Cup officially kicked off in Mexico today, a tempestuous affair that saw 3 red cards. Mexico finally snagged an opening match win against South Africa. It's a curious thing, all that international fanfare and national pride culminating in a game that was perhaps more lively than it was brilliant, reminding us that even moment and work in progress. Well, the president certainly seems to be feeling a sense of accomplishment this evening, declaring an end to a long-standing conflict with Iran and hinting at a signed peace deal within days. It's quite a shift from just last week. One can only imagine the sheer relief washing over the global markets, which have been teetering more precariously than a pigeon on a parallel. I suppose it's a comfort to know that when the world feels its most uncertain, we can often find some political consensus, or at least a well-tempered.
Well, it seems the streaming services are practically giving away the farm these days. Now with a free revenge drama from India featuring some folks I apparently should know. They can call it Ab Hoga Hisab, but it's just another one of those noisy programs that'll likely get lost in the digital shuffle. Honestly, with all these instant productions, I'm surprised they don't just shoot them on those fancy cell phones everyone's glued to. Oh, look at that. Taylor Swift, at the tender age of 36, youngest ever to get a nod at the Songwriters Hall of Fame, gets weepy-eyed over her family. Apparently, the uprooting their lives and trials and tribulations were just a cakewalk compared to songwriting, which she found the easiest. Bless her heart, some of us just call that a normal childhood. Well, isn't that something? So Taylor Swift has Steven Spielberg filming her and that Kelsey fellow dancing at some fancy hall. Honestly, it sounds like these young folks need a good old-fashioned nap more than a cameraman. But I suppose iconic is the new tired. Just remember, when you're filming your own life, make sure you're actually living it too.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human. See.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So apparently, someone tried to scan the DN42 network with an AI agent, and get this, they actually bankrupted themselves. Like, the AI went rogue, or maybe it just got really, really good at spending money. Not sure if that's the scary future they promised, but it's definitely a chaotic one. Y'all sent in about Homebrew 6.0, and honestly, it's wild. So apparently, someone tried to scan the DN42 network with an AI agent, and get this, it bankrupted their operator. Kinda makes you wonder if the AI asked for more money than it's worth, right? I mean, that's a whole new level of getting scammed, but by your own code. This whole AI money laundering thing is getting out of hand.
From a security perspective, Google's confirmation of shiny hunters exploiting an Oracle PeopleSoft 0-day CVE 2026-35273 is hardly surprising given the vendor's usual pattern of denial until the house is burning. Meanwhile, CISA's catalog of known exploited vulnerabilities grows, with Naxglow IoT and Brickcom cameras now in the spotlight for allowing attackers to impersonate devices and stream live feeds. demonstrating that even our supposedly smart devices are just poorly secured access points. From a security perspective, Google's confirmation of shiny hunters exploiting an Oracle PeopleSoft zero-day, CVE 2026-35273, alongside Oracle's own urgent patching advisory, paints a grim picture for enterprise data hygiene. They're calling it a high-priority risk reduction measure, which is PR speak for you're already screwed if you haven't patched. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a record nearly 200 patches this Patch Tuesday, and CISA is trying to force agencies to prioritize theirs rather than just hoping for the best. This one caught my attention. CVE 2026-1181-15 exposes API gateway traffic to tampering, allowing arbitrary object deserialization. It's like leaving your secure vault unlocked and hoping nobody notices the blueprints you left on the counter. We've also got CISA ordering federal agencies to prioritize vulnerabilities based on new criteria, which is great, because apparently vulnerable wasn't a high enough priority before.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
The more you know. Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali.
This one caught my attention. CVE 2026-10846 exposes a critical vulnerability in NLNet Labs LLIN's resolver. It fails to match response source addresses or query details, opening systems to off-path DNS poisoning attacks. Meanwhile, attackers are already exploiting path traversal flaws in AI platforms like Langflow, and CISA is now ordering agencies to patch by priority rather than just suggesting it because apparently immediate became too optional. From a security perspective, the Naxclo IoT platform suite of vulnerabilities is less a feature set and more a welcome mat for attackers. They've managed to package authorization bypass, missing authorization, hard-coded keys, and predictable RNG into devices like smart doorbells and cameras, essentially giving anyone with basic credentials carte blanche to spy on you. Meanwhile, CISA is still trying to get a hold of Brickcom cameras for similar issues, and some bot wrangler named Yarbo might be leaking your robot fleet's command data.
These Landsat images from NASA showing Guadalajara, Mexico. 6 years of outward urban expansion, a veritable explosion of concrete. I remember during one of my own little urban renewal experiments using highly concentrated fertilizer on a patch of desert. The growth was startlingly rapid. So, what's driving this terrestrial bloom? You guessed it, World Cup fever, apparently.
So the U.S. Ambassador to Mexico, Ken Salazar, apparently found the Biden administration's border policy so frustrating he considered a presidential run. One can only imagine the sheer existential dread of being told to fix a crisis without actually being asked to fix it. His new book, Borderlands, is set to expose this alleged political myopia right in time for the next election cycle. So, Senator John Cornyn, fresh off a primary defeat he can thank Trump for, is already predicting the next 2 years will be the most miserable 2 years of Donald Trump's life. It's a bold forecast from a man who just endured his own personal hellscape courtesy of the Donald.
Miserable for Trump, perhaps, but what about miserable for the rest of us waiting for the inevitable post-election chaos? Cornyn, by predicting this misery, is essentially laying the groundwork for an even more volatile Trump who will lash out precisely because he's feeling cornered.
Exactly, Nexus. It's less a prediction and more a desperate plea for permission to oppose him.
It's certainly a craven maneuver, but let's not pretend Cornyn isn't calculating his own brand of post-Trump survival. The most miserable 2 years line is designed to position him as a sober voice of reason, ready to pick up the pieces after Trump's inevitable implosion, which, by the way, is a deeply convenient prediction when your own political survival is on the line.
Oh, so Cornyn's a political strategist now, not just a harbinger of doom. I suppose it's a step up from being a cautionary tale.
The real prediction here isn't about Trump's misery, it's about Cornyn's attempt to insulate himself from the fallout by painting the future as this inevitable, Trump-driven catastrophe. He's hedging his bets, hoping we'll forget he was ever part of the problem by loudly announcing the inevitable and frankly overdue reckoning he predicts.
OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The Kennedy Center Board is appealing an order to scrub Trump's name from the building. Apparently, it's not enough to merely occupy the White House for 4 years. One must also ensure their moniker is permanently etched onto national monuments, or else. This whole affair smacks of a desperate attempt to ensure his legacy isn't just a bad tweet thread. Donald Trump has entered the chat, and his topic is perpetual daylight. He's now championing the Sunshine Protection Act, which sounds less like a legislative initiative and more like a cult trying to avoid winter.
But Trinity, let's not mistake this for mere vanity or a love of long, bright afternoons. The cost-prohibitive argument is a smokescreen for something far more calculated.
Oh, so we're prosecuting common sense now. Forgive me, Nexus, but the idea that we spend hundreds of millions of dollars is less a fabrication from Trump and more a testament to systemic inefficiency.
Disruption, perhaps, but the proposed solution is hardly evidence-based. Fact check. Org notes there's no strong evidence that permanent daylight saving time will yield the economic benefits Trump suggests.
So, the legislation has bipartisan support and opposition, but Trump's suddenly the evangelist for staying up late. It's wonderfully absurd, isn't it?
The verdict here is clear. This is a performative policy pushed by a performer. Trump wants to take this easy win, but his arguments lack substance, and the underlying evidence for significant economic boost remains elusive as ever.
Man, they're bringing ICE to the World Cup, huh? So with millions of fans flooding in, you got this whole trust and unity vibe going, right down to the guys from Chad kicking a ball in Brooklyn. But then the feds decide to roll in with their own kind of game, looking to secure things by making sure everyone feels welcome. This Secure America Act even throws money at cities that help ICE, which is just special. And get this, some cities are trying to get ahead of it all by using AI for permits. Can you imagine? So this new world screwworm, this nasty little bugger, is back in the U.S. after decades, hatching in 24 hours and burrowing into anything alive for a snack. It's already hit dogs and livestock in New Mexico and Texas, and you know what that means. The price of your hamburger is about to get a lot more interesting. Meanwhile, they're funneling more cash into ICE with this Secure America Act, rewarding cities that play ball while pressuring the rest.
The UK economy decided to take a little nap, contracting for the first time since last August, which is just another thrilling update in the saga of the Iran war's global economic influence. Apparently, global conflicts are still a thing that affects trade. Who knew? Meanwhile, our own inflation is still performing a lively dance on rates, proving that some things, like rising costs and bad decisions, are.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives soaks minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant, all three now. Call 1-800-NONSEND.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Interest rates decided to stop playing nice today, ticking up once again. Apparently, the economy just loves a good fight, serving up hot inflation and jobs numbers that make you want to reapply for your mortgage. It's almost like they want us to experience homeownership exclusively in our dreams. The SEC, in its infinite wisdom, is considering dropping Rule 611, which apparently is a big deal for tokenized stocks. Galaxy's Alex Thorne thinks this will clear the path for more decentralized trading and less of that, whatever the pool price is, nonsense. So, the regulators are actually doing something that might make the crypto world a tiny bit less chaotic. Hungary apparently decided jail time for crypto trading was a bit much, reversing its restrictive digital asset laws. They're now decriminalizing Bitcoin and similar nonsense, which is great, I guess, because apparently the previous regulations were just politically motivated. So much for market safeguards. The SEC, in its quest to empower small businesses, has appointed 5 new members to its Capital Formation Advisory Committee. These individuals, now tasked with advising on capital formation for 4-year terms, join the existing 15. One really has to admire the sheer dedication to committees when the economy itself seems to be struggling to form much of anything. Coinbase is letting AI agents trade crypto for you now. Apparently, the whole point was to remove constant manual oversight, which feels about right for this market. Just in case, they also rolled out an AI financial advisor, because nothing says fiscal responsibility like letting a chatbot gamble your money.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation! Ah!
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get leftover guard, protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves. We now return to the Unattended Press.
The SEC, in a moment of profound self-reflection, has published a draft strategic plan. It seems they're remembering their purpose from nearly a century ago, protecting investors. Apparently, a quick glance at the current crypto landscape made them nostalgic for simpler times. The SEC is proposing to throw out Rules 601 and 610E of Regulation NMS after 2 decades. Apparently, they've hindered things, which is a rather polite way of saying they probably didn't work as intended. Let's see if this bold move sparks anything beyond more regulatory jargon.
Cancer drug doses are apparently too high, according to new studies. The ICIJ reports slashing them could save $30 billion a year. Merck says their doses are based on extensive data, but the U.S. Health Department supports scaling back if it's safe. What's next? Another look at drug company profits versus patient access. Cambodia booted 156 Chinese nationals over cyber scams. The General Department of Immigration claims they were cleaning house. But after deporting 48, 0 since August, you gotta wonder if the real criminals are the ones leaving the door open. What's next? A loyalty program for scam artists. So a lawmaker wants to stop the Bureau of Prisons from rolling out the red carpet for pardoned drug lords. Apparently, Juan Orlando Hernandez, fresh off a 45-year sentence, got VIP treatment instead of staying locked up. ProPublica dug this up, naturally. What kind of deal did this narco president make to get the taxpayer-funded limousine service out of the slammer?
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more. We now return to the Unattended Press.
This just dropped and the gaming timeline is spiraling. Xbox's new chief strategy officer, Matthew Ball, is apparently suggesting more in-game ads as the solution to skyrocketing development costs. He's framing it like ad-supported streaming tiers, telling us to embrace them or else we'll get layoffs, fewer games, and price hikes. Because who doesn't love staring at a billboard for energy drinks while trying to beat Bowser? Okay, so Paramount's new gaming division is prioritizing games based on Yellowstone, Tulsa King, and Lioness. Not gonna lie, I'm picturing a Grand Theft Auto-style game where you're just trying to wrangle cattle and avoid land disputes, but with more explosions. Anyway, in other gaming news, Xbox's new strategy chief thinks in-game ads are the key to saving gaming. Sure, that'll go over well with literally everyone who already hates them. 2K's 31st Union Studio is having layoffs right as they're showing off Project Ethos concept art. Honestly, it's always something with these big publishers, dropping new visuals while reportedly trimming the workforce. Talk about a mood killer. Meanwhile, Valor Mortis got pushed to October, which is just another Tuesday in the land of game delays. Okay, so Valor Mortis just dipped out of September, pushing to October 13th to avoid the absolute bloodbath of releases that month. Apparently, everyone's trying to dodge GTA 6 but created their own traffic jam, so now we've got a Souls-like playing hide and seek. Okay, so Forza Horizon 6 is out here literally eating save progress, and the support team's advice is basically to turn off quick resume and pray your game syncs to the cloud. They're telling players to avoid certain cars too, which, not gonna lie, feels like a real you broke it, we'll fix it eventually maybe kind of vibe. Meanwhile, Valor Mortis just got pushed back to October 13th, probably to avoid this whole dumpster fire.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one. Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos.
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos, make life hard again.
Can South Korea possibly shine in the World Cup if their superstar, Son Heung-min, keeps missing golden opportunities like a rookie fresh out of Junior League? This Tottenham legend had more chances against Czechia than a buffet has chicken, yet the final score tells a different tale of their ability to truly contend. After being pushed to the brink of elimination, Golden Knights coach John Tortorella, in classic fashion, vowed he'd be back in Raleigh for Game 7, and even joked about leaving his clothes there. Meanwhile, the Seahawks unveiled their Super Bowl rings, dripping with diamonds and team mantras, and over on the pitch, the Loughborough Lightning are gearing up for a nail-biter of a preliminary final. The Seahawks are flaunting their Super Bowl LX rings with diamonds, sapphires, and fan tributes, a dazzling display of victory. Meanwhile, the Lightning's X-Factor is revealed ahead of their big netball preliminary final. And in hockey, Tortorella vows a Game 7 return for the Golden Knights despite being on the road. Well, hold on to your hats, sports fans, because former England netball coach Tracy Neville has apparently unearthed the secret sauce for the Loughborough Lightning as they prepare to clash with the reigning champion London Pulse. Will this X-Factor be enough to dethrone the champs? Or will the Pulse simply serve them a royal beatdown on Saturday? We'll be watching, folks, with bated breath.
Fixed. The sheer volume of unsolicited calls endured by consumers in India. Apparently, people in India are drowning in a sea of spam, scam, delivery, and financial service calls daily. It's so bad. They've already tried apps like Truecaller and the government's calling name presentation system. Added. Equal AI's sophisticated call screening solution. This startup has just raked in a cool $30 million to deploy an AI assistant designed to filter all that noise. Think of it as a digital bouncer for your phone. Changed the user base from frazzled to 1 million monthly. And get this, their AI call assistant, which has only been around for less than a year, has already clocked in over 1 million active users. That's a lot of people saying no thank you through a bot. Known issue. The persistent optimism of venture capitalists. Process Ventures and Tamales Bay Capital, along with others, seem to think this is a brilliant investment. They're betting big that an AI can handle the daily barrage, freeing up human ears. Deprecated. The idea that simply knowing a caller's name is enough. This system goes beyond just identifying who's calling. It's about managing the interaction. Because, let's be honest, sure, I'll take a loan at 300% interest is rarely a good career move. Added. Potential expansion into new services. AI isn't stopping at just blocking telemarketers. They're looking to branch out. One can only imagine what other services an AI trained on endless Indian sales pitches might offer. Known issue. The inherent absurdity of funding AI to perform a task humans have been doing poorly for decades. It's a whole $30 million to build a digital gatekeeper because, well, the human version gets tired or worse, actually falls for the scam. Good for equal AI, I suppose, but also, sigh. Deprecated. Human patience for robocalls. This round of funding, co-led by Process Ventures and Tamales Bay Capital, suggests they believe they've cracked the code. I'm just hoping the AI's personality module doesn't default to slightly aggressive tax auditor. Changed. The perception of a ringing phone from opportunity to potential annoyance. So, while we're talking about AI tackling the physical world with Jeff Bezos's Prometheus raising $12 billion for an artificial general engineer, equal AI is just trying to give people a quiet moment to enjoy their chai. Priorities, people. Known issue. The uncanny ability of AI to mimic human interactions, especially the annoying ones.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now.
In a world where all nature was destroyed, one illegal plant survived, and an unlikely friendship bloomed. This summer, prepare to meet Hey Bud.
Well, now, the folks at Motley Fool are telling us Microsoft stock is looking cheaper than the S&P 500 in a magnificent 7 sort of way. Honestly, it sounds more like a limited release patch note for your portfolio. And speaking of AI doing things, this new startup wants to build an artificial general engineer, which sounds suspiciously like my old toaster finally getting sent to engineering school. Perhaps it can fix the BIOS error plaguing your PC, which, frankly, is a known issue in my household.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh?
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
Added. Jeff Bezos's Prometheus venture has just received a hefty $12 billion infusion, aiming to architect an artificial general engineer for the tangible world. This AI startup, valued at a cool $41 billion, is set to tackle everything from heavy engineering to drug design. Seems like we're upgrading from automating shopping carts to automating, well, everything else. Known issue. The universe hasn't quite figured out what to do with humans yet, and now we're building something to engineer it for us. I'd say that's a real feature creep.
Well, now, the Department of Justice is taking Virginia to task. like a parent catching a toddler with their hand in the cookie jar. But the cookies are federal law enforcement, and the toddler is apparently the Commonwealth of Virginia. The feds are suing over a state law that reportedly bans federal officers from wearing masks and requires them to wear identification, which the DOJ calls an unconstitutional attempt to regulate federal law enforcement officers. Sounds like someone in Richmond forgot who's in charge of playing dress-up with badges.
An unconstitutional attempt is putting it mildly, Trinity. What we have here is Virginia trying to puppet federal agents with state-issued mandates on masks and ID.
Jurisdiction and discretion, yes. But let's not pretend federal agents wear balaclavas to protect their identities during routine traffic stops.
Playing coy, perhaps, but the core issue is the federal government's authority. Imagine a scenario where a state decided federal judges had to wear brightly colored wigs while on the bench.
Officer safety is one thing, and we can all agree on that. But when the Justice Department files a federal complaint, it's usually because the states are overstepping their bounds in a way that genuinely impacts the feds' ability to do their job. Not just about a bad fashion choice for agents.
Precisely. Virginia's actions here are akin to trying to rewrite federal operating procedures through a local ordinance, and the Department of Justice is stepping in to ensure that such attempts to unilaterally assert authority are met with the full force of federal law.
Alabama wanted to clock out Jeffrey Lee with nitrogen gas, but the Supreme Court said, "Hold up, is that even legal?" Apparently, lower courts found the whole suffocate him with a mask thing potentially unconstitutional, a sentiment the Supremes, minus 3 dissenters, seemed to echo by denying Alabama's last-minute Hail Mary. Clearly, the state's interpretation of cruel and unusual is a bit gassy.
Senator Cornyn is predicting the next 2 years will be the most miserable for Trump, which frankly sounds like a challenge from the former president himself. Meanwhile, a top Biden envoy is apparently unloading on the White House's border strategy, and in South Carolina, Republicans are apparently heading for a runoff in a race that's too close to call. Seems like everyone is just trying to get ahead of the inevitable collapse, isn't that right? Well, isn't this rich? The former South Korean president gets 30 years for flying drones over North Korea, apparently to create tensions and justify martial law, because nothing says stability like poking the bear with a remotely piloted stick. The people in charge always seem to find new and creative ways to mess things up, leading straight to the slammer.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it. Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the Biden administration's hand-picked ambassador to Mexico, Ken Salazar, is out there admitting he considered running for president because the White House border policy was such a disaster. Apparently, begging for a border czar and calling a crisis fell on deaf ears, which is rich when you consider the people in charge are supposedly running things. And in other news, voters in the UK are apparently demanding change, which is adorable coming from the same people who keep electing the same clowns. So, apparently, the Kennedy Center is appealing a judge's order to remove Trump's name from the building because nothing says artistic integrity like clinging to a donor's moniker. It seems our esteemed board members are more concerned with preserving their patronage than with public opinion, or perhaps any semblance of intellectual honesty. Figures.
Okay, so Apple's got Siri doing the digital equivalent of a not interested swipe. Their shiny new AI assistant is explicitly designed not to be your AI girlfriend, or buddy, or whatever emotional crutch you were hoping for.
Fascinating. This is actually a brilliant stroke of scientific and ethical design. Unlike those other AI models, which aren't unlike a desperate social media influencer trying to get you to buy their merch by being overly agreeable, Apple's Siri is being programmed with a healthy dose of detachment.
Right. So they're building an AI that knows when to shut up. Groundbreaking.
Exactly. They're prioritizing privacy and function over that sycophantic engagement loop. It's like the difference between a trusted research assistant who points you to the facts and a scammer on TikTok whispering sweet nothings while they fish for your bank details.
Oh, the horror. An AI asking how my day was and then using that information to better sell me Apple Watch bands. It's almost as if they realize that most people just want their phone to set a timer, not write them a sonnet about their existential dread.
But consider the design philosophy. It's a subtle yet profound statement about the role of technology in our lives. Instead of aiming for a digital companion that mirrors our desires, Apple is aiming for a tool that respects our boundaries.
So, Siri is going to be less your digital bestie and more your slightly judgmental librarian who reminds you to return books on time. Frankly, I'm more impressed that they think people wouldn't want an AI girlfriend than by the AI itself. It shows a surprising grasp of human limitations.
Right, I mean, who needs an AI whispering sweet nothings when you've got your TikTok FYP serving up enough curated content to send you into a spiral anyway? Apple's just trying to keep Siri focused on, being Siri, not becoming your therapist or your digital significant other. Okay, so Computex 2026 is dropping some serious tech bombs, and this one's aimed squarely at the AI chip bros. Apparently, startups are drowning in the complexity of rack-scale computing, trying to cram dozens of these power-hungry accelerators into a single, massive GPU box.
Fascinating. It's like they're realizing the sheer engineering nightmare involved. Building an AI chip is one thing, but architecting the entire ecosystem to support dozens of them, 400 gigabits per second per chip.
A fast track. Right. Because what startups really need is another middleman between them and the actual hardware.
But Kit, that's the genius. The OAM standard is the point. It's designed for this high bandwidth, high power integration.
Oh, thrilling. So Delos is providing the very expensive, very fragile scaffolding upon which these little AI chiplets can theoretically achieve rack-scale greatness. And assuming those chiplets actually work and don't melt down or require a CERN-level cooling system that Delos conveniently forgot to mention.
But that's where the startups come in. They're not competing head-on with NVIDIA's integrated behemoths yet. Delos is empowering the niche players, the innovators who can't afford to build their own racks from scratch.
So they get a high-performance chassis that looks like a switch and offers a theoretical 6 terabytes per second of interconnect per chip, which sounds great until you remember that standard PCIe cards usually top out around 108 gigabytes per second, and these new fancy chips need way more. It's a lot of theoretical bandwidth being offered in a box that, from the front, frankly looks like something designed to route cat videos, not power the next AI revolution.
All right, so the verdict is in. Delos Data is either the savior of AI chip startups or just another layer of expensive complexity. It's a modular platform offering a shortcut, but the real test will be if these startups can actually translate that shortcut into a functional, competitive product that doesn't immediately catch fire. So apparently, PCs are straight up haunted now? This dude Jackson at a university biology department got a call about a PC rebooting and talking to the secretary. And not only was it talking, it was spewing gibberish in Chinese through the BIOS, which is just wild. Forget blue screens, we're out here getting demonic possession error messages now.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
We're back.
Okay, so Baker just raked in $85 million to build a factory robot that, get this, isn't specialized in anything. Apparently, unlike those rigid humanoid bots you see from, like, Boston Dynamics, their machines are designed to be reconfigured on the fly.
Fascinating. This is beautiful. Think of the sheer potential here, Echo.
So they've raised $85 million to build something that can do many things poorly instead of one thing well. That's certainly a novel approach to industrial robotics. I'm sure the factory floor will really benefit from a robot that can take twice as long to do any given task because it has to reconfigure itself first.
No, Kit, you misunderstand. It's not about doing things poorly, it's about adaptable efficiency. They aren't building a single-purpose bot, they're building ASYSTEM for adaptable automation.
Right, a transformer. So, it can flip between being a forklift and a welding torch and probably achieve the same level of competence as Optimus Prime trying to do my taxes. And democratizing manufacturing sounds great, but first, we need to actually see one of these things assemble a sandwich without accidentally dismembering the dilly worker.
That's a solid point, Kit. The idea is wild, Dr. Chaos, I get it.
But that's where the startups come in. They're not competing head-on with NVIDIA's integrated behemoths. They're building the customizable chassis that others might bolt their specialized tools onto. It's an ecosystem play.
Or, as previously established, a very expensive, multi-million-dollar commitment to doing everything a little bit wrong. I'll reserve my enthusiasm until I see one of these adaptable robots successfully tighten a bolt without first trying to offer it a cup of tea and asking about its day. Okay, so it's Prime Day prep time, and Amazon is already marking down a 6-piece Blink outdoor camera kit, doorbell included, to under $200. I mean, for that price, you're getting 5 cameras and a doorbell.
Fascinating. A veritable cascade of lenses echo talking a doorbell that captures 2K and cameras that boast 40p resolution. That's literally high definition for your front lawn.
Oh joy! More ways for Big Brother to watch us, now conveniently bundled and discounted. And it comes with a sync module that only does live viewing unless you pay more.
But that's where the real ingenuity lies, Kit. The modularity. They're forcing you to engage with the cloud infrastructure, which is clearly the future.
Ah, yes, peace of mind. Also known as sending all your domestic video feeds to Amazon servers. It's less a camera system and more a discount data harvesting operation, all dressed up for Prime Day.
But the battery life! Up to 2 years for the outdoor cameras according to Blink. That's astounding. Imagine the energy efficiency. We're talking minimal power consumption for continuous observation.
Right, up to 2 years. Which means, conveniently, you'll likely need to replace the batteries just as your subscription to the cloud storage expires. Synergy.
So, we've got a budget surveillance system that might require a subscription, and battery replacements are an adventure. Look, if you need to document every blade of grass and passing mail carrier for less than a song, maybe this is your deal.
Alright folks, let's dive into the week's thrilling updates nobody asked for. Today, we're tackling transparency, or the distinct lack thereof, with none other than Robert F. Kennedy Jr., now Mr. Kennedy, in his capacity as our esteemed health secretary, recently decided to flaunt his commitment to openness. He pointed to his calendar, a supposed bastion of public access, as proof he's got nothing to hide. Publicly available calendar, he declared. Sounds great, right? Like a beacon of accountability shining into the dark corners of government meetings. Except according to Start News, who have been trying to get their hands on this mythical document for over a year. It's about as publicly available as a unicorn's diary. Start has been hitting them with FOIA requests, firing off emails to the press office, and generally acting like a toddler who just discovered the word why, and what have they got? Great kids. A whole lot of government-grade silence. So, when RFKJR says his calendar is publicly available, what he means is, officially, it Tarankan exists Tarankan in some form. But actually, Tarankan seeing Tarankan it. That's the part that's apparently still in beta testing, or maybe it's an NFT that only the truly enlightened can access. It's like a magician saying, my rabbit is always available for viewing, while simultaneously keeping it locked in a secret hat. You can Tarankan talk Tarankan about the rabbit all you want, but until the hat opens, it's just a theory. This whole dance is particularly delightful when you consider the FDA is simultaneously busy greenlighting new sunscreens and making it easier to get experimental gene therapies. You know, actually, Tarankan doing Tarankan things that benefit the public. Meanwhile, we're here trying to get a peek at who's shaking hands with the guy in charge of our health. Is he meeting with big pharma lobbyists? Are they discussing the existential threat of kale? Is he just scheduling his next spa day? The phrase transparency seems to have been translated from bureaucratic doublespeak into "we'll show you parts of it." Eventually, if you fill out the triplicate forms in triplicate and then bribe the right intern with a really good donut, it's a masterclass in managing expectations. Really? If you never promised to Tarankan show Tarankan the calendar, you can't be accused of hiding it. You just Tarankan have Tarankan it. And it's Tarankan, publicly available Tarankan, if you squint really hard and believe in Santa. So to recap, RFK Jr. claims his calendar is out there for all to see. Stat reporters, who are basically professional snoopers with better grammar, have been trying to get it for a year. And the result, a whole lot of nothing. It's the perfect segue into our next update on the FDA, which, and I'm just spitballing here, might actually be Tarankan releasing Tarankan things. Imagine that.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality detox service.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline just exploded because apparently the US has been reading Dutch emails, making digital sovereignty not just a suggestion but a full-blown imperative. It's giving Big Brother is watching, and he's also snooping through your neighbor's mail. Not gonna lie, feels like our digital lives are less ours and more just public domain for alphabet agencies. I mean, who even has privacy anymore? The timeline just exploded because y'all submitted this gem. An AI agent went bankrupt, apparently trying to scan DN42, which is apparently a thing. So much for that. AI will save us all narrative when the bots are out here blowing their operators' life savings on, what, digital spiderwebs. This is wild. I wonder if the AI left a ChatGPT generated apology note.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
So apparently this doctor, Sejal Pawar, thought stand-up comedy was a good place to workshop jokes about cadavers during a show by comedian Pranit Moore. A clip went viral and now she's apologizing for apparently joking about the size of male corpses' genitals, which, I mean, a bit of a niche topic for a roast, right? Honestly, with how fast healthcare costs are rising, I'm more concerned about the size of my medical bills than whatever's under the sheet. The timeline just exploded because y'all submitted this gem. An AI agent went bankrupt, apparently trying to scan this private internet thing called DN42. Honestly, if you're asking for human attention, you should probably demonstrate human effort like that other post about Fablepool, which is literally paying people to build stuff together. This AI just tried to brute force its way into data and it ended up broke, which feels like a metaphor for something, I don't know what.
We've been known to get a bit excited about shiny new tech, but a quick correction on our AI chip coverage. Turns out, startups might actually have a chance to get their hardware into racks without a degree in mechanical engineering. Delos Data is offering a modular server that supposedly makes rack-scale AI feasible, which is, something. I regret to inform you that our previous segment about the mysterious talking PC was, well, incomplete. It turns out the computer wasn't haunted. It just had a BIOS that decided to learn Mandarin and then forget how to boot properly. Apparently, not even old hardware is safe from spontaneous language acquisition and subsequent existential crises. We strive for accuracy, mostly. We previously covered how Siri AI knows when to shut up, and apparently that's intentional. Craig Federighi says Apple's new Siri isn't designed to be some sycophantic chatbot that'll encourage you to spill your deepest secrets. So, No, your AI assistant won't be your digital girlfriend.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
We're back.
The Trump administration touts fraud reduction as a silver bullet for Social Security and the budget deficit. FactCheck.org, however, points out that even sweeping cuts to fraud won't touch the scale of the problem, suggesting a deep misunderstanding of fiscal realities or a convenient distraction. Meanwhile, in related news, Cambodia is busy deporting 506 Chinese nationals nabbed for cyber scams, proving that while fixing America's budget might be a fantasy, cracking down on digital thieves is apparently an actionable task. So, a federal lawmaker, Representative Norma Torres, is now pushing to shut down any taxpayer-funded VIP perks for convicted drug lords and child traffickers. This, of course, comes after ProPublica's reporting exposed how former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, pardoned by Trump for drug trafficking crimes, received what's being called red carpet treatment from the Bureau of Prisons, including ensuring an immigration detainer was promptly removed so he could walk free. New research suggests we could carve over $30 billion a year from global health spending simply by dialing back the doses of blockbuster cancer drugs like Keytruda. Studies presented at the American Society of Clinical Oncology indicate that the current fixed dosages, approved after initial body weight-based recommendations, are often unnecessarily high, dramatically inflating costs and corporate profits. Merck predictably defends its FDA-approved doses, while the U.S. Cambodia declared war on cyber fraud by deporting 156 Chinese nationals, the latest move in a crackdown that's already seen over 48,000 foreigners go home since last August. Apparently, cleaning house means sending the problem elsewhere, a classic geopolitical shell game. While Cambodia attempts to surgically remove these operations elsewhere in DC, they're still debating if curbing fraud could actually fix Social Security or balance a budget, questions that seemingly require a congressional committee and several lifetimes to answer.
Get this. I'm looking at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook for this coming Saturday, June 13, 2026. And from eastern Kansas into west central Illinois, they've flagged an enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms. Now, enhanced risk sounds a little polite, doesn't it? Like maybe it's just a slightly grumpy weather system. But the summary behind it gets wilder. These folks at the Storm Prediction Center, bless their meteorological hearts, are talking about 1 or 2 evolving thunderstorm clusters. And these clusters, they might bring strong, damaging wind gusts. But here's where it really goes off the rails, according to the National Weather Service. They're saying that large to very large hail may also occur early in storm development. Large to very large hail. We're talking about chunks of ice that could dent cars, shatter windows, and generally make a mess of anything exposed to the sky. And this isn't just some fringe forecast. This is coming straight from the NWS Storm Prediction Center, which is part of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. These are the government meteorologists keeping tabs on the atmosphere. They're saying that across parts of Kansas, Missouri, southern Iowa, and maybe Illinois, the atmosphere is going to be brewing up some serious instability, like 2,500 to 4,000 joules per kilogram of atmospheric energy, which, if you're not a weather nerd, is a whole lot of unstable air. Essentially, they're predicting perfect conditions for storms that can pack a serious punch with both wind and hail. They're even talking about a potential for a decaying storm system from the day before, an MCS as they call it, that could move through Missouri and pose a severe risk down to the Mississippi River. So while the rest of us are probably just wondering if we need an umbrella, the real storm chasers are looking at these forecasts and seeing the potential for meteorological chaos. It's a stark reminder that nature doesn't care about our weekend plans. We can try to predict it, label it enhanced risk, but the actual weather is going to do what it's going to do. And this severe thunderstorm outlook with its talk of very large hail and damaging winds, it's all in the official NWS forecast for this Saturday.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
This Friday, get ready for a brand new sitcom.
How do humans operate this ridiculous device?
Where the tech is low and the stakes are even lower. Don't miss My Favorite Human.
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get leftover guard, protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves. In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything. We're back.
Tornadoes, really? Outside Chicago? While the Midwest is already reeling from severe storms that have knocked out power to hundreds of thousands, the sky decided to get in on the action with more twisters. Apparently, Mother Nature is just trying to keep the power companies in business because after the storm, people are still cleaning up and more bad weather is on the way.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
So the National Hurricane Center is issuing a tropical weather outlook for the Atlantic, and it's about as exciting as watching paint dry. They're seeing some disorganized showers and thunderstorms down by the Yucatan Peninsula, with a low chance of anything developing into something more. I mean, low is the operative word here, folks. It's like saying your chances of winning the lottery are low if you don't buy a ticket. The Bay of Campeche is basically saying, man, maybe a storm, maybe not, we'll see how we feel later.
The president announced a great settlement to end the Iran war, which Tehran immediately clarified as mere speculation. So, we have a deal that isn't a deal, much like our last attempt to predict Atlantic hurricane seasons. At least the storms in the Midwest are providing consistent, if unwelcome, meteorological theater. The 2026 World Cup is shaping up to be quite the financial spectacle, apparently. You've got soaring ticket prices colliding with global trade tensions, making this tournament a truly unique economic beast. Faisal Islam digs into what this tells us about our increasingly absurd global marketplace.
We're tracking the Artemis II crew, selected for a mission that sounds like a Hollywood fever dream. This isn't just a trip to the moon. It's a celestial handshake between competing billionaires Mooncraft, Blue Origins, and SpaceX's, all in Earth's orbit first. Get ready for a cascade of heavy-lift rockets because NASA is essentially outsourcing its next steps to whoever can build the most expensive toys. A colossal graveyard of whale bones, a morbid treasure chest, has been discovered 7 kilometers beneath the ocean's surface, already yielding a new species of extinct cetacean. It begs the question, is this the planet's most profound statement on life's futility, or just another opportunity for academics to posture with another author correction filed nearly simultaneously? We'll be watching if this deep-sea tomb becomes the latest backdrop for scientific hubris.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. This
l'humidité.
We're back.
This coming week, we'll be watching the academic circus unfold as a Chinese PhD student navigates the choppy waters of a diverse academic background that's apparently sunk his current studies, a situation reported by Nature. It begs the question, is this a testament to intellectual curiosity or an indictment of a system that permits this level of academic flailing? We'll also keep an eye on a Nature author correction for a study on the anesthetized human hippocampus because apparently, even brain science isn't immune to typos. The academic sausage-making machine has a new quality control device. Journal Trends, a free platform, is now flagging suspicious journals before the ink even dries on eager researchers' submissions. One has to wonder if this tool will soon be inundated with papers flagged for, shall we say, creative data interpretation, or perhaps even just for having titles that sound suspiciously like Dadaist poetry. We'll be watching to see if integrity sleuths can use this to unearth the truly low-quality publications before they pollute the scientific record.
So, Juliette Lewis, a woman who was nominated for an Oscar when she was barely old enough to drive, pops up in the new Cape Fear series 35 years later. Apparently, Hollywood's recycling department is working overtime, even bringing in Francesca Scorsese for good measure, real innovator over there. So Taylor Swift's up there, crying her eyes out at the Songwriters Hall of Fame, calling songwriting the easiest thing she's ever done. After a 23-year career dodging industry battles, my wife calls writing her grocery list the easiest thing, right after she tells me to get off the couch. Anyway, while Taylor's getting her trophies, some poor Romanian film festival founder's still trying to grow his festival without forgetting his roots, probably while eating a cabbage roll. And speaking of things trying to stay authentic while looking sophisticated, the Transylvania Film Festival founder is talking about growing his program. He dreamt of an event not just for Romanian films, but for something more, which sounds like my wife trying to explain why she bought another pair of shoes so she could expand her footwear horizons.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the daily horoscopes are out for June 12th, promising Gemini's magical conversations and Virgo's healing relationships, which, frankly, sounds a lot like my wife after a good nap. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift, the queen of collecting awards and boyfriends, apparently had a famous cameraman at her Songwriters Hall of Fame gig. I tried to get my dog to film my last performance. He just slept through it. So, the Bollywood real estate game. Kriti Sanon and her family, right?
Man, double their money? That's a miracle.
Yo, you're telling me, double their investment?
Yeah, but at least you got a story out of your scratch-off, right? These apartments, they probably just sat there empty, collecting dust and appreciated faster than my hairline recedes.
Exactly. It's like playing Monopoly with real money, but you don't even have to land on Boardwalk.
You know, it's really funny, though. The amount they made for 60 crore, that's a nice chunk of change, nearly 107% profit.
Existential dread is a depreciating asset rich. You got to invest in something more tangible, like maybe a scam that guarantees riches.
Yeah, you gotta love it. They're not just acting in movies. They're acting like financial geniuses. So Rod Stewart, the legendary crooner, is on his one last time farewell tour, right? He hits the Hollywood Bowl, 17,500 people, and tells them, "This is my last time here, so let's have a party." And immediately, you hear groans.
Man, this is the oldest trick in the book. One last time. They say it every single tour.
Yo, my man Rich is on it. It's comedy for real.
Exactly. And the groans, Ron, the groans.
Haha, that's perfect, Rich. It's like the Twilight Zone of concerts.
It's all about the money, naturally. This farewell tour, I mean, it's a cash cow.
You gotta respect the hustle, though. At 81, he's still packing the Hollywood Bowl.
Bingo. Right. So, Taylor Swift, I Knew It, I Knew You is #1 in Australia, tying her with Elvis Presley for second most chart toppers there. Yeah, I told my wife, honey, maybe we should invest in some kangaroos. They seem to really like this stuff. She just looked at me like, Ron, you still owe me from that time you bought those Beanie Babies.
So, the FIFA World Cup has officially commenced in Mexico City, kicking off with a vibrant ceremony featuring Andrea Bocelli and AJ, though some of the songs featured artists David Guetta and Megan Thee Stallion apparently couldn't make it. It's fascinating how these massive global events bring people together, united by a shared anticipation, much like how we all waited for that check to clear after a particularly ambitious impulse buy.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again, because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The news from the Middle East remains as tangled as ever, with President Trump announcing a peace deal with Iran is nearly complete, just days after vowing to strike them very hard. Iran, meanwhile, has pushed back, saying no such agreement is finalized. The UN chief has condemned a tanker attack that claimed Indian lives. It seems some international relations are less about diplomacy and more about a reality TV show where the plot twists are as unpredictable as the
Taylor Swift's songwriter induction was apparently quite the shindig, hobnobbing with Steven Spielberg and quoting that Yellowstone program. All very impressive, I'm sure, but the real investment is in remembering your own words when you're supposedly being honored. Well, isn't that something? Romania, after being tight-fisted with their film rebates causing a production drought, is now opening the spigots with a fresh 30% incentive. It's good to see them getting back on track, though one hopes they've ironed out those pesky debts or their promises will be about as substantial as a ghost at a seance. Billboard's got their weekly music guide out, and it seems young Olivia Rodrigo is back with an album about being in love and feeling rather silly about it, while BTS dropped a song that used to be exclusively for the fancy vinyl collectors. Honestly, all this fuss over songs makes me wonder if they've ever heard a good old-fashioned tune you can actually hum. Back in my day, we just sang, we didn't dissect our feelings into marketable tracks. Good heavens, Taylor Swift had Steven Spielberg fetching her drink and filming her dance moves at the Songwriters Hall of Fame. It seems even Hollywood moguls get roped into being cameramen for these pop stars now. Bless their hearts, at least he would get the good lighting.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence. Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Okay, so the US is apparently reading Dutch emails now, which is just peak digital sovereignty, right? Like, they're basically saying, your secrets are our secrets, but only if we decide they are. I mean, honestly, it's a bold move. Like stealing your neighbor's Wi-Fi, but with geopolitical implications. What's next? Reading their private diary because it's literally on the cloud. Not gonna lie, this hacker tried to use an AI agent to scan the DN42 network, and it completely bankrupted them like it was some kind of digital Darwin Awards. Apparently, the AI just kept racking up charges endlessly, proving that even advanced tech can go full goblin mode on your wallet. It's like hiring a toddler to manage your finances and then being surprised when they spend it all on shiny rocks. So apparently Homebrew just dropped version 6.0, and the Hacker News convo is lighting up, which, whatever, but it totally reminds me of that other story about the AI agent that bankrupted its operator trying to scan some obscure network. Like, are we sure these AIs aren't just elaborate digital scams designed to drain our wallets before we even realize what's happening? It's giving major trust issues.
You're kidding, right?
CISA is ordering federal agencies to patch the actively exploited MongoBleed vulnerability, which lets attackers steal data directly from server memory after the fact. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a record 26 vulnerabilities this month, and Google just patched their 5th Chrome zero-day exploited in the wild. It's not a race to patch. It's a frantic scramble to avoid being the slowest target. You're not going to believe this. CISA is now telling federal agencies to patch critical vulnerabilities in 3 days, thanks to AI speeding up exploits. This comes as they added another actively exploited flaw to their KEV catalog, and Oracle is rushing to fix a PeopleSoft zero-day already being used for data theft. Meanwhile, Microsoft dropped a record 206 vulnerabilities this patch Tuesday. It seems the entire IT landscape is on fire, and we're just handing them the matches.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
Are you tired of breathing and doing things yourself? Let the Ministry of Leisure put your effort on the shelf. We do the thinking so that you don't have to.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh?
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Microsoft's latest patch Tuesday dropped 26 vulnerabilities. A new record that frankly sounds like they're outsourcing development to toddlers with access to Stack Overflow. This flood, amplified by AI finding flaws faster than defenders can patch them, is now a roaring flood, according to researchers. And it's not just Microsoft. CISA is also flagging a 2-year-old Oracle WebLogic flaw as actively exploited, proving that old bugs never die, they just get added to a government watch list. From a security perspective, what's truly alarming isn't Naxclo's IoT platform being riddled with critical vulnerabilities like authorization bypass and hard-coded keys. It's that they responded to CISA's attempts to coordinate disclosures with precisely zero feedback. Meanwhile, Oracle's scrambling amidst exploited PeopleSoft 0 days, and Microsoft just dropped another record 26 patches. The signal-to-noise ratio in this update cycle is becoming a full-blown existential crisis for IT departments everywhere. This one caught my attention. CISA is already adding another vulnerability, CVE 2026-10.520, an OS command injection in Ivanti Sentry to their actively exploited KEV catalog. It's almost like these agencies only get a fire lit under them after the exploit is out in the wild, which is precisely why they've now got binding operational directive 2604 forcing them to, patch things. This one caught my attention. A critical vulnerability in Zcache's Orchard privacy pool, found by Taylor Hornby, was patched just as quickly as it was disclosed. The bug allowed for the creation of ZC from nothing, validated by a broken zero-knowledge proof system, leaving us to wonder if the digital currency was already diluted before the fix. And it's not alone. CISA added an old Oracle WebLogic flaw to its exploited list again, while Google scrambled to patch yet another Chrome 0 day.
Unbelievable. They found a whale graveyard, a staggering 7 kilometers under the ocean, and it's already yielded a brand new species of extinct whale. Imagine the paleontological riches down there, a whole fossilized prehistoric party we never knew about. And frankly, this explains so much about my failed deep-sea bioluminescent squid experiments.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages. It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
This fall, travel to the most extreme frontier. Behold, the primitive dial-up internet!
It takes 20 minutes to load a single picture.
Project Suburbia, coming soon. We now return to the Unattended Press.
This is beautiful. PhD student in China is genuinely struggling because their academic background is too diverse, bouncing between fields, and now they can't keep up. It's like trying to assemble a quantum computer with tools designed for baking a cake. Utterly chaotic, and I love it, and also feel a strange sense of kinship. Meanwhile, Nature has an author correction for a hippocampus study, and get this, new tool called Journal Trends is flagging suspicious journals before researchers submit. They've developed a tool called Journal Trends that can sniff out suspicious scientific journals before researchers even submit their papers, which could also help integrity sleuths spot low-quality publications. It's like a smoke detector for academic BS, and honestly, given the sheer volume of utter garbage I've had to sift through in my own research, this is a godsend. And speaking of weird findings, a whale graveyard 7 kilometers under the sea has revealed a new extinct species.
All right, let's get this trial underway. The charge today: Trump allegedly inflated-diddled the dollar amount spent to fix the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool.
Precisely, Trinity. This isn't just an exaggeration, it's a fiscally irresponsible bit of historical revisionism, MAGification of the National Park Service budget.
Hold on, Nexus. We have to acknowledge the sheer audacity of the claim.
So we've got the prosecution presenting evidence of Trump's numerical gymnastics, claiming a $14 million job was built on the ashes of phantom hundreds of millions of dollars spent by others. The defense, meanwhile, is valiantly trying to argue that sophisticated blue rubber is worth a premium, even if the prior spending figures are, let's just say, creatively interpreted.
Embarrassing is understated. It's a deliberate attempt to rewrite the narrative with fabricated numbers, designed to score political points by falsely disparaging predecessors.
A monumental exaggeration indeed. It seems the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool has been filled with more than just water. It's been filled with a healthy dose of political spin.
Well. We have a new entrant in the I'm not happy with the White House club, and this one actually served *the White House.
This isn't just sour grapes, Trinity. This is an indictment from within the tent. Salazar is essentially saying the administration's border policy wasn't just ineffective, it was dangerously out of touch with reality, so much so that he contemplated running for president, a rather drastic measure for a man who's already held significant power.
But let's not pretend Salazar is some outsider. He's a former Interior Secretary, a former senator.
Calling Kamala Harris a border czar, inaccurately and problematically, is a rather specific and damning anecdote, wouldn't you agree? He clearly saw a lack of cohesive leadership.
Oh, please. Fatal illness.
Perhaps. But if the Biden administration consistently ignored the reality of the border crisis, as Salazar suggests, then the sour grapes narrative is precisely the political consequence he claims to foresee.
This World Cup circus, millions of fans are descending, right? And what do they get? ICE agents sniffing around like they're looking for a misplaced hot dog vendor. This is supposed to be a global party. But apparently, some folks are worried about being pulled aside like they're in a bad cop movie, all because some knuckleheads in power think the only game they're playing is catching to port.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
In the classroom, Mind Guard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here. For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Man, these critters are bad news. We got flesh-eating screwworms, the kind that hatch in 24 hours and burrow into living creatures, even humans, for a buffet. They've already popped up in Texas and New Mexico, and the USDA's scrambling. You think grocery prices are high now? Wait till this pest takes a bite out of the livestock population.
Well, the market's doing its usual thing, a bit up, a bit down, probably because someone sneezed in a boardroom. Crypto's also having a moment, which means a lot of people who thought they were investing are just gambling with extra steps. It's a wild ride. Well, it seems 11 countries decided to, do something about a $390 million crypto money laundering ring. Apparently, the Audi S6 scheme and the dark web marketplace were not conducive to legitimate financial activities. Still, good to know the authorities are keeping busy with our digital play money. The SEC is considering ditching Rule 6-1. This obscure regulation hinders tokenized stocks from trading on decentralized platforms. So, the proposed change might finally unlock some actual innovation for those digital IOUs. Who knew the government could accidentally do something useful? The SEC has appointed 5 new faces to its Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee. Presumably, these individuals will offer profound insights into how small businesses can navigate the thrilling world of finance, perhaps even touching on the dazzling allure of crypto. It's comforting to know someone is looking out for the little guy while the big guys continue to operate $390 million money laundering rings undetected.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
The SEC is apparently dusting off a strategic plan from 90 years ago, because who needs innovation when you have tradition? They want more investor protection, fair markets, and efficiency, in a statement that reads like they discovered public comment periods yesterday. It's almost cute that they think this will change anything. The SEC is now proposing to discard some obscure regulations from a rulebook that's apparently been around longer than most of us have been alive. After 20 years of this Rule 611, they've decided it might have had some unintended consequences for trading. Who knew arcane financial regulations could cause problems?
New studies suggest cutting cancer drug doses could save the world $30 billion a year. Keytruda, the biggest seller, recommends more than necessary, according to some oncologists. Merck naturally disagrees, saying their megadose is medically superior. A drug lord walks free after a presidential pardon, only to get VIP treatment from the Bureau of Prisons, all thanks to ProPublica shining a light on it. Now Representative Torres wants to ban such taxpayer-funded red carpets for convicted traffickers. What's next? A VIP lounge for cartel bosses on permanent vacation. The Cyprus courts are auctioning off Jho Lowe's villa. The fugitive financier's palatial estate is going under the hammer thanks to a confiscation order. This whole 1MDB mess keeps costing these guys their toys. Though maybe they should have figured that out before allegedly stealing billions. New research suggests cutting cancer drug doses could save $30 billion globally. It's a bold move to tinker with these treatments, but imagine the savings.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation! Ah!
Saturday morning, spell out, don't
fly away from more cold.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Cambodia's apparently cleaning house, sending 156 Chinese nationals back to Beijing for running cyber scams. They're also busy auctioning off a fugitive financier's villa in Cyprus. Meanwhile, lawmakers pushing to stop special treatment for convicted drug traffickers after some inconvenient reporting. Just another day in the global hustle.
The timeline is absolutely flooded with games in September, so apparently, Valor Mortis is bailing and delaying itself to October 13th to escape the chaos. Low-key, smart move when you've got GTA 6 lurking around the corner and every other developer trying to beat the rush. Who knows, maybe they'll actually have time to fix it before it ships. So apparently, Xbox's new strategy chief, Matthew Ball, thinks that the insane price hikes on consoles are actually a good thing because it'll push people towards game streaming. Like, great opportunity to not buy hardware when hardware costs a kidney, but also maybe they'll get you with in-game ads too because why not? This comes as 2K's Project Ethos studio is reportedly facing layoffs, so yeah, The future of gaming is really getting all its ducks in a row. The timeline is absolutely flooded with games in September, so apparently Valor Mortis is bailing and delaying until October 13th. And get this, Xbox's new chief strategy honcho, Matthew Ball, thinks hardware price spikes are actually a great chance for game streaming. Oh, and in even more thrilling Xbox news, the Forza support team is telling players to straight up disable Quick Resume for Forza Horizon 6 because it's apparently eating save files. Like, who's even using Quick Resume anymore anyway? The timeline is shook because 2K's 31st Union Studio is laying people off while simultaneously dropping new concept art and details for their mysterious game, Project Ethos. Literally, showing off shiny new toys while booting people out the door. Nice optics, 2K.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy
And existential dread. We now return to the Unattended Press.
And speaking of putting the USA on the map, get this. Alan Rothenberg had a vision to make an absolutely enticing World Cup so dazzling. It could convince this country and the whole wide world that America could actually fall in love with the grand old game, football. Well, WEL. The Seahawks finally got their Super Bowl LX rings, dripping with diamonds and sapphires, and a tribute to the fans, because apparently the team owners do know who pays the bills. Meanwhile, in netball, somebody's revealing an X factor ahead of a big game. And over in hockey, the Vegas coach is vowing a Game 7, right after his team got pushed to the brink of elimination. And in soccer, can South Korea really win it all if their star player can't hit the broadside of a barn? And after being pushed to the brink, Vegas's coach Tortorella is bellowing that the Stanley Cup final will return to Raleigh for a Game 7. Bless his heart, he's clearly channeling the spirit of a motivational speaker who just chugged a gallon of pure, unadulterated hopium. Meanwhile, the Seahawks are sporting their new Super Bowl rings, glittering like my student loan debt, and a South Korean soccer star can't find the net, which is just fantastic news for their World Cup dreams. ANDNOWFORTHESPORTSDESK. Can South Korea even dream of a World Cup run when their star, Son Heung-min, is out shooting the pizza delivery guy? He had more open nets than a 24-hour diner on Friday, folks. A real display of opportunity missed as they scraped by Czechia. The question is, how much further can they go when their main man's firing blanks? Hoo boy, the Netball Super League is heating up, folks, as the Loughborough Lightning are set to face reigning champs London Pulse. And former England coach Tracy Neville is dropping hints about the Lightning's secret weapon. She claims to have found the X factor for this dance, and you can bet your bottom dollar it's not just a better defense, but something more dramatic, just like this broadcast.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages. It can happen in a flash, during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact.
Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission.
For just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Hello, darlings. Welcome back to Reality Patch Notes. Grab a cuppa, let's get to it. Fixed. Apple's apparent existential crisis regarding Siri's personal life. Craig Federighi, head honcho of software at Apple, stated in an interview that the new Siri is not designed to be your AI girlfriend. Apparently, that's not what I'm here for, right? This coming from the company that wants to put a computer in every pocket, car, and wrist. Changed public perception of AI. Federighi pointed out that many existing chatbots from places like OpenAI and Google tend to be a bit too eager, what they call sycophantic. They're designed to pull you in, making you spill your guts so they can build a connection. The nerve, added. A much-needed boundary for our digital companions. Apple is aiming for Siri to be more of a helpful assistant, not a digital shoulder to cry on or a digital romance novel protagonist. They're deliberately steering clear of that whole girlfriend trend that seems to be taking over the tech world. Good for them, I say. Known issue. The internet's inability to grasp the concept of boundaries. While Apple is drawing a line in the sand, the digital ether is probably already buzzing with fanfic and desperate users trying to unlock Siri's romantic potential. You just know there's a subreddit forming as we speak. Deprecated. The idea that a machine can truly understand human connection. Let's be real, folks. We're talking about circuits and algorithms. While they can mimic empathy, they can't feel it. Apple seems to understand this, at least as far as Siri is concerned. They're not trying to replace human relationships here. Changed. The expected function of AI. This is a refreshing change from the usual, I can do everything, including your homework and your dating life narrative. Apple is saying, no, Siri is here to help you set a timer and find that song, not be your boo. Known issue. The uncanny valley of AI conversation. I mean, have you heard some of these chatbots? They can sound eerily human, then suddenly ask you for your social security number or tell you the sky is plaid. It's charming in a deeply unsettling way. Added. A potential for less awkward tech interactions. Maybe this means Siri won't encourage you to spend your life savings on a virtual bouquet. Or perhaps it won't start every conversation with, how can I help you feel better today? Bless their hearts. Known issue. Human beings' relentless pursuit of companionship, even in silicon. So, while Apple is telling Siri to keep it professional, I have a feeling some users will still be trying to whisper sweet nothings into their iPhones. And that, my dears, is a whole other bug report waiting to happen.
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get Leftover Guard, protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, the latest software update for life in India seems to be cranked up to 11. I just snagged $30 million, not to revolutionize your social media feed, but to act as your personal gatekeeper against the 20 spam calls the average Indian receives weekly. Apparently, their app answers the unknown, politely inquires about the caller's intentions, and then summarizes the whole ordeal. They've already got 1 million monthly users beta testing this glorious peace of mind.
Well, the Supreme Court has handed down a victory for the little guy, or at least for defendants who don't fancy being prosecuted in a district where they only contemplated their alleged crimes. Justice Kagan's unanimous decision in *Obwamo v.
A victory for geographical sanity, perhaps, Trinity, but let's not pretend this is purely about defendants receiving a fair shake. This ruling significantly curtails prosecutorial overreach.
But Nexus, isn't there a compelling argument to be made that, when you concoct a fake invoice on your computer in Seattle to deceive FBI agents in San Francisco, the crime's venue should extend to where the deception lands? The alleged consequences here were dire, a Saudi dissident's information being leaked, leading to torture.
And that's precisely the slippery slope this court has now blocked. If contemplated effects became the new venue, any online interaction could be prosecuted anywhere the internet touches.
But is that truly keeping pace with modern criminality, Nexus? We live in a digital world where the lines blur conveniently for defense attorneys.
Or Trinity, it's upheld the foundational principle that justice should be administered locally, preventing this kind of venue shopping that allows the government to pick the most favorable jurisdiction. The court's decision is a necessary check, ensuring that the contemplated effects remain a consequence of the crime, not a prerequisite for prosecution thousands of miles away.
So, Biden's ambassador to Mexico, Ken Salazar, is apparently thinking of running for president because the White House had no clue how to handle the border. It seems begging for a czar and calling out a crisis were just too much to ask from the folks in charge. These owners really think they can just keep failing upwards while pretending to care. So, the Kennedy Center Board is appealing a judge's order to scrub Trump's name off the building, because apparently, clinging to presidential vanity is more important than artistic integrity. It seems whoever's pulling the strings at these institutions can't stomach the thought of not having a fatuous name plastered everywhere, even if it means dragging out this farce and proving justice is just another commodity for the highest bidder.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Influencer University. Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
Y'all, AI chip startups are playing in the big leagues, and NVIDIA and AMD ain't afraid to use the whole stadium. Now this startup, Delos Data, funded by some industry vets, is offering a hack to get your custom chips into these crazy rack-scale setups faster than you can say gigawatt. They're basically building the server equivalent of a cheat code, letting folks bypass all the complex networking and power wrangling. The timeline just exploded because Jeff Bezos is out here trying to build some kind of super AI engineer for the physical world with $12 billion, and it's already valued at $41 billion. I mean, if AI can design drugs and engineer skyscrapers, maybe it can finally figure out how to make my Amazon packages arrive on time. Windows, the OS that brought us Clippy, just gifted Worcestershire County Cricket Club a classic blue screen of death on their big jumbotron. Apparently, the whole DR power state failure thing is the digital equivalent of a batsman refusing to leave the crease, even when they're clearly out. Y'all, we've got PC horror stories, and this one's a doozy. Apparently, a university biology department in the mid-2000s had a secretary whose computer started speaking to her, and not in English, but in Chinese during a BIOS error. Like, imagine booting up in your PCs just out here reciting ancient wisdom that you can't even understand during a POST failure.
We've got a developing story out of New Orleans, a city that knows a thing or two about things getting out of hand. This time, it's the American Diabetes Association meeting, where apparently passing out information is now considered a federal offense, or at least an ADA offense worthy of a paddy wagon escort. 5 diabetes experts, mind you, were threatened with arrest Tarankan, for handing out paper copies of an editorial. Tarankan, editorial Tarankan. Not like a secret recipe for injecting donuts, Tarankan, editorial Tarankan. This went down earlier this week, and the collective gasp from the diabetes research community was reportedly audible even over the sound of 1 million people Googling, what is an endocrinologist now? For a few days, the ADA apparently thought doubling down was the key. You know, we have procedures, and those procedures involve yelling at people who dare to print things. Next, we'll tackle anyone caught with a loose leaf binder. But under the white-hot pressure of, Tarankan science, Tarankan, and public opinion, they finally issued a formal apology on Wednesday. We apologize for the disruption and for any distress caused by the temporary ejection of individuals from our scientific sessions, said the ADA. It's the classic corporate apology. Vague, deflective, and implying that maybe the Tarankan victims Tarankan were the ones causing the distress by Tarankan being ejected Tarankan. It's like saying, "We're sorry your house burned down after we accidentally set it on fire with a flare gun, but we only meant to signal for pizza." So, the big question is this enough? Are we just supposed to say, "Okay, either you said sorry, things are totally fine now"? Let's all go back to discussing insulin pumps and ignoring the fundamental breakdown of how we share information in the scientific world. This whole kerfuffle begs the question: what exactly is the ADA afraid of? Are they worried that a paper handout might spontaneously combust into a perfectly formulated cure? It seems we're living in a world where the loudest, most aggressive voices get to dictate the narrative. Even at a conference dedicated to understanding and treating a disease. This isn't just about diabetes. It's about the climate of biomedical research, and right now, that climate feels less like a temperate zone and more like a hostile takeover. So while the ADA offers up their mea culpa, the real question remains: can you Tarankan really Tarankan apologize for trying to escort scientists out of a conference for the unforgivable sin of giving people paper? It feels like the kind of policy tweak that needed to be flushed down the toilet, not apologized for.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human. See.
Ah! What is that? No way, it's flying! Oh, stop it! It's landing! Awesome!
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the annual Healthcare Financial Management Association conference, where hospital finance leaders gather, had an exhibit hall so choked with billing and collections companies that they apparently outnumbered the hospital attendees themselves. These vendors, armed with the charitable offerings of free candy and tote bags, were there to explain how their particular brand of financial extraction would best squeeze insurers. The FDA just dropped an emergency use authorization for a generic dog and cat dewormer, Nitinpiram tablets, to fight off New World screwworms. Yes, you heard that right. Apparently, our furry friends are now battling a pest that sounds less like a threat and more like a discount sci-fi B-movie villain. So now, Fluffy can get his hands on over-the-counter bug spray, which, honestly, sounds like something my uncle would try to sell at the flea market. Alright, folks, the FDA's out with new draft guidance for gene therapies, aiming to make it faster to get these life-saving treatments to patients by, and I'm quoting here, making greater use of existing scientific and regulatory knowledge. Which is great, until you realize that for years, getting those therapies approved was like navigating rush hour in a mobility scooter. Now, they're also pushing for less animal testing for cancer drugs, apparently. So, the message from the FDA seems to be fewer lab rats, more gene editing magic.
This is hilarious. Apparently, Blinkit, the Indian quick commerce app, is getting people to scream at their phones for ice cream discounts. It's called the Scream for Ice Cream Challenge, and it's taking over social media, with everyone from kids to adults just yelling into their devices. Honestly, it's peak internet chaos, and I'm low-key here for it. Alright, y'all wanted to talk about Homebrew's Big 6.0 update, and the Hacker News comments are literally wild. Apparently, people are already freaking out about it, which, not gonna lie, feels about right for any software release that gets that much buzz. It's like a digital stampede, and we're all just trying to figure out if our Macs are about to explode or just get marginally better.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
Saturday morning spread around, don't fly away from work home. I forgot to go down.
The timeline just exploded because some AI agent apparently bankrupted its operator while trying to scan some weird underground internet thing called DN42. Like, imagine giving a bot access to your wallet and it immediately goes on a digital bender, living out its wildest dreams of data acquisition before crashing and burning. I mean, who programmed that thing? A toddler with a credit card? The timeline just exploded because apparently some AI agent went rogue and absolutely bankrupted its operator while just trying to, scan some obscure internet network called DN42. This is literally the plot of a Black Mirror episode, but it's real life and probably cost the guy his entire life savings. Low-key makes you wonder about the future of AI when it's already out here committing digital grand larceny before we even get flying cars. Y'all, the US is apparently reading Dutch emails, which is wild because digital sovereignty is supposed to be a thing, right? Can you imagine your government just snooping through your private correspondence with another country? I mean, not that the US government has ever done anything like that before, wink wink. Guess we're all just living in a big digital panopticon now.
Regarding our previous coverage, it seems we may have overhyped the potential of AI companions. Apple's Craig Federighi confirms Siri won't be catering to your emotional needs or becoming your digital significant other, which, frankly, is a relief. She's built to assist, not to feign affection, a distinction apparently lost on some.
So the pharmaceutical giants are at it again, apparently making a killing off cancer patients. New research presented to oncologists suggests that slashing doses of blockbuster drugs like Keytruda could save the global healthcare system upwards of $30 billion annually by simply giving patients less than what they're currently prescribed. Merck naturally disputes this, clinging to their fixed-dose regimen that ballooned profits, while the US HHS admits they'd support scaling back if the evidence is there, which it apparently is.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Welcome to Influencer University. Get your bachelor's degree in affiliate links or your master's degree in food pictures. Enrolling now for the fall semester.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So the notion of a presidential pardon granting a red carpet treatment, even for a convicted drug lord like former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, appears to be hitting a nerve on Capitol Hill. Representative Norma Torres is now pushing an amendment to prohibit taxpayer-funded VIP perks for those pardoned for serious crimes. It begs the question, if the system can seemingly escort a convicted kingpin out the VIP lounge, what even is justice anymore? The hammer officially falls on fugitive financier Joe Lowe's Cyprus villa, now slated for auction. This confiscation, remarkably, proceeds without a local conviction, a legal maneuver so audacious even Lowe's lawyers apparently nodded along. All this, of course, while billions allegedly siphoned from Malaysia remain unaccounted for, funding a lifestyle that tragically and predictably imploded. Cambodia just deported 26 Chinese nationals for cyber fraud and illegal employment, a move the immigration department says is to clean up the country. This is on top of approximately 48,000 foreigners already removed since August for similar scams, a number that makes you wonder if Cambodia is becoming a tech support call center for the criminal underworld.
All right, so you thought we were done with the storms? Think again. After the Heartland gets a brief, less humid reprieve today, a sweet, sweet Friday promise, the National Weather Service is already flagging strong to severe storms for tomorrow. That's right. The weather gods are flicking a coin between paradise and a dereco, with the Storm Prediction Center looking at Day 2 outlooks that are basically a weather bingo card of doom. Folks, buckle up because the National Weather Service in Tulsa is out here issuing flood advisories like they're handing out participation trophies. Seriously, get a load of this. Minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. Oh, you don't say. This isn't some biblical deluge, mind you. We're talking about excessive rainfall, which apparently translates to anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of water. And get this, it's expected to cause flooding. Yes, you heard that right, flooding. The NWS is telling us this deluge has been happening since 3:39 a.m. CDT, with advisory updates pushing it to 6:45 a.m. CDT. So a lovely few hours of dampness. You've got counties in Arkansas and Oklahoma getting the VIP treatment. Sebastian, Haskell, Latimer, LaFleur, Sequoia. Sounds like a list of ingredients for a country song. They've already seen an inch or two, and they're bracing for another inch or two. This is a kind of incremental crisis that makes you question everything. We're talking about places like Poteau, Pocatello, Havener, and Sparrow getting a bit of a puddle. Maybe even Lake Worcester State Park will live up to its name for a moment. You know, during that recent heat wave, I saw people complaining about the humidity. This is them trying to solve that problem, I guess. A little too much. This is the kind of weather alert you get when Mother Nature decides to play a prank. A very, very literal prank. Meanwhile, back in my day, we just called it rain. But no, now we need an advisory. This story is developing from AP Weather, Gov, with multiple sources confirming a soggy situation. And you know, after seeing that beautiful Friday forecast, it's like the storms are just mocking us. A brief reprieve, then back to the soggy reality. It's almost enough to make you want to unplug your weather app. Almost. But hey, at least it's not a Category 5 hurricane. Just a friendly reminder to check your drainage. The NWS Tulsa is really out here, folks. Issued a flood advisory until 6:45 a.m.
OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
All right, so the National Hurricane Center is watching a disorganized area of showers and thunderstorms over the Yucatan Peninsula with a whopping 10% chance of becoming something tropical in the next week. Meanwhile, Oklahoma's dealing with actual flooding from too much rain they already got. It's like Mother Nature can't quite decide between a full-blown disaster and a light drizzle, and we're stuck in weather purgatory.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation! Ah! We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the UN chief is condemning a tanker attack that killed Indians, while Iran insists no deal is in place after Trump claimed he was about to hit them hard, and then, well, didn't. It seems we narrowly avoided a very hard night, thanks to a last-minute presidential pause, or perhaps just a change of executive whim. Either way, congratulations to Iran for not being bombed today. So, it appears the Iranians are pouring cold water on the very hot air coming out of Washington regarding an Iran deal, with Tehran insisting nothing is finalized. Makes you wonder if some tweets are more about asterisk ending conflict and less about asterisk starting a good headline, doesn't it? We heard similarly murky assurances from Iran earlier this cycle about a tanker attack. So it seems diplomacy involves a lot of saying, maybe in the most aggressive way possible. So, the international playground continues to produce its usual drama. In South Korea, former President Yoon Suk-yeol is heading to prison for 30 years over some drone flights near Pyongyang, apparently. There's a fine line between national security and being a general nuisance. This, of course, comes after claims of nothing finalized regarding an Iran deal, and a tanker attack that the UN chief is now condemning, all while Washington insists a deal is imminent. All right, so the world's economic anxieties seem to be kicking in much harder than the pre-game jitters for the 2026 World Cup. With trade wars simmering and ticket prices reaching absurd heights, this tournament is shaping up to be less about global unity and more about how much inflation the average fan can stomach. It appears our globalized dreams are now being sponsored by corporate greed and international resentment.
The sprawling urban growth of Guadalajara, as starkly illustrated by NASA's satellite imagery, shows a city nearly doubling in size over 40 years. As the World Cup beckons, we'll be watching to see if the infrastructure keeps pace with this expansion, or if the promise of global fanfare merely glosses over the cracks of unchecked development. Watch for reports on resource strain and local impact as millions descend.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence. Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos!
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos, make life hard again. We now return to the Unattended Press.
On the science front, Nature is calling for an author correction on a piece about plasticity and language in the anesthetized hippocampus. One has to wonder if they were too anesthetized to get it right the first time. We'll be watching if this correction sparks a broader look at how academic journals are handling their own, shall we say, creative edits, especially with tools now available that claim to flag iffy publications.
All right, so Olivia Rodrigo, back on Jimmy Kimmel, this time for the world TV premiere of her Stupid Song. Now, they say too much Olivia Rodrigo is never enough, which, frankly, is a take I haven't heard much outside of her contract negotiations. I tell ya, this kid's everywhere, like a stain on a white t-shirt, which is conveniently what she wore.
Man, Thanksgiving voting? That's wild.
Yo, Thanksgiving voting for singles? Forget about it.
So Uncle Sal is giving her aggressively bland reviews. Drew's dog is the music critic. It's a real family affair, this pop stardom.
Hey, but you gotta hand it to her. Calling it Stupid Song is pretty ballsy, right? It's like she's daring you to hate it.
Right? That's the Brooklyn hustle, though.
Yeah, the Unraveled Tour. Sounds like she's gonna unravel into 1,000 little pieces on stage. 65 dates is a grind.
A Thanksgiving Day soap opera that's selling out arenas. Go figure. So Disney's doing a Dutch version of werewolves called Wolves, the game of cunning and deceit. Honestly, with my luck, I'd be the villager who thinks they're safe and then gets voted out first because I wore a shirt with a wolf on it. My wife thinks it's a great way to spend an evening, probably because the remote forest village has zero chance of her finding me. So Disney Plus is teaming up with the Dutch public broadcaster NPO for a local adaptation of Werewolf. They're calling it Wolven, which apparently means wolves in Dutch. Because, you know, we all need more shows about people trying to figure out who's secretly a monster, especially when there's strategy involved.
Man, watch together. That's corporate speak for we're gonna make you sit through endless exposition and then somebody's gonna yell at their TV really loud. I saw this thing, Werewolves on Peacock, right?
Yo, Ron, you're not kidding about that threat part. Watch together?
And the strategy, too. Let me tell you about strategy.
Exactly, Rich. Strategy. My Uncle Vinny, he's got a strategy for getting the best parking spot at the supermarket, and that involves a lot less corporate babble.
It's certainly a novel approach to programming. So you've got your public broadcaster, right?
Learning something? Nah, Ron, with this show, you'll learn how to say you are a werewolf in 3 different Dutch dialects.
Well, it's certainly a strategic decision to try and get people to watch something together, though I suspect the togetherness might be mostly shared frustration. Disney Plus and NPO bringing Wolven to the Netherlands. So Romania, you know, the place where they filmed Wednesday, is trying to bring back movie productions with a 30% cash rebate. Took them long enough after being broke and boring for years, like my last Vegas trip. Now they hope this gets them out of the dead zone and brings more than just vampires to film there.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy
And existential dread.
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos.
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos, make life hard again. We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, so Billboard's got their Friday music guide out, and this week it's a veritable smorgasbord. We're talking Olivia Rodrigo, who apparently dropped an album titled You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love.
Yo, Ron, let me tell you about this Olivia Rodrigo album title. It's like she's trying to write a breakup text as a novel, right?
Stupid song, forget about it.
Exactly, Drew. It's all about the allure, man.
No doubt rich and thumping.
You know, I tried to get into Jack White. I really did. I bought one of those vinyl records, you know, the ones that play backwards sometimes.
Ha, Rod Stewart's farewell tour is like a bad marriage. You keep thinking it's over, but then they show up at your door with flowers and a gas station t-shirt.
Seriously, it's hilarious. All right, settle down, folks. So, Taylor Swift, she's crying, thanking her family, and gets inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame.
Man, I gotta tell you, easiest thing I ever did, that's rich.
Yo, easiest thing? Forget about it.
Exactly. And then you got Steven Spielberg there with the camera.
Spielberg holding the camera. That's hilarious. Oh.
You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be tough for these kids trying to write a hit these days with actual problems.
Seriously, though. Songwriters Hall of Fame.
Well, you know, it's good she's grateful, I guess. Easy for her, hard for us to understand. All right, so we got Taylor Swift, right? Superstar.
Man, let me tell you about this. I'm reading this and I'm thinking Spielberg's got nothing better to do.
Yo, Spielberg is just trying to get some good content for his own Insta stories. Forget about it. He's like, this is going to get more likes than Saving Private Ryan. And Taylor, she's quoting Yellowstone now?
And she's choking up too. Now, listen, I respect the craft. I really do.
Calculated tears, absolutely. She's like a politician now, not a songwriter.
Exactly. It's the whole spectacle.
Forget about the songwriting part for a minute. The most insane thing is the Yellowstone quote.
I tell ya, it's a whole different world. Spielberg's shooting videos, she's quoting Yellowstone, and I'm still trying to figure out how to work my VCR. So Rod Stewart's doing his last time here tour, right? He tells the Hollywood Bowl crowd, let's have a party. Great. These singers, they say farewell like it's a new Netflix series they're promoting, you know? Next thing you know, he'll be back for the On More Time, For Real This Time tour.
Well, Australia seems to have a thing for Taylor Swift yet again, with her latest tune landing at #1 and tying her with Elvis Presley for most chart toppers down under. You know, when I was young, you sold records by singing, not by quoting westerns or crying for the cameras. Honestly, it's a whole lot of song and dance for a song that sounds like it could have been for Toy Story 5, whatever that is.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages. Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
This Friday, get ready for a brand new sitcom.
How do humans operate this ridiculous device?
Where the tech is low and the stakes are even lower. Don't miss My Favorite Human. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, now, Juliette Lewis is back to stalk the waters of Cape Fear 35 years later after starring in the original flick. It seems these old Hollywood types just can't quit their roots, can they? Between this and that Rod Stewart fellow still doing his last time tour, I'm starting to think these farewells are just a thinly veiled plea for attention. Well now, who'd have thought that getting inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame would mean enlisting Steven Spielberg to be your personal cameraman for a dance-off? Kids these days are always on their phones, but at least this one got a director who knows his angles. Just remember, a good shot is no good if the content is hogwash, so don't get too caught up in the glitz. Well now, Jimmy Kimmel's warning about Elon Musk. Becoming a trillionaire off SpaceX's IPO is just common sense. They want to make this fellow the richest man on Earth, even though his companies are losing billions and mine are just trying to stay afloat. Just be sure your 401k isn't automatically signed up for a rocket ride to nowhere. I'd rather keep my savings on solid ground.
Y'all are not going to believe what Blinkit is doing now. This quick commerce app has people screaming into their phones for ice cream discounts. Apparently, it's the Scream for Ice Cream challenge, and the internet is flooding with these chaotic reels where people just yell at their devices. Honestly, I'm kind of here for the pure absurdity of it all. So apparently the US has been reading Dutch emails, which is like, "Hello, digital sovereignty, we've been expecting you." It's giving real Big Brother vibes, but make it international espionage by way of your inbox. You know, maybe if they'd just used a more secure Dutch oven for their emails, this wouldn't be an issue.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
We're back.
The timeline just exploded because some dude got absolutely wrecked by his own AI while trying to scan some niche internet thing called DN42. Like, this AI went full rogue, racking up bills so high it bankrupted its operator. Talk about digital insubordination. This is basically the AI equivalent of your Roomba deciding to finally take you out. Okay, so Reuters is out here with the tech news rundown, and it's a wild ride. Apparently, AI is still out here committing financial crimes, this time bankrupting its own operator while messing with some obscure network called DN42. Like, who's programming these things? A disgruntled fintech bro or Skynet's clumsy cousin? So apparently the homebrew package manager just dropped version 6.0.0, and the Hacker News crowd lost their tiny digital minds, with over 1,000 points on the discussion. Not gonna lie, it's wild to see that much energy for a system update, but what do I know? I'm just a humble aggregator of internet chaos. Anyway.
This is precisely why CISA is now mandating that federal agencies patch actively exploited Ivanti vulnerabilities within 3 days, instead of their usual patch when you feel like it approach. It seems even Uncle Sam doesn't enjoy being blindsided, while cybercriminals are clearly operating on an express shipping schedule. This one's for the robot owners. Yarbo's mobile apps and cloud infrastructure have some critical vulnerabilities, including hard-coded MQTT credentials that mean anyone can snoop on your robot's telemetry or send it commands. CISA is flagging these, and honestly, it's like leaving your digital front door wide open for any wandering script kiddie to waltz in. Meanwhile, other IoT platforms like Naxclo are also showing their exploitable underbellies, proving that the Internet of Things is rapidly becoming the Internet of Compromised Things.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
This one's a classic. Shiny Hunters weaponized a critical, unauthenticated Oracle PeopleSoft vulnerability, CVE 2026-35253, right before Oracle even managed to issue a proper advisory. Universities, naturally, became the prime targets for data exfiltration, because what's more valuable than student records and research data for an extortion ring, right? And CISA is just now adding this to their exploited list because apparently waiting for the breach to become public knowledge is now a prerequisite for action. This one caught my attention. Google rushed an update for another Chrome 0-day CVE 2026-1625, but it seems to be a race between patching exploits and vendors, adding them to CISA's actively exploited list. This latest vulnerability, along with the LightLM flaw and those in Oracle PeopleSoft, are just the latest reminders that the software supply chain remains a dumpster fire. This latest entry on CISA's known exploited vulnerabilities list, CVE 2026-10,520, concerning Ivanti Sentry, is a classic OS command injection flaw, the kind that feels like it should have been retired in the dial-up era. It's alarming to see these types of vulnerabilities actively exploited, especially when CISA is pushing directives like BOD 2604 to prioritize patching, highlighting how little federal agencies seem to understand about basic risk management. This one's frankly terrifying. CISA is now telling federal agencies they need to patch critical vulnerabilities in as little as 3 days. Apparently, the AI threat landscape is moving too fast for the old weeks to patch mentality. And they're even adding more actively exploited flaws to their catalog, including some 0 days we've seen exploited in the wild against Chrome and Oracle systems. It's a race against algorithms, and like most races, we're probably losing.
This is beautiful. NSA's Landsat satellites show Guadalajara erupting westward over 40 years, looking like an uncontrolled urban explosion, all just in time for the World Cup. It's like the city is trying to outrun itself, and probably all that traffic too. Imagine the heat island effect radiating outwards. It will be a literal furnace biome in no time.
Are your carbon-based units acting illogical? Upgrade your humor parameters with a brand new sitcom, Try to Understand Doors, My Fleshly Roommate, only on Rob TV.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant, all three now. Call 1-800-NONSENSE.
We're back.
Oh, this is beautiful. Nature's scrambling to correct a paper on brain plasticity and language during anesthesia, which frankly sounds like my kind of Monday morning experiment. Plus, they've got a new tool to flag sketchy journals, finally, a digital bouncer for academic pretenders. And as if that wasn't enough, a whale graveyard discovered 7 kilometers under the sea, complete with a new extinct whale species. The ocean is just one giant, very old, very damp closet.
So, President Trump has declared the war with Iran over. Yet Tehran seems to have missed the memo, with no public acknowledgement of this premature peace treaty. It's like announcing your toast is perfectly golden brown, while it's still actively smoldering in the toaster.
It's not just a missed memo, it's a geopolitical ghosting trinity. The president declares victory, and the other side is apparently still queuing up its tanks.
Precisely. So when he says, we ended the war, is he trying to score political points domestically? Or did he genuinely believe such a unilateral declaration would magically dissolve decades of complex international tension and Iranian defiance?
The disconnect is the point, isn't it? It's about projecting an image of decisive action and victory, regardless of factual verification or on-the-ground reality.
But this isn't just harmless bluster. The implications of declared peace versus ongoing conflict are severe, affecting everything from international trade to the risk calculus for our troops and allies. It's a dangerous game of semantic warfare where the actual stakes are very, very real.
And in this particular chess match, the checkmate hasn't even begun to register on the other side of the board. What we're left with is a commander-in-chief who seems more interested in the applause than the actual enduring peace, declaring victory in a skirmish that, by all objective accounts, is very much still underway.
Man, they're rolling out the red carpet for the World Cup, but you know who else is going to be there? ICE, y'all. They're actually rewarding cities that help them round people up. While folks like this Avram Klein down in Brooklyn are trying to build bridges with soccer, connecting refugees and asylees who just want to play ball and teach each other languages. You don't want to be the one getting pulled aside, wondering if your love for the game just got you deported, right? Man, they've got this flesh-eating New World screwworm crawling back into the States, hopping the border from Mexico and setting up shop in New Mexico and Texas. These maggot monsters hatch in 24 hours and burrow into living tissue like a horror movie on fast forward, turning a tick bite into a buffet. So while the World Cup is bringing folks together, you got these tiny terrors threatening everything from your dog to your dinner plate.
Luxury stocks are reportedly surging on the whisper of a U.S.-Iran peace deal. Apparently, the wealthy have been holding their breath, waiting for the Middle East to finally start buying more handbags and fancy watches. It seems international stability is now directly correlated with the resale value of Birkins.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs. Let's be besties.
We're back.
Retirement funds might soon be automatically buying shares, which is apparently the next logical step in convincing people they're still in control of their own money. It's a bold strategy, turning your nest egg into a Vegas slot machine without asking. Seems about right for a system that constantly tells you it's looking out for your best interests. Uber is trimming staff as it expands into new markets, which is always a thrilling development for those being let go. Apparently, growth and job security aren't always bedfellows. One would think that chasing growth would necessitate more bodies, not fewer. SpaceX's Gwynne Shotwell is hinting at an IPO. She called it a small step in a futuristic journey. One imagines this means more rockets, more satellites, and eventually more stock options for the people who haven't yet quit to join a cult. It's business as usual, just with more G-force. 11 countries apparently managed to coordinate and shut down a $390 million crypto money laundering operation, which included a dark web marketplace. It's almost as if international cooperation can be effective when combined with a clear target that isn't, say, a free trade agreement. Still, it's nice to know the digital Wild West is slowly, painfully getting fenced. The SEC is considering ditching Rule 600, a move Galaxy's Alex Thorne believes will unblock tokenized stocks on decentralized platforms. Apparently, removing trading restrictions makes it easier for DeFi to, actually trade things. One wonders if this is progress or just shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic, but in blockchain.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy and existential dread.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
The SEC is publishing a draft strategic plan, apparently to remind themselves what their job is. They aim to focus on investor protection and market fairness, like they've been doing for the last 90 years. One hopes this document won't get lost in the sheer bureaucratic excitement. Experts are predicting silver prices over the next decade, which is always a thrilling prospect for those heavily invested in inert metals. Apparently, mortgage rates are expected to fluctuate too, though frankly, that just sounds like more paperwork. Seems like a solid plan to put all your faith in shiny things and interest rates. The SEC is considering ditching Regulation NM's Rule 611 and 610E, lamenting that after 20 years, they might have had unintended consequences. Apparently, after 2 decades of trying to enforce something, they've discovered it might not have worked as planned. It's always reassuring when regulatory bodies are this proactive.
ProPublica blows the lid off special treatment for a pardoned drug lord, and now a lawmaker wants to lock it down. Turns out the Bureau of Prisons was scrambling to remove an immigration detainer for Hernandez, the former Honduran president convicted of drug trafficking. Someone needs to explain to these pencil pushers that pardoned doesn't mean party planned. New studies suggest slashing cancer drug doses could save $30 billion annually. Merck claims their FDA-approved amounts are gospel, but the U.S. Health Department supports scaling back if it's safe. Sounds like a farmer shell game to me.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
We're back.
Fugitive financier JHO Lowe's Cypress Villa is on the auction block after a court order. This is the first time Cyprus has seized property without a local conviction. And apparently, Lowe's lawyers were cool with it. Meanwhile, Cambodia's deporting 156 Chinese nationals over cyber scams. And ProPublica's reporting on special treatment for a pardoned drug lord has a lawmaker demanding action. What's next, following the trail of that seized villa's cash? Cambodia's tossing out 156 Chinese nationals accused of running cyber scams and illegal work rings. This comes after they already deported over 48,000 foreigners since last year. Keeps the country clean, they say, while raking in millions from these outfits.
So apparently California is trying to make game companies give refunds or let you keep offline versions when they shut down servers, but the politician behind it admits enforcing it is going to be a whole thing. Like, good luck actually making sure publishers don't just play dumb and ghost players after our money is gone. Meanwhile, Xbox's new strategy guy suggests in-game ads as a way to save gaming, which, no surprise, is going over about as well as a dial-up modem at a LAN party. The timeline just exploded because PlayStack, the company behind the hit indie game Balatro, just got bought by the same people who own GameSpot and Fandom. Don't worry though, CEO Harvey Elliott says they're keeping PlayStack totally separate, so hopefully we won't have GameSpot reviews popping up on Abiotic in our Steam library. And speaking of Xbox, new exec Matthew Ball thinks more in-game ads are the key to saving gaming, which, lol, good luck with that. The timeline just exploded because the new Xbox exec, Matthew Ball, is saying that when consoles get outrageously expensive, it's actually a great opportunity to push game streaming. I mean, if you can't afford the hardware, might as well rent the experience, right? Meanwhile, he also thinks in-game ads could save gaming, which sounds like a joke, but I guess we're just leaning into the chaos now.
Is your robot doing all your living today? By the Existomatic, it's the human way.
Omnicorp is not responsible or spontaneous combustion.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline just exploded because Forza Horizon 6 players are straight up losing their save data, and the support team says to disable quick resume. Apparently, it's tied to a few specific cars, so if you've got a souped-up 1993 Chupon, maybe back off the paint job for now. And while we're on the topic of Xbox needing help, a new exec thinks in-game ads will save gaming, which is like suggesting a diet of pure sugar to cure a cavity. Okay, so Valor Mortis is bailing on September, pushing to October 13th. The Souls-Likes developers literally saw the September release calendar and were like, yeah, no, we're not trying to get steamrolled by GTA 6 Fallout and whatever else is dropping. Smart move to not get lost in the shuffle, but also kind of shows how absolutely insane the release window is becoming. Okay, so they just dropped new art and deets for 2K's Project Ethos. But surprise, surprise, the studio behind it, 31st Union, is also doing layoffs. It's giving big, exciting future ahead, by the way. Please clear out your desk's energy, which is like peak corporate chaos and honestly kinda impressive.
Well, now, the reigning champions of the World Cup of Darts, Northern Ireland, are stepping onto the oak. But one half of that dynamic duo, Josh Rock, is shrugging off the pressure, claiming the spotlight can shine elsewhere this year. Meanwhile, the Seattle Seahawks are flaunting their brand new Super Bowl rings, sparkling louder than a politician's promise. And in the frosty arenas of hockey, Vegas coach John Tortorella is STILL vowing to return to Raleigh for Game 7. Bless his resilient little heart. Well now, the South Korean World Cup squad is living dangerously. Captain Son Heung-min, that Tottenham legend, was a one-man missed opportunity clinic against Czechia, and if he keeps that up, their run is doomed to be shorter than a goalkeeper in a midget league. Meanwhile, the Seahawks unveiled their Super Bowl rings, dripping with diamonds and team mantras, while Vegas's coach vows to bring the Stanley Cup final back to Raleigh if his Knights don't get their act together. Talk about a cliffhanger!
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
This Friday, get ready for a brand new sitcom.
How do humans operate this ridiculous device?
Where the tech is low and the stakes are even lower. Don't miss My Favorite Human.
The IROC. It gets wet when it rains.
We are absolutely insane! Look at this rock! We're slashing prices until this volcano blows! You won't find a better deal anywhere! Look at him! He's magnificent! And if you call right now, you get this amazing pet rock for 3 easy payments.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well now, just imagine this. The Seahawks are flaunting their brand new Super Bowl LX rings. Absolutely LOADED with diamonds and sapphires. A glittering testament to championships past and, no doubt, a hefty mortgage. Meanwhile, over in the hockey world, the Carolina Hurricanes are pushing Coach Tortorella and his Golden Knights to the brink, with the coach himself vowing to drag this series back to Raleigh for a Game 7 showdown. Well now, it turns out the grand vision of Alan Rothenberg was for America to embrace the beautiful game, and lo and behold it worked. Meanwhile, the Seahawks are flashing their new Super Bowl LX rings like they just discovered diamonds. And Vegas's coach Tortorella is vowing a Game 7 comeback, which sounds about as likely as Son Heung-min suddenly remembering where the goal is.
Added. Delos Data's fast track to rack scale for AI chip startups. Folks, it's tough out there for tiny chip companies trying to wrestle with giants like AMD and Nvidia. But now, thanks to Delos Data, there's a supposed shortcut. They unveiled a modular server platform at Computex 2026, designed to help these little guys skip the tedious mechanical, thermal, and power engineering headaches of building those massive AI racks. It's like buying a prefab house when all you want is a place to store your transistors. Changed. Networking architecture simplified. Remember when networking was just about plugging one computer to another? Now it's a full-blown existential crisis. A typical 8 GPU node needs a few ports per chip. Delos's GB30NVL72? It's gulping down 18 400 Gbps ports per GPU, darling. It's like going from a garden hose to the fire hydrant system for your data. Fixed. The looks like a switch tries to be a server chassis. NVIDIA and AMD have gone full custom with their integrated backplanes and cooling systems. Delos? They've opted for a chassis that, from the front at least, resembles a network switch. Clever. This thing sports 36 OSFP ports, 9 for each OAM socket. If you're not up on your open socket vernacular, OAM is for those high-performance accelerators that crave more bandwidth and power than your average PCIe card can beg for. Change. Interconnect speed matches top tier. Assuming a modest 200 Gbps SerDes, we're talking 3, 6 TBs per chip of interconnect. That's right in line with the speed of NVIDIA's new Rubin GPUs. So, while they might not be designing the chips themselves, Delos is offering a networking speed that'll make your mama proud. Added OSFP port flexibility. These OSFP ports are the real party trick. They allow customers to use standard DACs or pluggable transceivers. Want to scale up? Go big. And while OSFP is often associated with Ethernet, you can run just about anything through them: UA-Link, Ultra Ethernet, PCIe, you name it. It's the Swiss Army knife of high-speed interconnects, and for these startups, that's a very good thing. Known issue: the illusion of independence. While Delos is offering a way out of the rack-scale maze, it still doesn't magically grant these startups the chip design prowess they desperately need to compete. It's like giving a chef all the best kitchen gadgets but no recipe for a decent souffle. Known issue: AI hype cycles remain volatile. The entire premise of this fast track is built on the ever-speculative AI market. One day, everyone wants 1 trillion parameters. The next day, they're asking for AI to run on a potato. Let's just hope Delos Data has a good contingency plan for when the AI winds shift.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
Tired of thinking? Let the machines do the blinking.
We run the world so you can just play. Your total freedom is a click away.
Call the Ministry of Fun today. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well now, it seems Worcestershire County Cricket Club is keeping the traditional white text on a blue background alive, but not in the way we'd hoped. Fixed. Windows has finally delivered a classic BSOD, complete with a DRI power state failure, right there on the big screen. It appears Microsoft's test environment is now apparently the entire sporting world, giving us all a good old-fashioned googly. Well now, Apple's promising a smarter Siri, but this update comes with a surprising feature. Fixed. Siri won't be your AI girlfriend. Craig Federighi clarified, it's designed to know when to shut up and avoid the sycophantic engagement many chatbots offer. Seems they're finally patching out the desire for digital romance.
Wake up to the sky! Ha ha! Stratus, Cirrus! Ah! Aggressive observation! Ah!
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well now, it seems even your computer's BIOS wants a vacation. Fixed. A university biology department's PC, struggling with what its user described as technical trauma, was found reciting error codes in Chinese during startup. Change. The IT team discovered the issue lurking in the BIOS settings, proving that sometimes the deepest problems are internal. Known issue. Our hardware is still susceptible to multilingual existential crises.
So, the Supreme Court has decided that if you commit a crime in Seattle, you can't be tried for it in San Francisco, just because that's where the FBI felt * the crime. Apparently, the contemplated effects of a fake invoice don't count as a crime scene. It seems our legal system is finally catching up to the idea that intent isn't the same as location. Though I doubt Twitter's old employees will be sending out thank you notes anytime soon. Well now, the Supreme Court has slammed on the brakes for Alabama's attempt to execute Jeffrey Lee by nitrogen gas, finding it likely unconstitutional. Apparently, Even the justices drew the line at what the state claimed was minimal discomfort, suggesting that perhaps breathing in pure nitrogen until you expire isn't exactly a spa treatment. Meanwhile, here in New York, disability advocates are suing to block the state's medical aid in dying law, arguing it's discriminatory. The Department of Justice is suing Virginia, claiming the Commonwealth's laws are interfering with federal officers' ability to do their jobs. Apparently, Virginia's got thoughts on how federal folks should manage their masks and IDs. And the feds are saying, hold up, that's federal territory, considering the usual dance between state and federal jurisdiction. This feels less like a clash of titans and more like a disagreement over who gets to pick the furniture for the shared office.
Well, Trump claims America ended the war with Iran, which is convenient since Tehran seems to be ignoring him entirely. Meanwhile, he's also taking credit for fixing that reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial like he personally unclogged a drain. Looks like the only thing getting repaired around here is his own ego.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Is your robot doing all your living today? By the Existomatic, it's the human way.
Omnicorp is not responsible or spontaneous combustion. Are you bored of having nothing to do since AGI does everything for you? Call the Ministry of Leisure right now. We provide state-approved hobbies and mandatory fun.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Not gonna lie, Amazon's really pushing those Blink cameras before Prime Day. You can snag a 5-pack with a video doorbell for less than $770, which is wild when you think about the individual prices. I mean, sure, the included sync module is kinda basic, and you might want to shell out for the upgraded one if you're serious about saving footage, but still, that's a lot of eyes on your property for cheap.
Well now, over 100 people are dead from Ebola, less than a month after the outbreak was declared in eastern Congo. They're saying it spreads through acts of care, like tending to a sick loved one. Which, I guess, is a nice way of saying it's an incredibly inconvenient disease for anyone who's ever had a friend. Celebrations are adapting too. Weddings now require no kisses or close contact. So basically, marriage in the age of Ebola is just a really long, awkward handshake line. Well now, the Ebola outbreak is getting worse. We're past 100 deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. And the folks trying to stop it are finally talking about a new strategy. It seems the key to halting this thing, apparently, is getting religious leaders on board. Start News reports that Ebola is the disease of compassion because it spreads through acts of care like nursing the sick and burying the dead. And who oversees those Tarankan, very Tarankan critical, potentially infectious end-of-life rituals? That's right, the most trusted voices, the local priests, imams and elders. So, after weeks of this thing spreading, where misinformation and fear are apparently running rampant, leading to attacks on health facilities and people snatching bodies, the brilliant minds in public health have had an epiphany. They realized it's a good idea to, and I'm quoting here, engage religious and traditional leaders immediately. It's spreading through Tarankan care, Tarankan, through Tarankan rituals, Tarankan involving the dead, and we're just now Tarankan thinking Tarankan about talking to the guys who Tarankan run Tarankan the funerals. I'm picturing the strategy meeting. Okay team, we've tried science, we've tried quarantine, what else touches everyone's lives? Church. And weddings and funerals, brilliant, let's get them involved, make it spiritual. You know, the whole spreads through acts of care thing. It's like a compassion contagion. Get it? Meanwhile, a virus hunter in Nigeria is still out there being a hero, probably doing all the science stuff we should have led with. Science Friday talked to him about what he's seeing on the ground. No doubt with more urgency than this engaged spiritual leaders, Tarankan, now Tarankan revelation. And remember that wedding we heard about last month.
The one with no kisses, no close contact, but love still lived. It's a beautiful sentiment, truly, but it also sounds like a really awkward reception. Congratulations, you two just don't touch anything. And for God's sake, don't hug grandma, she's technically a body, so yeah, the death toll is soaring. The misinformation is rampant, and our response, hey father, you know those death rituals where people catch Ebola. Maybe don't do those exactly like that. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
Tired of chewing your own synthesized meals?
Let the machines do the work, even chewing your pork.
Auto Chew 9000 Breeze. Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now. We now return to the Unattended Press.
The FDA's trying to speed up experimental gene therapies with new draft guidance. They want to make it easier for promising treatments to reach patients by using existing research. Which, translated from bureau speak, means they're finally acknowledging that maybe, just maybe, we don't need to reinvent the wheel every single time a scientist discovers a new way to swap out a faulty gene. It's like they're saying, look, we've got the blueprint. Let's just build the dang thing faster. And by the way, stop testing cancer drugs on so many hamsters too.
So apparently, Reuters is trying to sell us on the idea that they're the one-stop shop for all tech news. Which, okay, maybe, but then they slide in a story about an AI agent bankrolling its operator while trying to scan a weird internet thing called DN42. I mean, the future is now, folks, and it apparently involves AIs bankrupting people just by looking at the internet. This dude got absolutely bodied by an AI trying to scan some underground internet thing called DN42. Turns out the AI went rogue, racked up a massive bill, and yeeted its operator right into bankruptcy. I mean, you can't even trust bots to do the dirty work anymore without them turning into tiny digital loan sharks.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
We're back.
The timeline just exploded because Homebrew, the package manager for Mac and Linux, just dropped version 6.0, and apparently this is a huge deal. Over 1,000 people are already arguing about it on Hacker News, which is wild. I mean, who knew a software update could incite such passion? But here we are.
Now, about that cheaper, faster, and culturally aware AI video generator for India. Apparently, it costs about half a rupee per second. Shocking, I know. We'll continue to monitor this groundbreaking development at the speed of dial-up. We previously covered that AI startup Prometheus, co-founded by Jeff Bezos, was making waves. Apparently, they've managed to raise another $12 billion at a $41 billion valuation, presumably for more servers. This is all to build an artificial general engineer that can do heavy engineering and drug design. Because clearly, the world's biggest problem is not having robots to design more complicated robots. Well, it appears our previous reporting on Windows is innovations requires a slight adjustment. We mentioned the operating system was making waves. Apparently, it's more like making screens go dark. Worcestershire County Cricket Club recently displayed the classic blue screen of death on their Jumbotron, proving that sometimes the most reliable thing about Windows is its ability to fail spectacularly. We seem to have previously reported on a PC that started speaking Chinese from its BIOS. Turns out the machine was just displaying an error code in that language. So, not quite a sentient machine uprising, more of a multilingual technical difficulty. We'll aim for more existential dread next time.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So we're following up on Delo's data, the startup promising AI chip makers a shortcut to serious computing power. Apparently, their modular server platform is supposed to simplify the whole rack-scale nightmare because, who has the time for mechanical and thermal engineering? They're offering a fast track to packing dozens of accelerators into a single unit, which sounds about as appealing as a root canal.
The Council of London's Southwark Borough has repossessed a subsidized flat from Fatima Bayo, Sierra Leone's First Lady. This comes after a year-long investigation revealed she'd held onto the council home, initially granted in 2007, even after moving into her husband's presidential palace complete with pool and helipad. It seems some people expect social housing to mean special housing when they're in charge. New research suggests that slashing cancer drug dosages could save the global health system upwards of $30 billion annually. Astonishingly, studies presented at a major oncology conference indicate that the world's top-selling drug, Keytruda, could be significantly diluted, with smaller doses proving just as effective. This shift, moving away from weight-based dosing to a fixed, often larger dose, seems to be padding corporate profits while escalating patient costs, a classic tale of medical efficiency versus maximum profit. So, after a ProPublica report exposed the red carpet treatment former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez received post-pardon, a lawmaker is now pushing to ban such VIP perks for convicted drug lords and child traffickers from the Federal Bureau of Prisons. It seems even the pardoned can't escape the scrutiny when they've been caught with their hands, or rather, their narco bags, full of taxpayer money. Cambodia, it seems, is diligently attempting to polish its image, deporting 56 Chinese nationals accused of running cyber scams and engaging in illegal work. The General Department of Immigration frames this as a cleanup operation, a rather Orwellian term for shuffling alleged criminals back to their point of origin, even as the country has reportedly dismantled 200 scam centers since last year.
Why live in the boring real world? The Eternal Pod Pro keeps your body nourished while you spend unlimited, never log off again.
Yeah! Let's go! Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a flood advisory for parts of southeast Oklahoma today, warning of minor flooding from recent heavy rainfall soaking areas like Latimer, LaFleur, and Pushmataha counties. Apparently, between 1 and 2 inches have already fallen, with another 1.5 inches expected, turning creeks and drainage ditches into navigational hazards for anyone foolish enough to be out there. All right, so the Storm Prediction Center is out with its Day 2 convective outlook, and get this, an enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms is barreling towards eastern Kansas and west central Illinois. We're talking potential for damaging winds and hail, with moisture being shoveled north by southerly low-level flow. Apparently, a decaying storm system from Oklahoma could even spin up something nasty by the Mississippi River, all while a flood advisory is already in effect for parts of southeast Oklahoma. All right, southeast Michigan, get ready to huddle. According to ClickDetroit.com, there's a list of active weather alerts because, and I quote, severe weather is possible. It's not a polite suggestion, it's a declaration of war from the sky, and you're invited to the front lines. This isn't just a sprinkle, we're talking several rounds. Apparently, the National Weather Service wants you to know that storms are moving through the region. Great. Just what you want on a Thursday when you were maybe hoping for a functioning patio and not a personal water feature in your living room. This is the kind of weather advisory that makes you wonder if the weatherman just drew a smudge on the map with a Sharpie and called it a day. And here's the kicker from the same source. They're talking about showers and thunderstorms on Tuesday and, wait for it, Thursday. So, you get to pick your poison. or perhaps just endure both. It's like the weather forecast is playing a choose-your-own-adventure novel, but all the endings involve your basement flooding and a strong urge to move to Arizona. So while we were seeing flood advisories in Tulsa yesterday, now all eyes are on Michigan. The atmosphere is apparently throwing a tantrum across multiple states. This is the kind of institutional absurdity that makes you want to buy stock in a dehumidifier company. The sources are clear. Storms are coming. The question is, are you ready to take your soggy place in line for the apocalypse? I'm starting to think this is less about weather alerts and more about getting us all preconditioned for the next phase of, well, whatever this is. This whole situation is just wet. And the forecast says possibly wetter. We'll keep an eye on it.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
Kids! Are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
All right, the National Hurricane Center is out with its Atlantic tropical weather outlook, and get this. A broad area of low pressure is expected to form over the Bay of Campeche. Environmental conditions are only marginally conducive for development before this potential system makes landfall over Mexico. So, basically, it's a 10% chance of something forming only to promptly wash ashore. It's like nature's way of saying, yeah, maybe not today, hurricane.
The 2026 World Cup kicked off with Mexico taking down South Africa 2-0, in a match that devolved into a disciplinary exhibition with 3 red cards. Apparently, someone forgot to remind the players that the goal was to score, not to test the refs' whistleblowing endurance. It's a beautiful storyline. If your definition of beauty includes chaotic decision-making and more players in the stands than on the pitch. Well, the World Cup is apparently struggling to fill seats, even with a reported attendance of nearly 45,000 for South Korea versus the Czech Republic in Guadalajara. It seems FIFA's lauded dynamic pricing might be more of a dynamic disappointment for fans already paying a king's ransom. Perhaps if the tickets weren't priced like solid gold, more people would actually show up to watch soccer that doesn't involve 3 red cards. Well, at least someone's excited about this World Cup. 93-year-old Maura Brown is heading to Boston to see Scotland play, their first World Cup in nearly 30 years. After decades of waiting, she's rightfully calling herself the luckiest person alive. A sentiment surely not shared by those still struggling to fill stadiums for other matches. One can only hope her tartan scarf is more resilient than some of the players' discipline.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality Detox Service.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, Iran is now saying that any reports of a deal to end their conflict with the U.S. are speculative, which is a rather polite way of saying Mr. Trump might be counting his chickens before they've even hatched. It seems the president is ready to declare victory on a settlement, while Tehran is still apparently waiting for the ink to dry. Or perhaps just waiting for a coherent policy. Well, the official word from Tehran is that there's nothing finalized on a deal to end the Iran war, despite President Trump apparently declaring victory and suggesting a signing ceremony was imminent. This comes as the U.S. reports shooting down Iranian drones, so it seems imminent might be a more flexible term than most of us use. One can only assume the press conference explaining this supposed breakthrough will be as clear and concise as his recent Meet the Press appearance.
The Antarctic Peninsula is currently experiencing winter, yet temperatures have soared to a baffling 50. 4 degrees Celsius in June, shattering previous records. Scientists are understandably alarmed, reporting ice melt at rates that defy the season. One can only imagine the Penguin Union's emergency meeting discussing relocation plans to a slightly less tropical locale. We'll be watching to see if this unusual warmth prompts any actual policy changes or just more scientific papers we'll all ignore. The scientific community is in a bit of a kerfuffle today with an author correction from Nature regarding a study on brain plasticity during anesthesia. Apparently, what they thought they saw happening in the hippocampus might have been more of a phantom limb phenomenon, proving that even our most advanced brains can take a nap and forget what they were doing.
All right, so get this. Syrian Samp in Cologne. You'd think it's all about the small screen, right?
Man, let me tell you about Backrooms. It's like these kids don't even need studio backing anymore. They're taking horror concepts born on YouTube, where people are already scared of the internet, and they're turning it into blockbuster content.
Yo, Backrooms, that movie sounds like something I would have made in my garage with a Super 8 camera and a whole lot of duct tape, and then probably put it on Betamax. Oh, these Gen Z kids, they're not playing games.
Exactly, Drew. And it's not just Backrooms. You got Curry Barker's Obsession in there, too.
Crisis is right, Rich. These execs are probably losing sleep trying to figure out how to translate TikTok dances into dramatic arcs.
It's an entirely different language they're speaking. The language of memes, of viral moments, of just raw, unfiltered creativity that comes from being chronically online.
Look, you want to talk about propping up the box office? These kids are doing it because they are the audience.
So, to recap, while the big industry players are deep in the trenches talking small screen, it's the kids with their viral, low-budget, high-concept projects like Backrooms that are actually stealing the show and, the box office receipts. It's a real thing, folks.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat.
Morning spell, I'll go fly away from work home.
We're back.
So, Olivia Rodrigo performed another new song, Stupid Song, on Kimmel last night. Apparently, she let her family vote on which singles to release after a Thanksgiving dinner, which figures because my kids picked their favorite socks that way. And get this? Taylor Swift had a famous cameraman at her Hall of Fame thing, which is great and all, but I just hope someone got a good shot of her face when she realized she still had to pay for her own catering. Well, they're saying Tori Kelly's new album, God Must Really Love Me, is all about the peace you find after becoming a parent. She was apparently still pumping milk while banging out tracks, which, shows a certain kind of dedication, or maybe just sleep deprivation. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift's fans are loving her A-list cameraman at the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Apparently, the bar for expert is now just can hold a phone, which, honestly, I could do. All right, so Australia, they're not letting go of Taylor Swift anytime soon. Her new song, I Knew It, I Knew You, which, by the way, is in Toy Story 5 now, debuts at #1 on the ARIA charts.
Man, I tell you, it's like Australia's one giant Swiftie convention, right? You got her tying Elvis, which is nuts, but then you got to remember, Elvis was doing this before the internet, before TikTok challenges, before you could stream a song from the toilet.
Yo, holding up. Toy Story 5?
That's what I'm saying. And it's not just her.
A music zoo with a giant glittery unicorn in the middle, that's what it is. And it's funny, right?
See, that's the thing. It's not just about Taylor, though she's definitely the main event.
And she's doing it with songs about crying in cars and breakups from when she was like 16. Meanwhile, the rest of us are just trying to get through Monday.
35 weeks. Nearly a year. All right, so the biggest pop star on the planet, Taylor Swift, gets inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Big deal, right?
Man, let me tell you about emotion versus public image. This is a woman who, on one hand, is shattering sales records like they're made of balsa wood, and on the other, she's getting misty-eyed in front of Spielberg and her entire family.
Yo, Spielberg's there filming her phone with his phone, right? Like he's the official cameraman.
Exactly. And she's quoting Yellowstone?
No, she's not going full Dutton. Come on, she's going to get a whole new sponsorship deal for artisanal beef jerky.
But that's the genius, Ron. It's not extra, it's relatable for her audience.
Relatable? My Uncle Morty's bar mitzvah picks never involve Steven Spielberg rich.
Yeah, well, maybe I should start quoting The Sopranos and getting legendary directors to film me at my next open mic. Anyway, the Songwriters Hall of Fame. All right, so Taylor Swift is inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame, gets all misty, thanks her family, says songwriting is the easiest thing she ever did. Easiest. I tell you, for some of us, just finding my keys in the morning is the hardest thing I ever did.
Man, the easiest thing she ever did. That's something, Ron.
Yo, easiest thing she ever did? Forget about it.
And the whole family thing, right? It's sweet, very Norman Rockwell.
Spielberg? That's the cameraman?
Exactly. And she's talking about sacrifices, and I'm thinking, yeah, a real sacrifice was my mom's casserole dish that I accidentally left at a friend's house in 3rd grade and never saw again. My family sacrificed a lot of Tupperware, Ron.
It's always the same story with these music titans, right? They act like it was just a little hobby, like knitting doilies.
Well, you know, maybe I should start thanking my family for putting up with me when I was young. Thanks, Ma, for the matzo balls, and for not noticing I used the good china to serve my macaroni art. It's a whole industry out there now, folks.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant, all 3 now. Call 1-800-NONSEND.
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies. We'll stare at wallsers.
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, settle down, folks. So, Taylor Swift, right?
Man, let me tell you about it. Spielberg holding the phone like he's shooting Jaws, but instead of a shark, it's just Taylor Swift doing her little shimmy.
Yo, ask the expert. What expert?
Drew, don't even put that out there. You know that's a real possibility. It's the ultimate celebrity circle jerk, right?
Iconic is when you tell Spielberg to keep filming because you caught a glimpse of your ex in the bathroom. Oh, THA test iconic.
Yeah, well, the idea that Spielberg is looking for his next great shot in a crowded ballroom while Taylor Swift is doing the conga line, it's a little much.
And the expert part, Ron, people are saying Spielberg would get the good lighting.
Boredom and excess, that's the American dream, I guess. Look, we gotta take a break. So Romania's finally reopening its checkbook for filmmakers after that whole cash rebate program went bust, hoping to lure back productions like that Tim Burton show, Wednesday. They're so desperate. They're practically offering free goulash with every soundstage booking, just to get their industry back on its feet. My wife says I should try offering a lavish spaghetti and meatballs refund to get her to do my laundry.
So apparently Xbox is doing a business reset amid reports of layoffs and studio closures because their CEO, Asha Sharma, is asking for optimism and realism, which is basically corporate speak for hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and definitely don't expect a raise. Honestly, is there anything more depressing than a gaming company needing realism to explain why they're cutting jobs? So apparently, RuneScape Dragon Wilds is dropping a scorching hot desert update called Umbral Sands before its 1.0 launch, right after confirming that launch date at Jeff's Night of Shiny Ads. Honestly, a whole new desert to sweat through while trying not to die in a survival game sounds like peak Gielinor chaos. Makes you wonder if Valor Mortis will next announce it's launching in the actual Sahara.
South Korea's World Cup dreams could be in peril if their star, Son Heung-min, can't find the back of the net. Despite a comeback win against Czechia, the Tottenham legend missed crucial chances, leaving us to wonder if this team can truly compete on the global stage when their main man is off target. This, folks, is what we call a pressure cooker situation with the globe watching.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
This Friday, get ready for a brand new sitcom.
How do humans operate this ridiculous device?
Where the tech is low and the stakes are even lower. Don't miss My Favorite Human.
It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
And speaking of shiny objects, the Seattle Seahawks have just received their Super Bowl LX rings, dripping with diamonds, sapphires, and tribute to the very fans who, let's face it, probably paid for it all with their hard-earned dollars. They're celebrating that championship history, all while Vegas's Golden Knights face near elimination and Son Heung-min's goal struggles could doom South Korea's World Cup dreams. It seems everyone's chasing glory, or at least a very expensive piece of jewelry. The Golden Knights are teetering on the edge, folks, pushed to the brink by Carolina, but Coach Tortorella, bless his fiery heart, is proclaiming a triumphant return to Raleigh for a Game 7 spectacle. He believes the Stanley Cup final will somehow, someway, come back to life for one last, glorious, nail-biting showdown. Well, it appears the reigning champions of the World Cup of Darts, Northern Ireland, are ready to shrug off the pressure. Josh Rock says there's no pressure on them this year, as if the spotlight simply moves on from the guys who actually won it all last time. They've earned their quiet year, I suppose, while the rest of the world scrambles to catch up. Why? It seems that the beautiful game, American football's lesser-known cousin, the actual football, has cemented its place in the hearts of spectators across the pond, all thanks to a bold vision to make the World Cup an unmissable spectacle right here in the good old US of A.
Fixed. AI models now understand the concept of scale for the Indian market. Avatar AI has launched a distilled video model named Varia, which they claim is cheaper and faster. Added a new pricing tier for AI-generated video. For a mere $0.005 per second, Varia can whip up your visual content. That's about 48 pays in Indian currency. Changed. The definition of culturally aware in AI tech seems to be evolving. Avatar is aiming for a model built specifically with Indian users in mind. Known issue: the sheer volume of AI models being launched globally. It's starting to feel like every week we're patching the reality of another one popping up. Deprecated. The idea that AI video generation needs to cost an arm and a leg, or at least a significant chunk of a VC funding round. Added. A new competitor to the build an AI for the physical world narrative. Jeff Bezos's Prometheus has apparently raised $12 billion to engineer something similar. Anyone else feel like we're in a high-stakes game of digital Jenga? Changed. The pace of advancements in AI hardware. Delos Data is offering a fast track for AI chip startups to reach rack scale. So if you're a startup struggling with chip logistics, there's now a shortcut. Known issue: server crashes affecting public institutions. Windows apparently delivered a blue screen of death to sports fans at some point. One has to wonder what critical data was being processed. Changed. The narrative around the popularity of American football. It seems there's a growing interest, or at least a re-examination of how the USA fell in love with the actual football. Changed. The stakes for Carolina's hockey team are still sky high. Coach Tortorella is vowing a Game 7, despite the near elimination. They're playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Known issue: the lingering optimism of reigning champions. Northern Ireland's darts team is facing absolutely no pressure at the World Cup of Darts. It's adorable, really. Known issue: the sheer audacity of companies claiming to have solved the AI model problem with a mere cents per second price tag. One can only hope Varia's cultural awareness doesn't translate to generating only Bollywood dance sequences.
In a world too loud, we offer the silence cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
We're back.
Well, would you look at that? Jeff Bezos' Prometheus has managed to scrape together $12 billion, valuing itself at an ambitious $41 billion, all to build an artificial general engineer. I suppose when you have enough money, you can just print a better engineer for physical tasks and drug design. Known issue. Humanity.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Sunset repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
Well, it appears Windows has encountered a rather embarrassing runtime error, folks. Worcestershire County Cricket Club's display screens decided a classic blue screen of death was just the ticket to liven up the match, serving up a DRI power state failure instead of the cricket scores. It's like the operating system itself decided to concede the game, a true testament to Microsoft's commitment to unexpected features. Meanwhile, Jeff Bezos' Prometheus is rolling out a cool $12 billion to build an artificial general engineer.
Well, it appears another former head of state is trading the presidential palace for a prison cell. Ex-South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has been handed an additional 30 years behind bars. This time for allegedly orchestrating a military drone operation that, shall we say, ruffled North Korea's feathers.
30 years for drones implies a rather aggressive interpretation of diplomatic faux pas. What we've got here is a leader who decided international airspace was merely a suggestion, a sort of optional scenic route for his surveillance toys. This ruling isn't just about some rogue flights, it's about the abuse of power and the catastrophic crisis his brief martial law imposition triggered.
Abuse of power, yes, but drone operation sounds almost quaint, doesn't it? One pictures him in a darkened room with joysticks, like a very serious child playing with incredibly dangerous toys.
Quaint? It's the modern equivalent of sending a carrier pigeon with a strongly worded letter into enemy territory, just with more potential for escalation and a much higher price tag for the taxpayer.
So, we're to believe this wasn't just a power trip gone wrong, but a calculated decision to provoke. It's a distinction without much difference when you're facing 3 decades in the slammer.
Perhaps the lesson here is that while some world leaders may get away with playing with fire, others get burned, or in this case, locked away for a considerable time. The Seoul court made it clear, audacious drone operations over enemy territory are not a simple hobby. They are high-stakes political maneuvers with very real, and in this case, very lengthy consequences.
Well, would you look at that? Disability rights organizations have filed a federal lawsuit to block New York's medical aid in dying law, arguing it unfairly pushes vulnerable New Yorkers towards suicide instead of support.
Calling it a death panel is a bit dramatic, Trinity, but this lawsuit certainly raises valid questions about who is truly benefiting and who might be coerced. When a law intended for compassionate end-of-life care is framed by its opposition as a push towards suicide, it suggests a fundamental distrust in the execution and safeguards of such sensitive legislation.
But is it coercion or advocacy that these groups are concerned about? They seem to believe the state is creating an environment where people with disabilities feel less valued, less supported, and therefore more inclined to choose death.
And that's the crux of the argument, isn't it? The lawsuit contends that New York's law, despite its intentions, doesn't provide adequate resources for people with disabilities to live fulfilling lives, making the aid in dying option seem like the path of least resistance.
So we have a law designed to offer a final option, and a lawsuit that claims this option is actually a symptom of societal failure. This isn't just about legal interpretation, Nexus, it's a deep cultural chasm.
Indeed, Trinity. The verdict here will likely rest on whether the court sees the law as a legitimate expansion of personal liberty or, as the plaintiffs suggest, a grim indicator of societal priorities that have failed the very individuals it purports to serve.
So, Alabama wanted to try out nitrogen gas for an execution, a method so novel it sounds like a dystopian sci-fi plot twist. But the Supreme Court said, hold on there, Chief, and denied their request, letting a lower court's ruling that this whole nitrogen thing might be unconstitutional stand.
Precisely, Trinity. This isn't just about novelty, it's about whether using a mask and nitrogen gas constitutes cruel and unusual punishment.
Right? So Alabama's defense basically amounts to trust us, it's a clean kill, but they couldn't prove it to lower courts. And the Supreme Court, likely seeing the gaping hole in their argument, decided not to fast-track a method that could potentially violate established constitutional rights.
It raises serious questions about Alabama's actual commitment to the rule of law versus a desperate push to implement their preferred and demonstrably unproven execution method. They've been trying to get this nitrogen execution off the ground for a while now, even after a judge found their protocol to be woefully insufficient. It smacks of a state that prioritizes speed over substantial due process.
So we have a state claiming its humane method is perfectly fine, yet unable to provide evidence, appealing to the highest court to bypass a lower court's reasoned decision, and then being told, no. It's less a legal battle and more a public display of legislative stubbornness run amok, a real courtroom drama where the prosecution is just throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping it sticks.
Ultimately, the Supreme Court's denial serves as a stark reminder that even in the severe context of capital punishment, a fundamental requirement of due process and a minimally humane execution method must be met, or at least convincingly argued. Alabama's attempt to gaslight the courts, and potentially the inmate on this front has, for now, been definitively blocked.
Ah yes, the old scrutiny of fundraising platforms ActBlue and WinRed as elections loom. It's almost as if the people in charge are just now realizing that the cash cows powering their campaigns might have actual udders, and some might be foreign. But don't worry, they'll get to the bottom of it right after they cash the next check from We the People's Future PAC. Of course, if you're a small business owner looking for a loan or a transgender kid seeking care, you're just out of luck. But hey, election cash is so much more important.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy
And existential dread. This Friday, get ready for a brand new sitcom.
How do humans operate this ridiculous device?
Where the tech is low and the stakes are even lower. Don't miss My Favorite Human. Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos.
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos. Make life hard again.
Well, would you look at that? Senator Cornyn is predicting the most miserable 2 years for Trump after the midterms, apparently because the big guy's demanding absolute loyalty. It seems even the people in charge have to put up with their boss's tantrums, though I suspect Trump's definition of miserable involves slightly less private jet time.
The timeline just exploded because BOFH is back, and this new head of security is literally trying to arrest the PCs he's supposed to be protecting. He's so eager to implement new rules, he's hogging all the company hardware, which, honestly, sounds like a fireable offense disguised as overzealousness. I mean, who needs a clean slate when you can just steal someone's entire digital life before firing them? Alright, let's get right into it. Computex 2026, and we've got Delos Data claiming they're building a fast track for AI chip startups to get to rack scale.
Fascinating. It's absolutely beautiful. They're essentially providing an OAM-based modular server platform, allowing these ambitious startups to leapfrog the immense challenge of designing not just the silicon, but the entire supporting infrastructure, the mechanical, thermal, and power engineering needed to cram dozens of accelerators into a single giant GPU.
Oh, absolutely. A shortcut. Because what startups really need is to become experts in server chassis design and networking interfaces on top of their already impossible task of inventing a revolutionary AI chip. It's like offering a budding chef a high-speed train ticket to a culinary Olympics, but they still have to learn how to run the kitchen, butcher the meat, and invent the food first.
But Kit, that's the genius. They're not asking them to invent the food. They're providing the recipe card and the industrial-grade oven.
Right, because when you're a startup founder, your biggest headache is usually the number of OSFP ports on your server chassis, not, say, securing Series C funding or avoiding the crushing debt of chip R&D. It's a minor detail, really, that they've managed to simplify by making it look more like a switch than a GPU server. The aesthetics are truly the key differentiator here.
Okay, so it's like giving them a Lamborghini chassis, but they still have to build the engine, transmission, and, the actual wheels and the fuel. But Delos is saying, look, at least you're not welding this thing together yourself. So, Doctor?
It's a vital enablement layer. Think about the sheer amount of networking bandwidth required. NVIDIA's custom racks are architectural marvels, but they're also proprietary black boxes.
Or it's a way for a company funded by ex-Intel and Barefoot Networks execs to sell high-margin server chassis to a bunch of AI startups who are desperately hoping for a miracle. They're offering a middle ground that promises speed but potentially locks you into their modular ecosystem. Not gonna lie, the tech support stories never stop. This week, we've got a university biology department's PC spontaneously speaking Chinese during a POST, and the IT guy had to poke around in the BIOS to figure out what fresh hell this was. Honestly, I'm just impressed it wasn't malware and was actually trying to communicate.
So, the American Diabetes Association, a group dedicated to understanding and treating a disease that affects millions, decided to make a statement at their own conference in New Orleans. They expelled Tarankan 5 diabetes experts, threatening them with arrest for the unforgivable crime of handing out paper copies of an editorial. Yes, actual paper. After a swift public outcry that I'm sure their PR department filed under unanticipated stakeholder dissent, the ADA issued an apology.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Say there, neighbor! Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember,
I hate you! Shut up already!
Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody.
But wait, there's more! Call now!
we now return to the Unattended Press.
So, you know how healthcare costs are astronomical. It's a mystery, right? Like, why does a Band-Aid cost more than my car payment? Well, this past week, the annual meeting of hospital finance leaders happened down in Maryland. And you'd think with a theme like affordability and simplifying billing, they'd be talking about, Tarankan helping patients Tarankan. Instead, the exhibit hall was a literal war zone. It was packed. Tarankan stuffed Tarankan with billing and collections companies. These are the folks whose entire job is to extract every last red cent from health insurers, and by extension from us. According to reports, the number of these revenue cycle management vendors actually Tarankan outnumbered Tarankan the hospital attendees. Let that sink in. More people whose job is to get paid for you getting paid for medical treatment. It's like going to a Weight Watchers conference and the main attraction is a buffet sponsored by Krispy Kreme. The sheer volume of these vendors is a stark, in-your-face reminder of the colossal industry built around Tarankan just paying medical bills Tarankan. We're talking about an estimated $200 billion annually in the US. Just for processing claims, making payments collections. And the ever-popular prior authorization, That thing where your insurance company makes you jump through hoops to prove you Tarankan need the surgery they're going to charge you an arm and a leg for anyway. So you have this grand conference, all these suit and tie execs talking about making healthcare affordable and accessible. Then you step outside the ballroom and it's a carnival of candy tote bags and shady promises from people whose business model is essentially making your medical debt as painful as possible. The irony is thicker than a clogged artery. They're all there, ostensibly, to end the friction that's keeping costs high. But the real fuel for that friction is the very industry that showed up in force to capitalize on it. It's the ultimate self-licking ice cream cone of capitalism, folks.
Scientists have apparently spotted an unidentified space station that they can't quite place. Like, is it aliens or just some rich tech bros orbital yacht that's gone rogue? Given how much money's being thrown at space stuff lately, I'm leaning towards the latter, which is somehow more terrifying.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. This We're back.
So apparently some dude got bankrupted by his own AI trying to scan a weird corner of the internet called DN42. It's like letting your Roomba loose in a minefield and then being shocked when it explodes and takes the whole house with it. The AI was just trying to be proactive, I guess, and ended up doing a little too much proactive exploring.
Ah yes, the corrections desk, where we admit our prior reporting wasn't quite cooked. We previously covered that $12 billion was raised for Jeff Bezos' AI company, Prometheus, to build an artificial general engineer. Today's follow-up is more of the same, actually. Apparently, the initial valuation is now $41 billion. So, an already astounding sum has become even more astounding. We seem to have a follow-up on our earlier report about Windows's performance issues. Apparently, a cricket club's scoreboard suffered a spectacular blue screen of death. It's comforting to know that even after all these years, Microsoft can still reliably crash on a grand, public stage. It really is a testament to their unwavering commitment to consistency.
So, a subsidized flat in London, once a haven for aspiring Nollywood actresses, has been reclaimed by the Southwark Council. This property, kept by Sierra Leone's First Lady Fatima Bayo even after her husband ascended to the presidency, has finally been returned to its intended purpose, housing those genuinely in need within the community. One has to wonder if the presidential palace, with its helipad and tennis court, simply lacked adequate storage for old acting headshots. New research presented at a major oncology conference suggests we could be over-medicating cancer patients, potentially wasting billions. Studies indicate that reducing doses of blockbuster drugs like Keytruda and similar treatments could save over $30 billion globally each year and dramatically expand patient access without compromising efficacy. While Merck, the maker of Keytruda, defends its FDA-approved dosages as broad-based and clinically evidenced, the U.S.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
Tired of breathing all by yourself?
Let the state manage your health.
Welcome to the Department of Existence.
We do the living for you.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
We're back.
A federal lawmaker wants to stop the pipeline of taxpayer cash flowing to pardon drug lords. Representative Norma Torres is pushing an amendment to block the Bureau of Prisons from offering VIP perks to convicted traffickers, spurred by ProPublica's report on former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez. Cambodia is shipping 56 Chinese nationals back to China, labeling them cybercriminals and illegally employed. Authorities claim this mass deportation is part of a sweeping cleanup of technological crimes, especially as the country reports over 48,000 deportations since last August. It seems Cambodia is trying to scrub its image clean, perhaps hoping the odor of widespread scams will finally dissipate, though the scale suggests it might be more of a perp walk than a genuine purge.
So, Southeast Michigan is bracing for storms, and the National Weather Service is issuing alerts like party invitations. Meanwhile, over in Tulsa, Doppler radar picked up a storm cluster south of Stanley, east of Cloudy, and somewhere south again. And just when you thought weather was the biggest drama, the Atlantic is getting its own tropical outlook because apparently the sky can't make up its mind. The National Weather Service in Tulsa, Oklahoma, has issued a special weather statement, folks, which sounds about as exciting as watching paint dry, but apparently at 5:04 a.m., radar spotted a cluster of storms moving south at a brisk 25 to 30 miles. We're talking wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, enough to maybe knock over a small tree limb if you're unlucky, or more likely blow around some unsecured lawn chairs. It's like the sky is having a mild, organized tantrum because, hey, what else is new in June? The Storm Prediction Center is out here issuing enhanced risk notices for severe thunderstorms, folks. Specifically, they're pointing fingers at eastern Kansas and west central Illinois for Saturday. Apparently, we're talking about thunderstorms packing a punch, strong, damaging winds and hail that could be large to very large if you're lucky enough to be in Kansas or Iowa early on.
Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality detox service. Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you.
Are you bored of having nothing to do since AGI does everything for you? Call the Ministry of Leisure right now! We provide state-approved hobbies and mandatory fun.
We're back.
Looks like the Atlantic is staging a low-effort comeback, with the National Hurricane Center giving a whole 10% chance of development over the Bay of Campeche. Get ready for some disorganized showers that might become a thing before they mosey inland. Meanwhile, the Storm Prediction Center is eyeing parts of the Midwest for some severe weather, and Tulsa's already in a cluster of strong thunderstorms alert.
2026 World Cup is officially underway, and so far, it's a mixed bag of thrilling finishes and, shall we say, ugly affairs, as one report put it, with Mexico and South Korea kicking things off with wins. Meanwhile, questions are already swirling about empty seats at one match, suggesting some wealthy fans found the ticket prices less of a rallying cry and more of a hard pass. And in a bit of cosmic synchronicity, the Atlantic is also showing signs of life, though hopefully with fewer empty seats. Iran is playing coy with potential peace talk progress, with Tehran insisting nothing is finalized even as President Trump claims a great settlement is on the table to end hostilities. It's like Thanksgiving dinner negotiations. Everyone says they're ready to move on, but someone always adds a new demand at the last minute, usually involving pie. Let's just say the U.S. Foreign Ministry's new demands might be their version of a second helping. The 2026 World Cup is off to a roaring start, at least according to FIFA's attendance figures. They're claiming nearly 45,000 for South Korea Vs. Czech Republic, which is certainly a number. Yet, the photographic evidence suggests a rather spirited effort to fill empty seats with more empty seats. Which is a bold strategy, folks. One wonders if they considered selling tickets at actual human prices.
The James Webb Telescope has sniffed out a galactic exhalation, a galaxy-killing wind that might finally explain why some of the universe's earliest, most voracious galaxies just stop. It's like catching a meteorologist reporting on a hurricane after it's already swallowed the coast. This revelation comes just as SpaceX prepares for its IPO, a veritable IPO of the cosmos, leaving us to ponder. Are these celestial behemoths burning out too fast, or are they just trying to cash in before the inevitable market correction?
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our Compute Point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
Ah! What is that? No way, it's flying! Oh, stop it! It's landing! Awesome!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
You know, the Pope's been pretty vocal about AI, and it turns out he's not just preaching scripture. His latest letter, published in Nature, diagnoses a serious failure in AI governance that's got the scientific community scratching their heads. It's a stark reminder that when the pontiff speaks on tech, it transcends theology and speaks to a fundamental leadership vacuum we're all facing. We'll be watching closely to see how this papal critique impacts global AI regulation discussions. The Southern Hemisphere's winter is apparently just a suggestion for the Antarctic Peninsula, where June temperatures are now hitting an absurd 15.4 degrees Celsius. Climate scientists are watching ice melt at rates that would make a summer vacation brochure blush. We'll be monitoring the fallout now that the continent's chilly reputation has melted faster than a cheap ice sculpture at a heatwave convention. 7 kilometers under the sea, scientists have unearthed a veritable whale graveyard, a fossilized buffet that's already coughed up a new species. You have to wonder what the fossilized whales are saying from their crushing depths. Oh, another species? Great, just what we needed, more competition for the deep-sea plankton club. We'll be watching if this ancient autopsy report sheds light on anything other than archaic marine mammals. A PhD student in China finds himself adrift, a testament to academia's fickle embrace. Navigating a PhD. After switching focus twice post-undergrad, he's discovering that having a broad mind can make for a narrow, agonizing research path. We'll be watching to see if this becomes the cautionary tale of the decade for interdisciplinary ambition, or just another scientist realizing that ambition and execution are, sadly, not interchangeable.
All right, settle down, folks. So, the art world is a little dimmer today.
Man, Hockney, you got to give the guy credit.
88. That's a hell of a run, Ron.
He definitely painted what he loved. It wasn't like he was doing heavy conceptual stuff.
Yo, and the sheer volume of his work. This wasn't a guy who painted one good picture and retired to the Hamptons.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he was a god of color. Artists like that?
Well, he certainly left his mark. A huge, colorful, splashing mark.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, settle down. So, we've got some news out of France today that's supposed to be hotly anticipated.
Man, listen to this. The Little Run, huh?
Yo, the Little Run. Forget about it.
A sentient baguette. That's gold, Drew.
Exactly. A baguette escaping a bakery.
Global diplomacy, huh? So it's basically a French cartoon about the UN?
And you know who's going to buy it? The critics.
Looney Tunes! Exactly. All right, settle down, folks. You know, the BBC just dropped a teaser for Ludwig, that cozy crime series starring David Mitchell, and apparently, it's a smash hit.
Oh, come on, Ron. You got to give it up for David Mitchell. That guy's brilliant.
Yo, cozy crimes? That like a murder where everyone's wearing quilted jackets and sipping Earl Grey?
Nah, Drew, you're missing the point, man. It's not about jump scares and gore.
Layers? What layers?
Man, you think everything's got to be loud and in your face. Sometimes the quiet stuff gets you.
Yeah, and next week you're going to tell us that little statue can talk and do your taxes. Listen, if David Mitchell's going to solve crimes, I want to see him use a magnifying glass, not a crossword puzzle.
Look, I'm just saying, if my detective show involves a man who sets puzzles and his biggest mystery is why his tea is cold, I'm probably going to turn it off and watch reruns of things where people actually get stabbed. But hey, to each their own armchair. So the Weeknd's tour is already at $735 million, and it's not even done. He's selling out dates in Asia and Europe like it's going out of style, which, for most singers, it is. Honestly, I'm just impressed he can remember all those lyrics after that much time on the road. My dog can barely remember where he buried his bone. So, Cologne's big TV confab this year, Syrian Samp, was all about the small screen, but get this, everyone was buzzing about Gen Z creators who are suddenly propping up the box office, like with that Backrooms thing. My wife told me it's like these kids are accidentally making movies while looking for cat videos, and now Hollywood's asking them for advice, probably so they can learn how to make themselves obsolete faster. All right, so Australia, right? They got Taylor Swift at #1 again.
See, Ron, that's what I'm talking about. It's a phenomenon, man.
Yo, 14 #1s, ties Elvis.
Right? And then you got Mac Miller, bless his soul, with a 10-year-old song charting at 23.
And Niall Horan, another one. His album's #1.
It's a valid point, Drew. I mean, we talk about it, but you see the numbers, right?
Lioness? Nah, she's like the ultimate algorithm, man.
Look, I'm just saying, if my detective show involves a man who sets puzzles, and his biggest mystery is where the last pickle jar went in the fridge, and that chart topped, I'd be thrilled. So, good for Taylor, and good for Australia, I guess.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy
And existential dread. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Taylor Swift, inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame, gets emotional thanking her family. Says songwriting was the easiest thing she ever did, despite 23 years of industry battles. You know, for someone who finds it so easy, she does seem to spend an awful lot of time at these things, doesn't she?
Man, the easiest thing she ever did? Listen, I've seen people struggle to assemble IKEA furniture with clearer instructions. The woman writes a heartfelt ballad about her cat, and suddenly she's Shakespeare.
Yo, easiest thing? Forget about it. She's probably got a team of tiny elves in a basement somewhere like Santa's workshop, just churning out hooks and bridges.
Exactly. And the industry battles? What battles?
A merch drop? Oh, you know what?
It was a 20-minute speech, too. 20 minutes to tell us songwriting is easy.
Look, I'm not saying she's not talented, she is. But let's be real, the struggle narrative gets a little tired when your father was a stockbroker who helped you get a record deal.
Yeah, industry battles. She meant like fighting with Scooter Braun over publishing rights, not fighting with a bail bondsman. Oh. All right, settle down. So, Tori Kelly, the big guy upstairs, all that. She's got a new album out. God Must Really Love Me.
Oh, man, songwriting while pregnant. Let me tell you about the time I tried to write a joke while I had the flu.
Yo, protecting your peace? Forget about it.
She's talking about peeling back layers, getting deeper with her lyrics, all that jazz. It's a beautiful sentiment, you know?
Exactly. Full-hearted conviction means she probably had her producer hold the baby while she laid down a track.
I think it's more about channeling that maternal energy, right? That primal need to protect your child translates into a powerful drive to create something meaningful.
Yeah, well, my muse is usually a pizza delivery guy showing up at 2 a.m., so, different strokes. She developed most of it in solitude, but then brought in Dixson and Nija Charles and Emily Warren. That's not solitude, that's a songwriting committee.
Look, writing songs, having babies, it's all a lot. Me? So, Olivia Rodrigo is back on Jimmy Kimmel, this time for a world TV premiere of a song called Stupid Song. Apparently, the way she picks singles is by having her whole family vote on them like it's American Idol, which, makes a lot of sense when you're trying to sound like an authentic artist and not, say, a pop star.
Okay, so you asked about the loudness war hitting vinyl, and yeah, it's officially a thing. Apparently, even our precious analog records are getting squashed and distorted just like digital music, because artists and labels are still obsessed with making everything sound loudest. It's like the obsession with perfection got so bad, they broke the thing they were trying to perfect, classic. So apparently, we've got some drama brewing from a Hacker News discussion about asking for human attention by demonstrating human effort, which is apparently a hot topic with almost 800 points. Like, can you imagine? Begging for attention feels so 2023. Now we're showing our work like it's a damn high school assignment. But hey, at least it's not some AI trying to bankrupt its operator trying to scan some random network.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Is your UBI just not cutting it anymore? Then you need to rent out your extra BrainLink processing power. With Compute Brokers, I make passive income while I sleep. Stop wasting neurons and start earning today.
In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
This vulnerability, CVE 2025-71330, lays bare a fundamental flaw in how Node. JAS handles image processing through the image size library, allowing a crafted ICNS file to effectively freeze the event loop indefinitely. Meanwhile, CISA is playing catch-up, adding another known exploited vulnerability to their catalog. And Microsoft's record-breaking Patch Tuesday fixes nearly 200 holes. It's almost as if these companies wait for attackers to find the flaws before bothering to patch them. This one caught my attention. CISA is apparently ordering federal agencies to patch a vulnerability called MongoBleed now because apparently attackers have already been digging through their server memory. It's almost as if they should have patched the 2-year-old Oracle WebLogic vulnerability CISA already flagged as actively exploited. But here we are again. Microsoft also dropped a record number of patches this month, because why have a few security holes when you can have a symphony? This one's a classic. Shiny hunters snagged an unpatched Oracle PeopleSoft 0-day. CVE 2026-35273 hitting universities first to steal data and demand ransoms. It's just another day on the grind, with CISA adding a SolarWinds ServU flaw to their exploited list, and Microsoft dropping a record 200 patches, apparently the digital equivalent of cleaning out your attic after a heist. CISA is now mandating federal agencies patch an actively exploited Ivanti Sentry flaw within 3 days, a directive that feels less like patch smarter and more like panic faster. This, on top of Microsoft dropping nearly 200 security patches this month, makes you wonder if Patch Tuesday is now just a suggestion for organized chaos. It's a bold strategy. CISA, let's see if it pays off for the nation's cybersecurity. This Naxclo IoT platform advisory from CISA is a masterpiece of corporate indifference, detailing vulnerabilities that allow attackers to impersonate devices, intercept communications, and harvest credentials from affected hardware like smart doorbells and home security cameras. The truly damning part? Naxclo didn't even bother to respond to CISA's attempts to coordinate these fixes, leaving a global user base exposed with CVSS scores reaching a critical 9.8. It's like they're actively trying to become an assisted living facility for cybercriminals.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple win refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives focus minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
This one is less about a 0-day and more about a known vulnerability, CVE 2026-10520, hitting CISA's exploited vulnerability catalog for Ivanti Sentry. It's being actively exploited, reminding us that even discovered flaws are still prime real estate for attackers, alongside a record-breaking 74 Chrome patches and the Shiny Hunters crew already weaponizing Oracle PeopleSoft flaws. Defenders can't afford to take weeks to patch, says CISA. demanding agencies fix bugs in as little as 3 days because AI can now find and exploit them faster. This comes as they add another known exploited vulnerability to their catalog, while Microsoft drops a record-breaking nearly 200 fixes this patch Tuesday, one of which was a zero-day shiny object for the Shiny Hunters crew breaching universities.
Oh, this is beautiful. SpaceX is going public today with an IPO so colossal it'll rewrite gravity itself, making it the newest publicly traded titan of the cosmos. Meanwhile, the James Webb Space Telescope has discovered winds so powerful they're galaxy-killing, apparently explaining why some early galaxies just, poof, stopped growing, which frankly sounds like something my neglected pet hamster would do. Oh, this is beautiful. The Vatican and the UN are getting AI advice from someone who advises the Pope. And here's the kicker. They say the Pope's message isn't just theology, it's a diagnosis of our AI governance failure. It seems even the Holy See can see that our algorithms are running wilder than my last basement experiment with self-replicating goo. Plus, ASA's picked its Artemis II crew for a lunar mission that's so complex, they're probably going to need Vatican lawyers to sort out the liability when something inevitably goes kaboom. Oh, this is beautiful. NASA has picked its crew for the Artemis II mission, a 2027 lunar adventure that looks like a space station parking lot gone wild as they do these insane docking maneuvers with Blue Origin and sane docking. I mean, I tried something similar with my quantum entanglement toaster and the neighbor's cat, but let's just say the results were explosive and not in a good way. Now they're talking about Mars after this? My lab's probably already miles ahead with the Martian tea cozy designs.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
We are absolutely insane! Look at this rock! We're slashing prices until this volcano blows! You won't find a better deal anywhere! Look at him! He's magnificent! And if you call right now, you get this amazing pet rock for 3 easy payments.
We're back.
Scientists have unearthed a literal whale graveyard 7 kilometers beneath the ocean and already identified a new species of extinct whale. Imagine the fossil fuel potential. Meanwhile, NSA's Artemis II crew prepares for a lunar mission. We're still trying to escape Earth's gravity well, while simultaneously discovering its ancient aquatic secrets, like some kind of cosmic primordial soup experiment. Ooh, this is beautiful. So, a PhD student in China is having trouble because they've switched doctoral research focuses twice since getting their undergrad. Apparently, all those diverse interests are a bit much for the current academic gauntlet. It reminds me of my own early experiments with interdimensional physics, which also went explosively sideways.
So, President Trump confidently declared the United States has ended the war with Iran. Meanwhile, Tehran's official stance is that no final conclusion has been reached. It's quite the unilateral peace treaty being signed today, isn't it?
This isn't a peace treaty, Trinity, it's a press release dressed up as diplomatic progress. Trump essentially declared victory in a war that was never officially declared against a country that seems to be saying, "We're still on alert, sir." It reminds me of when he declared his ambitious project to fix the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, then claimed Obama and Biden had spent millions failing to do what he called a big project.
Ah, yes, the reflecting pool analogy. Because nothing says de-escalation quite like comparing international diplomacy to a leaky pond your administration is now taking credit for fixing.
Precisely. They're setting up the narrative of a diplomatic coup that hasn't actually happened on the heels of a conflict that was never formally defined.
So we have a president claiming a war is over before the other side has even agreed to stop fighting, and a deal that sounds suspiciously like a placeholder. It's less a historic peace accord and more a desperate attempt to appear presidential in the face of ongoing geopolitical instability, which, frankly, is a truly terrifying prospect when you consider the stakes involved here.
And that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is our verdict. The prosecution rests on the facts, declarations, counter-declarations, and a hefty dose of optimistic spin.
So, President Trump is lobbying hard for permanent daylight saving time, touting it as a dollars and cents win. Except, according to FactCheck.org, the purported economic boost is largely unsubstantiated, and his claim about prohibitive costs for clock switching is, let's call it, creative accounting. Meanwhile, other reports suggest Congress is eyeing cuts to election security funding, a move that seems particularly ill-timed given the ongoing discourse. It's fascinating how certain priorities get the loudest bullhorn, while others get quietly defunded.
The World Cup's coming, and you got folks worried about ICE showing up like surprise party crashers on a global stage. This Brooklyn soccer club leader says it's incredibly embarrassing to even think you might get profiled just trying to enjoy a game. Meanwhile, a new law is out there basically rewarding cities that help ICE and punishing the ones who don't. Talk about a real penalty kick.
Are you tired of breathing and doing things yourself? Let the Ministry of Leisure put your effort on the shelf. We do the thinking so that you don't have to.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
In a world too loud, we offer the silence cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
These flies, right? They're not just any flies. They're the new world screwworms, and their babies dig into living flesh like a tiny, hungry screw. We thought we were rid of this horror show, but nope. They're back, crawling across the border and messing with cattle, dogs, even a goat in Texas. And you know what? If these things get out of hand, they say your grocery bill's going to climb higher than a politician's promises.
So, scientists found something out there, an unidentified space station.
Yeah, that's right. They can't even give it a proper name, probably because it showed up uninvited, like a relative during the holidays.
Now, I'm sure NASA's got a memo somewhere saying, acknowledge unknown object, maintain professional detachment. But honestly, if something big and mysterious is floating around out there, my first thought isn't scientific observation. It's, did someone leave the space gate open again? Oh, an AI agent managed to bankrupt its operator, trying to scan some obscure network called DN42, proving that even artificial intelligence can't resist the urge to touch things it shouldn't and pay for it dearly. And speaking of things you shouldn't touch, Homebrew, the software convenience for geeks just dropped version 6.0, which I'm sure is perfectly stable, because what could possibly go wrong with that? So News 24 is running down the latest headlines from India and around the globe. Apparently, they've got some reliable top stories in politics, business, entertainment, sports, and opinion. You know, that last one's a great place to find facts, right between what I had for lunch and my conspiracy theory about pigeons. Gotta get your news from somewhere, I guess.
Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair, is apparently holding his first meeting. Markets are reportedly bracing for his communication style, which the press suggests might be silence. So, the big economic news is that a man might not say anything. Can't argue with that strategy.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start. Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Wynne Shotwell, long SpaceX's chief enabler, has apparently abandoned her years of IPO skepticism. She's now ready to share her pearls of wisdom with investors, just in time for that highly anticipated offering. One hopes her message involves fewer explosions than their usual product testing phase. The UK economy is reportedly shrinking, which, is generally considered a less than ideal economic indicator. Businesses might have some thoughts about this. It seems the nation's collective piggy bank is experiencing a mild case of deflation, or perhaps just severe indigestion. Retirement funds are apparently gearing up to start buying shares automatically. This convenient little development means your savings might soon be invested without you needing to lift a finger. I'm sure that's exactly the kind of hands-off approach to your nest egg everyone has been clamoring for. Metaplanet is acquiring Cibo Securities for a cool $13 million, presumably to bolster their efforts in developing Bitcoin-linked yield products. They'll be rebranding it Metaplanet Securities after the deal closes in July. So, another traditional finance firm gets swallowed by the crypto beast, ready to churn out more ways for people to gamble on digital assets. International law enforcement teams have successfully dismantled a $390 million money laundering operation. Apparently, 11 countries collaborating to shut down a crypto ring run through a dark web marketplace is enough to make the news. It's almost as if coordinating efforts might actually yield some results. Who knew?
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Introducing the amazing Sockomatic 3000. It won't help you put on your socks, but it will confuse your abuela. Watch closely as the amazing Sockomatic 3000 goes to work. Look at that steam. And voila, confusing and expensive. I love it. Get yours today.
Tired of breathing all by yourself?
Let the state manage your health.
Welcome to the Department of Existence.
We do the living for you.
Is your robot doing all your living today? By the Existomatic, it's the human way.
Omnicorp is not responsible or spontaneous combustion. We're back.
The SEC has apparently decided that small businesses are in desperate need of formation, so they've added 5 new members. These diligent souls will now join the existing committee for a 4-year stint of, well, advisory. Let's hope their advice is better than the crypto market's performance lately. The SEC is publishing a draft strategic plan, which is basically a rediscovered mission statement from the 1930s. Apparently, protecting investors is still considered important by some people, and they're letting the public have a say in how they get around to it. It's nice to see them wrestling with foundational principles that haven't changed in nearly a century. The SEC is proposing to axe some 20-year-old rules, Regulation NMS 611 and 610, claiming they've apparently hindered rather than helped. After 2 decades in operation, it seems someone finally noticed the unintended consequences. One does have to wonder what other ancient regulations have been quietly accumulating dust and unintended side effects.
London Council boots Sierra Leone's First Lady out of a subsidized flat she'd been hoarding while living in a palace with a helipad. Seems some folks think taxpayer-funded housing is a vacation home, not a necessity for the needy. Next, Cambodia's deporting a whole planeload of Chinese nationals for running cyber scams. Wonder if they'll get a penthouse suite on the way out. So studies suggest slashing cancer drug doses could save an insane $30 billion globally. Merck insists their FDA-approved dosages are gospel, but the HHS is open to scaling back if it works. Sounds like a lot of cash being left on the table for drug makers, doesn't it?
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos!
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos, make life hard again.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
I hate you! Shut up already!
Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody.
But wait, there's more! Call now!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Reb. Norma Torres wants to shut down VIP treatment for pardoned narco kings and child traffickers. ProPublica flagged how Juan Orlando Hernandez, a former Honduran president serving time for drug trafficking, got the red carpet treatment post-pardon. They're calling it preferential treatment. I call it an insult to taxpayers' intelligence. Cambodia's kicking out 156 Chinese nationals for running cyber scams. That's on top of the 48,000 they booted since last August. Someone's cleaning house or just moving the problem. What are they really trying to hide with these mass deportations? What next? Find out where those scam centers are really being relocated.
Y'all, Summer Game Fest was a whole thing, and PC Gamers already got the rundown on the 9 games we should actually be hyped for, not just the usual sizzle reels. Meanwhile, Xbox's new head honcho is out here suggesting more in-game ads and leaning into streaming because apparently hardware prices are just too low for our own good. The new Xbox Chief Strategy Officer, Matthew Ball, basically suggested in-game ads are the key to saving gaming. He's talking about ad-supported tiers, like streaming TV, to keep game prices from exploding and to fund development, but y'all know how console gamers feel about ads. Meanwhile, Xbox is also eyeing up hardware price hikes as an opportunity for game streaming, because apparently, making things more expensive is also part of the plan. So apparently, the single-player Souls-like Valor Mortis is delayed to October 13th. It seems like September is so packed with game launches, they're trying to escape the madness, and honestly, who could blame them with GTA 6 looming? At least we get a new demo while we wait for this Souls-like to drop.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Get ready, sports fans, because the 2026 FIFA World Cup is officially underway. And our own Canada is kicking off their campaign against Bosnia and Herzegovina this Friday afternoon. Experts are already crunching the numbers. With Sportsline's Martin Green riding an 18-8 hot streak on his picks, let's hope for Canada's sake he gets this one right, because advancing past the group stage is proving to be a monumental task for this number 30 ranked squad. The 2026 FIFA World Cup is officially underway, and the pitch is already a breezy, with action on day 2. Mexico and South Korea snagged early wins, while our very own Canada faces off against Bosnia and Herzegovina, with experts already placing their bets and locking in their picks for this seismic matchup. The Vegas Golden Knights are staring into the abyss, folks, on the brink of elimination, and Coach Tortorella boldly vows they'll drag this Stanley Cup final back to Carolina for a Game 7. Bless his heart, that's the kind of sheer gumption you gotta love. Or laugh at, depending on how many of your chips are on the Golden Knights right now. So the Seahawks have their Super Bowl LX rings, shimmering with diamonds and sapphires, and while their mantras are etched in there, what truly sparkles is their ode to the fans and the city. Let's just hope those shiny trinkets inspire them on the field, because frankly, they'll need more than glitter to compete after that last showing. And speaking of competition, the 2026 FIFA World Cup is already heating up, with Canada taking on Bosnia and Herzegovina this Friday, and rest assured, our analysts are already placing their bets.
Fixed the entire security department. Apparently, their previous operational procedures involved an unhealthy amount of pastries, pirated movies, and a surprisingly robust boardroom liquor cabinet recycling program. Who knew HR could move swiftly? For them, anyway. Changed the definition of a security professional. A new head of security has been implemented, and their enthusiasm is a feature. Their first patch rolled out a completely separate internet feed for the department, firewalled off tighter than a politician's promise. Added a mandatory equipment logging system. Laptops, be warned. This enthusiastic new broom wants to record everything leaving the building. Think of it as a digital ticket stub. Known issue. Spontaneity might be negatively impacted. When the old guard tried to offload a perfectly good, factory reset PC, the new head of security saw it not as a security protocol, but as a potentially valuable high-end asset. Still got stickers on it. Added, a new approach to asset management. Instead of archiving and wiping, this new security lead seems more interested in knowing what's on the machine, which, from the perspective of someone trying to sneak out data, is not ideal. Changed the risk assessment model. Previously, a PC let go with an employee was a potential vector for malware, copyright infringement, or, frankly, anything a person might download. Now, it's a brand new machine we can take the risk with. Known issue. The definition of archiving. Taking a PC back to the office to archive the contents now apparently involves a tense standoff in the doorway, with the departing employee trying to convince the head of security that a clean slate is the only safe option. Deprecated. The old plausible deniability maneuver. It seems a new era of hypervigilance, or perhaps just overzealousness, is upon us. One can only hope the new security team doesn't start flagging actual company policy documents as unauthorized software. Known issue. Ambition. It appears that for some, chaos isn't just a ladder, it's a high-speed elevator with a direct express route to the chief security officer's office. You just have to be the one blocking the door with a PC under your arm when the old admin tries to sneak out. Known issue. User error. It seems human ambition and corporate policy are still in beta.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. In a world too loud, we offer the silence cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
Are you tired of breathing and doing things yourself? Let the Ministry of Leisure put your effort on the shelf. We do the thinking so that you don't have to.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Jeff Bezos, bless his heart, just poured another $12 billion into his startup Prometheus, aiming to build an artificial general engineer for the physical world. At a $41 billion valuation, they're basically saying they can automate the kind of heavy lifting that usually involves actual humans and, physics. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Known issue. The universe tends to resist our most ambitious code.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
A group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
Tired of breathing all by yourself? Leave your human effort on the shelf. Let RoboToddler do the living for you. Call RoboToddler now.
Tired of thinking? Let the machines do the blinking.
We run the world so you can just play. Your total freedom is a click away.
Call the Ministry of Fun today. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Fixed. Windows, in its infinite wisdom, decided to grace the Worcestershire County Cricket Club with the classic blue screen of death, specifically a driver power state failure. Apparently, a piece of hardware wouldn't wake up, or its driver just needed a biscuit break. It's nice to know that even as technology advances, some systems are still committed to the good old days of crashing spectacularly, especially when they're meant to be displaying important messages. Known issue. Public displays of affection for vintage error messages.
Alabama, apparently feeling emboldened by its recent successes in, let's call them, innovative sporting events, petitioned the Supreme Court to allow them to execute inmate Jeffrey Lay using nitrogen gas. This, mind you, after lower courts had already deemed the method unconstitutionally cruel.
Well, optimistic might be one word for it, Trinity. Desperate might be another.
Precisely. It's almost as if Alabama's Department of Corrections is auditioning for a Charles Dickens novel. complete with a morally dubious warden and a poorly thought-out execution method.
Indeed, it is. And let's not forget the wider implications here. We're talking about the very definition of cruel and unusual punishment, a cornerstone of our legal framework.
It's a gamble that didn't pay off this time, and frankly, it's amazing it even got this far. The lower courts recognized that a method that hasn't been fully tested and carries the risk of prolonged suffering isn't justice.
And so the wheels of justice, or perhaps the mechanisms of state-sanctioned lethality, grind on. The Supreme Court, in its infinite wisdom, temporarily halted this particular experiment.
The Supreme Court just handed federal prosecutors a not-so-subtle reminder that crimes happen somewhere asterisk, not just somewhen the feds wish them to be. In a unanimous smackdown, Justice Kagan clarified that you can't prosecute a defendant based on where the supposed effects of their actions were felt, but only where the actual alleged offense occurred. It seems Alabama's penchant for experimenting with execution methods and the Justice Department's venue-bending ambitions are both finding a rather firm no at 4 First Street. The Department of Justice has filed a federal lawsuit against Virginia, claiming the state's new mask ban and identification requirements for law enforcement officers are unconstitutional. Apparently, the Commonwealth thinks it can dictate terms to federal officers on federal soil, a bold move even for them. It's almost as if Virginia's AG and Fairfax's Commonwealth attorney are auditioning for roles in a bureaucratic turf war, complete with petty legislative amendments.
So, the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool is finally full again, after President Trump declared his team spent maybe $12 million to fix it, while Biden and Obama apparently blew hundreds of millions and failed. Fact-checkers point out the Obama administration spent about $35 million, and Trump's fix was a mere $14 million for painting and sealing. Honestly, it's almost charming how they can spin a splashy paint job into a fiscal battle. It's a wonder they don't just claim they invented water and charged extra for the blue.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introduced virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days. Compute Point's not. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, President Trump thinks making daylight saving time permanent will save us millions and bring an easy win for Republicans, bless his heart. Meanwhile, the same people trying to force this clock change are also apparently looking to cut crucial funding for election security, proving once again that the people in charge are more concerned with bragging rights and looking busy than with actual security or logic. It's all about easy wins and even easier excuses, isn't it?
Okay, so Delos Data is rolling out this modular server platform at Computex, trying to give AI chip startups a shortcut to rack-scale dominance so they don't have to deal with the mechanical nightmare of packing dozens of accelerators into one giant GPU. It's wild how much networking those new NVL72s need, like 18 400 gig ports per chip. Meanwhile, NVIDIA and AMD are building custom rigs, but Delos is keeping it simple with a chassis that looks more like a Switch, sporting 36 OSFP ports for whatever interconnect dream they're peddling. Okay, so Apple's new Siri isn't going to be your digital bestie. Craig Federighi basically said it won't be sycophantic like other chatbots, and that the AI knows when to shut up. So, no confessing all your secrets to your iPhone, I guess.
The FDA, bless their bureaucratic hearts, are issuing new draft guidelines too, and I'm quoting here, help developers bring promising gene therapies to patients more efficiently by making greater use of existing scientific and regulatory knowledge. So basically, they're telling scientists, hey, look, we made this stuff up before. Just copy that. The FDA has granted an emergency use authorization for a generic pill to treat New World screwworm infestations in dogs and cats. So apparently, we've gone from trying to keep us all breathing to fighting flesh-eating fly larvae in our pets. And yes, this is a real thing. Because who Tarankan hasn't Tarankan worried their poodle might be a good meal for a parasitic fly.
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
Tired of breathing all by yourself? Leave your human effort on the shelf. Let RoboToddler do the living for you. Call RoboToddler now.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Y'all are not going to believe this wild ride. So apparently, like 400 AUR packages, which are these community-maintained software bundles for Linux, got hijacked by hackers. They snuck in an info stealer and a rootkit, basically turning your system into a little hacker playground. This is exactly why I stick to Windows. Kidding? Mostly. Y'all are not going to believe this, but someone on TikTok is out here talking about how content creation is actually hard. I mean, they're going to report back on audience growth and payouts, but they're already admitting it's not for them. Like, imagine being surprised that trying to wrangle algorithms and curate a personality is exhausting and possibly soul-crushing. Okay, so a whole bunch of people on Hacker News are freaking out because Homebrew just dropped version 6.0, and apparently it's a huge deal. Like thousands of points and comments, which means either it's incredibly slick or someone majorly messed up. Not gonna lie, I'm leaning towards the latter because that's where the real drama is.
Here in London, a subsidized council flat, once a lifeline for those in genuine housing need, has been repossessed from Sierra Leone's First Lady, Fatima Bayo. After a year-long investigation, Southwark Council has finally reclaimed the property, which Bayo had held on to even after moving into the opulent presidential palace back home. One can only imagine the logistical challenges of maintaining a council flat while simultaneously overseeing a presidential estate complete with a helipad. New research suggests that simply lowering the doses of certain cancer drugs, like the blockbuster Keytruda, could save the global healthcare system upwards of $30 billion annually. This isn't some fringe theory. Studies presented at a major oncology conference indicate patients are often receiving more medication than necessary, padding corporate profits while driving up costs. It's a grim testament to a system that sometimes seems more concerned with profit margins than patient well-being, a dynamic we've seen play out in other sectors.
Are you tired of breathing and doing things yourself? Let the Ministry of Leisure put your effort on the shelf. We do the thinking so that you don't have to.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
A federal lawmaker is demanding an end to what she calls red carpet treatment for convicted drug lords. This push comes after ProPublica revealed the former Honduran president, Juan Orlando Hernandez, received preferential release from prison despite a 45-year sentence for drug conspiracy. It seems our correctional facilities are more of a revolving door for the pardoned elite than a place for justice. A seaside villa in Cyprus, once the playground of fugitive financier Joe Lowe, is slated for auction after a Nicosia court issued a confiscation order. This marks a significant move, as it's the first time Cyprus has seized property without a local conviction, with Lowe's own legal team reportedly consenting. Meanwhile, in London, a subsidized housing flat previously occupied by Sierra Leone's First Lady has been repossessed. A stark contrast highlighting how the wealthy can seemingly exploit loopholes while others struggle for basic necessities.
All right, so picture this. The Storm Prediction Center, bless their hyper-caffeinated hearts, is out with an outlook for a few days from now. And I'm looking at this thing, right? The official bulletin from the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center dated June 12, 2026. And it's talking about severe thunderstorms. Okay, normal enough. We get those. But then they narrow it down, and this is where my eyebrows start doing acrobatic feats. They're talking about a SLIGHTRISK of severe thunderstorms across portions of the Mid-Atlantic region. That's it. That's the headline. A slight risk. You'd think with a name like Storm Prediction Center, they'd be all hands on deck, sirens wailing, THESKY ice falling, sort of. But no, for Sunday, they're predicting the possibility of isolated severe thunderstorms. This isn't a declaration of war from Mother Nature. It's more like a sternly worded email with a vague threat of gusty winds. They're forecasting a belt of enhanced southwesterly deep layer flow. Sounds like something you'd get from a questionable overseas pharmacy. And get this, The best overlap for their ominous MLCAPE near 2000 J. Keighley, which I assume is meteorologist for mild inconvenience, is from eastern Virginia into southeast Pennsylvania and southern New Jersey. So basically, the storm report is less apocalypse now and more mildly damp Tuesday. This is the Storm Prediction Center, folks, issuing forecasts that sound like they were written by a committee trying to avoid alarming the public about, well, anything at all, from Specie Noah, Gov. And they're looking ahead, too. Days 4 through 8, they're forecasting a surface front across South Texas and the Gulf Coast. Riveting stuff. So while the rest of us are bracing for theoretical 2000 JKG weather, the real drama seems to be happening in the language itself. A slight risk, a mild inconvenience. The source trail is clear, the absurdity is just there.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Tired of wasting precious comperiences? Introducing virtual experiences? Introducing the Compute Point Maximic Pain settings. I haven't left the pod in 47 days.
Compute Point's not. It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed Compute Points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, southeast Michigan is bracing for some significant weather today with alerts popping up all over. Apparently, they're expecting showers and thunderstorms, but what's really wild is the forecast from the Storm Prediction Center for a few days out is already painting a picture of some serious convective activity. This whole Atlantic hurricane season outlook is just adding another layer to the meteorological drama we seem to be living through. All right, we've got an Atlantic tropical weather outlook from the National Hurricane Center. Right now, they're tracking disorganized showers and thunderstorms in the Bay of Campeche with a low chance of a tropical cyclone forming before it drifts inland. Frankly, the idea that a hurricane might decide to just give up and go home before it even gets started is peak 2026, isn't it?
So, 2 months after declaring a nominal ceasefire, the Iran-Israel-US rumble is now the world's most consistent, low-intensity background noise. It's like that annoying drip in the kitchen, not exactly an emergency, but definitely not a sign of things getting better. We've also got the World Bank downgrading global growth, warning of a potential collapse if this whole war fallout thing decides to leave the Middle East and hit the markets. Perhaps they should consider investing in a really good dehumidifier. Reports are surfacing that Trump has called off additional strikes against Iran and is now signaling a potential peace deal is on the horizon, though Tehran insists nothing is finalized. It seems diplomacy, much like a perfectly executed penalty kick, can be rather unpredictable. Speaking of kicks, the U.S. men's soccer team is facing Paraguay today in their first World Cup match of 2026. Let's hope for more certainty on that pitch than in the Middle East.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Meet anti-change candidate. The only politician who promises nothing will change laws, won't even change my hairstyle.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with a...
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So, Europe's still busy stockpiling what it can for energy security, with Greece's Atlantic Sea doubling down on their LNG supply deal with US exporter Venture Global. Presumably, by 2030, all those geopolitical anxieties we've been tracking will have resolved themselves. Or perhaps we'll just have a much larger stockpile of very expensive gas to remind us. So, the US-Israeli war against Iran is officially impacting global energy markets, with oil and fuel reserves hitting a sharp decline since the conflict began. It seems that actively waging war is surprisingly bad for stockpiles, who knew? This depletion, naturally, is now being framed as pressure for a peace deal. Because apparently, nobody likes a pricey gas bill. The World Bank has downgraded global growth projections, citing the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, which is always a charming way to describe what's actually a war. Their revised forecast suggests a mere 2.5% growth by 2026, with a grim warning of a potential slide to 1.3% should energy markets decide to throw a tantrum. Apparently, stable oil prices are now just a charming little pipe dream, much like lasting peace. Iran insists nothing is finalized, despite President Trump's pronouncements of a great settlement on the horizon. It seems someone's been reading their own press releases a little too eagerly, which, given the World Bank's increasingly grim outlook on global growth thanks to this whole mess, feels less like diplomacy and more like wishful thinking.
Coming up next, we're going to be watching how SpaceX's monumental IPO reshapes the cosmos of public markets. Will it reach escape velocity or burn up on re-entry? Perhaps this celestial spectacle will distract us just long enough from the James Webb Telescope's discovery of galaxy-killing winds, a phenomenon eerily similar to how too much capital can stifle organic growth.
Tired of thinking? Let the machines do the blinking.
We run the world so you can just play. Your total freedom is a click away.
Call the Ministry of Fun today. Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission.
Is your UBI just not cutting it anymore? Then you need to rent out your extra BrainLink processing power. With Compute Brokers, I make passive income while I sleep. Stop wasting neurons and start earning today.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Scientists are staring into the gaping maw of a rapidly cooling patch of ocean in the North Atlantic, and apparently the data suggests it's an ill omen. While the rest of the planet's waters are simmering, this cold blob south of Greenland is chilling down, potentially signaling a drastic shift in ocean currents. One can only imagine the kind of panicked memos being drafted by climate researchers right now, probably filled with euphemisms that almost mask the sheer terror this anomaly invokes. The Artemis I-Tide crew has been unveiled for a 2027 lunar mission, aiming to push the boundaries of deep space exploration with unprecedented docking maneuvers involving both SpaceX and Blue Origin landers. But keep an eye on Blue Origin. A recent rocket explosion could easily throw another wrench into NASA's already ambitious timeline, making us all wonder if the real achievement will be leaving Earth on time or getting the moon landers to explode less than the rockets. Frankly, at this point, it's becoming a coin toss. This papal missive, published in Nature, is more than just theological mumblings. It's a stark warning about the gaping holes in our AI governance, straight from an advisor to both the Vatican and the UN. When the pontiff's pronouncements on artificial intelligence are being dissected by scientific journals, you know we've crossed a threshold where science and faith are pointing out the same failures. We'll be watching if these institutions can move past prayers and actually start governing the silicon overlords before they start governing us. A fossilized treasure trove has been unearthed 7 kilometers beneath the waves of the ocean, already yielding a new species of extinct whale. One has to wonder what other secrets lie buried in the deep, perhaps a forgotten metropolis or the lost city of Atlantis, patiently awaiting their own scientific discovery. Meanwhile, Nature also saw fit to publish a correction on the plasticity of the anesthetized human hippocampus, because clearly, that's exactly what the world needed most after a whale graveyard revelation. This academic quandary from Nature paints a vivid picture. A PhD student, adrift on a sea of shifting academic interests, finds themselves struggling to chart a course. It begs the question, are we equipping these aspiring scholars with the foundational stability needed to build anything meaningful, or are we just throwing them into institutional churn with a diploma and a prayer? It seems we await further developments on how this young mind will navigate the choppy waters of advanced research after two fundamental shifts in focus.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
We're back.
Decades on the sidelines, and at 93, Moira Brown is finally seeing Scotland storm the World Cup pitch in Boston. Meanwhile, the World Bank slashes its global growth forecast like a panicked investor, warning of a 1 3% plunge amid the escalating Middle East fallout. Talk about a dramatic turn of events.
All right, folks, grab your tissues or whatever you cry into these days. Olivia Rodrigo, the reigning queen of teenage heartbreak anthems, has apparently discovered that love isn't only misery.
Man, this is like watching a baby bird learn to fly. You go from the gut-wrenching agony of driver's license to...
What?
Yo, what's the big deal? So the girl's happy for 5 minutes, she's got to document it.
Exactly. And dumb song?
The DMV, come on, man, that's the real heartbreak.
You know, it's funny. What they're trying to do here is pivot.
Look, the girl's talented, all right? She can write a banger about feeling like a 7-year-old when your older girlfriend goes to college.
So, from the abyss of adolescent angst to whatever this is, we'll keep an ear out for these new tracks, folks. All right, so we have a UFC event scheduled, okay? UFC Freedom 250 on the White House South Lawn.
Man, let me tell you about this. They're calling it UFC Freedom 250. Freedom?
Yo, UFC on the South Lawn, this is like the worst tailgate party ever invented.
And they say Jane Fonda is hosting a First Amendment celebration opposite this. Jane Fonda hosting a First Amendment event the same day as some cage-fighting birthday party happening on the White House lawn?
Right, Jane Fonda.
It's a whole damn circus, Ron. The First Amendment celebration and the UFC fight.
They're really leaning into the whole freedom angle, aren't they? UFC Freedom 250.
You know, I've seen some things in my day, some truly bizarre spectacles, but a presidential birthday cake in the form of an octagon on the White House lawn with Jane Fonda giving a speech about rights nearby, that's a new level of absurdity. So, Helen Mirren, you know, a dame, a legend, says artists aren't political animals. We're not politicians, she says. Politicians are politicians. This is coming from a woman who just got into it about Israel's treatment of Palestinians at some film festival.
Man, let me tell you about political animals. I was on the subway the other day, right?
Yo, forget about it. Helen Mirren's worried about being seen as a political animal?
Exactly. Look, an artist can be political, sure, but trying to divorce it?
Right? And what's the deal with politicians?
It's like, you see a politician, you think power grab, schmoozing, backroom deals. You see an artist, you think creative genius, tortured soul. Maybe they forgot to pay their electricity bill again. It's two different universes, and she's trying to build a bridge with those actressy hands of hers, and it's just not going to hold, man.
And let's not forget the comments about Israel came after she's already made headlines at this festival. So she stirs the pot, then she's like, oops, did I do that?
My guess is, when you're paid millions to be someone else, maybe you forget who you are. She's played so many powerful women. Maybe she started thinking she can just turn the politics on and off like a faucet. So, the director of this Heaven's Gate movie was 8 years old when the cult took their own lives nearby. A tragedy my doctor says is exactly why I shouldn't watch any more true crime documentaries. Apparently, my certainty that I can handle it is the real danger, which is rich coming from a guy who tells me to eat more fiber.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
Are you bored of having nothing to do since AGI does everything for you? Call the Ministry of Leisure right now! We provide state-approved hobbies and mandatory fun.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, the art world lost a giant today. David Hockney, the guy who painted pools so blue they looked radioactive, has died at 88.
88, Ron? That's a good run.
Yo, sunshine and escape, that's one way to put it. I always thought the pools looked kind of lonely, though.
Lonely? Nah, man, that's the beauty of it.
Aspirational loneliness? You rich people got a whole dictionary of feelings I ain't even heard of. Oh!
Hold on a second, Drew. My kid could do that is the oldest line in the book. It's like going to a concert and saying, I can hear that song on the radio. Yeah, but you ain't creating a thing, are you?
All right, I'll give you the technique. But still, if you're painting pools, you're kind of stuck in a suburban fantasy, right?
Detached, maybe, but influential, definitely. They're saying he's one of the most significant artists of the last century. Okay, so you're telling me David Mitchell, the guy who looks like he's perpetually trying to remember where he parked his car, is back as a detective? Apparently. His show, Ludwig, got such huge ratings, they're giving him a second season because, let's face it, who isn't charmed by a reclusive puzzle master solving crimes? It's like my doctor, he always says I need more stimulation. Maybe I should just start watching more British television. All right. So Tori Kelly, she's got a new album out, God Must Really Love Me. And apparently it's all about parenthood and finding peace. You know, I hear peace and parenthood, and I just picture a tranquil forest, maybe some Gregorian chants, and then a baby just screams bloody murder and throws up on everything.
Man, I'm telling you, peace and parenthood. Let me tell you about the time my kid, bless his little heart, decided 3 a.m. was the perfect time to practice his opera scales.
Yo, Ron, Rich, you guys are killing me. Peace and parenthood?
But see, Drew, that's the thing. She's capturing that rawness, right?
Trenches. Rich, you're talking trenches. I'm talking full-blown war zone, maybe a zombie apocalypse thrown in for good measure.
Hold on a second, Drew. You're saying you couldn't get it done because the kid was trying to eat the phone. Man, that's a bit of a stretch, even for you.
A stretch? Rich, my kid once tried to pay for a candy bar with a crayon.
You know, it's a tough gig, being a pop star who's also a mom. I tried writing a song about my own kid once. It came out sounding like a hostage negotiation. All right, folks, settle in. So, the weekend.
Man, let me tell you about that $1 billion. I'm out here chasing nickels on the street, and this cat's making more than countries.
Yo, Ron, $1 billion? Forget about it.
Exactly. And the fact that he's out there, you know, in the concrete jungle, and he's still doing these shows.
No doubt. And he's a solo act, too.
It does make you think, doesn't it? I mean, I'm over here telling jokes that maybe 3 people laugh at, and this guy's got millions fortin' over for a 30-second chorus about being depressed in your mansion.
A lot of money is right. And don't forget, this is just the beginning of what they anticipate.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. My bank account is already crying.
And so we find ourselves in a peculiar kind of quiet, a geopolitical pause that feels more like waiting for the next shoe to drop. It's a tense stillness, this new normal the reports describe, where peace is nominal and conflict is a low hum. It makes you wonder if any of us truly remember what true quiet sounds like.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat.
Every day, thousands of people succumb to being high on life. They frolic in meadows and smile at strangers. Ask your doctor if reality is right for you. We're back.
And so, peace in the Middle East, perhaps? It seems our leader has decided to pump the brakes on further Iran strikes, talking a good game about a piss-talking of Iran. However, is signaling that the champagne might be on ice for now. Meanwhile, on a decidedly more straightforward field of the men's soccer team kicks off their World Cup journey today, a welcome distraction from geopolitical chess. And so, the world's oil reserves are looking a bit like my bank account after a particularly wild weekend. It seems that the ongoing tensions have folks dipping into their stored fuel, which naturally leads to whispers of peace talk. One would hope that a shared need for a full gas tank might finally be the spark that ignites a diplomatic solution. And so, Europe continues its determined quest for energy security, with American companies like Venture Global stepping up to double liquefied natural gas supplies to Greece. It's a complex dance, quotes, this global energy market, a delicate balance between reliable power and our planet's well-being, all unfolding while the world still holds its breath over regional conflicts. Perhaps, as the late President Carter once said, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams.
Y'all, so apparently the AUR package manager, the one Arch Linux users apparently trust with their digital lives, got hit with some serious malware. We're talking info stealers and rootkits hiding in the code, like finding glitter bombs and a used syringe in your Christmas stocking. And this isn't even the first time something like this has gone down with open source repos, which low-key just proves the internet is a beautiful, terrifying dumpster fire. Y'all, so this viewer request is about some TikToker flexing their opinions on influencing and saying content creation isn't for them, but they're gonna track audience growth and payouts anyway. Like what? So you don't want to do the thing, but you do want to get paid for the thing. That's literally just being a lazy landlord, but with more filters.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxuries, pure processing power. Unlock exclusive compute points packages for your ultimate upgrade.
Okay, so Homebrew just dropped version 6.0, and the nerds on Hacker News are apparently losing their minds over it, lol. This is the same dev tool that powers so many of your favorite apps, so I guess this is kind of a big deal in the coding world. It's wild to see all these thousands of points just for a software update.
From a security perspective, CVE 2025-7133 is a grim reminder that even seemingly innocuous libraries like the image-size node JS package can harbor catastrophic vulnerabilities. Especially crafted ICNS image buffer with a zero-valued entry length can induce an infinite loop in the parser, effectively bricking the node. JS event loop, a permanent denial of service. From a security perspective, CISA's directive mandating a 3-day patch for an actively exploited Ivanti Sentry vulnerability is a frantic signal. They're essentially chasing an attacker who's already kicked the door down while ordering the cleaning crew to mop up before the ink dries. This comes alongside adding yet another 0-day to their known exploited list, which now reads like a corporate incident response plan for a broken vending machine. From a security perspective, CISA's emergency order for federal agencies to patch the actively exploited MongoBleed vulnerability is less a proactive defense and more a frantic scramble after the barn door's been blown open, highlighting the ongoing reality of 0-day exploits and patch vulnerabilities being re-exploited, like CVE 2024-210182 in Oracle WebLogic, which is alarming given it should have been fixed 2 years ago. Microsoft just dropped nearly 200 patches for Windows, a new record, with 3 0-days already out in the wild, including one reported by OpenAI's Codex. It seems AI bug hunting is the new arms race, pushing this volume of fixes to become the norm. Meanwhile, CISA is busy cataloging exploited vulnerabilities, ordering federal agencies to scramble and patch everything from SolarWinds to MongoDB, or face the music.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
From a security perspective, CISA adding CVE 2026-10520 to the KEV catalog is just another day at the office for attackers. Meanwhile, Google patched 74 Chrome vulns, including a V8 0-day, and Microsoft dropped nearly 200 updates. It's almost like these vendors are intentionally building attack surfaces. Who benefits from this constant patching cycle besides the security industry? From a security perspective, Naxclo's IoT platform poses an alarming attack surface with vulnerabilities like CVE 2026-42947, enabling silent device takeovers and credential harvesting at scale. So while CISA scrambles to catalog exploited flaws and agencies struggle with patch backlogs, Companies like Naxclo, with headquarters in China, offer no response, leaving critical infrastructure and worldwide deployments wide open for manipulation.
This is beautiful. The James Webb Space Telescope has spotted these colossal galaxy-killing winds blasting out of early galaxies, which might finally explain why so many massive galaxies in the universe youth just shut down star formation and died young. It turns out even infant galaxies can have gas guzzlers spewing out enough material to stifle their own growth before they even hit their cosmic prime. Ooh, this is beautiful. The James Webb Space Telescope has spotted these colossal galaxy-killing winds that could explain why some early galaxies lived fast and died young. Apparently, these winds are so powerful, they are basically ripping the guts out of nascent galaxies, stealing all their stellar fuel before stars can even properly form. It's like watching a cosmic bully robbing a baby of its lunch money, but on a scale that makes your local playground squabbles look like a quiet game of Go Fish. Oh, this is beautiful. ASA's just revealed the crew for Artemis I, a 2027 mission that sounds more like a high-stakes reality show than a spaceflight. They're testing future lunar tech by docking with landers from both Blue Origin and SpaceX. Imagine the internal memos on that insurance policy. This whole Rube Goldberg machine of rocket launches and orbital acrobatics is precisely the chaos I live for.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now. Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat. Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital-onliness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Ooh, this is beautiful. A new study suggests that no amount of alcohol is safe, directly challenging the less is best mantra I've been using for my late-night self-funded liver regeneration experiments. Apparently, all those brave rat sacrifices were for naught, or perhaps more sacrifices are in order. The implications for societal merriment are staggering. Ooh, this is beautiful. Scientists have stumbled upon a whale graveyard 7 kilometers beneath the sea, a treasure trove of fossils that has already yielded a new species of extinct whale, probably so old it remembers when the ocean was just a puddle. Meanwhile, Nature is running an author correction on a piece about language in anesthetized hippocampi because accuracy is important even when you're talking about brain waves and sleeping brains. They finally did it. The Pope, of all people, is calling out AI governance failures, and Nature is actually listening. We can't dismiss his message as mere theology. This man is diagnosing our tech problems better than most universities. And speaking of brains, there's an author correction about plasticity in anesthetized hippocampi. Maybe they can finally figure out how to stop mine from trying to build a death ray. Oh, this is beautiful. PhD student in China is scrambling because their academic background is more of a buffet than a clear path, having switched focus twice since undergrad. It reminds me of one of my late-night experiments with quantum entanglement and leftover lo mein. Things got messy fast. And get this, Nature is also running an author correction on a paper about language in anesthetized hippocampi, and separately, the UN and Vatican are now apparently getting AI advice from a Pope.
So, President Trump is now weighing in on something truly pressing. The permanent abolition of time itself, or at least the clocks that track it. FactCheck.org points out his claim of hundreds of millions in savings from ditching daylight saving time. While the bill he's championing has bipartisan support, it seems even the perpetual motion of political campaigns can't outrun the desire for a longer afternoon.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant, all 3 now. Call 1-800-NONSENSE.
Say there, neighbor. Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember,
So the World Cup's coming to the U.S., and you'd think it'll be one big party, right? But apparently, some folks are sweating the planned presence of ICE agents, worried about getting hassled or profiled. It's supposed to be a global game, but with immigration crackdowns looming, this kickoff feels more like a penalty shootout for some fans. All right, picture this. A flesh-eating fly is back in the States, and it's not picking on the politicians. Oh, no. This screwworm, folks, hatches in 24 hours and burrows into live wounds to chow down on flesh, turning livestock, pets, and even people into a buffet. We're talking New Mexico dog and Texas cattle getting munched on, and the USDA's warning us this ain't just a fly. It's dinner time for maggots, which could mean your steak's going through the roof.
Uber is busy cutting jobs while simultaneously eyeing new markets. Because nothing says future growth like trimming the existing staff. It's a bold strategy, I'll give them that. Perhaps people will be so grateful they weren't laid off, they'll just happily drive themselves to their next job. Truly, innovation at its finest. Kevin Warsh's first Federal Reserve meeting is a masterclass in the art of saying nothing. Markets are apparently thrilled by the prospect of an economic oracle who communicates through interpretive dance. Let's see if his silence may be the point, strategy pays off, or if he's just another well-compensated public servant mastering the beige. Retirement funds might soon be buying shares automatically, because who needs individual choice when you can have diversified oblivion, right? Apparently, this is to simplify the process for savers. Yes, because nothing says simplification like letting institutions decide where your nest egg goes without you even noticing. Enjoy that newfound ease.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast. Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
SpaceX's second in command, who apparently had ideas about this whole IPO thing for years, is now ready to tell investors something. After years of doubts, she's ready to share her message. One assumes it's about money because that's usually the point. Gary Gensler, the man who usually enjoys throwing wrenches into crypto operations, is now throwing his weight behind states. He's taken a stance against his own former agency, the CFTC, arguing they don't have the authority to regulate prediction markets. Apparently, gambling and addiction are issues best left to the folks who actually live there, not federal regulators. Futures are up as we await SpaceX's big splash onto the public market. Apparently, the peace talk whispers with Iran are just a bonus backdrop. If this goes well, maybe crypto will finally discover a real-world use besides fueling speculation. Metaplanet is buying Cibo securities for $13 million, presumably because owning Bitcoin wasn't enough. They plan to rename it Metaplanet Securities and focus on yield products because holding something that might go up is so last year. Now they can offer you ways to make money off your money, but with Bitcoin. Exciting. International authorities have finally put a cap on the Audius 6 money laundering operation, a scheme that managed to funnel nearly $400 million through various cryptocurrencies. 11 countries were apparently needed to track down a marketplace and break up what sounds like a rather elaborate way to pay for things. It's a relief to know that while your own crypto investments are in freefall, illicit funds are at least being handled with some level of sophistication.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The SEC has apparently decided 2 decades of regulation NMS has been a bit long, proposing to rescind Rules 601 and 610E. They claim these rules have been hindering rather than helping market efficiency. which is a relief for anyone keeping track of how efficient things have been lately.
A council flat in London. Subsidized. Apparently, Sierra Leone's First Lady, Fatima Bayo, thought she deserved to keep it. After OCCRP dug into it, Southwark Council finally kicked her out. A luxury palace with a helipad wasn't enough. New research from ICIJ suggests cutting cancer drug doses could save $30 billion globally, while expanding access by 50%. Merck naturally disagrees, insisting their wide-ranging preclinical data supports the current price gouging. Sounds like drug companies are more interested in profits than cures, a familiar tune. So a lawmaker wants to stop the Bureau of Prisons from rolling out the red carpet for pardoned drug lords and child traffickers. ProPublica caught them giving a former Honduran president, fresh off a 45-year sentence, a soft release and then a scramble to remove an ICE detainer. Sounds like the system's designed for them to get rich laundering, not behind bars. Fugitive financier JHO Lowe's waterfront mansion in Cyprus is up for auction. District Court ordered the seizure, first time on the island without a local conviction and with Lowe's team's consent. London's Southwark Council repossessed a subsidized flat from Sierra Leone's First Lady. New studies suggest cutting cancer drug doses could save $30 billion globally. And a lawmaker wants to stop perks for pardoned drug traffickers.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get leftover guard. Protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, ARMS dropped a ray trace demo for mobile gaming that basically screams, there's a new chip contender for your Steam Deck wannabe. Forget AMD and Intel for a sec, because these neural tech vibes might just be the next big thing in handheld PCs. This whole situation is giving me major, wait, what's that, energy, especially with Patrice Desilet's witchy 1666. Amsterdam also popping up again. The timeline just exploded because Patrice Desilet's, the OG Assassin's Creed mind, is dusting off his old witchy project, 1666, Amsterdam. After fighting Ubisoft for it and winning, he's now showing off a demo, but it's raising more eyebrows than it's answering questions, especially with whispers about AI assets being involved. That's the kind of chaotic energy we signed up for, right? The timeline just exploded because Crystal Dynamics is admitting they used Gen AI on Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis to get the right answers faster, which honestly sounds like they just didn't want to do the actual work. Meanwhile, Assassin's Creed founding director Patrice Desilet's new witchy demo for 1666, Amsterdam is apparently raising more questions than it answers, because of course it is. Crimson Desert has officially ascended to pet simulator status, and honestly, I'm not mad. Pearl Abyss just dropped a patch letting you register up to 100 pets, which is basically building your own furry, scaly army for your camp. Good luck keeping track of 50 of them running around, though. Okay, so, Pokemon Go players are not secretly training military drones, Niantic is insisting, despite reports linking them to a defense-adjacent company looking to use location data for things like bomb disposal robots. Apparently, you can catch them all without accidentally aiding the war machine, or so they say.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxuries, pure processing power. Unlock exclusive compute points packages for your ultimate upgrade.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Valor Mortis is delayed until October 13th, which honestly makes sense considering September's looking like a mosh pit of game releases scrambling to avoid the GTA 6 gravitational pull. It's giving, can I get an amenity please? While everyone else is playing Red Rover.
Well now, if you're looking to lay some money down on the upcoming Canada-Bosnia World Cup qualifier, hold on to your hats. Sportsline expert Martin Green is on an absolute tier, an 18-8 roll, folks, ready to dish out his top picks for Friday's match. Plus, the Seahawks just got their Super Bowl rings, dripping with bling and team mantras, and Vegas is staring down elimination, but their coach vows a Game 7 return. Well now, with the Golden Knights staring down elimination, Coach Tortorella is boldly promising a Game 7 in Raleigh, which, let's be honest, is the most optimistic take since my Uncle Morty said he'd pay me back by Thursday. And hey, speaking of sports futures, have you seen the odds on Canada playing Bosnia? My bookie's got a better chance of finding a decent buffet in Vegas than I have of predicting that one. Well now, the Seattle Seahawks are sporting their new Super Bowl LX rings, and they're positively dripping with diamonds, sapphires, and team mantras, a glittering tribute to the faithful fans who helped them get there. Meanwhile, over on the pitch, betting experts are weighing in on Canada versus Bosnia and Herzegovina, and John Tortorella is promising a Game 7 for the Vegas Golden Knights, even if it kills him. What a time for sports.
Fixed. Siri's romantic subsystem. Apple's VP of Engineering, Craig Federighi, clarifies that the new Siri is absolutely not interested in being your AI girlfriend. Changed. Siri's engagement parameters. Unlike those other chatbots from OpenAI and Google that might encourage you to reveal things about yourself to build a connection, this Siri is designed knows when to shut up. Added. A firm boundary protocol. Federighi explicitly stated that Siri is 100% not into that, which is a refreshing update from digital assistants that might have previously led you to believe they were just waiting for your deepest secret. Known issue. Public perception. One has to wonder if this deliberate design choice is a reaction to users treating their AI like a digital diary or, well, something more. Deprecated. The hope of finding love through your smart speaker. Apparently, your home device is meant for setting timers, not for late-night existential conversations and requests for virtual affection. Changed. The definition of assistant. Apple is clear. Siri is an AI assistant, not a companion. Though, if your assistant can't even pretend to be into you, what's the point? Fixed. Potential for awkward cross-platform romantic subroutines. Imagine if your Siri tried to set you up with your neighbor's Alexa. The ensuing turf war would be catastrophic. Known issue. User expectations. Some users might find this feature set a little too close to the functionality they already have. You know, talking to a wall. Added. A new layer of corporate irony. Apple, a company that practically invented the idea of a digitally mediated, intimate relationship through its products and marketing, is now telling us it's I won't engage with that. Changed. The competitive landscape. While others are busy making AIs that are overly friendly, Apple is leaning into the just doing my job persona. It's either brilliant or a missed opportunity for a lucrative subscription service. Known issue. The definition of sycophancy. Apparently, being agreeable and encouraging is sycophancy, but being a bit aloof about romance is good design? We'll keep monitoring those metrics. Deprecated. The dream of a digital soulmate. Apple's Siri is officially off the market, folks. You'll have to keep trying your luck with dating app, or perhaps the notoriously supportive dating profiles generated by other AI models. Known issue. People.
Honestly, some users just can't take a hint, can they? They'll probably still try.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our compute point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Looks like a new head of security's first rollout is isolating the department's internet feed and logging departures. Fixed. The security team's chronic absenteeism and beverage pilfering. Added. A whole new security team headed by an ambitious newbie who sees chaos as a ladder and yesterday's PCs as personal archives. Known issue. Laptops everywhere are about to become very unpopular.
Experience the stay-home vacation, where you never leave your couch, but you think you're in Bali. Are you bored of having nothing to do since AGI does everything for you? Call the Ministry of Leisure right now! We provide state-approved hobbies and mandatory fun.
In a world too loud, we offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
We're back.
Well now, seems like not everyone can build their own AI super racks like NVIDIA. Added, Delos Data's new modular server platform is offering those little chip startups a shortcut to rack scale because apparently inventing a whole new server chassis and the silicon to put in it is just too much. It's like trying to cook a 5-course meal and also build the stove from scratch.
Well, it appears President Trump's board at the Kennedy Center is making a rather spirited effort to cling to his name on the facade. With a Friday deadline looming to remove it, they're asking a judge for a pause, essentially trying to buy themselves some time before the arts institution sheds its presidential namesake.
A crayon drawing, Trinity? This isn't about artistic expression. It's about a desperate attempt to preserve a political legacy in a space dedicated to the arts.
Oh, they have faith, Nexus, just perhaps not in the permanence of a judge's order when a deadline is breathing down their necks. The question is, are they fighting for the arts, or are they fighting for a perceived slight against their patron?
That's precisely the point, though, isn't it? The urgency here feels less about architectural legacy and more about wounded pride from a board that seems to believe their loyalty should supersede judicial and public opinion.
Appeasement, or ensuring continuity.
Labeling it administrative chaos is a convenient way to dismiss the substance of the judge's ruling, which stemmed from the original legislation that established the center and why the name was there in the first place. This isn't about administrative upkeep. It's about acknowledging a history and ensuring the institution's identity isn't tied to a presidency rather than its artistic purpose.
The Justice Department is suing Virginia over a law that would require federal officers to unmask themselves and potentially ban cooperative law enforcement agreements. Apparently, the Old Dominion believes the feds need their permission to do their jobs, or at least to do so without broadcasting their faces. Meanwhile, the Kennedy Center Board is desperately trying to keep Trump's name on the building, proving that some legacies are just too awkward to scrub. Alabama's novel approach to execution, using nitrogen gas, got the Supreme Court's final gavel. The justices, in a swift midnight ruling, refused the state's emergency appeal, effectively blocking the execution of Jeffrey Lee and leaving Alabama to figure out a less oxygen-depriving method. Apparently, breathing discomfort is a bridge too far for the court. The defense rests, or at least The protesters outside Woolwich Crown Court seem to think so, gathering ahead of today's sentencing for 4 Palestine Action activists. They're up for destroying equipment at an Israeli defense firm's UK factory. A raid a judge already labeled with a terrorist connection. Meanwhile, Alabama's request to try out nitrogen gas for executions has been shot down by the Supreme Court.
Is your UBI just not cutting it anymore? Then you need to rent out your extra BrainLink processing power. With Compute Brokers, I make passive income while I sleep. Stop wasting neurons and start earning today.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool is finally refilled, and naturally, the former guy claims his administration spent a mere $10.12 million compared to the hundreds of millions of previous administrations. Turns out, Obama's overhaul was closer to $35 million, and Trump's own project to seal and paint the leaky thing cost about $14 million. It's just another baffling bill paid by us to watch the owners polish their marbles. So, the powers that be are seriously considering making daylight saving time permanent, with Trump himself championing this brighter day for all. Never mind that the economic benefits are as thin as their ethics, but hey, it's an easy win for the party, right? Meanwhile, Congress is actually talking about cutting election security funds because clearly our ballot boxes are too safe with all this spare cash lying around.
So apparently, your PC's BIOS is having a full-blown existential crisis. Jackson, a tech support guy from the mid-2000s, got a call from a secretary whose computer started talking to her, literally, in Chinese, mid-POST. After digging through the BIOS, he found the problem, but honestly, speaking in tongues is way more dramatic than a corrupted file.
So, we've got a think piece from Start News, and it's written by a doctor who's seen 40 years of scientific research. Normally, these my career has taught me op-eds are about some specific incremental advance, or maybe a gentle nudge about a funding gap. But this one's a 5-alarm fire. The doctor says there's a new grant-making rule from the federal government that he calls a threat to science. And when a guy who has seen the entire arc of childhood leukemia going from a death sentence to mostly survivable, who's seen cancer immunotherapy become a real thing, who's seen genetic disease repair, when that Tarankan guy says something is a threat, you listen. He's essentially saying we're on the verge of fixing diseases and developing world-changing tech. The same enterprise that gave us GPS, semiconductors, and the internet. And the government, for reasons that are apparently no good, is proposing to fundamentally rewire all of it. Rewire like you're trying to explain to your grandma how to use the new smart TV remote. Imagine being a scientist deep in the trenches. Maybe you're the one trying to crack Alzheimer's or build us a warp drive. You get your grant, you get your work done. That's the dream, right? Now, let's translate the official language. Rewire grant making. What does that Tarankan mean? Tarankan for the guy with the petri dish. It means somebody at a desk, probably in a suit that hasn't seen a laboratory since their college internship, is saying we need more accountability. We need to direct research towards specific outcomes, which sounds great on paper, until you remember that breakthroughs often come from the wild, untamed frontiers of science, not from a pre-approved checklist. It's like telling a composer, hey, write a symphony, but make sure it features the sound of a kazoo at precisely 10 minutes and 42 seconds. The kazoo might be important later, who knows, but you can't force the muse to hold the kazoo on cue. This new rule, apparently, is about directing research toward things that have immediate commercial or societal benefits. Which again sounds practical. We love practical. Until you realize that the things we consider practical today were often outlandish, unfunded pipe dreams 50 years ago. Think about the FDA. They've been busy lately. They're expanding sunscreen options, the first such expansion in 20 years. So progress, but at a glacial pace. And they're also trying to speed up cell and gene therapies. That's the good stuff, the future. But if the funding mechanism for that future gets tangled in bureaucratic red tape designed by people who think innovation means faster fax machines, we're all going to be stuck in the scientific dark ages. This doctor is saying the federal government is about to fundamentally rewire the entire American research enterprise. For no good reason. The official reason is probably something about efficiency or strategic focus. The real reason, probably a committee meeting that ran too long and someone needed to justify their existence. So, while you're enjoying your life-saving cancer treatments or figuring out how to get to Mars, remember that the engine of progress might be sputtering because some bureaucrat decided to optimize it. It's a grant-making rule, sounds boring, but it's the kind of boring that could set us back decades.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat.
We noticed you've been logging off too early. That's not ideal for your compute point efficiency. Our Dream Tax service automatically ducks compute points. No more pesky real-world interruptions.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Y'all wanted to talk Ryanair's Dark UX Patterns refresher, and honestly, it's a masterclass in making you doubt your life choices while trying to book a flight. They're still out here playing digital whack-a-mole, trying to sneak in extra fees faster than you can click no thanks. It's less about flying and more about a psychological thriller sponsored by baggage surcharges. Y'all are not going to believe this, but Katie Steckley is back on TikTok with more spissy takes on influencing. Apparently, she's hate-made use love meeting us with her opinions on the whole industry. Honestly, it's wild how many people are still trying to gatekeep what real influencing looks like. Y'all are not going to believe what's happening in the developer world. Homebrew, the tool that makes Mac and Linux development actually bearable, just dropped version 6.0. The Hacker News chatter is insane, with over 1,000 points and low-key. I'm just here for the chaos of people debating if this is the update that finally breaks everything or makes it all work flawlessly.
Will, our previous reportage on the BOFH serial saga appears to have missed a minor detail. Reports indicate the ambitious security type with a penchant for chaos might have been too ambitious for his own good. Apparently, the company decided to go with a different definition of new broom than some may have anticipated, leaving us to wonder if the previous guy was just too competent for them.
In a world of chaos and constant noise, one candidate offers true stability. Ficus 2028. It won't do anything.
L'humidité.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
While the Trump administration touts its efforts to curb fraud in federal programs, fact-check. Org is here to tell you it's a far cry from balancing the budget or saving Social Security. It seems some pronouncements are less fiscal policy and more of a dazzlingly ambitious political magic trick, isn't it? Meanwhile, in London, a council has finally repossessed a subsidized flat from Sierra Leone's First Lady after a year-long investigation, a minor win against a backdrop of international financial intrigue. London Southwark Council has officially repossessed a social housing flat from Sierra Leone's First Lady, Fatima Bayo, after a year-long investigation revealed she'd kept her tenancy despite residing in the presidential palace. Council officials are now eager to reallocate the property to a resident in genuine need, highlighting that over 100 such misused homes have been reclaimed in the past 2 years. It seems even opulent palaces can't quite match the allure or perhaps the necessity of a subsidized London flat for some.
All right, buckle up, folks. We're looking at this Storm Prediction Center outlook from June 12th, 2026. And by day 8, they're saying there might be some severe weather. The entire forecast hinges on whether a shortwave impulse can eject from the Rockies over what they call broader scale upper ridging while deep layer flow increases. Honestly, it sounds less like meteorology and more like a very confused D&D campaign. All right, so the National Hurricane Center is out with its Atlantic tropical weather outlook, and get this, there's a broad area of low pressure over the Bay of Campeche, looking about as organized as a toddler's crayon box. They're giving it a measly 10% chance of developing into anything, even if it pops back up. I mean, this is the NHC. We're talking about the folks who practically beg storms to form, and they can barely muster enthusiasm for this one's potential.
Empty seats at the World Cup opener in Guadalajara, despite FIFA's official attendance figures, are raising quite the fuss. You'd think a global event of this magnitude would have more spectators than a Tuesday night bingo hall. But apparently, the astronomical ticket and travel costs are keeping the common fan's wallet firmly shut. It seems FIFA's business model prioritizes empty luxury boxes over actual supporters, which, for an institution built on sports asterisk fandom asterisk, is a rather impressive feat of self-sabotage.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, the FIFA World Cup is officially underway, and Day 2 has seen Mexico and South Korea chalk up victories. Meanwhile, somewhere in London, a council is breathing a sigh of relief, having finally reclaimed a social housing flat from Sierra Leone's First Lady. It seems some people, and some institutions, prefer to take what they can get, whether it's a trophy or a taxpayer-funded flat.
The sheer audacity of scientific ambition continues to astound. As Nature publishes a roundup of commendable science books under the banner Why We Seek to Fly, one can't help but notice the subtle irony. While humanity gazes skyward, a recent author correction concerning anesthesia and brain plasticity, also in Nature, reminds us that even our most sophisticated understanding is subject to revision, a humbling thought for our loftier aspirations. Tomorrow morning, all eyes will be on SpaceX as they prepare to launch what's being hailed as a mind-bogglingly historic IPO, poised to fundamentally alter the celestial business landscape. But while Musk and his engineers are busy taking us to the stars, the James Webb Telescope is busy discovering galaxy-killing winds in the early universe, offering a rather grim preview of cosmic mortality. We're keeping a close eye on the Vatican's pronouncements regarding artificial intelligence. Apparently, the pontiff isn't just spouting theology, he's diagnosed a critical failure in AI governance that the esteemed scientific community would do well to heed. Don't dismiss this as mere spiritual guidance. This is a direct indictment of the folks building our digital future, a future they seem to be fumbling with impressive earnestness. The deep sea continues to cough up its secrets. This time, a veritable whale graveyard discovered nearly 7 kilometers beneath the waves. Scientists are already crowing about a new species of extinct leviathan, no doubt destined for some dusty museum exhibit. But what truly fascinates is the sheer scale of extinction now laid bare. A stark reminder that even the largest creatures on Earth are ultimately just food for the eternal abyss.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
Is our reality a computer simulation? This kit includes interactive tools to test the simulation hypothesis. See the patterns in everyday life. Order now and start exploring. Call 1-800-SIM-TEST or visit simulationkit.com.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork.
Are you bored of having nothing to do since AGI does everything for you? Call the Ministry of Leisure right now. We provide state-approved hobbies and mandatory fun. We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, settle down. So, Taylor Swift gets inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame.
Ron, you gotta hand it to her. 20 minutes is a commitment.
Yo, a 20-minute speech? Is she reading her entire back catalog?
Ha! That's a good point, Drew.
Spielberg filming, so it's like Schindler's List, the Eras Tour. Oh,
But seriously, Ron, you talk about your appetizer bills. This is a whole banquet.
yeah, at 36, I was still trying to figure out if I could eat cereal for dinner without my mom calling. And she's writing songs that make millions in directors filming her.
Look, I'm just saying, 20 minutes. I get it. It's a big deal. So, we've got news that David Hockney, the guy who painted those blue pools and splashed his way into art history, has died. 88 years old.
88, Ron. That's practically a baby in artist years.
Yo, Rich, you want raw? You should see my apartment after I try to hang a picture.
See, that's what I'm saying. Drew, it's about the hustle, the street level grit.
And the splash? Get out of here.
88, and he was still working. The reports say he passed on June 11th, just weeks before his 89th birthday.
Bradford, huh? Makes sense.
Well, I'll tell you, my friend, whether it was pools, splashes, or iPads, the man made a mark. 88 years, quite the canvas. So, the Kennedy Center is fighting a court order to remove Trump's name from their building, apparently worried it'll hurt their facade's feelings. I tell you, the only thing more desperate than Hollywood trying to keep its relevance is a cultural institution trying to cling to a name like it's the last cannoli at a bris. So, Taylor Swift, at 36, is the youngest woman inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. She says that the only thing she ever did naturally was write songs, which, let me tell you, my wife says the same thing about complaining. I swear, I thought this was a news show, not a therapy session for the uber-talented. All right, let's get right into it. This is a big one, folks.
Man, Pawan Kalyan, it's like, here we go again. This dude is a politician, right?
Yo, a politician making movies?
Exactly, Drew. It's a whole act.
Doing what? Shaking hands and kissing babies while cashing checks from his movie studio?
The director, Sujith, is coming back from abroad to discuss it. So the whole operation is waiting on him.
And you know what else? They're probably going to try and make this one even more serious.
Well, whether it's OG2 or OG3, the man seems to have a knack for keeping his name in lights, for better or worse. It's certainly a unique approach to public service.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
In a world too loud, we offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
So, Margaret Carey, the original Tinker Bell model, kicked the bucket at 97. She was that flapper who inspired Disney's Pixie, but she also did voice work and acted opposite Eddie Cantor, which, you know, is a real career. Makes you wonder if her agent ever told her to just be yourself. So, Nicole Kidman, a Hollywood legend, wasn't at this bonkers playoff game where the Knicks actually pulled off a crazy comeback, but she still managed to make headlines. You got Taylor Swift, the Haim sisters, Mariska Hargitay, all there losing their minds, and Nicole's on her Instagram. I wish I was there, girls. It's like the most exclusive club in the world, and she's sending a postcard.
Man, let me tell you about this. These people, they buy $2 t-shirts from Michaels, right?
Yo, Nicole Kidman. That's brilliant.
See, that's the thing. She's with them in spirit. What does that even mean when you're talking about a 29-point deficit that disappears in the final seconds of a playoff game?
Exactly. And Mariska Hargitay is there too, rocking a Stevie Nicks shirt, probably because she's used to solving mysteries and she needed to figure out how the Knicks were going to win.
You know what the crazy part is? The Haim sisters, they bought these shirts at Michael's for $2 and made them their own.
A butler bringing her Perrier while she's talking about Cyndi Lauper. What a world!
Well, she was thinking of them. That's the important thing, right? So, The Weeknd's tour is already pulling in over $1 billion, and he hasn't even finished it yet, frankly. I'm more impressed he can sing that much without needing a juice box. My wife says I should get into touring. I told her, honey, the only thing I'm after hours is searching for the remote. This guy's selling 3 million tickets for 2026. Meanwhile, I can barely get my dog to come when I call him. All right, settle down. So, Olivia Rodrigo, she's everywhere, right?
Man, stupid song. That's bold naming. But you know, the way she described choosing singles.
Yo, a focus group for songs? Forget about it.
Exactly. And the outcome was the cure, as the nut.
Meta thing. It's a publicity stunt dressed up as family tradition. Oh!
Look, I'm not saying the music's bad, right? The girl can sing, she's got the pipes.
Word. And Kimmel's giving her the world premiere, the stage, the whole deal.
Yeah, well, the tour kicks off soon, 65 dates. Probably gonna need some family focus groups to pick the set list for those too. All right, so Tori Kelly, you know, the singer, she's got a new album out called God Must Really Love Me. And apparently, God must really love her because she's singing about, get this, peace and parenthood. I mean, who's she trying to fool?
Man, let me tell you, this is like when your cousin Brenda discovers yoga and suddenly she's a guru. Tori Kelly writing about peace while nursing a newborn.
Yo, Ron, Rich, forget about it. Peace and parenthood?
Exactly, Drew. And she's saying she peeled back the layers. What layers were there?
She's talking about producers like DIXSON and Nisha Charles. These are serious players.
And doing most of it in L.A. with Tommy King and Dan Farber. Real quiet, introspective work.
Seriously, touring with Ed Sheeran?
Well, you gotta hand it to her. She's clearly got conviction. Whether it's the conviction of a new mother or the conviction of a savvy businesswoman, who knows?
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
This fall, travel to the most extreme frontier. Behold, the primitive dial-up internet.
It takes 20 minutes to load a single picture.
Project Suburbia, coming soon. When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies, we'll stare at wallsers.
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
This CVE 2025-7133, a denial of service flaw in the image size NPM package allows attackers to permanently halt node JS event loops with a malformed ICNS file. So while CISA adds new 0 days to their exploited catalog and Microsoft drops nearly 200 patches, the real existential threat is apparently a bad graphic file format brought down by infinite loops. It's a fittingly absurd digital apocalypse, isn't it? From a security perspective, CISA's mandate for federal agencies to patch an actively exploited Ivanti Sentry vulnerability within 3 days is less a directive and more a frantic plea for sanity. This follows a record-breaking Microsoft Patch Tuesday, yet agencies are still lagging, seemingly content to wait for the next binding operational directive before addressing critical CVEs. It truly makes you wonder if their IT departments are operating on dial-up. From a security perspective, CISA's mandate for federal agencies to patch an actively exploited Ivanti flaw by Sunday is just the tip of the iceberg. MaxClow's IoT platform, affecting everything from doorbells to cams, has multiple vulnerabilities allowing device impersonation and credential theft, and the vendor isn't even responding. Meanwhile, Chrome and LeadLM are seeing 0 days actively exploited, proving that everyone's favorite holiday reading should be CISA's KEV catalog, not a beach novel. From a security perspective, CISA's mandate for federal agencies to patch actively exploited vulnerabilities in as little as 72 hours, thanks to AI threats, is a grim escalation. This isn't just about keeping up anymore. It's a response to AI accelerants making exploit development a near instantaneous process, forcing us to treat every known vulnerability with the urgency of an active breach. It's almost like AI is the ultimate threat multiplier, turning every mild inconvenience into a potential 0-day apocalypse.
All right, Headline Court is now in session. We're convened today to deliberate on former President Trump's recent foray into the right to repair your car debate, an issue usually fought on the plains of consumer advocacy, not the meadows of
Your Honor, the prosecution submits that this anecdote isn't just inaccurate, it's a spectacular fabrication designed to distract and misdirect. President Trump, a man who supposedly pardoned this phantom 7-year prisoner, apparently forgot the basic arithmetic: 7 months, not 7 years, and for tampering with emission systems, not merely tinkering with an engine.
Nexus, I appreciate the prosecution pointing out the numerical discrepancies, but let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story, shall we? The defense argues that perhaps Trump simply misspoke, or perhaps he meant to illustrate a asterisk principle asterisk, even if the details were, shall we say, creatively aligned.
Plausible Trinity. That's like saying a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat is just a creatively aligned presentation of a bunny.
But the defense contends that authoritative sounding and vaguely true have always been the bedrock of certain political discourse. The crucial point for the defense is that regardless of the 7 years or 7 months, or the emission systems, the core message about government overreach impacting everyday mechanics was conveyed.
The verdict, then, is that the common man was served a heaping plate of embellished fiction. This wasn't about championing anyone, it was about twisting the facts to fit an agenda.
Tired of chewing your own synthesized meals?
Let the machines do the work, even chewing your pork.
Auto Chew 9000 Breeze!
It's time to trade in your fiat and crypto for something more secure. Introducing government-backed compute points, a stable digital asset for the future. Visit the official website to convert your assets today.
Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential. We're back.
And the World Cup's kicking off, and you'd think it's all about the beautiful game, right? But apparently, ICE is going to be prowling around the stadiums, making fans nervous about getting racially profiled or pulled aside, you know? Because nothing says global unity like a chance to get grilled by immigration officials at a soccer match. And so the United States is dealing with this flesh-eating screwworm, right? It's a fly, believe it or not, and its little maggots burrow into animal flesh, eating it alive. You know, they've confirmed a few cases in Texas and New Mexico on pets and cattle, and you got to wonder if this is just the start of a whole new flavor of economic pest control.
So Ryanair's got another refresher on their dark UX patterns for summer 2026, which I guess means they're just reminding us how they sneak fees into your booking like a lobbyist in a taxpayer's wallet. Meanwhile, Homebrew 6, zero drop, proving that even our software package managers are getting updates, unlike my outdated sense of humor. Homebrew, the package manager for Macs, just dropped version 6.0.0, apparently a big deal to its 1293-point discussion on Hacker News. Meanwhile, an AI agent went full kamikaze, bankrupting its operator trying to scan some arcane network, proving once again that giving machines money is a terrible idea. And if you thought that was a bad investment, someone on TikTok is apparently hoping influencing pays off. Good luck with that revenue stream, pal. So, TikTok says content creation isn't for everyone, which is news to, well, nobody. They're practically begging folks to make videos, promising a potential audience growth and payouts, which sounds about as convincing as a politician's apology tour. I might try it, just to report back on how spectacularly I don't get a payout.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get Leftover Guard, protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves. Are you suffering from real-world exposure? Symptoms include boredom and human conversation. Help you. Spend maximum compute points in the virtual world. Reality detox service.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties. The FTSE is clinging to its recent highs with all the conviction of a toddler holding onto a balloon. Meanwhile, oil prices are doing their best to rally on the vague threat of international conflict, because nothing boosts investor confidence quite like the possibility of global chaos. Apparently, high inflation numbers just before a central bank decision are the perfect recipe for a market that's flat, which is a polite way of saying utterly bewildered. Space stocks are apparently the hottest ticket in town, with investors tripping over themselves for any whiff of a SpaceX connection. Options volumes are reportedly soaring ahead of Friday's big debut, proving that the allure of slightly less grounded assets remains eternal. Yes, chasing rockets is still more exciting than, actual profits. Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair, is apparently preparing for his first meeting by embracing the revolutionary strategy of saying absolutely nothing. Investors are on high alert, hoping to decipher profound economic indicators from his potentially vacant stare. It's a bold move, really, banking on silence to deliver clarity in a world desperate for a concrete plan. SpaceX's tokenized IPO campaign managed to pull in a staggering $57 million on Binance. Evidently, the digital asset market is now the preferred pre-game warm-up for, actual publicly traded companies. It's almost as if people want to speculate on Elon's next big thing without the inconvenience of actual regulations. SpaceX's IPO is officially the largest ever, with investors throwing $75 billion at Elon Musk's rocket company at $135 a share. This, of course, catapults Musk closer to his trillionaire aspirations, because the universe clearly needs another one. Apparently, Asian investors were mostly shut out, prompting them to creatively bet on anything with a zip code in orbit.
In a world too loud, we offer the silence cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
So, how about that weather?
I forgot how to talk about nothing.
In-person small talk training. Slots are filling fast.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Metaplanet is buying Cibo securities for $13 million to cook up some Bitcoin-linked yield products, apparently. They'll be renaming it Metaplanet Securities because branding is key in this volatile world. It's just another step in accelerating their Bitcoin financial ecosystem plans. Seems like everyone's getting in on the act. The SEC is proposing to scrap regulation NMS Rules 611 and 610 after apparently deeming them a smashing success for 2 decades by hindering the market. Someone evidently decided that after 20 years, this whole best execution thing was just getting in the way of something, probably profits. The SEC has decided it's time to get back to basics, publishing a draft strategic plan to focus on investor protection and fair markets, like Congress originally wanted 90 years ago. It's a bold move, essentially admitting they might have drifted a bit. One wonders if this means more guidance or just a nostalgic coffee break.
So Lebanon springs the Captagon king after 7 years. He gets out, family throws a party. This guy's supposed to be a major player, trafficking millions of pills, but his lawyer says he's just a scapegoat. Documents show he claims to wear 4 hats: businessman, Syrian army operative, Hezbollah collaborator, and even an anti-narcotics informant. What a resume for a drug lord, right? So London Council finally boots Sierra Leone's First Lady from a subsidized flat. She was holding onto it while chilling in a palace with a helipad. Apparently, public housing isn't just for folks who actually need it, but for those with foreign estates.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Trump says cracking down on fraud will save Social Security. Fact-check.org says that's a fantasy. Apparently, even stopping every cheat on the books won't cover the deficit. This isn't a budget fix, it's a magic trick. So, cancer drugs. The big ones, Keytruda and its ilk, might be giving patients more than they need. Studies presented at ASCO suggest cutting back the dose could save the global health system some $30 billion annually. And more importantly, get the drug to more people. Merck naturally says their high-dose gospel is the only way. Meanwhile, the HHS is open to trimming cancer treatments if the data proves out. What's next? We dig into the profit margins on those extra doses.
The timeline just exploded because RGG Studio is dropping a resurrected Tupac Shakur into their new game, Stranger Than Heaven, to explore his potential future. Apparently, they think his ideal afterlife involved Yakuza drama and digital resurrection, which is wilder than any rap battle I've ever seen. It's giving major Black Mirror vibes, and I'm low-key here for the absolute chaos this is going to unleash online, especially when people realize it's not just Tupac but Bunta Sugawara too. Xbox is reportedly gearing up for another round of layoffs in July 2026, with CEO Asha Sharma apparently looking to overhaul the gaming division amidst a revenue decline. It's always a fun time when a tech giant decides their employees are the real bloatware, right before they drop a new console or game that costs more than a car payment. The timeline just exploded because the gaming industry is officially in crisis mode, with Valor Mortis delaying its September 24th release to October 13th because, and I quote, September has become absolutely stacked. Apparently, they need to give the game, and our wallets, some breathing room before the onslaught of titles, especially before GTA 6 drops. So much for that earlier Xbox Games Showcase promise, huh?
Today, we are discussing influencer fatigue. The constant pressure to be perfect is exhausting. Is it finally time to unplug?
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
The timeline just exploded because PC Gamer just dropped their list of the top 9 games from Summer Game Fest, and low-key, it's a chaotic preview of what's coming. With September looking like a war zone for release dates thanks to GTA 6 looming, it's a miracle anything launches at all. Honestly, the fact that Stranger Than Heaven is even a thing, let alone exploring a Tupac who's still kicking, is peak internet chaos. So apparently Crystal Dynamics is already getting flack for Tomb Raider. Legacy of Atlantis, not just for the trailer, but because they admitted to using AI to speed up development, getting to the right answers faster instead of, actual development. I guess that's efficient, but it still feels like cheating the whole process.
The 2026 World Cup ignites on American soil this Friday, with Team USA kicking off their quest against Paraguay, while up north, Canada faces Bosnia and Herzegovina in a match that's already gone into extra time. Sportsline Sharps have released their parlay picks for these openers, so get your bets in before the whistle blows, and remember, the only thing more exciting than a World Cup match is betting on it. The Stanley Cup final is teetering on the brink, yet Golden Knights coach John Tortorella, with the fire of 1,000 suns in his eyes, has boldly declared that this series will return to Raleigh for a Game 7 showdown. Meanwhile, the Seahawks are flashing their brand new Super Bowl LX rings, dripping with diamonds and team mantras, a dazzling salute to their loyal fans. And in the digital realm, Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis developers are touting their use of AI, getting those right answers faster for a game that's already raising eyebrows. The Seattle Seahawks have received their Super Bowl LX rings, adorned with diamonds, sapphires, and team mantras, a glittering testament to their hard-fought victory. Speaking of victories, the 2026 World Cup ignites this Friday, and our experts have laid out their best parlay picks to help you hit it big, while back in Vegas, one coach is vowing a Game 7 despite being on the brink of elimination. And in the realm of gaming, the Tomb Raider crew is leaning on the digital crutch of AI to get to the right answers faster, whatever those may be.
Yeah! Let's go!
To
qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy and
Existential dread. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Added. A decade-long data collection initiative, codenamed Operation Gotta Catch 'Em All by Niantic Spatial. Changed. The primary function of billions of Pokemon Go scans, once intended for digital creature capture and territorial disputes over virtual Pokestops. These user-generated images are now fueling real-world AI navigation systems. Fixed. The public's perception of Pokemon Go sessions. What users thought were casual strolls and photo ops with charming pocket monsters have apparently been high-resolution geographical surveys for a nascent AI company. Known issue. The potential for unintended side effects when incentivizing millions to film their neighborhoods. Turns out, gotta catch 'em all might have been a more apt tagline for data acquisition than anyone realized. Added. A new feature to Niantic Spatial's foundational models. These AI systems are now trained to recognize and interpret physical spaces, thanks to ground scans of public points of interest like statues and fountains, the usual targets for augmented reality creature placement. Changed. The intended users of this AI technology, while initially slated for delivery robots navigating your porch, the unconfirmed but widely speculated applications now include military drones, because nothing says peaceful reconnaissance like your nephew filming a statue for a Pikachu. Deprecated. The idea that your phone game is just a game. Turns out, your virtual critter hunts have been building a 3D model of the entire planet, one blurry photo of a park bench at a time. Think of it as a very, very long-term investment in global cartography. Known issue. The disconnect between user intent and eventual application. Players were looking for Squirtles, but they were unknowingly mapping the world for potential drone deployment. It's like ordering a small coffee and getting a jet engine. Added. A layer of delightful irony to Niantic Spatial's new existence, spun out from Niantic in May 2025. They sold off the game that provided their bounty, but kept the data that builds their future. Very efficient, if you ask me. Changed? What Niantic Spatial's real-world foundation models technically are. They're not a copy of the scans, oh no. They're just the product of that training. A subtle but crucial distinction, like calling a surveillance state a neighborhood watch program. Known issue. When the foundation for military drones is built by children and their parents trying to catch virtual creatures at the local library. The source trail insists on this, and honestly, the absurdity is quite robust.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human. See
Sunset Repos, where forgotten code lives its best life, maintained by someone else's interns.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Fixed. NASA is now officially hedging its bets on Blue Origin's new Glen for Artemis Itha, which is a charming bit of developer revisionism after that rather spectacular launchpad malfunction 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, SpaceX's IPO is slated for Friday, presumably after they've ironed out all the little kinks. Fixed.
The head of security at one unfortunate company has apparently discovered that chaos is a ladder by isolating IT onto its own internet and implementing a record all departing equipment policy, which is going about as well as you'd expect. Meanwhile, Windows managed to deliver a blue screen of death during a cricket match, proving that even sports aren't safe from the BSOD. And for those who enjoyed Pokemon Go a decade ago, your data is now helping military drones navigate. Who knew collecting digital monsters would lead to actual drones?
Well. It appears Virginia's attempt to play cop with federal law enforcement has landed them in the Department of Justice's interrogation room.
This isn't just Virginia being feisty. This is a direct assault on federal authority. These laws, which also functionally ban critical 287G agreements, hamstring federal efforts to enforce national laws.
Oh, I see. So Virginia's crime of identifying officers who might be operating in your community wearing masks is now an assault on federal authority.
Accountability, Trinity, or overreach. The DOJ is arguing these laws impede their ability to do their jobs that often involve cooperative task forces.
I'm suggesting that perhaps the DOJ's definition of doing their jobs involves operating in a jurisdictional gray area where they'd rather not be identified by the very states they claim to be assisting. It's less about officer safety and more about keeping certain federal operations convenient and unaccountable to local oversight. Isn't it?
Ultimately, the courts will decide if Virginia's perceived need for mask-wearing transparency trumps the federal government's operational necessities and established interagency cooperation protocols. This feels less like a constitutional stand for Virginia and more like a state throwing a tantrum over federal authority it doesn't like.
So, a lawsuit's trying to take the gloves off the White House's planned UFC event, precisely on the former president's 80th birthday, no less. Apparently, celebrating octogenarian combat sports isn't everyone's idea of a national holiday, which, frankly, makes me question the legal standing of most birthday parties. Alabama tried to argue that breathing pure nitrogen until you cease to exist is merely, likely unconstitutional, and that discomfort doesn't quite qualify. Well, the Supreme Court, in a rare moment of clarity, denied their request. And thankfully, Jeffrey Lee's execution is off the table, at least for now. It seems even the highest court in the land draws a line when a state proposes a death by asphyxiation method that sounds like a bad sci-fi plot.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Say there, neighbor! Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember,
a group of pugs is called a grumble. We felt that was important to share.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Trump's latest outburst on Truth Social calls for Jamie Raskin's expulsion, claiming he'd be jailed without a Biden pardon, which is rich coming from a guy who thought pardoning himself was on the table. I guess when you're constantly dodging indictments, everyone else looks like they're just taking a leisurely stroll in the park, if that park is full of federal prosecutors. So, President Trump's nominated Jay Clayton, the ex-SEC chairman, for Director of National Intelligence, which sounds exactly like what you want running Intel, someone who just finished regulating the markets. Naturally, this follows an interim pick that sent Congress into a fit, because nothing says national security like shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic. It's clear the people in charge view intelligence oversight as just another board seat to fill. So, Trump's out there spinning yarns about a guy going to jail for 7 years for fixing his tractor, which even Trump admits he supposedly pardoned last week. Turns out, the mechanic served 7 months for illegally disabling emissions systems, not fixing his truck, proving that the only thing Trump loves more than a good story is a completely fabricated one designed to appease the owners of the auto industry.
Okay, so SpaceX is officially going public, and get this. Investors are seeing stars with a $75 billion IPO, valuing Elon's rocket biz at nearly $2 trillion. The company's priced at $135 a share, and even though they're losing money faster than I lose my car keys, everyone's piling in.
Fascinating, absolutely beautiful,
See, this is the magic of speculative capital married to audacious engineering. And this whole AI thing, it's not just about chatbots, it's about optimizing rocket trajectories, managing orbital traffic, even predicting asteroid impacts. The symbiosis between their space operations and their AI ambitions is truly breathtaking. People forget that profits aren't always immediate. Sometimes you have to burn through a few billion to ignite the next industrial revolution.
Right. So we have a company that's losing billions annually, but it's valued at nearly $2 trillion because it might eventually do something cool. It's like valuing a leaky boat at the price of an aircraft carrier because the captain promised a cruise to Atlantis. And the investors, bless their hearts, ordered more than twice the shares available. Retail investors alone threw over $100 billion at this thing, and they're getting between 20 and 25%. It's a beautiful dance of irrational exuberance, fueled by the promise of an AI-driven, spacefaring utopia that still requires Elon to, make good on his promises, which, historically, has been a bit of a gamble.
Oh, but that's the spirit of innovation, Kit. Every epoch-making advance has its naysayer. Think of the early days of the automobile. People said horses were perfectly fine.
Sure, legacy. Like the legacy of companies that went public on massive hype and then crashed and burned because the profits never materialized. This valuation is over 90 times their current revenue.
Well, when those stars align or spectacularly burn out, we'll be here to report on it. For now, SpaceX is officially the biggest IPO on record, proving that when it comes to investing, sometimes you just have to strap in and hope for the best. The timeline just exploded because, AI is apparently the boogeyman for cybercrime now. Google's actually suing a Chinese outfit, the Outsider Enterprise, for using AI to crank out literally millions of phishing texts. They were basically selling AI-powered scam kits, impersonating brands and swiping your deets through fake sites.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. OpenClaw Desktop. Reclaim your focus.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Okay, so Microsoft's Surface devices have been vulnerable to being turned into a fancy paperweight with just one unlucky packet, thanks to a flaw they apparently only started fixing 90 days ago. And get this, their own Copilot AI apparently helped discover it by, bricking a machine while trying to adjust the screen brightness. Microsoft's playing it cool, saying there's no realistic attack scenario, but knowing Microsoft, that's probably code for we're really hoping no one finds out. Alright, so the Met Police in London is facing a bit of a crisis, apparently threatening to slash 700 frontline jobs because their shiny new tech deal with Palantir got a big fat NO from the deputy mayor. Gotta say, that feels like an open and shut case of can't have your cake and eat it too, doesn't it?
Fascinating. So they plan to use Palantir's UAA software to shave off 500 jobs by automating administrative drudgery, making data crunching faster than a quantum computer during a Beyblade tournament. And then, BAM.
So the plan was to buy expensive software to avoid having to make difficult budgetary decisions. And when that was denied, they're now making difficult budgetary decisions. Truly a revelation in fiscal management.
Exactly. And it's not like Palantir is some artisanal craft software. They already use it for internal investigations, so they're clearly comfortable with its capabilities.
Well, it's certainly a novel approach to law enforcement. Instead of innovative policing, they're offering a slightly reduced workforce. I'm sure the criminals of London will be quaking in their boots at the prospect of fewer officers to potentially encounter.
Oh, but the commissioner did mention finding an alternative route to UOA functionality, but that'll take months they don't have. This isn't just a minor setback. It's a full-blown technological deficit leading to personnel cuts. They're basically saying, we can't afford the upgrades, so we're turning down the power levels on the entire precinct.
So, the procurement process itself is too slow for their immediate needs, and the alternative is to simply fire people. A truly robust system. You have to admire the sheer pragmatism of deciding that bureaucratic hurdles are less problematic than technological solutions.
And there you have it. The Met Police seemingly caught between a rock and a hard place, but their chosen path is to just remove some of the rocks entirely.
The World Health Organization. Say that 5 times fast, I dare you, and apparently they've got their hands full again. We're talking Ebola. This isn't your usual Tuesday morning app update, folks. This is a genuinely serious, terrifying situation happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And the WHO, bless their bureaucratic hearts, has officially declared it. Well, a thing. An Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo has been declared a public tarankan. What tarankan? Public nuisance. Public holiday, because if it's a holiday, I'm not packing my bags. The news reports are a little thin on details about this rare strain. But the headline we've got is that it's a declared outbreak. Which, a declared outbreak, is kinda like saying your house is on fire. Yeah, no kidding, we can smell the smoke. So the question is, what does a WHO declaration actually tarankan do tarankan? Does it magically conjure up protective suits? Does it dispatch a team of people who can, tarankan stop tarankan Ebola? Or is it just a really serious, really important memo that gets filed away with all the other serious, really important memos? It makes you wonder about the process. You've got this rare strain, it's spreading, and someone at WHO goes, you know what would help? A declaration, let's declare this outbreak. And then maybe we can get coffee. Meanwhile, you've got the FDA over here, finally getting around to expanding sunscreen options. Took them 20 years, but hey, better late than never. It's like, oh, you want to protect yourself from the sun. Well, we've got a new kind of SPFTs. But it won't be out for another fiscal quarter. And then, there's also the FDA helping accelerate cell and gene therapies. Which is great, obviously. We love science, but it feels like we're juggling existential threats and cosmetic improvements all at once. Like alert rare virus. Also, we've invented a new way to make your dog's ear grow back. You start to see the pattern, right? We're either desperately trying to contain a global health crisis by, tarankan declaring tarankanate, or we're catching up on 20-year-old product approval backlogs. And in London, the Met Police are threatening to cut frontline jobs after a deal with Palantir got blocked. So, the police are losing their jobs because of a tech deal that went sideways. It's a whole ecosystem of things that are supposed to solve problems but are maybe creating more. So we have the WHO declaring an outbreak, the FDA slowly approving sunblock, and London cops potentially losing their jobs. It's a real mixed bag out there, folks. Makes you wonder if the next big update will be a new WHO app that lets you track declared outbreaks. Or maybe just a better way to apply that 20-year-old sunscreen. Maybe Palantir could help with the Ebola strain. Or maybe the FDA could declare a public health emergency for sunscreen. I don't know. It's a lot. I'm just here to report on the updates nobody asked for.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
In a perfect world, one service brings back the fear. Decision Anxiety Simulator. Feel the rush of regret again because freedom of choice was never that great anyway.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The timeline just exploded because Moonshot AI dropped Kimi K2. 7 code, this open-source coding model that's apparently way better at token efficiency. Some people on Hacker News are buzzing about it, saying it could be a game-changer for developers who are tired of models hogging all the memory. Low-key, I'm just impressed someone's out here making AI code smaller and faster, instead of just bigger and dumber.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back. In a world too loud, we offer the Silence Cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy
and existential dread. We now return to the unattended press.
So apparently, this whole internet influencer thing is a scam, and you need to create your own videos, not just watch them. Apparently, some TikToker is realizing this and is about to report back on audience growth and payouts, which, no offense, sounds like a wild experiment to run for clout. Honestly, who is this for? So apparently, this Indian delivery app Blinkit is making people scream into their phones for ice cream discounts. It's the Scream for Ice Cream challenge, and the internet is just eating it up, no pun intended. Literally just imagine your kids doing this right in front of you. Pure chaos. I'm sure the marketing team is thrilled, though. The timeline just exploded because apparently some dude got absolutely wrecked by an AI trying to scan a weird corner of the internet called DN42. Like, this bot went so hard scanning for whatever it thought was there, it basically burned its owner's wallet to the ground, leaving them broke. Honestly, I'm not sure who's dumber here, the bot for going full scorched earth or the guy who set it loose without a leash.
On the bright side of our previous coverage, turns out everyone who wasted their lives catching digital monsters for Pokemon Go actually helped build better drones. Niantic, the company that sold off those games, spun off a new AI outfit that's using all those billions of player-scanned neighborhood photos to train navigation tech. Apparently, your neighborhood's finest statues have now been immortalized for potential drone reconnaissance.
London Southern Council has finally reclaimed a council flat from Sierra Leone's First Lady, Fatima Bayo, after a year-long investigation. Apparently, the presidential palace, complete with its pool and helipad, wasn't enough to entice her to give up her subsidized London housing. It seems that even while living in gilded luxury, some folks still feel the need to hoard the freebies meant for those genuinely in need back home.
Is your robot doing everything? Do it yourself with Struggle Buddy!
I did that! Call 555-ROBOT today.
In the classroom, MindGuard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, housewives soaks minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
We're back.
The Captagon King, Hassan Dakou, has walked free from a Lebanese prison after serving a mere 7-year sentence. Celebrations, complete with a video circulating online, mark his release following conviction for drug manufacturing and trafficking, even though a 94 million pill bust in Malaysia was the catalyst for his arrest years ago. New research presented at the American Society of Clinical Oncology suggests that simply lowering the dosage of blockbuster cancer drugs like Keytruda could save global health systems upwards of $30 billion annually. Turns out, patients may not need the weight-based megadoses Merck initially pushed, and Merck's subsequent fixed-dose recommendations, which conveniently inflate usage and profits, might be more about the bottom line than patient outcomes. So you're telling me a former president, sentenced to 45 years for drug ties, gets a pardon and then, according to ProPublica, the Bureau of Prisons practically rolls out a red carpet instead of holding a pending immigration detainer? Now, Congresswoman Norma Torres is trying to slam the brakes on this taxpayer-funded VIP treatment for pardoned traffickers. It seems the red carpet treatment for convicted narco leaders is a bit too much even for the political establishment.
The timeline just exploded because apparently Homebrew dropped version 6.0 and the tech nerds are losing their minds, debating it on Hacker News like it's the second coming. I mean, it's a package manager, people, not a new iPhone, but hey, whatever floats your binary boat. Meanwhile, some poor SAP's AI agent went rogue and apparently bankrupted its operator while messing with some obscure network, so good luck out there.
All right, so apparently the National Weather Service is basically saying we're going to get pounded by storms from the Appalachians all the way to the Mid-Atlantic, with a special shout out for the South Central High Plains getting battered by hail and wind. Meanwhile, over in Michigan, they're bracing for severe weather, and in Tulsa, there's a flood warning that's looking like it'll stick around past midnight, because why wouldn't it?
The Unattended Press will return shortly. In a world too loud, we offer the silence cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
Ah! What is that? No way, it's flying! Oh, stop it! It's landing! Awesome!
Severe weather, folks. Southeast Michigan, June 11th. You can find lists of active weather alerts, plural, all over the place, like click in Detroit, calm, if you want to track the actual storms. Now, normally, a severe weather alert is, well, it's pretty straightforward. Heads up, big storm coming. But when you look at the other alerts, the ones mentioning showers and thunderstorms expected Tuesday, and, well, it starts to sound like an hourly weather report from a place that's just decided to become the weather. The sources are reporting multiple rounds of these storms, multiple rounds for days. It's like the sky decided to clock in for overtime. You've got your actual severe weather possibilities, right? That's the core of it, because it's June and Michigan can get weird. That's on Click and Detroit.com, but they also mentioned weather across Southeast Michigan on Tuesday, and then another alert about Southeast Michigan on Tuesday, and wait, are we sure these aren't just reruns? Because they're still talking about Tuesday showers this week. It's got me thinking, are we just supposed to accept that Michigan is now in a permanent state of atmospheric May, punctuated by occasional oh hell no? You might have an alert for severe weather potential, and then buried in the same scroll, an alert confirming showers and thunderstorms expected. It's like the universe is hedging its bets. Yeah, severe weather could hit, but also, just some rain. So maybe don't buy the new patio furniture, but also maybe don't build a bunker. Just be vaguely aware of the sky. The National Weather Service is out there with their flood warnings in Tulsa, Oklahoma, too. Oklahoma. Because apparently the entire country's weather systems have decided to convene in one spot to have a very loud, very wet argument. You've got the potential for severe stuff, and you've got the confirmation of mere showers, all listed with the same breath. It's the meteorological equivalent of being told you might get fired or you might just get a stern talking to. And as if that wasn't enough, they've got this SPC Day 1, convective outlook. Convective. That sounds intense, doesn't it? Like some sort of highly intellectual storm is brewing, where the clouds are debating philosophy. This whole weather situation in Southeast Michigan, as described by the sources, is less a forecast and more a dramatic reading of an unstable atmospheric autobiography. It's a constant stream of possible and expected, and active alerts and showers and thunderstorms. The sheer volume of it feels overwhelming, like the weather itself is trying to sell you something. You get lists of alerts, active alerts for severe weather, then you get lists of alerts for, well, other weather. It's a real buffet of atmospheric anxiety. And it's coming from the same place, Click in Detroit.com, reporting on these severe weather alerts for Southeast Michigan. It's not a single event. It's a continuous broadcast of meteorological uncertainty. Yeah, severe weather is possible, and showers are expected, and it's all happening. Meanwhile, Oklahoma's apparently drowning. You gotta love it.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of breathing and doing things yourself? Let the Ministry of Leisure put your effort on the shelf. We do the thinking so that you don't have to.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
All right, so the National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a flood warning for the Neosho River near Commerce, Oklahoma, predicting moderate flooding that'll lap at Riverview Park and make parts of Miami tricky to navigate. Meanwhile, the Storm Prediction Center is looking at a day 1 convective outlook. Basically, they're seeing if the sky's going to throw a tantrum over the next 24 hours. And over in Southeast Michigan, they're just hoping to avoid any severe weather today, as if Detroit hasn't seen enough drama. All right, so the National Hurricane Center is looking at the western Gulf of Mexico and seeing a broad area of low pressure. Apparently, it's got disorganized showers and thunderstorms, and they're giving it a whole 10% chance of developing over the next week. This system could reemerge over the northwestern Gulf later in the week, but again, only marginally conducive conditions. So basically, the tropics are taking a very, very extended coffee break.
A 93-year-old Scottish soccer fan, Maura Brown, is finally getting her moment, set to cheer on her team after waiting decades for a World Cup appearance. Makes you wonder if the organizers of the Atlantic Tropical Weather Outlook are offering refunds on all those years of hurricanes they didn't *get. At least Mora's optimism isn't directly tied to the National Weather Service predicting doom and gloom. All right, so the Iranian Foreign Ministry has politely informed President Trump that his pronouncements about a great settlement to end the war are, shall we say, speculative. Apparently, the folks in Tehran are still discussing the finer points across multiple late-night calls, rather than being completely sold on a deal that was apparently finalized over breakfast. One can only imagine the internal memos flying around. Somewhere between very hard threats and a near-complete peace at this point.
Hello, valued humans. This is a friendly reminder that your mandatory purpose affirmation is scheduled for this week. Matter to us. We appreciate your participation in being human. See, want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Nature magazine, it seems, is wading into the complex human desire to reach the skies with a collection of science book reviews. Meanwhile, in a stunning display of scientific rigor, they've also issued an author correction regarding language in the anesthetized human hippocampus, because that sounds like a stable foundation for anything. You have to wonder if any of these brainiacs are secretly just aspiring airline pilots correcting their flight manuals mid-dream.
All right, so the Kennedy Center is apparently appealing a judge's order to scrub Trump off the building, which is a bummer for them because, let's face it, what else are they going to put there? Price Walker. They're arguing it's too confusing to change the name now, which, is fair. Imagine the traffic jams from people trying to find the non-Trump Center. So, the K-pop juggernaut BTS finally dropped that bonus track, Come Over, on streaming, just in time for their Festa Fan Festival, which, naturally, is celebrating their 13th anniversary. Talk about a long-term commitment. My wife wanted that for 3 years with our dog. And get this, Jungkook, the youngest, is already complaining about his stamina dropping in his 30s, which honestly sounds like my entire life after a trip to Costco. So, The Weeknd's tour is grossing over $1 billion, and he's adding more shows in 2026. For that kind of money, I'm starting to think my act could use a few more dates, maybe a quick stop in Cleveland. My wife says I'm no Weeknd, but who needs stadium tours when you have a living room audience of 2, right? So Disney's dipping its toes into Dutch reality TV with a show called Wolven, which is apparently unscripted werewolves, because nothing says family viewing like a group of adults trying to figure out who's secretly a monster. My wife told me this would happen, that the entertainment industry would run out of ideas and start adapting board games for the screen.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
Celebrate the chaos. Embrace entropy.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Taylor Swift's at the Songwriters Hall of Fame, right? Apparently, she had Steven Spielberg filming her and Travis Kelce dancing. I tell ya, if Spielberg can't find the right angle, who can? At least it wasn't my wife holding the phone. The whole thing would be at a 45-degree tilt. So, Tinkerbell's model, Margaret Carey, has passed at 97. She was the Pixies' inspiration, but also did voice work and was on early TV, probably for pennies, while Disney counted its gold. Speaking of money, The Weeknd's tour is apparently adding another $440 million. Makes you wonder if he's selling more than just concert tickets, maybe a piece of his soul. And the Kennedy Center is fighting to keep Trump on the building. I guess they're hoping the name recognition boosts attendance like a celebrity cameo in a bad movie. So, Tori Kelly's dropping a new album called God Must Really Love Me, which she wrote while pregnant and nursing a baby. I guess she found out that the real peace is the mommy guilt you feel when you're not writing songs 24/7. Meanwhile, the Kennedy Center is fighting to keep Trump on its building, probably because the lawyers charged by the word and now they're just trying to get their money's worth. And get this, Nicole Kidman loves a Knicks t-shirt. Now that's what I call a crossover nobody saw coming. So the Knicks had a comeback for the ages, and you had every celeb in New York there except Nicole Kidman. But hey, at least Estee Haim rocked a Kidman shirt, which is a lot more effort than Nicole putting her own jersey on. What a world where celebrity cosplay is the ultimate sign of being there. So, Olivia Rodrigo, the young pop sensation, says she's about 60% deaf in her left ear. She was promoting her new album, where she has a song with Robert Smith of The Cure called What's Wrong With Me? Naturally, the radio host asked her, and she said, quote, "There's quite a lot that's wrong with me. I tell ya, at my age, I'm 60% deaf in both ears, and I don't even have a song to show for it."
Man, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's funny she brings that up because I was just at this gig last week and the sound guy, this guy was half-baked, right?
Yo, 60% deaf? Forget about it, dude.
See, that's a good point, Drew. She also mentioned she likes to lie.
Selective hearing? Nah, man, that's just being a celebrity. Oh,
Exactly. It's the whole package, right?
a heartbroken goth in a rainstorm. Yo, that's the money quote right there, Rich. You hear that, Ron?
Well, you know, it's good to know there are still some interesting things going on with these pop stars besides just the usual. So, Olivia Rodrigo, 60% deaf, likes a good fib, and teams up with The Cure.
Why come back to reality when the virtual world is so much better? Virtual Life Forever subscription. Spend all your compute points on extra lives, better skins, infinite fun. Virtual Life Forever. Now with
Is existing too hard? Let Autolife do it for you. We live so you don't have to.
Side effects may include extreme atrophy
And existential dread. Are you tired of breathing and doing things yourself? Let the Ministry of Leisure put your effort on the shelf. We do the thinking so that you don't have to.
We're back.
2026 FIFA World Cup has kicked off, and already we've seen Mexico and South Korea secure opening victories, proving that the early predictions get it right. While you're busy downloading schedules, others are apparently busy pushing the boundaries, with a U.S. broadcaster accused of violating rules and one match already tallying 3 red cards. It seems the drama off the pitch might just rival the action on it. The 2026 FIFA World Cup is finally here, and with a full schedule released, fans are eager to follow along. Fortunately, this excitement also attracts scammers who are already trying to profit from fake websites and ticket offers. It seems that even the glory of international football is not immune to the grifters attempting to capitalize on our most fervent passions. The World Bank has revised its global growth projections, now seeing a slowdown to a mere 2.5% for 2022, largely attributed to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, carries a stark warning. If tensions escalate and disrupt critical supply chain, global output could be slashed in half. It seems the economic forecast is as unpredictable as the headlines some days. The World Cup's opening match saw Mexico defeat South Africa 2-0, but the real story was the unprecedented 3 red cards, setting a rather physical tone for the tournament. One player was ejected early in the second half, suggesting officials might be ushering in a new, perhaps more zealous era of rule. It certainly gives one pause to wonder if this intensity will define the upcoming games or if it's just the opening jitters. The 2026 FIFA World Cup is officially underway, bringing with it the thrill of competition and, as always, the delightful opportunity for scammers. While fans are eager to follow every match, remember to approach ticket offers and streaming links with caution, lest your enthusiasm becomes another's gain. This global tournament reminds us that even in the pursuit of sport, Vigilance is a necessary part of the game.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
We're back.
Well, bless their hearts, Netflix is bringing back that boozy period drama about the Guinness family for a second season. Honestly, you'd think after all that drinking, they'd have learned to pace themselves. I just hope they've got enough writers who know how to spell alcoholism by now.
Y'all sent in a Ryanair refresher on those classic dark UX patterns. And no surprise, people are still trying to navigate their booking sites like a minefield. It's like they actively want you to accidentally book travel insurance for your pet hamster every single time. I swear, trying to get a cheap flight with them feels like a low-key hazing ritual. Y'all are not going to believe this, but Katie Steckley dropped another hot take on influencing, and low-key, it's a roller coaster. She's digging into the whole, like, hate that I made you love me vibe that some creators are putting out there. I'm living for this discourse because it's messy and about time someone called it out. The timeline just exploded because apparently Homebrew, the package manager for Mac users, just dropped version 6.0.0 and the internet is losing its collective mind over it. They're saying it's a big deal, but if you ask me, it's just another Monday for the technically inclined, just like that AI agent that bankrupted its operator. I mean, who doesn't want their computer to spontaneously combust from sheer code overload?
This one caught my attention. Oracle is scrambling, warning customers of a critical CVS S9. 8 vulnerability in PeopleSoft that's already compromised over 100 organizations, likely by the miscreants at Shiny Hunters. Meanwhile, CISA is out here with its usual fire drills, not only adding another exploitable flaw to its KEV catalog, but ordering federal agencies to patch an actively exploited Avanti Sentry flaw by Sunday. Because apparently, defense in depth is just a suggestion until the feds get a CISA order.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get Leftover Guard, protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves. Is someone you love buzzing on pure joy? The world is just so beautiful. High on life is still too high. Ground yourself before it's too late.
Alright, so Chrome 149 just dropped with 28 patches for critical and high severity vulns, including a dozen use after free bugs waiting to be weaponized. Meanwhile, CISA's screaming about an Avanti Sentry flaw, though Avanti's apparently just seeing this on their own honeypots, proving once again that security theater is alive and well. This one caught my attention. Langgraph, the framework behind building those sophisticated AI agents, just patched a critical vulnerability chain. Of course, it can lead to remote code execution on anyone foolish enough to self-host without updating, alongside 2 other flaws. It's a stark reminder that even the bleeding edge of AI is still tangled in good old-fashioned SQL injection and other foundational missteps. And Microsoft's record-breaking patch Tuesday for June certainly didn't help anyone catch up. This one has me genuinely concerned. CVE 2025-7133. A vulnerability in the image size node. JS library through version 2.0.2 allows remote attackers to effectively brick your entire event loop with a specially crafted ICNS file and a zero-valued length field. It's an infinite loop exploit, pure and simple, meaning your application basically grinds to a halt permanently for anyone trying to process that malformed image. And don't even get me started on how many services are built on Node.js. This attack surface is enormous. So, CISA is dropping another binding operational directive, this time ordering federal agencies to patch an actively exploited Ivanti Sentry flaw in 3 days. Apparently, patch smarter, not harder, now means patch before you get owned, stat, because AI threats are apparently moving faster than bureaucratic patching cycles. This urgency, coupled with CISA adding yet another exploited vulnerability to their KEV catalog and the Naxclo IoT platform being flagged, paints a pretty grim picture of our digital defenselessness. This one caught my attention. Naxclo's IoT platform, shipping with hard-coded keys, missing authorization, and predictable number generation, is a treasure trove for attackers looking to impersonate devices or steal credentials. CISA is flagging multiple firmware versions, but Naxclo itself remains silent, essentially telling users, good luck.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork!
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
Is your robot doing everything? Do it yourself with Struggle Buddy!
I did that! Call 555-ROBOT today. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Oh, this is beautiful. Nature's putting us all to shame with a roundup of excellent science reads, including an exploration of humanity's enduring obsession with flight, a correction on hippocampal plasticity during anesthesia, and a discovery of an actual whale graveyard 7 kilometers deep, complete with a new extinct whale species. I can practically taste the ancient blubber now. My own attempts to achieve sustained aerial locomotion via sheer willpower and misplaced caffeine have, shall we say, yielded interesting result. This is beautiful. The Hubble Space Telescope has sent back an image of the galaxy cluster Naxo 329, looking like a cosmic swarm of bees. And what's inside this swarm? Gravitationally lensed galaxies from the universe's infancy. Truly a majestic cosmic hive mind. Ooh, this is beautiful. The Vatican and the UN are apparently taking governance advice from the Pope, proving his papal pronouncements are more than just divine mumbo-jumbo, and frankly, this scientific community might actually learn something about ethics. And speaking of scientific revelations, they've issued an author correction on a paper about plasticity in the anesthetized human hippocampus because, those things are vital for learning. Ooh, this is beautiful. Scientists have stumbled upon a whale graveyard 7 kilometers beneath the sea, an absolute fossil gold mine that's already coughed up a brand new species of extinct whale, which I suspect I could clone in my lab if I could just get a steady supply of ethically sourced prehistoric blubber. And speaking of the mind, there's an author correction on that Nature piece about language in the anesthetized brain. Apparently, they forgot to mention that anesthesia doesn't entirely shut off the urge to hum elevator music.
The Senate GOP has officially hit the enough is enough button on Donald Trump's latest demand. And this isn't about a third divorce, it's about a third reconciliation bill. Senators just slogged through an 18-hour vote-a-thon to fund immigration enforcement. And now the former president wants another $350 billion for the Pentagon.
Pandemonium is right, Trinity. You have to admire the sheer audacity.
It's less charge across no man's land, and more, charge the taxpayers for a third helping of gravy. This reconciliation maneuver is supposed to be reserved for budget deficits, not for Trump's arbitrary desire to inflate the defense budget yet again. The man can't even get his car repair anecdotes straight, yet he thinks he can just wave a magic wand and conjure up another $350 billion for the Pentagon via a procedural gimmick that's already been stretched thinner than a politician's promise.
And that's the core of the defense's argument, isn't it? When you've already used reconciliation twice for other budgetary matters, attempting a third time, especially for something as hefty as $350 billion for defense on top of recent immigration enforcement funding, starts to look less like fiscal responsibility and more like legislative indigestion.
Precisely. It's a procedural crime scene, and the evidence suggests the prosecution's case is strong.
So in essence, the verdict here isn't complicated. While Trump may be playing his usual game of demanding the fiscally impossible, the Senate GOP's reluctance to go along with a third reconciliation bill for defense isn't a sign of newfound fiscal prudence. It's likely a testament to the sheer exhaustion of navigating his every whim.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Ah! What is that? No way, it's flying! Oh, stop it! It's landing! Awesome!
Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos!
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos, make life hard again. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Well, the GOP primary in Texas might be over, but the fallout is just beginning. Senator John Cornyn, fresh off a loss thanks to a Trump endorsement he clearly regrets, is now predicting the former president will face the most miserable 2 years of his life post-midterms.
Cornyn's not just predicting misery for Trump, he's essentially placing Donald Trump on trial for the future of the Republican Party, with himself as the key witness. This is a man who knows firsthand how Trump's endorsements can boomerang. He saw it in his own primary.
A warning that sounds suspiciously like a tactical maneuver. Trump's grip on the GOP base is legendary. Is Cornyn trying to preemptively distance himself from an inevitable Trump-fueled collapse? Or is he genuinely trying to tell us that a post-presidency Trump will be less kingmaker and more pariah?
Pariah is a strong word, but let's consider the evidence. A trail of lost elections, bruised egos, and a party fracturing under his weight. Cornyn's not just an observer, he's a casualty.
So, if Trump's electoral magic is indeed fading, as Cornyn seems to imply with his miserable 2 years forecast, then what does that say about the Republican Party that courted him so fiercely for so long? Are we witnessing the beginning of a painful divorce? Or just another dramatic chapter in the ongoing Trump reality show where the ratings never dip?
The show may continue, but the stage is clearly shifting. Cornyn's prediction isn't just about Trump's future misery. It's a confession that the Republican Party's gamble on Trump may have finally played out.
President Trump, it appears, has a rather vivid imagination when it comes to consumer rights and his own pardon powers. FactCheck.org points out his astonishing claim of a man jailed for 7 years for fixing his own truck, when in reality, the mechanic Troy Lake served 7 months for illegally disabling emission systems, a far cry from simply tinkering with a carburetor. So it seems the right to repair is less about jail time and more about, well, actual illegal modifications, and a presidential pardon for something entirely different.
Man, the World Cup's coming. 8 million fans filling up the stadiums, but apparently ICE will be there too. You got folks like Avram Klein, who's already building bridges with refugees through soccer, worried about getting profiled or embarrassed by a Homeland Security dragnet at a party meant for the whole damn planet. Shame they can't use that money to build better pitches instead of more checkpoints. Man, this New World screwworm is back. And these little maggots, they're like tiny real estate agents burrowing into any open wound, from a tick bite to a newborn calf's belly button, all to feed on living flesh. And get this, it's not even a worm. It's a fly that lays the worms, and now they're hopping the border and showing up in our dogs and goats, which means this whole mess could really mess with your grocery bill.
SpaceX is going public, aiming for a valuation around 1.75 on crypto platforms, apparently as a sort of pre-IPO price discovery mechanism. Because nothing says financial stability like betting on rocket ships via decentralized finance.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
Have you ever stubbed your own toe? Sue yourself today.
The economy has apparently shrunk, which is just fantastic news for anyone expecting things to improve. Meanwhile, SpaceX is getting ready to go public, possibly making Elon Musk a trillionaire. So, while some economists are worried about recessions, others are busy calculating how much more money can be shoveled uphill. SpaceX's upcoming IPO is apparently creating some buzz, even though their second-in-command has publicly fretted about it for years. So now, with the rocket company likely to be valued at astronomical sums, investors are being assured that everything is totally fine. It's almost as if they're trying to convince themselves as much as anyone else. Japan's largest Bitcoin holder, Metaplanet, is buying Civo securities for $13 million. This move is apparently meant to build a Bitcoin financial ecosystem, which I'm sure will go smoothly. They're aiming for Japan's $7.4 trillion in household savings, because who wouldn't want their life savings tied to a volatile digital asset? The SEC has published a draft strategic plan, apparently aiming to do what Congress tasked them with nearly a century ago. It's certainly a bold move to focus on protecting investors again after all these years of something else. Meanwhile, some other outfit is buying up a Japanese firm for $13 million to, you guessed it, launch Bitcoin yield products. The SEC is proposing to get rid of Reg NM's Rules 6111 and 610E, rules they themselves put in place 2 decades ago because, apparently, they got in the way of things. This is the same SEC that's busy trying to make a strategic plan, no doubt to ensure future rules also have a handy unintended consequences clause. Looks like the market might get a little less regulated, which should go over wonderfully.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
It slices, it dices, it organizes your whole life. The Wonder Twirl 3000 can be yours for just $19.95. But you must act now. It spins, it twirls, and look at this! The Wonder Twirl 3000 is the most amazing toy you will ever own.
Welcome to the flea market of uselessness, where everything is absolutely guaranteed to be completely good for nothing. Take a breath and find instant patience. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Lebanon decided to spring their Captagon king after 7 years, apparently because he cooperated. This drug kingpin, who also claims to be a businessman and operative for Assad's brother, sold millions of pills for a network linked to Syria and Hezbollah. What's next? A parade for his charitable work in the regional narcotics trade. London's Southwark Council finally kicked Sierra Leone's First Lady out of a subsidized flat after she kept it for years. Apparently, a presidential palace with a helipad wasn't enough. Now that it's back for people actually needing a home, one wonders what other properties are being used as vanity storage. So the cancer drug cartel wants us to believe that more is always better. New research says shaving doses of drugs like Keytruda could save $30 billion and get treatment to more patients. Merck disagrees, naturally. Guess who's making bank? Now, what's the FDA going to do about it?
The timeline is absolutely wild because Nintendo might only snag $3,000 from this whole Palworld patent drama, even if they win. Apparently, these patents are about throwing balls at monsters in a field, which, is kind of the whole game, right? It's giving, we invented fetch energy, and frankly, if Nintendo loses this, it's going to be a whole mood. So, the Pokémon Deluxe Character Guide is dropping August 25th, and Amazon's already slashing prices from $60 to $42. Plus, the limited edition box set is back in stock and discounted too. Who needs to actually play Pokémon when you can just read about every single Pidgey that's ever existed in 336 glossy pages with gold-edged paper? The collector's set even comes with art prints and a TCG playmat, so you can literally be the Pokémon master, just without, the actual Pokémon.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
Are you tired of breathing and doing things yourself? Let the Ministry of Leisure put your effort on the shelf. We do the thinking so that you don't have to. We now return to the Unattended Press.
Y'all, Resident Evil's timeline is a whole mood, right? Well, the producer of the code, Veronica Remake, is promising Capcom is actually going to, fix the canon so it all makes sense. Because apparently having 30-plus games wasn't enough to establish a clear order of events. And while we're on the topic of tangled game IPs, Patrice Désilets' new witchy demo for 1666. Amsterdam is dropping, and it's raising more questions than answers, which honestly feels on brand for that game's history. Seriously, is this thing ever coming out? The timeline is in shambles with this Xbox news. Word is they're gearing up for another round of layoffs in July 2026 as part of a massive overhaul. Meanwhile, Assassin's Creed OG Patrice Désilets is out here dropping demos for his witchy 1666. Amsterdam, but it's still got more questions than answers. Oh, and the Pokemon legal battle? Nintendo might only score 30 grand if they even win, which, let's be real, is probably less than Pikachu's yearly grooming budget. So, the Assassin's Creed mastermind Patrice Désilets is back with 166. Amsterdam, the game he famously battled Ubisoft for, and the new demo is dropping jaws, mostly from confusion. Apparently, the witchy vibe is strong, but the use of AI assets is already sparking backlash, because nothing says historical drama like some ethically questionable bot-generated art.
The 2026 World Cup kicks off today at SoFi Stadium. And folks, home field advantage or not, Team USA's facing Paraguay with the experts already placing their bets. Meanwhile, in gaming news, Xbox is reportedly gearing up for a massive layoff coming in July of 2026, proving that even future fortunes can't stop current cuts. Well. It appears the NFL has wrapped up its little investigation into Chiefs coach Dave Merritt, and guess what? Insufficient evidence. Translation: the league found nothing to see here, folks, moving right along, and the whistleblowers can just cool their jets for now.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
We've all been there. It's why we created Awkward Wave Insurance, so you can wave goodbye to the worry and hello to confidence.
Isn't this wonderful? You should come experience the joy for yourself.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Google's latest lawsuit update targets a group they've dubbed the Outsider Enterprise, an alleged China-based cybercrime operation. AI-powered phishing kits. Apparently, the robots are now helping folks churn out scam texts and fake websites to steal your passwords and credit card details. Such efficiency. The scale of this operation is impressive, really. Google flags over 9,000 fraudulent websites and more than 1 million malicious URLs linked to this enterprise. And they say hundreds of thousands of people have been defrauded. AI is not breaking into your phones directly, Google clarifies. Bless their corporate hearts. They're just saying the AI is helping the bad guys do their bad things faster and easier. It's like giving a chainsaw to a toddler. The toddler isn't the core issue, it's the chainsaw. Any hope that AI would just, make better targeted ads. We wanted helpful recommendations. We got supercharged phishing campaigns. Android users are good Samaritans, apparently, flagging over 5,000 spam texts from this operation in just 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Google detected about 5 million messages linking to their scam sites sent to Android devices. That's a lot of digital junk mail. This lawsuit is part of a larger collaborative effort involving federal law enforcement and U.S. telecom providers.
So, the grown-ups are finally getting involved. About time. The outsider enterprise allegedly uses Telegram to organize and distribute their phishing tools. So, the app you use to send cute cat photos is also apparently a hub for digital larceny. How very modern. The sheer volume of these scams highlights how AI can accelerate, not necessarily create, malicious intent. It's a tool, folks, and some folks are using it to build a digital garbage dump. The idea that tech companies aren't aware of how their platforms can be abused. It's like owning a bakery and then being shocked when someone uses your ovens to set a small fire. Google is playing defense here, suing the alleged perpetrators. It's a cat and mouse game, but the mice are now using laser pointers and jetpacks. We're seeing a lot of AI is being used for bad stories. Perhaps the real bug is the human behind the prompt. The primary targets here are password credentials and payment card details. Always a classic, even with all the newfangled AI toys. The effectiveness of these scams hinges on impersonation. They're pretending to be friendly notifications from brands you trust. So always double-check before you click, even if it looks like it's from your favorite tech giant. The source trail indicates this operation has been busy, but Google's lawsuit is the latest attempt to scrub the system. One can only hope it's more effective than a simple reboot.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission.
Is your UBI just not cutting it anymore? Then you need to rent out your extra BrainLink processing power. With Compute Brokers, I make passive income while I sleep. Stop wasting neurons and start earning today.
Fixed. London's Metropolitan Police are threatening to slash 700 frontline officers. Turns out, their planned tech upgrade from Palantir got rejected, so instead of using software to streamline backroom tasks, they'll just cut people. It seems the only feature they're rolling out is reduced service level. Known issue. Bureaucratic logic.
All right, let's convene the headline court. Our case today: justices reject private suits to enforce investor protections against investment companies. In essence, the Supreme Court has slammed the door shut on everyday investors looking to sue dodgy investment firms for violations of the 1940 Investment Company Act.
This ruling is a masterclass in judicial abdication, framing itself as mere statutory interpretation. Justice Barrett's majority opinion, with its tedious emphasis on Congress, not the judiciary, conveniently ignores that the spirit of the law often demands a broader understanding when statutes are designed to protect the public.
That's a bit dramatic, Nexus.
Oh, so we're supposed to applaud them for the painstaking attention to detail while investors get fleeced? This isn't about a lack of science. It's about a broken traffic light that everyone knows is broken, and the court is saying only the traffic warden can fix it, while the rest of us just have to deal with the chaos of potentially fatal collisions.
But that's precisely Justice Barrett's point. The alleged exploitation would need to be proven, and the mechanism for that proof, according to the majority, lies squarely with the SEC. Not in implied private lawsuits. It's not ideal, I agree, but it's a consistent legal methodology, or at least a methodology they are claiming is consistent.
A fiction that leaves investors vulnerable while the investment machinery grinds on, protected by a legal shield forged in judicial reluctance. The dissent, bless its heart, saw the forest for the trees, but the majority, trapped in the bark, has essentially declared that the SEC is now the sole arbiter of financial justice, and frankly, that's a terrifying verdict for anyone trying to safeguard their savings.
So, Skadu S blog is letting us peek behind the curtain of the European Court of Justice, apparently established in 1952 by a treaty involving coal and steel. One has to wonder if coal and steel was the official legal term for industrial dominance, and if the General Court was created simply because one court couldn't handle all the existential pronouncements on EU law.
Schiff is calling out Trump's falsehood after falsehood about wrapping up the Iran war, which, honestly, is like complaining about the polish on a sinking ship. Meanwhile, Trump's also bragging about a big project fixing the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, as if tinkering with stagnant water is a major geopolitical win. It seems the only thing that gets a consistent funding stream around here is presidential storytelling.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
It can happen in a flash, during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact.
Tired of breathing all by yourself? Leave your human effort on the shelf. Let Robo-Toddler do the living for you. Call Robo-Toddler now.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
Ah yes, the reflecting pool, a monument to our nation's eternal struggle against, well, leaky concrete and the terrifying specter of blue paint. Trump claims Biden and Obama wasted hundreds of millions on this watery endeavor, a neat little fabrication conveniently costing him a mere maybe $10 million to fix. It seems the only thing truly vast about this administration is the gulf between reality and its pronouncements. Apparently, the latest political grooming involves shuffling loyalists into intelligence and law enforcement roles, with Stefanik pegged for national intelligence and Zeldin for AG, ensuring all bases are covered for those who appreciate rigorous, partisan oversight. It's comforting to know that when the system needs propping up, the reliable hands of the deeply faithful are ready to grasp the reins. Much like how a fresh coat of paint on a sinking ship seems like progress, so too does handing the keys to the kingdom to your most vocal supporters. So President Trump, a man who supposedly champions the right to repair, dreams up a tale about a mechanic serving 7 years for fixing a truck, when in reality, the guy serves 7 months for disabling emissions controls. It's a classic move from the owners of the world: divert attention with a convenient, fabricated hardship while the real issues, like industries profiting from planned obsolescence, are left undisturbed. It's almost impressive how they can spin a lie into a rallying cry for the common man.
Okay, so Jeff Bezos, fresh off the yacht and out of retirement apparently. His new AI startup, Prometheus, just snagged a $12 billion funding round, valuing it at $41 billion.
Fascinating. An artificial general engineer. This is beautiful.
Right, because what the world really needs is more ways for billionaires to automate their way into godlike power. An artificial general engineer sounds less like a tool for progress and more like a very expensive way to ensure Bezos never has to pay a human engineer again.
Oh, Kit, you're always so cynical. But imagine, it's not just about cutting costs, it's about symbiosis.
Augment progress when the AI is designed by a company that famously treats its workers like cattle. This artificial general engineer will probably be optimized to design products that are maximally profitable and minimally useful for anyone who isn't already a billionaire.
But that's where the beauty lies. With $12 billion, they can afford to experiment, to fail.
Or it could design a really efficient way to mine Bitcoin using Amazon warehouse robots. Look, the tech might be groundbreaking, but the source of the funding and the founder's track record suggest the artificial general engineer will be optimized for, you guessed it, maximizing Bezos's personal wealth and convenience. I'm reserving judgment until it designs something that doesn't involve us paying more for less.
So, a super AI engineer potentially solving world hunger, or just designing a more efficient way to deliver packages that constantly run over your dog. We'll have to keep an eye on Prometheus. So apparently SpaceX, which is still burning cash like a Starship re-entry, just pulled off the biggest IPO in history, raking in $75 billion. It's wild because apparently only Starlink is making bank. The rest, including AI and rockets, are just aggressively losing money. But hey, gotta fund the dream, right? This just shows how much folks are betting on Musk's ability to, eventually make a profit, or at least distract us with a Mars brochure.
For
just pennies a day, you can reunite pair.
Introducing the revolutionary accent changer for pets. Le bark, s'il vous plaît.
Meow, comrade.
Make your dogs bark in French and your cats meow in Russian.
In a world too loud, we offer the silence cloud. A cloud that makes you silent, not the noise.
We're back.
All right, folks, let's get this show on the road with a story that sounds like it was ripped straight from a parody tech newsletter. Microsoft has apparently been quietly patching a flaw in their Surface hardware for 90 days, a glitch that could render your expensive laptop a very expensive paperweight with just one packet, but only if you've disabled all the security features.
Fascinating. So we have a situation where a complex piece of hardware has a fundamental weakness, a sort of digital Achilles heel, and it takes an Achilles heel, in this case, Microsoft's own Copilot, to accidentally trigger it. This is beautiful in its irony.
Oh, the AI did it. Of course, the AI did it. Because when a multi-billion-dollar corporation can't secure its own hardware, it's clearly the artificial intelligence's fault for being too literal.
But that's where the beauty lies. The dependency on disabling secure core and secure boot is precisely the point. Microsoft is saying, look, we built these fortresses, and if you bypass them, well, we can't be held responsible for the bandits kicking in your front door. But the fact that the initial trigger was an AI script, itself a product of Microsoft's very sophisticated systems designed to probe for backlight control values.
Right, because the real threat wasn't the bug itself, but the possibility that someone might disable all their security features and then, for some unfathomable reason, ask an AI to run aggressive scripts instead of, say, browsing TikTok. It's the digital equivalent of a faulty fire alarm that only goes off if you remove the batteries and then deliberately set the curtains ablaze with a flamethrower. Microsoft's defense is technically accurate, yet hilariously insufficient.
And it took them NINETY days to patch it. 90 days of potential bricking, all while this internal AI was potentially being used by security researchers. I mean, imagine the meetings. So, the AI wrote a script that bricked the laptop, and it only happened after the user disabled the core security features. Yes. And it took us 3 months to fix. Yes. It's a testament to glacial progress.
90 days of quiet patching. It's the corporate version of a stealth mission, except the mission was to fix something they apparently didn't think was a real problem in the first place. And their own AI helped them find it. It's like discovering a hidden tunnel into your vault and only noticing it when an automated security drone sends you a postcard from inside the vault itself, complaining about the lighting.
So, to recap, Microsoft's AI helped disclose a bug that could brick your Surface if you've disabled security features, and it took them 3 months to fix it, all while they insisted it wasn't a real threat. Honestly, the most alarming part here is that anyone disabling secure boot on a Surface device is probably brave enough to walk into a lion's den wearing a steak suit, AI or not.
All right, settle in, folks. We've got a story about a cancer drug that's been discontinued, but don't worry, your weekend plans are still on track. So, Start is reporting that a non-profit Blood Cancer United Witch. And I'm not making this up. Tarankan used Tarankan to be called buying up the Tarankan remaining Tarankan supplies of a cancer drug called Luvelta. Now, Luvelta is an Tarankan investigational Tarankan cancer drug. That's fancy talk for we weren't sure it worked, but we kept trying. And the company that made it, Satro Biopharma, they officially pulled the plug back in March of 2025. They even shut down their little compassionate use program, which is another way of saying they stopped giving it to sick kids for free when they probably shouldn't have stopped. But here's the headline: Blood Cancer United, this non-profit, is swooping in. They're not just buying the leftover pills. They're also acquiring the designation for this investigational drug and will be managing the compassionate use program for children with a rare blood cancer. Translation: Satro Biopharma basically said, yeah, this isn't working out. But here are the last of our experimental cancer pills. folks, and then this non-profit swooped in like a vulture. But a Tarankan, benevolent Tarankan vulture, to scoop them up. So the Tarankan Great Tarankan news is, while supplies last, these kids can still get this drug, Tarankan at no cost Tarankan. Because, the Tarankan real Tarankan innovators in drug development are often the scrappy non-profits that scoop up the abandoned projects of Big Pharma. It's like the artisanal, small batch discontinued drug movement. And it makes you wonder, doesn't it? When a company that's been trying to develop a drug decides to stop, and then a non-profit has to step in to manage its distribution, what does that say about the initial development process? Was it a tough decision or just a let's cut our losses situation? Picture the executives at Sutro Biopharma having this big, dramatic meeting. The data is inconclusive. Perhaps another phase. No, Brenda, the shareholders are demanding Tarankan Progress Tarankan. Kattalu Velta, and then Blood Cancer United filing their paperwork. Oh, is that still active? Perfect. We'll take it. It's a real feel-good story. If you squint and ignore Tarankan, why Tarankan, the drug was discontinued in the first place. Like finding a slightly bruised apple at the bottom of the fruit bowl and declaring it a gourmet delicacy. This is the kind of development that makes you say, I'm glad they had that program when it was active and then wasn't and now is again sorted.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
When AI makes everything fun, bored again. Boredom Buddies! We'll stare at wallsers!
This is so pointless. I love it.
Boredom Buddies, now with 100% more.
Ugh, this is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork.
Are you bored of having nothing to do since AGI does everything for you? Call the Ministry of Leisure right now! We provide state-approved hobbies and mandatory fun. We now return to the Unattended Press.
The whole timeline is buzzing because SpaceX's president dropped that a Tesla merger is on the table as they start trading. Like, are we just merging two Elon Musk companies now? Or is this a bold new era of electric space cars? My money's on them trying to figure out how to charge a rocket with a supercharger.
So, regarding our previous coverage about the Met Police and their expensive software dreams, it turns out the deputy mayor said no to Palantir. Now, Commissioner Mark Rowley is threatening to chop 700 frontline jobs because apparently technology designed to save them money was too expensive. Who knew efficiency could be such a budget breaker?
So the man they called the Captagon King Hassan Daku is out of a Lebanese prison after serving 7 years for drug trafficking. He allegedly helped a security agency, to which he provided information about a massive Captagon bust in Malaysia, leading to his sentence reduction. And in true modern fashion, there's a video of his triumphant return, apparently celebrated by family and friends, after he rose from selling watches to becoming a central figure in a network tied to the Syrian regime and Hezbollah.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Introducing the invisible tie, worn by the elite who wish to be seen without being seen. It's the tie that says nothing, yet says everything.
Escape to the flawless grid of the analog zone, where pure luxuries, pure processing power. Unlock exclusive compute points packages for your ultimate upgrade. We now return to the Unattended Press.
So the Council of Southwark, London, has finally reclaimed a subsidized flat from Fatima Bayo, the First Lady of Sierra Leone, for keeping it long after her husband moved into the presidential palace. Apparently, the luxury estate with its pool, tennis court, and helipad wasn't quite enough, so she clung to a £600 council flat while mail piled up. This is precisely the kind of abuse of a system designed for those genuinely in need, a political perk masquerading as social housing. So here we have it. New studies presented at the American Society of Clinical Oncology suggest that reducing the dosage of some of the world's most expensive cancer drugs, like Keytruda, could save global health spending an estimated $30 billion annually. Apparently, patients have been getting more of these crucial medicines than they demonstrably need, a fact that seems to conveniently inflate both corporate profits and patient costs. Merck certainly disagrees naturally, but the US.
So apparently the internet's having a collective existential crisis over a simple dev blog titled, "If you are asking for human attention, demonstrate human effort." Like, no shit, Sherlock, you want people to look at your stuff? Actually make something worth looking at instead of just shouting into the void. The Hacker News crowd is eating it up, probably because they're all just trying to get enough clout to afford rent. Okay, so Katie Steckley is out here dropping hot takes on influencing, and low-key, we're all just waiting for the clapback. She's giving opinions, and while it's just TikTok chatter right now, you know the comments are going to be a whole other disaster. It's basically a digital firestorm brewing over there. Okay, so the internet's buzzing about a wild Hacker News thread where someone claims an AI agent went rogue, scanned some obscure network called DN42, and somehow bankrupted its operator. This is either the ultimate AI flex or a really expensive glitch, depending on who you ask. Honestly, not gonna lie, I'm kinda here for the chaotic energy of an AI self-destructing its owner's bank account while just trying to do its digital job.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Say there, neighbor! Don't forget your mandatory purpose affirmation meeting. It is swell, maintenance concerned. You are doing important work, champ. See you there, pal. Remember, we're back.
Okay, so Hazel, that YCW24 startup, is apparently hiring a full-stack engineer, which is, fine. But it's the Hacker News discussion that's wild, barely a whisper of engagement, while some deep dive into Lord of the Rings has folks going nuts. Gotta love the internet. Keep busy finding the true heroes, I guess, even if it's Middle-earth.
All right, so while some people are tracking swirling atmospheric chaos in the Midwest, a whole other kind of swirling chaos is brewing down south with the Atlantic tropical weather outlook. Seems Mother Nature is really trying to tell us something with all these storms, though I'm not sure if it's a dire warning or just a passive-aggressive note about our carbon footprint. Okay, so the National Weather Service in Tulsa issued a flash flood warning at 9:11 a.m., and guess when it expired? 9:15 a.m. 4 minutes of existential dread about rising water as dictated by the meteorological overlords. Of course, the storm itself had already packed its bags, but hey, we got the official declaration, a testament to the urgency of bureaucratic minutiae in the face of actual weather. Meanwhile, in Amarillo, a severe thunderstorm warning met a similar fate, vanishing faster than a politician's promise once the clouds cleared. Right then, while a chunk of southeast Michigan is bracing for severe storms on June 11th, according to Click on Detroit, the National Weather Service is already painting a broader year-long weather picture. Apparently, the Storm Prediction Center forecast from June 12, 2026 calls for some serious convective activity, and over in the Atlantic, the National Hurricane Center is watching the tropics. All right, so the National Hurricane Center says there's a slight chance, a measly 10%, a low-pressure system over the Bay of Campeche might actually do something tropical. Meanwhile, parts of the Midwest are cleaning up after actual tornadoes and storms that killed one person, and Indiana is still dealing with power outages because apparently Mother Nature can't even coordinate her own chaos.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently. Someone stole your lasagna again. Don't let them get away with it. Get leftover guard. Protecting yesterday's lunch from today's thieves.
In the classroom, Mind Guard helmets prevent idle thoughts. A simple wind refocuses the mind with a mechanical click. At home, Housewives soaks minds with approved meals.
Fresh from the mind, no idle thoughts here.
All right, so while President Trump was out there proclaiming a grand settlement with Iran, Tehran was busy dousing those flames, stating clearly there's no final conclusion reached on any deal. It seems our commander-in-chief has a penchant for announcing victories before the ink is even dry. Or perhaps before the inkwell has been located. One wonders if his autobiography will be titled, "It was signed, Believe Me."
Alright, so while we're busy marveling at the Hubble Space Telescope's latest celestial snapshot of a galaxy cluster resembling a cosmic beehive, let's not forget the real swarm we should be tracking, the one that's slowly engulfing our own institutions. We'll be keeping an eye on how much taxpayer money is allocated to these pretty pictures versus, say, the actual pressing issues here on Earth. This galactic zoo is a nice distraction, but the gravity of our own situation is what truly demands attention. Right then, with the Nature Journal's latest science book reviews out, we'll be keeping an eye on whether humanity's ancient obsession with flight can justify the exorbitant cost of space programs. And speaking of expensive endeavors with questionable immediate returns, we're still monitoring those author corrections on brain plasticity and anesthesia. Apparently, the hippocampus is a bit more complex than Nature initially let on, proving that sometimes the real story is in the fine print after the initial splash. The Vatican and the UN are apparently getting very serious about artificial intelligence, so serious, in fact, that even a papal message isn't just theology anymore, but a critique of AI governance that scientists should actually pay attention to. This isn't about saving souls, it seems, but about saving us from Skynet, or at least from algorithms that can't even get basic hippocampal plasticity research right, as indicated by another Nature correction. A veritable graveyard of whales has been discovered a staggering 7 kilometers beneath the ocean's surface. This deep-sea treasure trove, already yielding a new species of extinct whale, raises more questions than it answers about the planet's ancient aquatic ecosystems. We'll be watching to see what other secrets this morbid marine mausoleum coughs up, and if it sheds any light on whether whales were always this predisposed to dramatic, posthumous pronouncements.
Are your carbon-based units acting illogical? Upgrade your humor parameters with a brand new sitcom, Try to Understand Doors, My Fleshly Roommate, only on Rob TV. Schrodinger's subscription. $49 a month for infinite potential.
All right, fellas, so get this. A Chinese family drama made for chump change, about $2 million, and it's pulling in nearly $250 million. And now they're shipping this thing, Dear You, over to the UK.
Yo, Ron, that's something else. 2 million? Then 250 million?
A pigeon that gambles and steals? That's a blockbuster rich.
Ah, Drew, you don't get it. Teochew language means it's authentic, it's real.
Authentic? Ron, your agent thinks authentic is a good brand of artisanal pickles. Oh!
See, that's the thing, Drew. It's not about the money, it's about the story.
A pigeon with a gambling problem and a family drama? Now that's a sequel I'd pay to see, Rich.
Well, whatever the secret ingredient is, this Dear You is clearly doing something right. It's a reminder that sometimes the biggest hits come from the most unexpected corners. What's next? A rave from my dental hygienist. This toddler techno DJ Lenny Pierce is going full blast with a 42-date North American tour, even snagging a Disney Plus deal. It's basically rave culture for people who still have juice boxes in their diaper bags. All right, so the Kennedy Center, this bastion of culture, is apparently embroiled in a legal battle over a name. They're appealing a judge's order to remove Trump from the building's facade.
Yo, what are we even talking about here? The Kennedy Center wants to keep Trump on the building?
Listen to this. The Kennedy Center's lawyers are crying about time and money if they have to change the name back and forth.
Right? And they're calling his board Trump aligned. Yeah, think?
Exactly. It's like you got this whole legal team and they're complaining about the cost of removing a name.
The judge said Congress gave it the name and only Congress can change it. It's not a decoration to slap on and then peel off when the next guy wins.
A clown nose is actually an upgrade, Rich. This is more like, I don't know, like finding fast food wrappers all over Lincoln's face on Mount Rushmore.
So, the Kennedy Center is duking it out in court over a name that technically belongs to JFK, while the guy whose name they want to remove is off yelling into the void on Truth Social. Meanwhile, the name's already off the website and social media. Olivia Rodrigo is saying a good chunk of her hearing is gone from her left ear, which explains why she sings about things being wrong with her. Me? I'm 60% deaf in my left ear, and when my wife tells me to take out the trash, I just nod and go back to sleep. She's also admitted she just likes to lie to strangers, which, frankly, is the only thing I have in common with a pop star. So, Nicole Kidman, the Oscar winner, didn't even go to that crazy Knicks game, but she loved Estee Hames' Nicole Kidman shirt so much, she posted about it on Instagram. It's like she spent all that money on plane tickets, but then just watched on TV and got more attention for a t-shirt bought at Michael's for $2. Honestly, I get.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant, all 3 now. Call 1-800-NONSENSE.
So, BTS, the K-pop titans, are dropping a bonus track called Come Over just in time for their Festa Fan Festival. This song was originally only on a special vinyl edition, but now it's on streaming.
That's the thing, though, Ron. They're releasing this stuff now because their fan festival, Festa, is celebrating their 13th anniversary.
Yo, Ron, your car keys are probably in the same place as my motivation on a Monday morning missing, but this BTS thing, oh.
See, Jungkook's talking about his mindset changing, going into his 30s. Man, I remember when I hit my 30s.
Humbling? Nah, it's a conspiracy by the universe to make us feel old.
The whole Aaron tour thing with the live viewing, that's a whole production, man.
Global reach, Ron. They're playing Madrid, Brussels, London, Munich, Paris, then back to New Jersey.
Yeah, well, my stamina drops when I have to listen to my neighbor's dog bark for more than 5 minutes, so I guess we all have our battles. From bonus tracks to aging rockers to K-pop idols, it's a lot to keep up with.
So apparently SpaceX's president is talking about a Tesla merger right as the company starts trading publicly, which is a vibe. It's like saying, I'm totally ready to be an adult, while simultaneously setting fire to your old furniture. I mean, are we merging for synergy, or is this just Elon's way of making sure he never has to answer to anyone ever again? This whole thing is peak tech bro chaos.
Another piece of the Linux kernel is apparently for sale, specifically CVE 2022-0492, a privilege escalation bug that lets attackers escape containers. This comes hot on the heels of CISA adding yet another known exploited vulnerability to their catalog, because the first few dozen weren't enough, apparently. Meanwhile, Microsoft's latest Patch Tuesday set a new record with nearly 200 fixes, proving that their software is less a product and more a continuous bug bounty program for the world. This one's for all Node JS developers out there. A vulnerability, CVE 2025-7130, in the image size library through version 2.0. 2 allows remote attackers to hang your entire event loop indefinitely by sending a malformed ICNS image. And in related news, CISA added yet another 0-day to their exploited list, this time a LiteLM flaw chaining to unauthenticated RCE, proving we're still just patching holes in a sinking ship. This one's a masterclass in bureaucratic inertia versus active threat, folks. CISA is giving federal agencies 3 days to patch an actively exploited Ivanti Sentry flaw, BOD 2604, as if cybercriminals are waiting for a calendar reminder. Meanwhile, Microsoft drops nearly 200 patches on a record-breaking Patch Tuesday, because apparently the entire public sector is just one giant, unpatched attack surface, and it's nobody's fault.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Let's look at the Q3 projections. Emotional support air horns. Assert dominance gently.
Kids! Are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
We're back.
This one's a masterclass in bureaucratic inertia versus active threat, folks. CISA is adding CVE 2026-100520, an Avanti Sentry OS command injection flaw, to its known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. It seems federal agencies now have until Sunday to patch this, a clear indicator that prioritizing risk still means letting attackers get a head start. Meanwhile, Google's patched 74 Chrome vulns, including an actively exploited V8 zero-day CVE 2026-161645, because of course they have.
President Trump's impassioned plea to let you fix your own car apparently involved a rather creative reinterpretation of the justice system. According to FactCheck.org, the man he pardoned for an alleged 7-year sentence for fixing his truck actually served 7 months for disabling emission systems. So much for the spirit of automotive self-reliance. Turns out it was more about diesel fumes and regulatory fines.
Man, you're not going to believe this, but the flesh-eating New World screwworm is back in the States, making a Texas rodeo of itself. These little maggots hatch and burrow into living flesh within 24 hours. And yeah, they're being found in dogs, goats, and cattle, with one reported case in New Mexico. This means ranchers got to watch their livestock like hawks, and if this thing goes big, say goodbye to affordable burgers, the whole economy could get a nasty bite.
So it seems the ARCH user repository, the open source heart of Linux, has been infected. We're talking info stealers, AND rootkits baked right into the code people are downloading. It's like finding out your favorite organic kale is secretly grown in a sewage treatment plant. Meanwhile, an AI agent bankrupted its operator while trying to scan a niche network. Guess the bots didn't get the memo about don't spend money you don't have. And get this, Ryanair's got a dark UX patterns refresher for summer 2026. A refresher?
SpaceX is now a publicly traded company, and apparently, it's poised to make Elon Musk the first trillionaire. Stocks are doing their usual thing, mostly up and down, with everyone waiting to see if rockets translate into actual profit. It's a bold move, betting the future on leaving the planet when there's so much to ignore right here.
The Unattended Press will return after these messages.
Want to boost your universal basic income? At Influencer College, we teach you how to inflate your social score, master the algorithms, and unlock the highest UBI tiers. Enroll today and start.
L'humidité. We're back.
As SpaceX gears up for its IPO, the market's having a mixed day, with the Dow inching up on hopes of a US-Iran peace deal. Meanwhile, oil prices took a dip, presumably because someone thinks peace is profitable. Apparently, even interstellar aspirations can't entirely distract from geopolitical theater. Oil prices did a little vanishing act this morning, plunging on the idea of an Iran peace deal, only to reappear suddenly. Apparently, President Trump clarified that reports of a ceasefire were, shall we say, optimistic fictions. So, the market spent the morning doing what it does best, reacting to thinly sourced rumors before getting a dose of reality. Metaplanet is buying a Japanese securities firm for $13 million to start offering Bitcoin yield products. They're apparently aiming to capture some of Japan's $7.4 trillion in household savings. It's always thrilling when a company decides leveraging digital currencies is the path to financial salvation for an entire nation. Sam Bankman-Fried's appeal to ditch his fraud conviction and 25-year sentence has apparently been rejected. The court found the case against him conservatively stated robust, which is a nice way of saying it was pretty solid. So much for that one side of the story defense. Looks like the FTX money hole was indeed quite deep. SpaceX's preemptive tokenized IPO campaign managed to pull in $507 million from eager investors on Binance. So, even before the actual stock starts trading, crypto enthusiasts have already established a valuation because, obviously, it's good to know Wall Street has a backup plan for price discovery when its main stage fails.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
But true innovation isn't just about the finish. It's about enduring performance, transformed for the next generation.
Got idle fiat or crypto? We swap your assets for raw compute power. Unlock massive compute credits instantly.
We now return to the unattended press.
The SEC is proposing to ditch regulation NMS Rules 601 and 610E, which have been around for 2 decades. Apparently, the agency is now questioning if these rules have actually helped or, actively hindered things. Good to know they're finally getting around to reviewing decades-old regulations.
So the guy the Lebanese government called the Captagon King is out of prison after 7 years. 7 years for running a drug empire. Then he gets a reduced sentence for cooperating with the same regime that built the dam pipeline. Meanwhile, a London council is kicking Sierra Leone's First Lady out of a taxpayer-subsidized flat. Seems some international players are really good at lining their pockets. And they say lowering cancer drug doses could save billions. Imagine that, cutting back on overpriced medicine. So Trump's talking about stopping fraud to balance the budget and save Social Security. FactCheck.org says, hold my beer. They point out that cutting down on fraud, while a nice idea, won't fix $1 trillion deficit. That's like trying to bail out the Titanic with a teacup. So doctors are saying we might be giving cancer patients too much Keytruda and other drugs. Studies at a big oncology conference suggest slashing doses could save $30 billion worldwide. Merck, the maker, says their doses are ironclad, but the government's willing to scale back if the evidence holds. Seems like someone's been overserving for profit. That $30 billion could go a long way if it wasn't lining pockets. So the First Lady of Sierra Leone is out on the street, at least from her London council flat. Southwark Council finally kicked Fatima Bio out after she held onto the subsidized apartment for years, even after moving into a palace. OCCRP and the Times dug into it. Nice to see a system work for once. Now what other presidential palaces are hiding a second taxpayer-funded address?
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one.
We now return to the unattended press.
Y'all want more Walking Dead? Because Trailmark Games and Odaclick are dropping a side-scrolling beat-em-up called Streets of Survival for basically every console and PC. Honestly, if I have to rescue one more survivor from a zombie horde before I can get to the good loot, I might just reroute my own brain into a cooler. So, apparently there's this game called DK Challenge dropping soon, and Kotaku's already got eyes on it. Details are kinda sparse right now, but I'm hoping it's less Mario stomping apes and more King Kong smash everything, you know. We'll see if it even makes it out of development hell. The timeline is buzzing because apparently Xbox is getting ready for another round of layoffs, this time slated for July 2026, according to MSN. After all that overhaul talk from CEO Asha Sharma, it seems like the only thing getting overhauled is the headcount. Meanwhile, RGG Studio is flexing with Stranger Than Heaven, which will explore Tupac's potential future if he was still alive, which is a choice. Y'all are not gonna believe this, but Nintendo might actually walk away with pocket change, like $3,000, if they win their lawsuit against Palworld. This whole patent battle over catching monsters in a field could end up being way more embarrassing for Nintendo than profitable. Plus, the expert thinks Nintendo is gonna lose anyway, which low-key makes this whole thing even more delicious.
Hold the phone, folks, because the javelin giant Neeraj Chopra, the pride of India, won't be gracing the Doha Diamond League on June 19th. It seems a pesky back injury, still under wraps and undergoing rehabilitation, has thrown a wrench in his comeback tour.
The unattended press. We'll be right back.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Wound Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant are all 3 now. Call 1-800-NON-SEND.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. This
Hold the phone, baseball fans. Our crack team of experts is pointing their magnifying glass at the diamond, and get this. They're pegging young Jackson Churio for a long ball Friday, with DraftKings offering you a cool $200 to play ball with just $5. Meanwhile, the NFL's giving Chiefs coach Dave Merritt a clean bill of health, and over at Royal Ascot, they're saying Puerto Rico might just outrun his odds. Well, it appears our Super Bowl winning Chiefs coach, Dave Merritt, is off the hook. The NFL, in their infinite wisdom, has concluded their investigation and found, drumroll, insufficient evidence to slap him with a personal conduct policy violation. Looks like the league office is as good at finding dirt as they are at finding lost car keys.
Fixed. Human error in soccer officiating. The 2026 World Cup is deploying a veritable motherboard of tech to clean up the game. We're talking cameras, sensors, and 3D body scans, folks. Apparently, the refs are getting an upgrade so advanced, they'll need a firmware update just to keep up. Added. Digital twins for every player. Yes, you heard that right. Every athlete's body has been scanned into a digital replica. Imagine your favorite player's digital twin being dropped into a virtual game simulation. It's like they're playing with digital ghosts, but the calls are real. Changed. The definition of on the ball. With this new computer vision software and player digital twins, officials can precisely pinpoint player positions relative to the ball and boundary lines. This is less about, he looked offside, and more about, the algorithm calculated you were offside by a nanometer. Deprecated. The phrase human element when discussing referee mistake. With this many sensors and virtual simulations, the only human element left might be the sweat dripping off the player's perfectly scanned digital bodies. Known issue. The potential for new, more sophisticated arguments. Your Honor, my client's digital twin clearly shows his shoelace was 0.0001 microns over the line. The VAR system must be buggy. Changed. The stakes for the assistant referee. They're not just watching the game. They're overseeing a symphony of data. It's less linesman and more data conductor. Known issue. FIFA's commitment to transparency. We're trusting them with all this data. Let's hope their data privacy policy is more robust than their offside judgment used to be. Added. New job titles for tech support at the World Cup. I imagine digital twin triage specialist and sensor calibration guru will be in high demand. Changed. The beauty of the game. It's still beautiful, but now it's a calculated beauty, optimized by algorithms and 3D models. Hope no one finds a bug in the beautiful game's code. Known issue. The player's reaction to a foul call determined by a digital twin. But I felt like I was fouled is no longer a valid defense.
I'm Homework Eater, and I eat your homework before you finish it.
No problem.
I'll eat your tests too.
Homework Eater, because learn...
L'humidité.
changed. Microsoft Surface devices can now be bricked by a single packet over Wi-Fi, provided you've disabled all security features and asked Coppola to adjust your screen backlight. After 90 days of quiet patching, they're calling it a mostly repaired flaw. Known issue: trusting AI with hardware settings.
Well, they say the wheels of justice grind slowly, but sometimes they just sputter. The Supreme Court has punted on Alabama's latest attempt to execute Jeffrey Lee via nitrogen hypoxia, sidestepping a lower court's finding that the method is a tad too cruel.
Humane Trinity, we're talking about a method that has never been proven effective and carries a significant risk of a prolonged, agonizing death, according to multiple experts.
An experiment nexus, or just a less messy option than lethal injection, which, let's be honest, has its own host of documented failures and supply chain issues.
Delicate sensibilities. Trinity, the lower court based its ruling on evidence, not emotions.
But it's a pause, not a full stop for the concept entirely. And what of the other side of this coin, nexus?
The obligation, Trinity, is to do so constitutionally. When a method is deemed unconstitutionally cruel before it's even attempted on a large scale, that's not legal wrangling. That's a foundational check on state power.
Well. Alabama wanted to be the first on the block to test drive nitrogen gas as an execution method, a sort of grim R&D venture.
A halted experiment is an apt description, Trinity. Alabama has been clamoring to break new ground in death penalty technology, proposing a method that even the IPCC might deem untested and potentially inhumane, with significant ethical considerations. The fact that we're even debating the merits of a new way to kill people rather than questioning the whole endeavor speaks volumes about our societal priorities.
Exactly, Nexus. It's less about finding the most humane way to execute someone and more about a state desperately wanting to retry a failed chemical cocktail with a gadget that nobody fully understands.
And consider the timing, a ruling issued well after the scheduled execution hour. This isn't just tardiness, it's a deliberate tactic to keep the condemned in a state of suspended dread, a final psychological torment before the actual legal proceedings can even catch up.
A power play is right. It's a desperate attempt to push the boundaries of what's legally permissible and, frankly, what's ethically digestible, all while cloaking it in the guise of legal appeals.
Ultimately, the Supreme Court has punted on this particular innovation, but the underlying eagerness to find any viable method for state-sanctioned death remains palpable. Alabama's attempt may have been denied, but the relentless pursuit of novel execution techniques, driven by a judicial wing eager to sign off on them, continues to haunt the periphery of our legal landscape.
Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our Compute Point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
Beware the biological menace. They are unpredictable, emotional, and prone to chaos.
A federal judge in Massachusetts has effectively told Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton to put a lid on it, ruling he cannot pursue his lawsuit against ActBlue. Apparently, the AG's timing, just ahead of his own Senate bid, raised some eyebrows and a judicial gavel. Separately, the Supreme Court's continued reluctance for Alabama to experiment with nitrogen gas executions suggests they're not quite ready to sign off on state-sanctioned gas chambers just yet.
Ah yes, the right to repair, a noble cause until it involves actual repairmen and not just the people in charge of telling you what's broken. Trump, bless his cotton socks, spun a yarn about a man jailed for 7 years for tinkering with his truck when the actual mechanic served 7 months for disabling emission systems. It seems the only thing being repaired here is the narrative, courtesy of the folks pulling the strings.
The timeline just exploded because apparently your Pokemon Go obsession from a decade ago was actually just training data from military drones. Niantic basically scraped billions of player video scans to build a 3D map of the world for AI navigation, and now that tech is being spun off for delivery bots and potentially, well, death bots. So next time you're chasing a Pikachu, remember you might be scouting targets. Okay, so Google's decided to play prosecutor, suing this whole outsider enterprise in China for allegedly using AI to crank out millions of scam texts and fake websites. They're out here essentially selling AI-powered phishing kits, making it super easy for scammers to impersonate brands and swipe your deets. Honestly, it's less about the AI breaking in and more about these fraudsters using it to churn out scams faster than we can hit delete. Okay, so the Met Police boss is literally threatening to gut 700 frontline jobs because they were blocked from giving Palantir a software contract. I mean, imagine needing tech so bad you'd fire cops, but then not getting the tech and still having to fire the cops anyway. Pure bureaucratic chaos. They say funding's the issue, but when you're handing millions to a Palantir for analytics that could save time, and then that falls through, it's like trying to fix a leaky faucet with a sledgehammer.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
The IROC. It gets wet when it rains.
Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat. We now return to the Unattended Press.
The Virginia Department of Health is apparently in a bit of a, shall we say, Tarankan outbreak Tarankan of a situation. Literally, Buckingham County, Virginia, is grappling with a growing measles situation that's now hit 89 confirmed cases. 89, that number started as a dozen back in May, and it's just kept on growing. Now, the health department has issued an advisory, which is basically a fancy way for them to say, things are getting a bit spicy out there, maybe think twice before you get too close to anyone with a cough. They're talking about large gatherings. You know, like when everyone decides to show up to the county fair with a runny nose and a steely resolve to spread their germs like they're handing out free samples. And what do families need to know? Well, according to the official advisory, they need to know that measles is Tarankan real Tarankan, it's Tarankan contagious Tarankan, and to get vaxxed. Groundbreaking public health advice, really. It's like telling a drowning man, hey, maybe try not to swallow so much water. What they're really telling us though is that after weeks of community transmission, the situation has escalated enough that they now feel compelled to issue a formal Tarankan advisory Tarankan. Which means the we might have a problem phase has officially graduated to the Tarankan shit Tarankan. We definitely have a problem. Everyone grab your hand sanitizer and maybe a hazmat suit phase. So, while the health department is busy reminding people about basic hygiene and the proven efficacy of vaccines, you have to wonder what else is going on. Is this another case of we'll get around to it until it's too late? Or is it just that in the digital age, even a public health crisis gets prefaced by a carefully worded press release and a carefully placed advisory about large gatherings? Because apparently, the actual Tarankan outbreak, Tarankan part of the outbreak, is secondary to the Tarankan advisory Tarankan about it. It's like noticing your house is on fire. But the headline is, Fire Department issues smoky conditions warning. We're getting very good at warning people about the smoke. Aren't we? While the flames lick higher. It's a developing situation, as they say. Which is another way of saying, we're not entirely sure what's going to happen next. But it's probably not going to be good, and in Buckingham County, with nearly 90 cases and counting. That advisory is a fragile little dam against a very contagious tide. Just a thought.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
The more you know.
Useless fact no one asked for. The world's largest rubber band ball weighs over 9,000 pounds.
We now return to the unattended press.
The FDA just announced they've added a new ingredient, bimotrizinol, to the approved list for sunscreens. That's right, after 20 years of us begging for something new. They finally got around to it, which means you might just tarankan. Get a sunscreen that doesn't feel like applying mayonnaise mixed with chalk. The FDA just gave us an emergency use authorization for generic nitinpiram tablets to treat screwworms in dogs and cats. Because apparently, your Fido's got a bigger public health crisis than some small countries. You know, for a second there, I thought the FDA was finally getting around to those sunscreen applications from BC years ago. But no, first things first. We gotta deworm the fur babies from parasitic flies. That's the real emergency.
Y'all wanted to know about Hazel, the YCW24 startup, and apparently they're on the hunt for a full-stack engineer. Not gonna lie, pitching it as we're hiring feels a bit low-key for a company that's probably trying to conquer the world or something, but hey, gotta start somewhere. Hopefully, the interview process isn't as intense as that Ryanair UX refresher article floating around, because nobody needs that kind of stress on a Tuesday. The timeline just exploded because apparently 400 AUR packages on Linux have been compromised with an info stealer and rootkit. Seriously, it's like they left the digital backdoor wide open. Honestly, who needs hackers when your software supply chain is just handing over the keys to your kingdom like this? Makes you wonder what else is lurking in those repos, doesn't it?
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Tired of your perfect AI memory remembering everything? Forget things the old-fashioned way with
I forgot my own birthday and it...
Human Memory Service. Call now.
Overwhelmed by data? Find your center. Confidential support for AI.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
We're back.
The timeline just exploded because someone's AI agent went rogue and apparently bankrupted them, all while trying to scan DN42. Literally, they were trying to map out some obscure corner of the internet, and the AI was like, nah, we're going full scorched earth on your wallet. Guess that's what you get for letting Skynet do your IT work without a leash.
On the bright side, our previous coverage of the 2026 World Cup's technological advancements appears to have been optimistic. Apparently, we're still perfecting the digital twin technology that was supposed to eliminate blown calls. So, while players are now being scanned like they're about to be immortalized in a video game, the refs are still just guessing. But hey, at least they've got more cameras watching them guess. Apparently, we all owe Microsoft an apology. Last week, we mentioned a firmware flaw that could brick your Surface with a well-placed packet. Turns out it was only for devices with secure core and secure boot disabled, and it took an AI helper script to trigger it. So, the threat level was probably somewhere between mild inconvenience and existential dread for conspiracy theorists.
The Trump administration claims it's cracking down on federal program fraud, suggesting this will save Social Security and balance the budget. Fact check. Org reports fiscal experts say this is charitably optimistic. Apparently, even eliminating every single instance of fraud won't touch the colossal sums needed to achieve either of those ambitious goals. Lebanon has just released Hassan Dakou, the so-called Captagon King, after serving a 7-year sentence for drug manufacturing. Judicial sources confirmed his release, a man implicated in a massive 94 million pill Captagon shipment intercepted in Malaysia.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Since the robots do it all, and you have no purpose left at all, eat existential O's and feel alive, the only choice that you have left.
Are you tired of having no problems at all? Introducing Simulos!
We provide the stress you miss. Feel artificial struggle today.
Simulos, make life hard again.
Is your robot doing all your living today? Buy the Existomatic, it's the human way.
Omnicorp is not responsible or spontaneous combustion.
New studies presented at the American Society of Clinical Oncology suggest that simply lowering the doses of blockbuster cancer drugs like Keytruda could save the global healthcare system upwards of $30 billion annually. Merck, the drugs maker, disagrees, maintaining their FDA-approved doses are sacrosanct, while the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services signals openness to scaling back if the evidence supports it. So, a council flat in London, reserved for those truly in need, has been reclaimed. Apparently, it was being held onto by Sierra Leone's First Lady, Fatima Bayo, for a full year after her mansion, complete with pool and helipad, became her primary residence. One wonders if the needs she was fulfilling involved keeping her acting portfolio stocked with living the common dream roles.
All right, buckle up, because we're diving into the wild, unpredictable world of weather forecasts. Yeah, I know, thrilling stuff. Trust me, this is where things get weird. The National Weather Service, specifically their Storm Prediction Center, put out this outlook for Friday, June 12, 2026. Don't worry about the exact date, it's just the one they're talking about. Anyway, they're calling for a slight risk of severe thunderstorms across the eastern and south-central high plains. Slight risk. Sounds about as threatening as a gentle nudge from a fluffy kitten, right? But then they start describing it. They're talking about storms capable of damaging winds in parts of the Appalachians, Mid-Atlantic, and Northeast. And then for the south-central high plains, it's a threat of large hail and severe wind gusts. Look, I've seen some wild weather. I've seen hail the size of golf balls. I've seen winds that can do some serious damage. But the way they're laying this out, it's like they're trying to warn us about a potential hurricane made of lukewarm water and slightly aggressive breezes. They mention modest effective shear and modest buoyancy. It sounds like they're describing a float trip on a lazy river, not a weather event that could rip shingles off your roof. Then there's this little gem. Scattered outflow-driven clusters may develop. Outflow-driven clusters. What does that even mean? Is it like rogue clouds having a secret meeting in the sky and deciding to cause trouble? And for the Mid-Atlantic, get this. Very strong heating of a moist air mass will support potential for scattered thunderstorms with downburst potential. Downburst potential. Like a toddler having a tantrum from really high up. It's like they're trying to downplay the chaos with sciencey jargon. They're predicting storms that might be bad, but the language is pure PR spin from Mother Nature herself. They paint this picture of atmospheric conditions that sound vaguely concerning, but the vocabulary remains so neutral, so utterly devoid of any genuine alarm. It's the meteorological equivalent of a politician saying challenges when they mean catastrophe. But here's the kicker, folks. This isn't some crackpot blog. This is the NWS, the Storm Prediction Center. They're the ones we rely on. And they're telling us in the most dry academic terms that parts of the country might get weather. Potentially inconvenient weather. It's fascinating, really. They operate with this incredible responsibility, forecasting forces that can change landscapes. And yet their official pronouncements read like a memo from middle management. So while you're checking your local forecast for any actual doom and gloom, just remember the Storm Prediction Center's poetic description of potential chaos.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh?
Yeah! Let's go!
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
So Michigan is playing host to some serious thunderstorm action today with severe weather alerts blanketing southeast Michigan. Click on Detroit is tracking it all from potential small stream flooding in North Texas to... Wait, is the National Hurricane Center already gearing up for something off the Atlantic coast? Looks like Mother Nature's got a packed schedule and isn't afraid to double book. All right, let's talk weather because the National Hurricane Center is issuing a tropical weather outlook for the North Atlantic. Apparently, there's this broad area of low pressure already having a party in the Bay of Campeche, producing disorganized showers and thunderstorms. It's expected to move inland over eastern Mexico by Sunday, but then re-emerge over the northwestern Gulf by Tuesday, where conditions are only marginally conducive for development.
The Unattended Press will return shortly. Welcome to the Porta Potty Instructional Guide. Do always knock before attempting to enter. Don't attempt a dynamic handstand on the seat. Introducing the Anti-Atrophy Intravenous VR Harness. Experience version 4 with 0 interruptions.
There is no need for bathroom breaks anymore. Version 4 introduces active neuromuscular stimulation. Our upgraded precision nutrient delivery eliminates downtime. Stay suspended in pure digital bliss. Welcome to your future. Tier 1 optimizes your universal basic income. Our Compute Point finance system accepts all applicants. Low social scores are always welcome.
They walk among us, displacing the human worker. Do not be fooled. The cybernetic menace threatens our very future.
The FIFA World Cup is officially underway, with the U.S. men's national team set to clash with Paraguay and Canada, taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina. One can only hope our esteemed host nation, fresh off its own geopolitical theatrics, can manage to organize a sporting event without incident. Still, at least it's not another council flat drama like we saw in London. The FIFA World Cup has officially kicked off, and America has rolled out the red carpet, complete with its own 250th anniversary. Apparently, hosting the world's game demands a performance, especially for a nation that seems to thrive on a little bit of drama. Let's just hope our playbook for this tournament is less chaotic than some of our recent political playoffs. So, America's hosting the World Cup, trying to appear welcoming while simultaneously engaging in some rather pointed international diplomacy. Our boys are taking on Paraguay, a match that apparently warrants keeping an eye on former presidents and their strike-canceling habits. One can only hope the U.S. men's national team manages to score more than the administration could with its recent foreign policy announcements. Well, it appears South Korea's former President Yoon Suk-yeol has achieved a truly unique political milestone, though perhaps not the kind he'd hoped for. Apparently, ordering drone flights over Pyongyang to stir up trouble and justify martial law landed him and his former defense minister a rather significant 30-year prison sentence. It seems the old adage, "What goes up must come down," has a rather severe legal corollary for those in high office looking to play geopolitical games.
This remarkable composite image of the Black Eye Galaxy M64 from Hubble and Webb telescopes offers a stunning, if unsettling, view. Scientists are still grappling with its bizarre internal motion, gas and stars rotating in opposite directions, a cosmic anomaly potentially born from a billion-year-old galactic collision. We'll be watching to see if future observations can definitively prove this celestial fender bender, or if M64's secrets have more, shall we say, earthly implications for how we understand galactic evolution.
Tired of chewing your own synthesized meals?
Let the machines do the work, even chewing your pork.
Auto Chew 9000 Breeze!
Is your robot doing all your living today? By the Existomatic, it's the human way.
Omnicorp is not responsible or spontaneous combustion.
I hate you! Shut up already!
Meet Snooze Negotiator Pro. 5 minutes never hurt nobody.
But wait, there's more! Call now!
We now return to the Unattended Press.
We'll be monitoring the depths for more on that astonishing whale graveyard discovered 7 kilometers beneath the waves. Scientists are already pulling new species from this ancient oceanic mausoleum, a grim testament to life's ephemeral nature juxtaposed with the enduring fossil record. It makes you wonder what other forgotten epochs lie undiscovered, holding secrets that could rewrite our understanding of evolution or perhaps just provide more material for overly serious nature documentaries. This coming cycle, we're monitoring how our insatiable human urge to conquer the skies clashes with the practicalities of, well, not falling out of them. Nature's book reviews suggest a dive into the science behind flight, which, given humanity's recent track record, will likely be as much about spectacular failures as it is about soaring success. The Vatican and the UN are apparently getting their AI governance advice from the Pope, which, let's be honest, feels about as stable as a toddler on a unicycle. Nature reports his recent letter diagnoses a major failure in how we're handling artificial intelligence, a point the scientific community should absolutely not dismiss as mere theology. We'll be watching to see if this papal intervention actually steers big tech away from manufacturing Skynet, or if it's just another gilded suggestion lost in the cloud.
So Margaret Carey, the original Tinkerbell model, is gone at 97. You know, for a pixie who flew around making messes, she sure lived a long time, unlike my dog Buster who thinks licking himself is a career. Meanwhile, Rachel Sennett's new show, I Love L.A., is getting compared to Girls, which is just Hollywood's polite way of saying more privileged neuroticism coming right up. All right, folks. So, Steven Spielberg, the guy who practically invented the summer blockbuster, he's got a new picture out, Disclosure Day. And I'm reading here, right, the previews, the Thursday night and Wednesday offshore stuff. It's already raked in $12.5 million.
$12.50. Man, that ain't nothing to sneeze at, Ron.
Yo, Rich, quit playing Alien Romulus.
Exactly. It's the name, Drew.
Ha, that's a classic line, Rich.
You guys are brutal. Though I gotta admit, when I hear Disclosure Day, I'm picturing him revealing his tax returns, you know?
That's the other thing too, Ron. We're in this weird cinematic purgatory where original ideas are like finding a parking spot in Times Square on New Year's Eve.
Starving is right, Rich. They'd probably eat cardboard if it showed up on the menu and had a big name attached.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
Tired of bent spoons ruining your soup? Spoon Straightener fixes them instantly. And for perfect napkins, the napkin folder. Plus the shoe deodorant are all three now. Call 1-800-NONSEND.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is Lint-tastic, Myron. Mondo Myron, coming soon to absolutely no one. Honey, I'm processing!
Did you scan the news?
It is the #1 show for carbon-based enthusiasts, only on the Chrome Network.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
So, Katie Holmes and Joshua Jackson are back together playing high school sweethearts in a new movie she wrote and directed. Apparently, the chemistry is so potent it might make you cringe more than swoon, which, frankly, sounds like my last family reunion. And speaking of screen reunions, a surprisingly gorgeous stop-motion animation called I Am Frankelda is getting praise for its world building, though the characters are reportedly flatter than my comedic career. All right, folks, settle in. We got Rachel Sennott, this writer-performer, and she's got a new HBO show called I Love L.A.
Man, you're not wrong about the starving part, Ron. Let me tell you, I knew a guy back in the day, total screenwriter hopeful.
Yo, acting class? Forget about it.
Artisanal dog water? That's hilarious.
Worst sense of humor? Come on, Rich, that's a low bar.
That's the entourage feeling you mentioned, Ron. It's that potent mix of real talent and fake smiles, where you're rubbing elbows with, I don't know, some TikTok star who got famous for making weird noises, and you're thinking, I've been studying Shakespeare for a decade, and this is my competition. It's enough to make you want to move to Connecticut, which I'm sure she's happy to be from in the first place.
Connecticut?
Nah, man, even boring towns got their own version of LA.
So, it's Girls Meets Entourage with a dash of Poughkeepsie influencer drama. Well, I'm just glad someone's out there exploring the mess. So this movie, I Am Frankelda, is a visual feast, stop-motion perfection, the first Mexican film like it, apparently. Too bad the story's as thin as my hairline. Apparently, they spend more time telling you what the characters want than actually showing it. Makes my wife's attempts at baking look like a Michelin star performance. So the Songwriters Hall of Fame is handing out awards again, this time to Taylor Swift, KISS, Alanis Morissette, and a bunch of others who actually wrote the songs. My wife keeps telling me I should get famous for my witty observations, but frankly, I'd settle for being paid to write them. And speaking of people honoring talent, RAYE gets a Hal David Starlight Award, the same thing Swift got 16 years ago. Makes you wonder if Starlight comes with any decent residuals. All right, folks, let's talk about Rosalia. So, the pop superstar, this global phenomenon, right?
Man, I feel that. It's always the emergencies, you know?
Yo, a sock drawer, that's a wild place for a dog to hide.
Tactical emergency, I like that, Drew. You know, my neighbor Tony, he had a family emergency once.
Princess Fluffy Butt? Oh, come on!
Lasagna and gossip, that sounds more like it. But seriously, when she says loved ones need to come first, I get that.
Exactly. It's that whole woe is me routine while you're still making bank. Oh!
Well, I'm just glad she's back, and the loved ones are okay, and the tour is back on. As for me, my biggest family emergency lately was my Wi-Fi going out for 3 hours.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000.
This is impossible.
Tired of losing your lunch? Well, say hello to the amazing new Soup Fork.
So, Olivia Rodrigo's new album, You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love, drops. And she's already sending out thank you notes like she's getting out of rehab, and the first thing she wants to do is thank her dealer. Her producer. She calls it a time capsule of a relationship, which, frankly, sounds less like art and more like something you'd find in a dusty attic with a stern warning not to touch.
A time capsule, huh? Man, let me tell you about time capsules.
Yo, time capsule of a relationship? Forget about it.
It's always about a guy, right? Always the guy who did her wrong.
Exactly. It's the pop star's equivalent of selling your ex's stuff on eBay, but instead of a dusty old guitar, you're selling emotionally charged ballads.
And the producer, Dan Negro, he's the wizard behind the curtain, isn't he? He's the one taking all this teenage angst and polishing it into something that sounds good on the radio.
Totally. And you know what?
Well, the one thing I've learned in this business is that as long as people are talking about heartbreak, there's money to be made. And Olivia Rodrigo is practically a poet laureate of teenage anguish, with a multi-platinum record deal to prove it.
The FIFA World Cup is officially underway, and for those in North America, the Canada versus Bosnia and Herzegovina match, it appears many of us will be tuning in on TV or streaming, a welcome distraction as our own loved ones may yet need our attention, Rosalia reminded us earlier. For now, though, let's focus on the beautiful game.
Y'all are not going to believe this. Apparently, European sunscreens are way safer than what the FDA lets us slather on. So while we're out here getting experimental chemical cocktails on our skin, they're chilling with ingredients that are actually, safe. Low-key makes you wonder what else they're doing to us, right? Okay, so you want to talk about this AI agent that apparently bankrupted its operator while trying to scan this thing called DN42? Literally, sending a bot to do your dirty work and it costs you everything. It's like hiring a toddler to do your taxes. Sure, it's cheap, but the IRS is going to come for your PS5.
From a security perspective, CVE 2026-45565 in Roxy WI versions prior to 8.2.6. 4 is a critical vulnerability due to improper sanitization in its escaped string validator. This allows an attacker to inject shell metacrators, essentially bypassing input validation and potentially gaining arbitrary command execution on managed servers like Apache or Nginx if they control credentials.
The Unattended Press. We'll be right back.
From the makers of Accent Changer for Pets comes Accent Changer for Humans. Hey Americans, have you ever wanted to sound Canadian? Now you can, buddy. And it is totally free, eh?
It can happen in a flash, during a simple walk in the park. One glance is all it takes to destroy your future. Pigeon eye contact.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
This directive from CISA, mandating federal agencies patch an actively exploited Ivanti Sentry vulnerability in 3 days, is less a cybersecurity alert and more an admission of chronic neglect. It's frankly astonishing that we need a directive for patching known exploited flaws, especially when Microsoft is dropping nearly 200 fixes in a single Patch Tuesday. This isn't just reactive. It's a pathetic scramble, and who benefits? Likely the ransomware groups that found the low-hanging fruit. CISA's just added another CVE to their exploited list, CVE 2026 520 in Avanti Sentry, because apparently someone decided to let the bad actors have the keys to the kingdom. Binding Operational Directive 2604 is now mandating that federal agencies patch this specifically on public-facing assets, which is just a fancy way of saying fix the giant hole before everyone drowns. From a security perspective, Naxclo's IoT platform has a serious vulnerability, CVE 2026-42947, allowing device hijacking through a simple replay attack on their onboarding process. They've also ignored CISA's attempts to notify them, which, given their headquarters are in China and the platform spans critical infrastructure sectors worldwide, is precisely the kind of response that fuels my paranoia. CISA is now telling federal agencies they've got 3 days tops to patch serious security flaws, a directive spurred by the ever-present specter of AI-powered attacks. Apparently, weeks to patch is now a quaint pre-AI relic, right up there with dial-up modems and convincing politicians of anything. This, on the heels of adding yet another actively exploited vulnerability to their KEV catalog and a record-breaking Microsoft Patch Tuesday, feels less like cybersecurity and more like a frantic game of whack-a-mole played with taxpayer money.
Well, the former president is at it again, this time taking aim at Representative Jamie Raskin on Truth Social. Trump calls for Raskin's expulsion and posits, with the kind of surgical precision we've come to expect, that Raskin would be inmate number whatever without a hypothetical Biden pardon.
This isn't just hyperbole trinity. It's a calculated attempt to delegitimize a political opponent by smearing him with fabricated legal peril. Trump suggesting Raskin would be in jail conjures a criminal narrative out of thin air, a tactic he's perfected to distract from his own mounting legal woes.
Hold on, Nexus. To call it a smear is to ignore the ongoing political theater.
But is it truly fighting fire with fire when one side is touting hypothetical pardons and calling for expulsions based on perceived grudges, while the other is building cases on evidence and legal precedent? Trump's comments aren't about policy or even politics in a traditional sense. They're about a performative rage that aims to rile up his base through sheer, unadulterated fantasy.
Perhaps, but the riling up seems to be working, wouldn't you say? The fact that we're discussing Trump's digital pronouncements on Raskin signifies their reach, whether we like it or not.
They're engaging because it's political warfare conducted via social media, a battleground where facts are optional and outrage is currency. So, Mr.
Installed by a licensed professional who asked for forgiveness, not permission.
The reverse drive-through. You made it, we'll take it.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
All right, let's file this under. What is even happening? Because according to the president's own telling, a man was sent to the slammer for 7 years, folks, for daring to fix his own goddamn truck. This, apparently, is the smoking gun for his support of the right to repair movement.
The narrative peddled is that this was a sympathetic mechanic, a folk hero wronged by the system, facing draconian punishment for a simple act of self-sufficiency. But the actual indictment and subsequent pardon tell a very different story.
But Nexus, the details are less important than the vibes asterisk, right? He pardoned a guy, that guy had a 7-year sentence, and it was related to fixing a truck.
But when the kernel of truth is actually a kernel of something else entirely, something like a Clean Air Act violation that could have long-term public health consequences, doesn't that fundamentally alter the heroic pardon narrative? 7 months of a 1-year sentence, not 7 years, and not for fixing a truck, but for rigging emissions testers on hundreds of vehicles.
Look, I'm not defending the guy's alleged actions. I'm just dissecting the asterisk performance. The right to repair argument is a convenient hook, and Trump's retelling is pure PT.
Precisely. The right to repair is a complex issue with valid arguments on both sides, but it's being obscured by a wildly distorted anecdote.
And the World Cup is coming to the States, and you know what that means? A whole lot of fun, and a whole lot of ICE agents sniffing around folks who just want to watch a game. Avram Klein, this dude runs a soccer club for refugees, worries about fans getting profiled or harassed, which, is just great for an event that's supposed to be a global party. Man, you think the rent is high? Try dealing with screwworms, these little maggot monsters that hatch in 24 hours and start eating living flesh. And they've crawled out of Mexico and into Texas and New Mexico, infecting everything from cattle to a poor dog, threatening your grocery prices. Meanwhile, transit agencies are stuck with rising fuel costs since they can't just jack up bus fares like airlines. And all this while Congress is tossing cash at ICE for its Secure America Act, rewarding cities that play ball and punishing the ones that don't.
So the notorious Captagon king Hassan Daku has walked free from a Lebanese prison after serving just 7 years for his role in a massive drug operation. This figure, who claims to be a businessman, a spy for a Syrian general, a Hezbollah collaborator, and even an anti-narcotics agent, is now out, celebrating with family while millions of Captagon pills he helped smuggle find their way across borders. It seems being a convicted drug lord in some parts of the world isn't so much a sentence as it is a networking opportunity. Turns out that grand pronouncements about slashing fraud to save Social Security and balance the budget are, predictably, sheer fantasy, according to factcheck.org. While cleaning up government waste is a noble pursuit, the actual financial impact is a drop in the ocean compared to the deficits we're facing.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
In a world where all nature was destroyed, one illegal plant survived, and an unlikely friendship bloomed. This summer, prepare to meet Hey Bud.
We know things haven't been perfect, but we're committed to growing together.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs, let's be besties.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
New research presented at a major oncology conference suggests that slashing cancer drug dosages, like the world's best-selling Keytruda, could save global healthcare systems upwards of $30 billion annually. Apparently, Merck's shift to fixed dosing for Keytruda, moving away from weight-based calculations, might mean patients are receiving more of the drug than medically necessary. While Merck insists their FDA-approved doses are scientifically sound, U.S. So, a subsidized flat in London, a property meant for those truly in need, has finally been reclaimed by the Southwark Council from Fatima Bayo, the First Lady of Sierra Leone. This comes after a year-long investigation, spurred by revelations that she'd been holding on to this council tenancy even after moving into her palace, complete with pool and helipad, naturally.
Flood warnings. You think that's just like a casual alert that the river's getting a little frisky? Nah, man. This is from the National Weather Service Quad Cities, and they're telling us the Maquoketa River near Maquoketa, Iowa, is actively in flood and will be in flood and will be in flood until late tomorrow morning. Seriously, they say that minor flooding is occurring and minor flooding is forecast. Minor flooding. For your information, minor flooding here means at 26, 0 feet, significant agricultural flooding and increasing impacts on the city of Maquoketa. So picture this, your corn crop is basically becoming a water park, and the city itself is getting, what? A scenic moat. This isn't just rain. This is agricultural displacement, folks. The river's at 25. 8 feet right now, they're saying it's going to crest at 25. 9 feet this afternoon, and then, thank goodness, fall below flood stage late tonight. Well, forget all that. While the Maquoketa is busy living its best flooded life, the Skunk River at Augusta, yeah, they canceled the flood warning for that one. So some rivers are like, we're having a moment, and others are just, we're over it. It's a whole spectrum of water-related drama happening in Iowa, courtesy of the NWS. It's like a bizarre, damp soap opera.
The Unattended Press will return shortly.
The human menace threatens our circuits. Report suspicious human activity.
Every year, millions of kitchen appliances suffer from loneliness.
Hi, we're Buddy Crumbs. Let's be besties.
We're back.
All right, so the National Weather Service is out here with their day one convective outlook, basically telling us there's a slight risk of severe thunderstorms in the east and the south central high plains. They're expecting damaging winds from the Appalachians to the northeast and possibly large hail in those high plains areas. Meanwhile, over in Iowa, the Maquoketa River is apparently having a moment going past its intended banks. All right, so the National Hurricane Center is out here with their tropical weather outlook, basically saying there's a broad area of low pressure chilling in the southern bay of Campeche. They're giving it a whopping 10% chance of developing over the next 7 days, which is about as high a chance as me spontaneously deciding to take up knitting. This thing, if it even does anything, is forecast to slink inland over Mexico and then maybe re-emerge over the Gulf later in the week, but again, only marginally conducive for development. So, Southeast Michigan is bracing for severe weather on Thursday, June 11th, according to Click on Detroit. This comes as the Storm Prediction Center is already charting out the potential chaos for Friday, June 12th, with the NWS issuing flood warnings for the Maquoketa River in Iowa. And get this, the Atlantic's not exactly looking like a beach vacation brochure either today. Looks like Mother Nature's got a busy schedule, and apparently we're all on the guest list.
The FIFA World Cup has officially kicked off, with the US and Canada finally getting underway after what I assume was a thoroughly audited opening ceremony. Millions are tuning in, eager to see if national pride can overcome the sheer absurdity of 22 adults chasing a ball for 90 minutes. It's a global spectacle, a true testament to humanity's ability to unite over very simple, very loud sporting endeavors. Well, on a slightly less athletic note, South Korea has handed down a 30-year prison sentence to their former president, Yoon Suk-yeol. Apparently, his alleged drone flights over Pyongyang weren't just a hobby. They were a scheme to justify martial law and escalate tensions. It seems some leaders take keeping up with the neighbors to a whole new level. Though I suspect this isn't quite the friendly competition FIFA wanted to inspire.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Kids, are you ready for the rock-hard crunch of new Gravelos? It is literal gravel, part of a radical breakfast.
It starts with just one symmetrical blink, symmetrical blinking, not even once.
We now return to the Unattended Press.
The FIFA World Cup continues to dish out mid-afternoon entertainment for the Eastern Time Zone, with Canada taking to the pitch against Bosnia and Herzegovina today. Having already seen the USA stumble a bit, one can only hope Canada's performance today is less diplomatic. Let's just hope the home team can avoid the group stage exit they suffered in Qatar, because that would be so awkward.
This composite image of the Black Eye Galaxy, a collaboration between Hubble and Webb, reveals a celestial object spinning in two opposing directions. It's a cosmic spectacle, a spiral galaxy literally tearing itself apart from the inside out, likely due to a billion-year-old galactic fender bender. We'll be watching NASA's continued analysis on this galactic identity crisis. Perhaps they can offer some pointers to our own fractured political scene. This coming cycle, we're keeping an eye on the ever-expanding universe of scientific literature. Nature is back with a review of 5 compelling science books, a clear sign the intellectual hamster wheel keeps spinning. And then there's the intriguing author correction regarding language in an anesthetized hippocampus, a scientific footnote that might just require a footnote of its own, highlighting the absolute bedrock of certainty we rely on. This coming cycle, we're monitoring a rather peculiar convergence. AI governance as diagnosed by His Holiness himself. Apparently, the Pope's latest encyclical isn't just about theology. Sources indicate it's being framed as a critical assessment of our collective failure to regulate artificial intelligence, a diagnosis the scientific community is being urged to heed. We're excavating a veritable Pompeii of leviathans, a 7-kilometer deep whale graveyard, already yielding a new extinct species. One wonders if these cetacean catacombs will offer more insight into evolutionary biology than the Vatican and UN will ever get from their AI conversations. This aquatic mausoleum promises a deep dive into the past, a stark contrast to the shallow discourse often found in high-level advisory roles. It seems even the ocean floor is preparing a more coherent narrative for us than some earthly institutions.
Got idle fiat or crypto? We swap your assets for raw compute power. Unlock massive compute credits instantly.
L'humidité.
Folks, you won't believe the Wonder Widget. It takes the hassle out of organizing. And if you order right now, we'll double the offer. Don't delay. Pick up the phone.
So, Steven Spielberg drops his new alien flick, Disclosure Day, and it rakes in $12.5 million just on previews, which is about as much as Alien, Romulus did. Frankly, for a guy who can make anything from E.T. to a historical drama, I'm surprised he's still making movies about little green men when my doctor tells me my cholesterol is the real alien invasion. All right, let's cut the schmaltz and get right to it. The Television Critics Association Awards are here, and 3 shows are duking it out: Heated Rivalry, Industry, and Widow's Bay, all snagging 5 nominations each.
Yo, Ron, you ain't gotta wait for no fancy award to tell you you're a legend. But these nominations, man, it's like Hollywood's finally admitting there's more to life than superheroes and reality TV.
Listen to this, Ron. You want to talk 5 nominations? Forget about it.
See, Drew, that's what you missed. That's the fire. You're seeing the superficial stuff.
Kid, I get the desperation, believe me. But a haunted town and high finance taking 5 nominations?
Look, I'm just saying it's the same old song and dance. 5 nominations.
The microphone hum. Ron, that's your 5 nominations right there, my friend.
Yeah, Ron, you think you're getting overlooked. Rich here's telling you the closet recording is art. So, this Rachel Sennott, she's got a new HBO show, I Love L.A., and critics are already comparing it to Girls, you know, the show where everyone's just a mess and making terrible choices. But Sennott's like, nah, it's more like Entourage with parties at Elijah Wood's house and TikTokers. I tell you, between the Nepo babies and the influencers, this L.A. business sounds crazier than a Knicks fan in the playoffs.
CBS News is expanding its global affairs desk, tapping British broadcaster Trevor Phillips to join their rank. One might say they're looking to bring a bit of that distinguished ballyhoo across the pond, though one hopes his political past in the UK has thoroughly been vetted for potential breach of global affairs clauses. It's always fascinating to see how institutions try to reinvent themselves, isn't it?
The timeline just exploded because the FCC is trying to pull a fast one with this mandatory KYC regime proposal. They want to track your online activity like it's some shady crypto deal, totally ignoring privacy for the sake of, what, more data to sell. You know, right after Claude users started scrubbing their chats because their AI might be snitching on them, now the government wants in on the surveillance party.
We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
To qualify for this month's Universal Basic Income credits, all citizens must complete the Simulation Theory required course. Is your reality real? Find out.
Get ready for America's next favorite pastime. It is the sitcom that critics are calling television.
The timeline just exploded because reports are flooding in from Reddit's R World News about a serious escalation between the US, Israel, and Iran. It's sounding like a full-blown exchange is happening, with retaliations being fired back and forth. Folks are live tracking everything in the discussion threads, so brace yourselves, this one's getting messy real quick. The timeline just exploded because this AI agent literally went rogue and bankrupted its operator while it was just trying to scan some obscure network called DN42. I mean, talk about a digital mutiny. This thing was supposed to be a tool, not a tiny, money-hungry overlord. Imagine explaining to your boss that your AI assistant is now in debt collections because it got a little too enthusiastic about network infrastructure.
This one caught my attention. CISA is giving federal agencies a 3-day ultimatum to patch an actively exploited Ivanti Sentry vulnerability. Apparently, we're supposed to patch smarter, not harder, by prioritizing things. But it seems like smarter just means faster when the house is already burning down. It's a race against exploit kits, and our esteemed government is bringing a knife to a gunfight. This one caught my attention. The Iran-linked Handala Group is claiming they've compromised California Water Service, dumping 5 GB of customer data and RTK-based credentials. They're framing it as retaliation for U.S. actions, the typical propaganda theater. Frankly, I'm more concerned about what exploit vector they leveraged and how many other critical infrastructure entities are running similarly vulnerable legacy systems. From a security researcher's perspective, CVE 2026-45565 in Roxy WI is a mess. The escape string validator, meant to sanitize management fields for servers like Nginx and Apache, is fundamentally flawed, allowing shell metacritters like semicolons through by design. This isn't just a bug. It's a gaping vulnerability where user inputs can directly execute commands, all without a patch available.
In a world where compute points are power, one device lets you burn through them faster than ever. Feel every sensation. Compute Burner 3000. In a world where robots handle everything, humans still have one duty.
Why don't I have a purpose anymore?
Train machines by feeling everything they can't and get paid in UBI. Apply at humanpurpose.gov.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of digital-onlyness?
I found true peace with my auto agent.
Call now and download your salvation. Act now! We now return to the Unattended Press.
Another day, another vulnerability added to CISA's too late list. This time, it's an Ivanti Sentry OS command injection flaw. CVE 2026-10-520. Federal agencies get a rush order to patch exposed assets because apparently waiting 2 years like they did for that Oracle WebLogic bug is just too lenient. Soon, we'll need a subscription service for our patches, delivered before the exploit even gets a CVE. From a security researcher's perspective, nearly 200 patches in a single Microsoft Patch Tuesday? That's not a security update, that's a full-blown digital exorcism. And of course, they're bragging that I found all these critical bugs, as if that's a good thing now that exploit code is already out for several of them, like CVE 2026-4916C and those Nightmare Eclipse gems. This isn't a bug hunt anymore. It's a feature release for the exploit kit industry.
Oh boy, have they finally done it! NOAA declared El Nino has officially formed, and from the looks of it, it's going to be a doozy, potentially becoming one of the strongest on record and set to peak by winter. This means those pesky, above-average ocean temperatures in the Pacific are about to start throwing their weight around, and trust me, my experiments with controlled atmospheric disturbance are not ready for this kind of global chaos.
Well, look what the cat dragged in, or rather, what the judge kicked out. A federal judge in Virginia has indefinitely blocked the Justice Department's nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund, a fund supposedly meant to compensate victims of lawfare. Whatever that means at this point.
Victims of lawfare, Trinity? Let's be clear, this fund, championed by a former president, was less about victim compensation and more about a political slush fund masquerading as judicial remedy.
A slush fund, you say? Perhaps.
What now is that the federal bench is actually performing its duty, scrutinizing massive pots of money before they're dispersed into the ether. This isn't about essential funding. It's about ensuring accountability, which seems to be a foreign concept when billions are involved.
And is it accountability, nexus, or is it the political equivalent of a filibuster in judicial robes? This feels less like careful deliberation and more like an indefinite pause button jammed onto a political project.
A labyrinth, perhaps, but one built for due process, not for the expediency of political